Oh,
I think
panel swap.
I think I just coined that term maybe.
I think it can give you AIDS, but I don't think it does.
Just
Like,
interesting conversations out there for sure. So
Few and far between.
we have. I think we just have like some of the coolest people, honestly. And I'm not just saying that. Like I genuinely mean that. Even people I don't like, or don't agree with, like I think that we have some of the coolest people with the coolest ideas around here. You know what I mean? So
That actually seems to be a fact. Like we've created it like Justice League of I don't know, like it's kind of weird. Like
not that we're like superheroes or anything, but yeah, I agree.
yeah, but it's
I
not
can
been
see
that
it.
much time, right? And it's already like
right,
good
we're
amount of
not
people being
superheroes yet. We will be though one day.
Well, I think everybody has that potential for sure. Even those people that you disagree with that are like totally like that's something I've been like really like trying to ponder the last few days is like all those people that like, whatever the so-called elites that are like pulling the strings and stuff. I hear a lot that people are saying like they're monsters, and I think that that is like part of the game. I think that is part of the script that we're being fed in a way, like somehow to separate them from us. Like, but they're humans too. They're just doing what they think is the right thing to do, and they're just wrong about what that is, maybe. And they're unaware of it, really, because they really think what they're doing is okay. I don't know how, but it's,
Or they
I'm
just
trying
don't
to,
get, or they just don't give a fuck either way.
yeah, there's too
well,
much trash to like think like because see if you actually push back for a while, you realize these people actually know the difference between right and wrong. They just don't care, like Neuro said. So
Yeah.
but
But
doesn't mean they
just
can't
like
care. They just
psychopathic.
don't right now, right? Because to say
they
that
definitely
they,
need to be shaken out of it, like through like I want to say terror, but like for some of them, yeah, that's pretty much what it's gonna take. It's gonna take like a terror size um predicament for them to actually you know
I'm
Shake
pretty
out
sure
those
that there's
demons.
going to be a reckoning like, I'm pretty sure I feel it. Like, I don't know what it's going to be, and it's not my job, but
Well, it is
yeah.
interesting. Like I've been looking at,
Sophia's correction.
I've been watching a lot of the like tech Twitter stuff lately, and there's all these like conversations that are supposedly about AI and technology and where it's all headed. And you can the reason I like Twitter is like you can see like it all is PR and propaganda, but at the same time, like I think you get some sense of like the inner workings of some of these people's minds who have all this money and power in tech at least. And they really do just seem to be so disconnected from the consequences of what they're up to. And I don't know. I just don't know how that's going to be sustainable in the long term. And it's interesting. Like I was just looking, and there's like this guy who's a he's what do you call it? A supervisor for like San Francisco, and he's like, I'm a rabid Zionist. I'm very proud to be a Zionist, and you know, one of the few people following him is Elon Musk and stuff, right? So I don't know if that means he endorses him or not, but it is very interesting. It's like you just get all these people who are like, you know, wielding all this money and power and technology, and they just don't seem to really care about how you know things are going. I mean, I don't know. And like you said, maybe it's not our job to impose that on them, but I do think that there has to be some sort of like it makes you wonder like what would make a person re-examine their life, right? If they had all the money and power and status and protection around them, can anybody be a good person in that sense? I don't know. I don't know if that's possible.
Well, I mean, that's kind of like the point that sort of I think Lao Tzu and Shang Tzu are pretty much making, right? Like amass a storehouse of gold and jade, and no one can protect it is a line. Right. So I think just the trying to collect all these things, right? The process that it takes to try to collect them and protect them, that is the madness itself. Right. So no, you can't be good and get all that stuff, right?
Oh, I
I think
commented on the. Oh, go
Oh,
ahead.
go ahead. Sorry. I was gonna say just really quickly, I think I found the fatal flaw in AI, like, and other people have found this too, and now it's like rippled out to where it's like hitting like researchers that are researching AI and stuff, and it's that it can pretty much be flummoxed by like metaphor and poetry. If you hit it from that direction, like, and ask it questions, it starts giving you answers that it's not supposed to be able to tell you in a way that is comically easy.
Well, that's why it's scary though. Like that
It's
like
not
I'm
really
telling
that
it.
scary.
Yeah,
That
if you
gives the
prompt.
power to everybody that's using it, basically, and it
Well,
won't be able to overcome that.
well, I do think they're very aware of that. And I mean, this let's put it this way: they've pretty much released the technology in the last few days that, if what they say is true, if somebody gets their hands on it, they could pretty much hack into any system in the world pretty easily. So, yeah, they're really playing with fire, and I think they're, I think they know what they're doing to some degree, but at the same time, like, can you really control something when it gets that powerful? Where you're basically like a few prompts away from hacking into like any digital system in the world. I mean, I don't know about that. So,
Yeah, at that point, maybe it's like a better idea to like try and mitigate the damage that could be uh perpetuated by like something devastating happening, or like maybe um something, because if you can't stop it, then that seems like that would not be the avenue that you would pursue, is trying to do that anyways if you can't. But yeah, I don't know. It's we live in a very unique time. I am happy to be here.
well, it's
Regardless.
interesting. A lot of the younger people who are getting into tech and stuff like that, they're actually pretty smart because they're very skeptical of a lot of things, and they're actually open about it, which is probably going to hurt their career very soon. I'm predicting, but
Oh, well, then they'll just create a whole army full of people that are subversive. Oh no, don't do that. Oh
yep.
shoot.
Well, it's interesting because I'm kind of egging some of them on because
Hmm.
I'm actually shocked that some of them are willing to like stick their neck out a little bit. And but I'll say this: it's like what's interesting about it is that like I commented on this guy's thing a few hours ago, and he's because he's like, all you people who were doing crypto, like it's time to move on from that. And if you're just doing crypto because that's what like you're gonna get left behind. So basically, they pumped and dumped crypto and scammed everybody out of money for the last 15 years. Now they're like, oh, we're moving on to like hardware and robotics and like defense tech and stuff like this. And I said, asked this guy, I was like, so how do we open all these doors to go do all these things? And he says, do shit, record yourself doing shit, uh, something like that, and then like rinse and repeat or something.
Yeah, pretty much. That's kind of what, like, that's the tactic. And I've been saying for years, like, people are seriously underestimating these young people, like, saying that they like are detached from reality. They're just like, they're apprehending reality in a way that, like, most people can't comprehend. And they actually are way smarter. Like, I mean, I have had some, whenever I was like, my friend Bella was 18, and this was like 5 years ago. She friggin' struck me with some insight that like slapped me in the face, like literally. And I was like, from that, I was like, whoa. I start paying attention a little bit more, and like not dismissing, like saying that they're like, you know, like broken or like ill equipped to live in the world, because they're like literally that's all that they know is this world. It's like kind of a, I mean, other than
Well,
the
yeah,
history that they've been fed too,
think
you
about
know. But
think about the oldest person who grew up without touching the internet before the age of 15 or 16 or something. Like I didn't touch the internet until like 12, right?
yeah, I was
So
like 15 whenever I got on my first BBS, and I was like 17 whenever I was like on the actual internet.
I think there are
right.
only two things you can do. One, like either two things or both of it. One is learn self-sufficiency skills, make a like-minded community of people who have handyman skills and they know permaculture and
Yep,
farming
parallel
techniques
systems,
and all that. That's
very smart.
one thing you could do. That's good to do, learning all that stuff, maybe hunting too, fishing. But you gotta be
Yeah,
careful with fishing,
but almost everybody you're gonna get into those things. They're gonna be sitting on their phone doing permaculture, sitting on their phone doing hunting, sitting on their phone
Yeah.
doing these things. I'm not saying that you can't find anybody who will reject it, but I think that virtually everybody's going to be. I mean, virtually everybody in the world has a cell phone addiction at this point.
Well, why experience reality? What makes reality any more superior than my version of reality? I can create an avatar and experience whatever I want. My world is just as true as yours is.
That might be like Inception levels of deception, though, because we might already be in a simulation and we're making simulated worlds within it.
I got that, but my truth is more valid. So what are you talking about? What are you talking about? No, I'm talking to Neurojack.
Oh,
because he's saying, well, what is it? What does it matter? Why do I have to do anything real?
I don't think that was what
I'm offended. I'm offended by your reality.
Is that what you're saying, Neurojack?
I know what Neurojack is saying because he's saying the same thing I do.
I'm marking your general direction.
Did people no longer experience reality as real? They don't experience themselves as real. They're so disassociated from everything that's natural that it's like
not just that.
They live beside themselves. Like it's nuts.
We've been here all night splitting things into themselves.
No.
Or wait, what was it?
Fragmentation. It's insane.
I don't think people are that dissociated because I think disassociation implies detachment. I think people are more attached than ever to carnal pleasures and sensations.
You're right there.
Yeah, so
I agree with that.
Just because they're attached to their desires doesn't mean they're attached to the phenomenal world.
No.
They're in Mysteria. They're not attached to the phenomenal world around them. They're not attached to the trees and the birds.
It'd be hedonistic paradox.
It is.
So, it's escapism.
Simultaneity. There's simultaneity too. It's like
everyone is in escapism. They either deny the divine, they either divine the natural completely, or they want to escape it. Like that's the general rule of thumb.
See, I think that's a false dichotomy. I think that there's more than two ways always.
Well, of course there is. But I'm saying generally. Okay. The masses. Okay, not people like us, but the masses.
Yeah. But if the Earth were a superorganism, at this point, I don't think the Earth would forgive humanity. I'm like 100% sure about that. You know what I mean?
I do.
I just know it.
I do.
It would not.
I do because the Earth is our mother, and she sees that we're sick. We literally have a virus.
Yeah, but
it was given to us. That was given to us by an external force.
Yeah, but you know that some mother birds, their nestlings, when they're sick, they kick them off the nest. That's a part of nature. You see what I mean?
Yeah. Some birds lay their eggs in other nests, and the mothers raise them.
This species as a whole, if we're going to be realistic and we look at it from the Earth's perspective, the number of species we're driving. Did you read?
Well, the Earth doesn't think like.
Did you read Pentilocola? Like, because Pentilocola really goes into this stuff, like if you care about the Earth truly, then read Pentilocola.
I communicate with the Earth. As crazy as that sounds, I've done it. So I know the Earth.
Yeah, facts, Buddha. So, yeah, Pentilocola is based.
I know how she feels. Okay, and she's very upset. Yes, I agree with you. And she's not happy with a lot of creatures on this Earth. They're the enemies of humanity, and they will be taken care of. But that doesn't mean that all of humanity is sentenced. That's how she
Right, because she
feels. I
would go
tell you right
against
now.
her own purpose for
She
the
is-
Anthropos.
Yeah, The Anthropos is not all being sentenced because of a few psychopaths. Okay, I can tell you right now. You can believe me or not. I'm not here to tell anyone what the truth is, but I'm telling you right now. The will of the earth is to erase these psychopaths from the earth. Okay,
Oh yeah, that's
because
facts.
I think
because that's what they are. The earth is loving and is fluffy bunny, side, yes, but
Oh,
she
yeah.
also is very fucking fierce. Okay, Kali
Yeah,
does
like-
not
Can
play.
kill. Yeah.
Kali
Fluffy
does not
bunny.
play.
okay.
Fluffy bunny in
Kali
the
does
water,
not
sit
play.
down.
Lilith
Let me
does not play.
Yeah, let me
So
respond
those,
now.
so those who are doing all this that they're doing to the earth, they will be taken care of.
Yeah,
Don't you
but
worry.
you see, you're just scapegoating individuals. The issue is the system as a whole. We talk
I'm not
about technique.
scapegoating
Right.
anybody. It's
We
the
talk about
reality.
technique. Yeah, let me finish. We're talking about technique and elo, and no one is in control. It has to do with the industrial capacity. And the thing is, mankind is
Yeah,
over.
but what built that?
Yeah, mankind is over its carrying capacity.
Right.
Carrying
What
capacity.
built that? What
Overpopulation.
built that system?
Overpopulation.
What
We
built
talked
that
about
system?
what built that system. It was due to stuff like the mechanical clock and the steam engine. It's called.
And why did that happen?
Yeah, it's called
Who built?
technological.
What are the minds behind it, and what were they influenced by?
Yeah, it
We
was,
waste enough to
yeah,
feed
man.
every hungry person in the world in America. Like,
would-
So
Like,
basically, you want to judge humanity like God because of what psychopaths have done.
That's patronizing.
So that's why you deny the divine will, because you want to be judge, jury, and executioner.
Yeah.
I get it now.
Yeah, man, you're very patronizing right now. Like you
I'm
don't
not
let other
patronizing
people talk.
anything.
Yeah, you are. You are. You don't
No,
let
I'm
other
not.
people talk.
he might
Oh.
seem that way, but I don't think he is.
Bro, I've been gone all this time. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I'm
It's
saying
like
that.
what I was saying in the back chat, Avian.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, depopulation. You have to lower the population. That's what World Economic Forum talk about. Do you think the Earth can support 7
Yeah, I
billion
know. And who
Yeah.
is the World Economic Forum?
Yeah. But
If we
who
stopped
do they serve?
wasting, we
we're
could do
talking
that
about
very
the
easily.
Earth. Before the industrial complexity grew,
Oh
what
my
was the
god.
world population 200 years ago? What was the world population 300 years ago? You don't care about the Earth. You never talk about the Earth, man. You never talk about
Dude,
the
I have
fucking birds
direct
or trees
communication
or the
with the
ocean.
Earth.
You just talk about Sophia. You don't talk about the plight of the birds. You don't talk about the
I don't
elephant.
talk about the fire. I don't talk about the
Yeah,
fire.
the endangered
Okay.
species. Do you know
Okay.
how many species are being driven
The
to
Earth
extinction? You
will
don't
take
give a
care of
shit about
itself.
conservationism. You don't give a shit about conservationism.
Okay.
You know what this
You
is,
just
guys?
prefer to lecture
Okay. So
and
now you're gonna get
criticize
religious
others.
with me.
You know
Now
what
you're
this
gonna get
is?
religious with me.
This is the
Okay.
last quarter of
Yeah, I reject the divine will. Who cares? Why did you bring that up
Uranus.
again? Do you bring that up to Hyperborean? Why are you bringing it up to me again? Huh?
What if nature has divine will that's aligned with the divine will? What if it's the same will?
I see
And
what
it
you're
involves
saying.
judgment.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Okay, but I'm telling you that in a deeper metaphysical sense, and I made this very
Can you
clear.
breathe for me? Can you breathe
Yeah.
for me? We're just having a conversation, Avian. It's not that heated. It's not that deep.
I don't know.
I'm
Something
saying
about you kind of just piss me off. I don't know why. When you go off when you talk
I'm
over
not
people
going
and
off.
you
I'm not Avian. I have been gone this whole time making dinner, bro. What are
No,
you talking about?
I'm very coherent and I'm very
Okay, so am I.
Yeah,
I
okay.
just got back from cooking dinner. I'm having a conversation with you, bro.
Yeah.
Your tone is a little bit harsh, Twilight. That might be part of it, I think.
Because
it's like patronizing as fuck, really.
I'm not patronizing anything, dude. You're whacking out for no reason. Chill the fuck out. Okay,
I think
slow
it's your
down,
tone.
and I'll
A little
slow
bit.
down, and I'll slow down, and I'll slow down. 'Cause everyone's talking a million miles a fucking minute. Chill the fuck out.
Follow
Okay.
your own advice, dear. I love you, Twilight.
Thank you. Slow the fuck
lower-
down. Slow the fuck down.
Lower the volume.
Okay,
You know
then
what?
slow the fuck down.
Maybe it'd be
I'm
nice if I play some
I am
music.
saying.
I'm
I am
sorry.
saying.
Maybe
I am
transition to
saying.
the.
I am
Yeah.
saying. Yes, all that's going on is being recognized. Okay. if you think that the Earth is going to allow this shit to happen, you are mistaken. All right. The enemies of life who think they can do this to humanity and to nature, okay, have what's coming to them. All right. They are archontic vectors. I'm not asking.
I don't know
you
why
to
people are
believe.
leaving. Like, why are
I'm
people
not.
leaving?
I'm not. I'm not
Yeah, it's kind
asking.
of weird, huh? Because it's like the opposite of what usually happens whenever we get
Right,
drama.
right, exactly. Right? They leave.
Yeah,
Because we're slowing down. Because they're slowing down. They want to hear the fucking chaos.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
I don't know
What-
about
what
you,
I'm-
but it keeps saying one viewer watching this whole time for
Yeah,
me.
can you
So
keep
Really?
can
That's
you keep a
funny.
response like under 1 minute or 2 minutes, so that way you can give people the opportunity to respond or something? Because sometimes you go on for like 5 to 8 minutes. You know what I mean?
so do you, Avian. So do you.
No,
We
not
both
that
do.
much.
You both
not
do
that
that,
much.
actually.
I
We
like to
both.
get
We
people,
both. We
you know,
both do it.
like-
We both do it. We both do it, Avian. We both do it.
That's why
Not
that's
really.
why it
No, I
bugs you
don't.
both,
No,
because
I
you both
don't.
have that. Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No, I give people the opportunity to respond.
Oh
And stuff.
bro.
Okay, just respond. I'll respond.
Okay, man. Okay,
It's
bro.
adorable. It's adorable.
I'm gonna eat my dinner, bro. Shalom, ciao. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, I'm gonna listen for a bit too.
Well, I think what Twilight said was very like not very offensive. I mean, what is he saying that's offensive? I don't understand.
I have no fucking idea, bro.
I mean, he's
Seek
saying
out.
like
I thought you were
he's
gonna eat your
saying
dinner, Twilight. Shush.
no. I'm asking Avian. Like, I think Avian he answered your question.
And I was
like,
talking to Jack too,
Yeah.
by the way. Like in the beginning, I was talking to Avian too, but I was originally talking to Jack. That's like number one.
But again, I don't understand. Like, you know, Avian, you're saying like everything is humans' fault and blah blah blah. It's like so.
Yeah. He wants to destroy
We're-
humanity, isn't it? Like,
we're all born. We're
No.
all born into the situation. So you're like, well, we need to kill off humanity because
No,
He
that's
wants
not
to
what
play
I'm
God.
saying. That's
To
not
be
what I'm
fair,
saying.
he was not saying that. He was saying
Yeah.
that basically that
but
it's
let
the
it die
fault-
though.
Yeah, that the technical complexity avails that there's like no particular person that's the problem. So it's like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let me
exactly.
make
no.
my views
Wait.
clear.
Hold on. No, what you said
No,
was
he didn't say it now, but he said it before. I'm not saying he
no,
said
let
it
me
now. That
say
is
what
very
I'm
clear.
saying.
Hold on.
That is
Avian,
very.
you-
That
you
is
Well,
said-
very
he sort of
true.
mentioned. Well, he did sort of mention
That is-
the idea
is very
of
true.
Elul and the technological determinism. So he put
Yeah,
put
that
in
is-
there.
That
No,
is
but
very
what he
true.
said was that
Let me respond.
humans
Yeah,
are the
let me
problem,
respond. Hey,
and he
hey,
straw
hey, shut
man.
up.
Hold
Let me
on,
fucking
Ed, let me
respond,
finish
man.
what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Let me
but
say-
no,
let
you
me-
said something
Stop
about
interrupting him, Jack.
No, let me respond. Okay.
Stop interrupting him,
You
Jack.
didn't even let me get my
yeah.
point across, but okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
you're
wanna
not allowed,
respond
Jack.
after you said, because okay, let me respond. Okay, let me have like 2 minutes to make my views clear.
Jack, we'll
okay?
talk later, bro.
Yeah. This guy is ridiculous. You know, I'm saying that, you know, what you're using right now is an archontic vector. The
Lubin.
computer you're using is an archontic vector. The water system you're using is an archontic vector. The electricity you're using is an archontic vector. It's everywhere, okay? And you know what the archontic vector does? It leads to overpopulation. It leads to a surplus of human population, okay? And no one is in full control, you know, like the power grid and all of that, and the supply chains that lead to overfishing, okay? All of that.
What's the definition of how do you get to define what's an overpopulation of humans?
Are you
And
high?
what do you
It's real.
suggest to solve this problem? That's what I'm wondering.
Well, no,
That's
hold on.
what-
Here's the no.
they
Here's the
talk
question.
about.
No. Here's the question.
Yeah.
You're asserting without evidence
dear.
that there's too many humans on the earth. What's the evidence for your assertion?
Actually, it's called carrying capacity. You can read ecologist, okay? And
That's not an argument. That's
yeah,
not
if
an
you look
argument.
at-
That's
yeah,
not
if
an
you look
argument.
at the
That's not an
like
argument.
India and the places where human population is dense, it's called overcrowding. That leads to
Bullshit.
biodiversity. That leads to fucking biodiversity loss. Okay, and you can read about the biodiversity loss across the world, and there's a correlation with overcrowding. And you know, Teddy talks about overcrowding too. Teddy, he talks about overcrowding too, right?
Yeah, but you're not. You're just asserting
Twilight's
something.
audio is kind of
Yeah,
staticky.
something's going on with his mic. Is
You're just asserting something with no evidence, though. There's no evidence for what you're saying.
He's been researching. He's been listening to the Club of fucking Rome, apparently.
No,
that's what they do.
overcrowding. You have issue with Teddy also because he talks about overcrowding.
It's a fiction.
Well,
They have so much abundance, it's ridiculous. They lie.
I think what he's trying to say is this idea that Alchemos is bringing up, which is a fact, which is there's too many humans for technological society to support.
Well, that's not true because there's exactly how many humans we have right now. So
you just said the Earth is in pain. You just said the Earth is in fucking pain.
Right, but I'm saying
like in
order to continue the
like
system,
overcrowding,
right?
And non-biodegradable waste, stuff like that. And it's also due to the population is growing too much. You think the Earth 300 years ago had this much population? No way. Look at India. Look at
again, I'll explain what I mean. Here's what I'm trying to say.
Look at a fucking graph. I'll just go pull off the graph for you.
Okay, are you gonna let me respond, or are you just gonna keep like crashing out and chimping out like a monkey? All right. So, anyways, what I'm trying to say is this. It's not necessarily the number, right? It's the way in which we have the number. That's the problem. So what you're doing is creating like a false dichotomy, saying there's no way that 7 or 8 billion people could live on this planet with relative, harmony with nature, right? And again, relative because what's the definition of a harmonious existence with nature? What you seem to be saying is that basically the closer we get to zero amount of humans, the more in line with nature we'll live. It's like, well, you're separating humans from nature. So I think that's kind of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion.
Yeah, let me respond to you. The reason why we have this much population is due to technology. Okay, it's due to
now again, you're just chimping out like a fucking monkey rather than responding to what I'm saying. So respond to what I'm saying rather than chimping out. Okay.
I am responding to what you're saying. I'm saying that
no, actually, you're not. You're totally sidestepping what I said. So are you going to respond to what I said, or are you just going to chimp out?
I'm saying that the reason the Earth has this many people is due to technology in the first place.
Okay, you repeating something is not making an argument. So are you going to respond to what my point that I just made? I made a very sophisticated argument against what you said. Are you going to respond to it or not?
I'm saying the Earth cannot support this population without technology. That's what the.
How would you possibly know? How could you possibly know that?
Because I mean, look at all of human history. We haven't had fucking 7
so that's not an argument. Whatever happened in the past is not an argument for whatever's going to happen in the future.
Yeah, it's an induction. When humans don't live in low tech society and they're homogenous and they're living in connection with the land, blood and soil or whatever, the population cannot reach this amount. Even with permaculture techniques, you need power grids. You need.
So you're saying that you're saying without some level. So are you saying that there's no way to like organically terraform the earth with more trees or less trees or more water flowing here or more water flowing there? Are you saying it's totally impossible?
That's a false equivalence. You see, that's a false equivalence. You see, what I'm saying is, that's a false equivalence because trees are different. And human beings consume a lot of resources, and they need, you need this you cannot reach 7 billion without modern industrial technologies. We didn't have that in the past.
Well, are you saying that language and culture couldn't get to a level of sophistication where it would still be possible?
Rocky knows.
No, we wouldn't reach that level because we need stuff like.
Well, again, you have no way to assert that's an absolute fact. There's no way to. You're literally just making stuff up. Like I'm not saying that I'm not saying you're wrong, but there's no way that you can make that claim. Like, oh, it's just totally impossible that 8 billion humans could live on here without quote unquote modern technology. Where's the cutoff? 500 years ago, 1,000 years ago, 2,000, 5,000, 10,000, like.
Yeah, because it didn't happen, because it never happened, we didn't have 8 billion people, before modern technology.
So language is a technology. Would you say that we have to get rid of language to live the way that you want us to live?
Is not equivalent to organizational dependent technology, what
are you talking about? All the technology we have is dependent upon language. So
language is not the same thing as fossil fuels. You know, I mean, fossil fuel technologies.
Okay, so where's the cutoff then? Where's the cutoff?
You know, Teddy talks about that. Have you read Teddy's book? Have you read anything from Kaczynski or not? Because Kaczynski says this very stuff I'm saying.
But again, I'm asking you, where's the cutoff for quote unquote?
I would say before the mechanical clock or before the steam engine, because after the steam engine was made, populations boomed after the steam engine. You know, that's
then you'd have. Well, here's the problem. Then that means you need to get rid of steel. You would basically say, well, nobody should be allowed to forge, high carbon steel, right? Because you need a hot enough forge to make steel. So are you gonna would you ban the forging of steel to do that?
We're talking about solutions now. I'm analyzing the problems. You know, I'm talking about that there is a problem. You know, if someone claims they care about the Earth, it's a super organism, you know, they need to be focusing on the hard facts, like the technological evolution, like the steam engine, like the mechanical clock. All of that led to population.
How are you going to outlaw the mechanical clock or the steam engine?
I don't know the solution. You know, there's no easy solution. You know, but I do think the elites, they want to do shit like, I don't know, depopulation or whatever. You know, that's kind of crazy.
Well, so do you.
Well, you want to depopulate the Earth too.
You.
No, me.
You just
it's not
that
a
different reason why you want to do it.
It's not that I want to. It's more that I see. You know, let me explain this better. Okay, you see,
well, look. Here's the thing: is you care more about birds than humans. So I mean, how could I trust anything that comes out of your mouth? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me.
No,
you are human, right? So
no. It's more complex than that. My views, my views are a little bit more complex or nuanced than that. You know, what I'm saying,
not really. You pretty much said, well, what about the birds? What about the Earth? Like you're putting the Earth above human beings. And again, like I'm not saying that you're totally wrong. I'm just saying like the way that you said it basically implies like fuck everybody. You know, like all humans could die and it'd be a good thing. I mean, it's like, well, I mean, I don't understand how you can sit there and with a straight face pretend that
here's the thing. Here's the thing, Jack. He talks about the Earth in one breath, but then in the next breath he denies the creation itself.
Listen,
so it's completely insane.
No, listen. If you claim the Earth is a superorganism, then
I know it is.
Then life should all be valued, and the fact is, driving species to destroying old growth forests, that's worse than like minimizing human population. Because
except with nature,
overpopulation is bullshit. It's propaganda.
I just shared a graph that we have 7 billion people now. We didn't have 7 billion people 200.
Yeah, so did the Club of Rome. So did the Club of Rome. It doesn't mean it's true.
You think that graph is fake. You just dismiss all empirical evidence that go against what you believe.
A graph is not empirical evidence.
It's not empirical evidence of anything. It's a graph. The fuck are you talking about? I can draw a graph too. That's a totally different conclusion.
Oh,
it's a graph. It's data. That doesn't mean it's the absolute truth.
Teddy and all these like
oh my God.
researchers, they say you can see in places like India and like Africa, they're fucking dense, they're overcrowded. I mean, it's a fact, like, I mean.
Okay, well, again, now you're muddying the water because you're saying, well, it's not the number. Look at this place and these type of people and this type of situation.
That's because of their situation. That's not because of the Earth. The Earth, first off, let me explain.
And it's not the number. And it's not the number.
And it's cataclysms that you can't even begin to imagine. It's been through pole shift, fucking meteors, comets, volcanoes. Fucking, it's been split in two. The Earth is fine. Trust me.
No, that mankind is just fine. Another cataclysm. It's called Anthropocene. Have you heard of Anthropocene?
We're the ones who need to worry because we're gonna get shaken off like fucking fleas.
Have you heard of the Anthropocene?
We're pissing mama off.
Have you heard of Anthropocene? Have you heard of the Anthropocene? You know what that means, right? Anthropocene. Yeah. That's true though. Like if you care about the Earth so much, why aren't you talking about the old growth forest or the pollution?
What did I just tell you? The Earth will take care of itself.
But talking about it doesn't necessarily like change it though.
No, it doesn't. And especially talking about problems and not solutions.
The solution,
like the answer is to have deep ecology with the Earth and do what you can individually. Are you gonna virtue signal now? Like, what are you gonna do, bro? What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna be honest. There's there's really.
What are you gonna do?
can do.
You don't know my interaction with the earth, so you're making an assumption. Number one. Two, you're making a judgment, a moral judgment. So you're acting like God because you deny you deny divine will, and you say that humans don't deserve to be here. And then you say, why isn't everyone taking care of the environment? What are you doing? You're pointing out the problem and not pointing to any solution. You're just saying humans are bad and they need to be depopulated.
No, I'm not saying that needs to happen. You know, I'm not saying that needs to happen.
You have.
Like,
You have in the past, so it's not a stress.
You know, like, you see, it depends on one's metaphysics, you know, how they derive and
we're not talking metaphysics right now.
How they derive and normative ethics and other stuff. I still have to. I'm saying if there is a divine will, I lean closer to like, you know, like an apathetic mysticism or something like that. You know, like you know, that's not. Then I don't.
Okay, well, Hyperborean believes that nature is fucking evil. Okay.
Yeah, I can sympathize with that. I can sympathize.
Okay, well, if you sympathize that nature is evil, then why are you telling people to protect it?
Well,
that's a logical fallacy.
No, it's not.
You're telling me I don't care about the earth, but you want it destroyed. What the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah, you have to think about it more. You know, I'm saying
no, nothing to think about. You think the earth is evil. You think the earth is a prison. You think the earth is fucking trapping you in matter. That the demiurge is trapping you in matter. You and Hyperborean actually believe that the fucking divine creator is trapping you in a fucking prison. I'm telling you the prison is in your fucking mind.
Yeah, but to be fair, I think for Hyperborean, that's matter and not nature. So we made that.
No, he says that. No, he denies nature completely.
Right, but he thinks nature and matter are the
Trust
same
me,
thing.
we've had that conversation.
No, I know.
I have deep respect for him.
Right, but he thinks nature and matter are the same thing because he's a dualist, right? So
I know that. Right. Trust me, we've had deep conversations on it. The point is, he sees the phenomenal world of matter as fucking evil. Okay? I have deep respect for him. I've been there before. Okay, there's no conflict. But he's not sitting here virtue signaling, telling me, oh, well, you need to do this about the earth. You need to read this about the earth. First off, you don't know my fucking connection with the earth, number one. Okay, so don't even try. That's number one. Okay? Number two, 1 minute out your mouth, you're saying, fuck this world and fuck creation and fuck all this. But then the next minute, it's like, oh, we need to take care of nature. Well, make up your fucking mind, dude, because you're inconsistent.
Yeah, let me make my point clear, okay? You see, when mankind was in low-tech conditions, there was no dangers of stuff like water scarcity.
That's our content. I agree with you.
Stop fucking interrupting me, goddammit. This isn't your fucking platform to just keep preaching and acting like
it's not yours either.
Is this your platform?
It's his. Yeah, no, it's his.
No, it's not. It's not my
It's
platform.
his. Yeah, no, it is.
No, I don't really interrupt, you know, like
because look,
you interrupted everybody here.
Your argument is trash, though. You're like, oh, well, there was never like a shortage of water. I mean,
there wasn't.
Dude, people's water was contaminated
water
all the time
exists
by
everywhere
nature.
all the time. There's no shortage of fucking water.
There is a shortage of water in a lot of
places. There's not.
Yeah,
there's a shortage of people denying water. No, water is never not here.
You know, listen, water scarcity is real. Okay, lots of places. You know, you're gonna deny all empirical evidence that just.
What empirical fucking evidence? That water isn't here? Water is always here. When is water not here? When is the ocean not there? Yeah, when in time can you point to me? Show me a time when the ocean didn't exist.
The ocean, you cannot drink water from the ocean. You know, that's not fresh water. You know, that's not fresh water. You know, you have to drink water from fresh water sources, like wells and stuff like that, or whatever. But fresh water scarcity is real. You know, like, I mean, there's a big problem with that. A lot of people are suffering from it in different parts.
You think our water is fresh water?
But
you think the water we get is fresh water?
But wait, hold on. But you said that people should die, so who cares about their suffering?
I didn't
right. Exactly.
I didn't say people should die. I said that
it's just depopulate everyone.
Well, how do you not believe? But wait, how do you not believe that if you think that the Earth needs to get rid of people to heal itself, and also that also saying that the Earth is evil, and also saying that nature is evil, and also saying that existence is evil, and also saying that humans are evil. So I mean, I don't know.
And God is evil, and matter is evil, and everything's evil, and we should just become animals.
You know,
and the thing is, I completely respect him, but yet he wants to come at me when I don't fucking come at him. And that's what pisses me off, is I respect him, and yet he still wants to fucking come at me. It makes no fucking sense.
Well, it depends on the you know, like the core metaphysics.
And I was
one has,
talking to Jack originally.
like,
So what the
it
fuck, man?
depends on the core metaphysics one has, you know, the normative
Goose Fraba.
metaphysics.
Yeah, well, here's the metaphysics. Chill the fuck out.
Yeah, but the thing is that, you know, you're like how can you deny stuff like water scarcity and like
But wait, again, if the
issues
Earth is
like
evil and
overfishing?
Dude, we're not
existence is
talking about
evil,
water scarcity, bro. We're talking about the Earth. You say the Earth is fucking evil.
I'm not saying it's evil or good. You know, it depends on the metaphysics. I already told you.
No, it doesn't depend on the fucking metaphysics. What do you feel? Stop retreating into models. You tell me that models don't exist and all this shit, but yet all you're doing is retreating into fucking models. What do you feel? Fuck what everyone else says. I'm not asking what they said. You're acting like fucking unseen. Can't get a fucking straight answer.
Yep.
Got a report. Well, this person says this. I don't care what the fuck they say. I'm asking your fucking convictions. The fuck, dude?
Well, you know, feelings, you know, you have to separate your feelings from impartial analysis, you know, when you're
okay, well, my impartial fucking analysis is exactly what I told you. The Earth is divine. The Earth is living. Okay? Through my personal experience. Can I tell anyone else that? No.
If the
Earth will take care of what the fuck it needs to take care of. It doesn't need our help, and it's arrogant to think it does. That's what I'm telling you. It's hubris.
It's hubris.
It doesn't need our fucking help. It doesn't need our help. What it needs us to do is to stop being fucking retarded children and grow up.
What about the technology?
That's what it needs.
Talk about the technology. You know, what about scaling back the technology?
Well, that's what I was talking about. I said, how can you strip away the steam engine without stripping away steel, and then from steel you'd have to strip away iron, and from there you'd have to strip away bronze. I mean, why don't we just all fight with wood sticks and rocks and stuff?
I'm saying
we should.
I think that the world listen, let me give you an example, okay? Let me give an example. This is why I don't like conservationism, because they believe that more and more regulations can help save the Earth.
But you were just shaming us for not believing in conservationism.
Let me finish talking. God damn it! Like, let me finish talking. Okay, you know, more and regulations don't help. Only scaling back the technological complexity can help. Let me give an example. For example, they try to protect the whales. Okay. But that doesn't work. You know, the regulations, you know, the maritime activities and all the noise the whales hear and the dolphins, it causes them to beach or whatever. And also, let me give an example. Like, let's say there are like Inuits and they're hunting and eating whales. Okay, that's fine if it's at sustainable levels. But if you give them technological complexity, then their population grows and they have more efficient means of killing the whales and dolphins. And that leads to the whales and dolphins being endangered or their populations drastically falling. Does that make sense? So the best way to help this Earth is by scaling back technology. And by scaling back technology, the human population will naturally decrease, because that's the way it was for most of history.
So let me ask you a question. If dolphins get smart enough to build like harpoons and like internet connections with brain chips, because their brains is about as big as a human's, and they start wiping out populations within the sea, are you going to advocate to have the dolphins slaughtered for their technology?
Yeah, I actually think that, you know, something like that could have happened in the past. I think that it's possible that there were more intelligent, sapient, non-human species that went extinct. You know, maybe something like Garudas or like Nagas. You know, like
right. But so going with my example, if the dolphins start acting like humans in the ocean, and you believe that they're depopulating the ocean because of their actions and polluting the ocean because of their actions, would you advocate for their genocide?
Yeah, but you see, I was never advocating genocide. I wasn't. I'm saying that from the person.
Well, why not?
Yeah,
you want to protect the Earth, right?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if I want to. You see,
I mean, how are you mad at how are you mad at Israel? But then you're like, well, we need to get rid of these humans. They're really bad for the Earth. I mean, are they doing you a favor?
I mean, no, you don't get my point. You see,
I mean, the crazy thing about it all, man, is that I agree, like, with fucking 90% of what Avian is saying.
Oh wow!
It's
really?
just a matter of it's a matter of perspective, and it's just crazy to me. Like, but I just don't agree with his conclusions. I agree with his assessment. I don't agree with his conclusions.
Yeah, but you gotta realize that you know, read Pente Locola, please. I recommended that. I read a book you recommended. You didn't even read Pente Locola when I recommended. I would appreciate you if you read it. Him, it would be
Bro, I
interesting.
didn't put a gun to your head and tell you to read it. Okay,
Yeah,
like it wasn't
I
an
know.
obligation.
Yeah, that's right. That's true. But I'm just saying
So
that.
I'm not like.
That's right. But I would be interested in your views on him, or whatever. But you see, Pente Locola, he's I think his solution, even though I don't agree with it entirely, it's kind of unavoidable. I mean, like it can't go on like this. Like the elites do plan depopulation. I'm not gonna say I support it or not, but there's gonna be cataclysms and other shit if things continue at this rate. I'm gonna be honest. Maybe this all Iran stuff is fake. Maybe they're just setting up the world for
Ruh-roh.
some kind of like depopulation shit, or some kind of like transition to like more like smart cities and a authoritative structure, and like decrease the population or whatever. But yeah, I don't think it's a psyop that the world population boomed after technological complexity increased. We wouldn't have this much population if it weren't for stuff like electricity and massive supply chains and crap like that. And yeah, ocean acidification. There's a lot of stuff we could talk about. Yeah, but yeah, that's what I want to say. Yeah. Yeah, but
So you want to go back to feudal times?
yeah, I mean, I've been clear about that since the very beginning. Like we're talking about Jacques Ellul here. We're talking about um many different thinkers like Teddy. Teddy wants that too. Teddy wants to go back to pre-industrial times. Teddy talks about the dangers of overpopulation and increasing technological complexity. The people here are anti-industrialists, at least most of the people here, like not every single person, but yeah, I mean, don't you read those guys? Like, have you read like Teddy at least a little bit?
Yeah.
Because what I'm saying is not really that it's not that profound. It's just repeating the stuff he said.
Yeah, he wasn't. He wasn't. He was MK Ultra. Do you know that, right?
Yeah. Well, that
He was
doesn't
MK. Like he was
matter,
MK
that
Ultra.
doesn't fucking matter. That why did he wasn't like, let's say a
No,
serial.
it does. It does matter.
It doesn't matter. No, it does not matter. No, you look at
No,
the
what I'm
content.
saying is, it means the story that we're given of him is probably not true.
You look at the content of what the person says. You don't get. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. Right. It doesn't affect
like,
the writings. Right.
Yeah. You look at the
No,
content.
no,
of the
no. You're jumping to the opposite conclusion of what I'm actually saying. I'm saying he was MK Ultra, okay, and then supposedly he was this evil villain. Got it?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't
Okay.
matter.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, anyway, the point I'm making is that if you want to talk about metaphysics and how I view the earth, okay, from a Buddhist perspective, I do think we need to cherish the earth because all sentient beings have Buddha nature. But from Nimrod's perspective,
Later, don't they though? I mean, you go back and forth. I don't know what one day
I don't go
what
back and forth. I don't go back and forth. I actually think if there is a divine will, the earth isn't as sacred as we think. You see what I'm trying to say? But if there is
what
no
if the earth has a will?
No, the will. Okay, let's go into that. Okay, I think that vitalism does not necessarily imply a will. Okay, it does not necessarily imply a will. Okay, in the way that a divine will does. Okay, so like Ludwig Klages, he cares a lot about the earth. Ludwig Klages, but he's against what he calls logocentrism. It's called logocentrism. That has to do with believing there's a will that aims for perfection. Okay, I don't think
it's perfection. No, I agree with that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because I believe it explores and expects and desires novelty. I don't believe it's some kind of perfection. I think that's an error.
That's fine. I respect your beliefs. Okay, but you are coming for me a little bit. You gotta admit that.
I'm
but
really not
completely innocent and stuff.
I'm really not. I think it's my. I think it's my voice. I think it's my voice because I don't talk fucking low. Because I don't talk monotone. Everybody thinks I'm fucking screaming at them or something. Like, it's just my voice, dude. If you were here, it would be the same. Like, it's just my voice, bro. Like, it's just my voice. I'm not fucking screaming. I'm not.
No.
Just
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
how
I don't hold petty grudges. You know what I mean? So it
like,
doesn't
it's
matter.
just how I talk, man. Literally, like, I gotta like lower my voice like this, so everyone knows. I look like a fucking pussy. Like, dude, it's just how I talk, man. Like, I'm not coming for anybody. I literally just ate fucking my dinner, and I was just coming over to have a chat. I'm not mad at anybody.
Share with the class.
The only thing I was pissed off was that I was trying to talk and you kept fucking talking a mile a minute. I'm just like, bro, slow the fuck down, because I was trying to get my sentence out, and I was trying to say, like, look, man, this is, you know, like, let me clear this up, you know, because it's like you either accept the earth and believe it's divine, or you reject the earth and think that it's fucking a trap of the demiurge. You know, it's like, I don't know what to tell you. You know.
Yeah, I told
When I
you
mentioned
that.
when I Sophia, Hyperborean literally like laughs and mocks it. So, you know, that's the he calls it wisdom, like dumb. You know. So yeah, we agree on a lot, but we'll never agree on that.
Sheesh.
So, right, exactly. Red knows what
Yeah,
the fuck I'm about.
Yeah, but
Okay,
one question I
so
have for you though, Twilight, is that if you think the Earth is sacred and a superorganism, why do you place so much value on mankind? Why not place a value on another future lineage or another, why don't you worry about the elephants as much as the children or whatever? You see what I'm trying to say? Like, you get what I'm
because
saying? You don't talk about the
okay,
plight of
look,
the animals much or
it's
whatever.
very simple. It's very simple.
Yeah,
Because
okay.
in my paradigm, all of the animals are literally vectors of Sophia. There's no separation. There's no separation. They are divine. So you keep asking if they can become divine. I'm telling you, there's nothing to become. They already are divine. They're just as divine as we are.
Yeah,
We
but
are
I'm
also
saying that.
animals. We are divine animals, created in
Yeah,
the
I got what
image
you're saying. But I'm saying in your paradigm, though, I can agree with that. That is already close to a lot of what the Buddhists say. But I'm saying that in your paradigm, wouldn't it be better to like drastically minimize the human population for the sake of the animals because they're divine? You know what I mean? Because you think about it, man. Like, 40% of primate species are threatened with extinction. Elephants are being killed and poached for their tusk. You know what I mean? There's so much suffering towards animals now. Why do you
sure,
give? Yeah, why? So then,
absolutely. I agree with you
yeah,
100%. But I
yeah,
don't believe it's because of overpopulation. I believe it's because of archontic fucking derangement. It's not because of people being alive. It's because people doing crazy shit because they're under a fucking they're sick. They literally have a virus. You know what I'm saying? It's
yeah.
like
But let me give you an example. Okay, let's say an African guy he goes and hunts and takes the tusk of an elephant. Okay, he's not doing that out of malicious intent, but because of the global economic system or capitalist system, which
right.
is sustained by the industrial network. Okay, and so he does that, and he does it because he wants to get money. And currency is fake. Fiat currency is fake. It's maintained by IMF
Absolutely.
and
Yes.
forex and
It's
stuff like
all our
that.
content. Yes.
Yes, our contact, yeah. And the point is that we're enmeshed in our contact system. We're enmeshed.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. It's the reason why they cut down the Amazon forest or they cut down forests in Vietnam because they want to grow rubber trees and then they export that rubber to the developed countries. They do that in Vietnam. They cut down primeval forests to make room for the rubber trees and then they export the rubber. They didn't have to do that before pre-industrial times. You know what I mean? But the point I'm trying to make to you is the Archontic, it has to be a large scale, massively interconnected industrial system. It has to be that. So you can't really scapegoat the elites, say it's their fault. You see what I mean? It has to
I'm
be.
not, hold on. I'm not scapegoating the elites. It's our fault too. But we are under the spell of the archontic intrusion, and they are under at differing levels. They are just at it at the deepest level. See, when you understand the idea of Sophia's deorthosis, everything becomes clear. Until you understand that, it's all going to be foggy. But in order for me to explain that, you're going to need to give me some time if you really want to know. Once you understand that, everything else will make sense. There is a time in history, which is right now, that is called deorthosis. That's Sophia's correction. And that answers every question that you have.
Yeah, but I feel like
And her
Sophia's
time is
correction
not our time.
has to be applied to just scaling back technology. That's really what the technology is the root of the issue. The technological complexity, that is the root of the issue. Because at the end of the day, it's what determines and shapes human behavior as the technological complexity grows. It's shaping and determining human behavior and stuff. It's called technological determinism. You can look it up. That's what Jacques Ellul argues for. That's what even Teddy.
Okay, that's great. But you're giving too much power to the fucking archons and the demiurge and the enemy. This is what I'm trying to tell you. This is where we all branch. I am telling you, they cannot fucking win. Okay? They can't. It will not work. They have fucking they only work by intrusion and delusion. Okay? AI will never be conscious. It's not gonna happen. Okay? In fact, a lot of what's going on in AI right now is it's fucking self-destructing. Okay? So they have to convince everybody of all this bullshit. That's the reality. So what they want to do is get people to fucking accept it so that they can create a system that they say is self-intelligent, that's self-aware, and then they can be the ones behind the fucking screen pushing the buttons. That's what I'm telling you. They are delusional. They're insane. They think they can become immortal and upload their consciousness into fucking, whatever. I'm not screaming at anybody. I'm being passionate. Let me make this clear again. This isn't anger. This is passion. Because they're insane, and I'm identifying their insanity. Okay? They think they can live forever. They think they can escape karma. They think they can do all this shit. Okay? They're insane because their fucking leader is insane. Okay? And that's what it says. Okay? Sophia's deorthosis is the correction of the human mind. Not the correction of the earth, not the correction of everybody is going to be judged or whatever. No. It's the correction of the human mind. The correction of the human mind from what? From the archontic virus. We're literally traumatized children. Okay? And so by aligning with what is real, that brings you closer to the earth. Listen very closely. By aligning and focusing on what is not real and not organic, that puts you in the field of the archons. It's that simple. In the Telistic tradition, the field of the archons is anything artificial. Period. As soon as you step into anything artificial, you are in their realm. So nature, animals, the real fucking life, touching, feeling, your five senses, okay? The phenomenal world, that is what's real. Everything else is man-made. That's it.
What about the dream realm?
The original metaphysics, has very little to do with outside worlds. Okay, this is the reality. The original mysteries, the organic light, the apprehension of the deepest mysteries was physical. It was immediate. It was empirical. You want to use that word? The approaching of the mystery. Okay, the witness to be a witness, to be an autotops, which is the highest level. Okay, of the organic light, was to see with your own eyes, not in a trance, physically, okay, the arising, okay, the manifestation of the organic light, which shows up as a light, but not a light like you would normally see, okay, that literally speaks to you like a telepathic communication, and it appears like a honeycomb dew that you can feel, tangibly feel in your hands. Okay?
Yeah, it vibrates. It's crazy.
Yes.
The light that has no shadow.
So this is what I'm talking about. This isn't metaphysics like that. This isn't something you have to train for. This isn't. No. If you want to experience her, she will show herself, but she will not show herself to anybody who is not for real. Okay?
And that's not ready for it.
Interpretation. It doesn't require any philosophy. This is tangible.
Yeah, I got you. Anyway, let me give my response. Yeah, it's a nice, passionate response. You know, I've read John Lashlam. I sympathize with your view, you know, but ultimately, I just think scaling back the technology is sufficient, you know, because it's not good to, you know, idealize.
I agree.
Yeah, that's it.
We
yeah,
don't
it's not good to idealize.
but what I'm saying is, what we need to do is worry about our fucking selves and how what we do personally. And I mean, yes, I think we should, you know, find like minds and I'm not saying we shouldn't like try to make changes. You know, there are some groups, believe it or not, that are trying. There's a group called Ubuntu that's trying to like get rid of like cash and stuff like that, and like deep ecology and all that. I've actually spoke to them. So this is what I'm trying to tell you. There are options out there, man. It's not all is fucking doom and gloom. This is what I'm trying to tell you. The Archons want people to think that everything is doom and gloom. That's why they released the Epstein. Anyways, you know what I'm saying. I mean, that's why they released shit. It's not because they got caught. It's because they want to traumatize everybody. They want them to know how fucking sick they are, and they also want to normalize the shit. People are just, oh well, you know, whatever. It was in the file, so why is it so bad? You know, because I know that's like weird, but unconsciously, you know. So this is the thing, man. Like, they want people. This is why I tell Larp all the time. Like, stop buying their bullshit. Like, they don't have as much power as you fucking think.
Well, I have a question really quick.
What we
I have a question. I have a question really quick. Avian, do you believe in the O9A?
We need to retain our power, not grovel to theirs.
Avian, do you believe in the O9A?
Issue. Stop giving the demiurge all the fucking power.
He's on some shit.
The motherfucker is a little kid with blocks.
Yeah.
He's a blind kid with blocks, and he's about to be thrown in timeout, and Sophia's gonna fucking spank him like the little kid he is.
Okay. Yeah, I get your views. I'll tell you what my views are. I just want to restate them and flesh them out.
Do you believe in the O9A?
Just forget. I was wrong.
Do you believe in the O9A?
Okay, about the O9A, I was wrong about them.
Do you believe in their
infiltrated and stuff like that? You know, I was wrong.
No. Do you believe in their theology?
No.
Why are you promoting that guy from Finland, the bird watching guy from Finland?
Okay.
The eco-fascist.
I think me and Avian just need to have a drink. I think we get along really well.
Why are you promoting eco-fascism?
No, I'm not promoting eco-fascism. I actually do not agree with Pinti Cocolo's solutions, but I like his assessment of the problems. I think Teddy's solution makes more sense, actually. Or David Scribino's solution makes more sense.
I like Teddy. I like Teddy, personally.
Yeah,
I think we would get along really well if we just had a drink, Avian.
But
and watch some anime.
I'm gonna tell you what my views are now. Okay, I'm just gonna.
Are you sure you reject O9A though? Like you sound very similar to O9A, so like I think that's interesting. Like your arguments are very similar to what they say.
I don't know why people just love to scream over me or whatever. They just go on and on. You know, let me respond now. Okay. These are my two.
So views. Wait, are you gonna denounce the O9A right now, or?
Jack, you're funny, bro.
Yeah. Okay. So here are my views. Okay. You know, my view is that, these are. I'm just gonna state 3 views. I'm gonna keep it concise. I don't want to go on for too long. Okay. I think mankind should scale back technology to 12th century level. If they can't do that, then I break my views into 2 parts. Okay. The first part is, if there is no divine will, then I'm a Buddhist. I've been a Buddhist for a long time, and I've been interested in the idea of whether or not Buddhas can emerge in future lineages of non-humans. Okay, like can you have a Buddha elephant, a Buddha crow, a Buddha dog, or wolf, Buddha wolf? Okay, and I don't care if mankind goes extinct. I don't have any attachment to mankind. I've been married for over 10 years, and I chose not to have kids. Okay, so I don't care if mankind goes extinct. That's my first one. The second one is if there is a divine will, then I interpret this reality as being kind of like a present of a demiurge, and I want to return to the origin. Okay, so I'm more closer to Nimrod D. Rosero there. Something about that Nimrod D. Rosero, I like him a lot. If there is a divine will, I don't know if there's a divine will or not. That's why I'm breaking my views into two possibilities. I haven't figured that out yet. You see what I mean? That's it. I'm sticking to those views, and I'm not a humanist. I don't have attachments to humanity or whatever. Yeah, that's it. But I do dislike the loss of autonomy among people and other stuff. If mankind can't scale back technology, there's going to be a cataclysm. Lots of people are going to die. The system needs to collapse. Basically, it needs to collapse.
Right.
But
So that's like acceleration.
So why wouldn't you just promote
Which is what
accelerationism
Jack
and
said.
let everything collapse then?
But you guys
When
do realize,
I call on Jesus.
you guys do realize we're talking about Teddy here and stuff. Like we're talking
I
about
mean,
we're talking about Extermina and
but
other
you're so
people.
worried about Israel, but then you're like, well, if everybody suffers
Right.
and dies, it's good. So I mean,
Yeah, no, it's
I don't
cool.
understand.
No, it's
Which
about
is exactly what we
humanity.
said earlier, and he said no.
I mean, why do you care if they're exterminating people and getting them off the earth faster? Isn't that a good thing?
Yeah, actually, you want me to answer according to my unique idiosyncratic Buddhist perspective, or according to
I mean, you don't act like a
Nimrod D. Rosio? Because I haven't decided if there's a divine will or not. You see what I mean? If there's a divine will,
I mean, you're
you-
over here saying like we shouldn't
You don't
mix
act like
and
a Buddhist, man.
syncretize stuff, and all you're doing is mixing and syncretizing like
No,
whatever
I've never-
nonsense you're into.
What do you mean I don't act like a Buddhist? I've been reading like the sutras.
No,
and
I said you're
Yeah,
acting.
you can read it
you're
all
just
you want, but I've
syncretizing all
never
your
heard
stuff.
of a
You're like,
Buddhist
oh, I
that
believe
wants
in
to
Buddhism,
like
but also
humanity to
like
die.
Nicataria, whatever his name
Oh.
is, De Rosio, Nebuchadnezzar,
Well,
whatever
just
his name
stick to my
is.
Buddhist perspective. From my Buddhist perspective.
Yeah, but that's the thing is like
Yeah.
you just change your hat every day and like, well, I'll use this perspective and I'll use eco-fascist, but
I
not
don't
all
have
the way.
everything
And
figured out. Like I don't have everything figured out. Okay, that's my point. I don't have
right,
everything
but
figured out.
you're just kind of like mix it. You're making your own little syncretic religion, like like
No, I
your
haven't.
own cult
No,
essentially.
I haven't. I have some metaphysical issues I have to
Yeah,
work out.
no, you're just blending. You're just putting everything you want into a blender and mixing it, and then saying you're
No,
stupid because you don't believe in
I'm
my
saying
blend of
no.
nonsense.
That's why I say either or.
Is that
It's
Ahmed?
conditional. It's a conditional statement. I don't know
All
everything.
things are
I
possible.
mean, are you just here to troll for some person or
I
something?
keep
Or what's
No,
up with
I'm
you?
not trolling. I'm not trolling. What
I
are you
think
talking
you are
about?
trolling because you're just saying you're basically just saying nonsense at this
How is
point.
it nonsense? In Buddhism,
Because
there's something called dependent origination.
you're just blending all these different beliefs into your own thing.
Dude, you see,
Basically.
Twilight does that more than me. He does that way more than me. Okay.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
he also says it openly, and you're the one who's like telling
Yeah, but
everybody, "Oh, you shouldn't blend Eastern mysticism and Buddhism with other
Yeah, I'm not
things." But that's
blending.
what
I'm
you're
not blending.
doing.
No,
But
I'm saying.
that's what you're doing though.
yeah, but
No,
see, like I actually adhere
So
to what
you're
I'm
being
saying.
hypocritical right now.
yeah.
You're saying that you're a Buddhist, but you want
Yeah.
like everyone to die. Like
Yeah, you have
Buddhists
to
are
let me
like
respond,
peaceful and
like-
Yeah,
want
but
to like.
are
let
you
me
gonna
respond.
deny that you're being hypocritical,
No,
or
I'm not being hypocritical. Let me clarify.
how
'cause
are you not being
And
hypocritical?
I also
can
make
write a
it clear
book.
that everything is a model for me. I'm not like stuck to any one tradition. I make that incredibly clear.
Yeah. Okay.
You
let
don't.
me be clear. Okay.
You
I'm
don't.
gonna make this clear for you. Okay. Shut up and let me talk. Okay.
And
I
it's
have to
also
talk for at least-
integrated. Like I don't say,
No, I have
oh, well,
to-
this person
no,
said
shut
this,
up.
and so I believe that. I say, like, from my own experience, this is what I believe. I don't reference
Okay.
other people and say, well, they
Yeah,
said
yeah.
this, and so I believe that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
all
like,
right,
no,
all
no,
right,
this
all right.
is my experience, and so this is what
shut
I
up, man.
believe.
Let me respond now. I know what the fuck you believe. Let me respond now. Okay?
Well, no, obviously
Yeah,
you
so
don't,
give me-
because
give me 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes.
misquoted me.
Give me-
So
No, give me 5 minutes to respond. Okay. You see, okay.
Okay.
Don't interrupt me
Fuck
while I
me.
respond, please. Okay, let me just respond. Okay. So I don't have everything figured out. Okay. I'm saying that
no one does.
if there is a divine will, okay, then okay, let's say there is no divine will. Okay. Let's start off with that. then
We know
I am
you're
a
against the
Buddha.
divine
Yeah,
will.
okay, shut up, man. Just shut up. Gosh.
We know
No,
you're
but
against the divine will. Well, you said it
yeah,
like 5
okay.
times. We
Yeah,
know.
okay. All right. I'm gonna
More
explain my
than
fucking
5.
views now. Okay.
He's gonna
Okay.
explain
So
it.
if there's no divine will, then that in Buddhism you have what is called dependent origination. Okay. You have things arise on dependence of other things. That ties into what is called shunyata, emptiness. Okay. And basically that would mean that mankind awakens. You can look, the emptiness of emptiness refers to awakening to your true nature, which is imperishable, unborn, and it's ungenerated. Okay, that's your Buddha nature. Okay, and all sentient beings have Buddha nature, but human beings are unique in that they have symbolic capacity, and so they can like renunciate those symbols or let go of those symbols and look into the projectionless. That is the realm of pure awareness, and the Linkavatra Sutra and many other sutras talk about this. And that realm is your true nature. And when you're in that realm, which is like nirvana, and you were to like physically die, then you go into peri-nirvana, and you end the cycle of rebirth. Okay, so there's a cycle of rebirth, life and death. Okay, and my point is that this cycle in the Buddhist, from my interpretations, in the Buddhist paradigm, this cycle extends beyond humanity. There are other, in the future, maybe some other organismal lineage, like, I don't know, elephants or wolves or whatever, they can evolve towards the capacity of awakening to their original nature. So my point would be that we're at the terminal stage of civilization with the industrial complexity and with the destruction of the earth and with all of that. So I don't have attachment to humanity or its continuity or persistence, from if there's no divine. Now, from the other perspective, which I know is confusing, I said if there is a divine will, then I see the cycles as being created by or sustained by a malevolent entity. Okay, like the demiurge, like like the whole idea of the origin and the perforation in the origin and the divine being, not divine being, this spiritual being escaping from the origin, and then it like plasmates and shapes forms to keep us in the present. In that sense, I would say humanity is very special because only humanity can return to the origin. Like there's like lots of different reasons about that. Like our spirits are enchained to matter, coming from the origin. Okay, I'm saying only if the divine will exists, then I don't. If there is a divine will, then I don't think Earth is that sacred. To be honest, I think the whole it's more at least that's how I think about things philosophically, and I give you the reason why. Because the cycle then, because even in Buddhism you have rebirth, and even in Hinduism you have reincarnation, right? And so that means something is trying to keep us in the cycles of rebirth and reincarnation. And that means love towards the earth or love towards anyone keeps you more enchained within the cycles. So the only way to break from the cycles then is through detachment. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say, that's what I'm trying to say. So I haven't decided if there's a divine will or not. Okay, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying that that's an important aspect to the philosophy.
Why would it be you to decide?
Yeah, because their metaphysics does inform how you construct the rest of your system. You know what I mean? How
reality just is. You can't just
No,
decide
I
it to
think
be
reality
one or another.
One thing I'm really sure about, based on my experience on shrooms and based on my experience meditating, is that rebirth is true. I'm like 100% sure about that. That we're stuck in a cycle of life and death, and that goes beyond our present incarnation. Okay, I know that 100%. You can choose to be reborn by clinging more, and then you have habit energy, and that influences the trajectory of your future rebirth based on the sprouting of the volitional seeds and dispositions that you get from attachments and grasping. Okay, but if there's something like a divine will, then I see that cycle as being sustained by something more malevolent. Okay, and those are just my views. Okay, I think things through and stuff, and I'm fine. Twilight can believe whatever he wants. I respect him, Sophia and other stuff, but I'm just not personally convinced by it. I mean, I did read John Lash Lamb and other stuff. It's not good to yeah, it's just what I think. Okay, and yeah, so that's why it got confusing a bit, because I work with, because I have to decide which is more true, whether it's like Buddhism or whether it's something like a neo-Catharism. You see what I mean? Cathars, you know, I mean, basically, Nimrod is basically like a neo-Cathar, basically. You see what I'm saying? But, you know, those two are kind of what I'm struggling with. But yeah, there you go. Yeah. So does my view make sense? Yeah, I mean, I mean, you know, like I said before on the channel, like if mankind can't like scale back the technology, then I don't care if they go extinct. Like what, like why should I? Like I mean, I don't owe like mankind anything. You know what I mean? Especially if life go beyond this present incarnation. You know, who knows? You know, like. You know, like the Flower Garland Sutra says Buddhas exist in all worlds. You know, there are uncountable Buddhas and stuff. Like this flower, it's like a fractal of Buddhas. There's like a fractal of Buddhas and stuff. Yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I mean, you're fine to disagree, but I have to admit that I don't think I was entirely in the wrong here. You know, people have been. That wasn't.
You're all right, bro.
I don't think anybody
chilling.
said you were.
You guys like my sun catcher? My suncatcher? I made it like a curse word because I thought it would be funny.
Here's
I've
the
seen.
thing. Here's the thing, Buddha.
Yeah, I've
I
seen
have
some
no
evidence
issue-
for rebirth. You know, for
Yeah,
sure.
no, for sure.
Yeah,
Definitely.
yeah. You know, like yeah, I know you have too, Twilight. Like sometimes, like you know, you'll have like dreams and experiences. Like I know Zeph's definitely seen evidence of it, but I know like if
Yeah.
I was born again, like my first action would definitely be to like shit out a pile of bricks.
If you could, maybe. Shit.
Sedgem.
It's like,
Yeah.
But here's the thing. I have no issue with your views, Buddha. None at all. It's when you start telling me that I can't do this and I can't do that and I should do this and I should
it's
do that.
just that
That's
way.
when- That's when
Yeah.
the issue arises. Because then it becomes hypocritical. And it's like, well, hold on a damn second. And then you're yelling at Jack when he's just trying to have a conversation with you. And it's like, okay, dude, you're being incoherent now. Like, just relax. Like, we're all figuring
I don't
this
think
out.
he's being
That's
incoherent. He's just being disharmonious.
Well, I mean,
Because to
Tomato,
him,
tomato.
he's from within himself. I think that he thinks he's very coherent. He's being coherent.
tomato,
And I'm
tomato. Okay.
Yeah,
My
well, I'm
point
just
is-
saying that if you say something like that, you're going to probably trigger him again. So I wouldn't say that. If I was you.
Well, he I think. So what I'm. Thanks, Seth.
Sorry, productive conversation. You know, that's what we're going for.
Right.
She's coaching you.
No, I just know him. I know them both pretty well, and I know.
It's okay
like,
sometimes, but
if they're triggering each other, like that's probably what's going on. Is they see something in each other that they both
Yeah,
have
you're like,
that
yeah, like
that they
that
don't
guy
like.
who like trained Mike
no, it's
Tyson.
not him. It's what he's saying.
Like you're that.
Yeah,
big guy,
exactly.
like-
Well, that's true.
Did-
Yes, it's
Did-
but it's
did-
something that he's saying that you said before that you don't like about, or that you felt about before that you don't like.
Well, no, it's
know?
it's something that I'm passionate about.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
know. And
But how? How do you know?
It has nothing to do with him. You know.
No, it's not personal. I believe that for sure. And I
Not
think that's
personal
like
at all.
if we
And it
can remember
becomes-
that,
It becomes
Yeah.
personal. And that's
it
not
becomes
intentional.
personal when we take it as personal, and it's never personal really. I don't think it is personal because we know each other, but it's like simultaneously impersonal because you're not saying it to somebody directly. I'm like, I tell Dan, I say, if I want you to pay attention,
Sometimes you gotta
I
let
will
shit settle,
say
Dev. Sometimes you gotta
your
let shit settle.
yes, I know.
I
I'd
hear you,
hardly say
but
anything.
sometimes you jump too quick. Too quick. Let
Yes,
shit settle. But I hear you. I do
Okay.
agree with
I'll shut up now.
90% of the time I agree with you. But sometimes you gotta let shit settle too.
I'll shut
Uh,
up now.
What I'm saying is it has nothing it is nothing personal. And I never mean it that way. I really don't. It's just something we're both passionate about. That really is the truth. So I'm not trying to disrespect anybody. It's just
Can we
we're-
agree that it's not just one way? And I think that would probably
Yeah,
fix
no,
it.
yeah. Well, that's exactly my point, Zeffy. Is that's one thing we would definitely agree on is that we're all trying to figure shit out, and that's the reality. And when someone tries to say, well, you can't do this and you can't do that, well, who the fuck are you to tell me?
Yeah,
Or
I'm
anyone.
not
Yeah, I'm like,
telling you what you can't do or can't do. I even told you in the beginning that you have absolute freedom. You have the Buddha nature in you and other stuff. I didn't tell you what to believe or what to do.
Yeah,
I'm
you
pretty
do,
sure.
but then you contradict yourself the next sentence, man.
No,
Like you might not even
I
be
don't
I
conscious
did
of it,
notice
but
that. You
No,
said you
no,
were an
no, no.
anti-humanist, Avian, and then
Yes,
you
I
are
am.
a human. So, but you're a
right,
human. How
Right,
does how does
right.
that work?
Yeah,
How does that?
that's
I don't know.
retarded. If you even know what human
Yeah,
is,
you're
or
like
being
fuck
is, like,
nature, but then you're like, well, you need to like do this and you need to read
yeah.
that and you should be doing this
Okay.
with nature.
Then it's
So
about what I
explain that to
said.
me,
Okay.
please.
So you're against my freedom. That's what you're ultimately saying.
No,
No, I'm
explain to
completely
me
fine with
how
your
you can.
freedom. I'm not telling you what to
Playing the
do.
victim.
No,
I'm
I
completely
want you to
fine with your
explain to me how you can be a human and be anti-humanist. Like,
I'm
I
saying
just
I'm completely
explained.
fine with
Yeah.
your freedom. But
No,
you're like, well, if
I'll
you
go.
believe this, you're questioning my convictions. You're saying,
No,
I
well, if
want
you
to
cared about
understand it.
nature, you would do this and you would do that, and you would read
no,
this
you
and you
can
would
believe
do
whatever
that.
you want. I wasn't questioning. I was just. I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to tell you
well,
what
you
to
know
believe.
that.
What? Okay, let me clarify about the humanist stuff first. Okay,
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
go again. Okay, in the Buddhist perspective, okay, all sentient beings have Buddha nature. You know, uh,
They
human
have
beings.
Buddha nature, but you want them eliminated.
Yeah. See,
This is what I'm
what
saying.
pisses me off about you, man.
But no, because I'm
You.
pointing out the
Yeah.
inconsistency.
No. This is what I'm fucking talking right now. When
But you're
people
not
interrupt
making
you,
sense, bro.
when people interrupt you, you act all butthurt.
But I'm
Okay.
not. I'm trying to
You're
point out
perfectly
to you
fine
before you
interrupting
start
other
going
people.
off on a
Okay.
tangent.
Yeah. No, I'm
Just
not
You
let
going
him
don't
off
say
on
it
a
real
listen,
quick.
tangent.
bro.
I'm
You don't
answering the
want to
fucking
listen. You want to
question.
hear yourself talk.
No,
Oh
dude.
my god. Never mind, dude. I'm
No,
not gonna say.
shut the fuck up and let me talk
This is
already.
my
God.
point. This is my point. We're
Hey,
trying to show
let me
you what we're
talk.
talking about.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer the talk. The humanist crap.
But you're not listening.
Yeah, I am listening.
Oh,
Buddhism is not
you're
necessarily
responding.
humanistic, okay? Because all sentient beings have Buddha nature, okay? And human beings are unique presently. Presently, we're unique because we can awaken to the Buddha nature and we can end the cycle of death and rebirth, okay? But that doesn't necessarily mean other creatures can't reach the point of doing that themselves, okay? So that my point was that, if that's the case, then I don't have attachments to humanity. It can go extinct after I'm gone. I don't care. Okay. I don't have attachments to humanity. Okay. That's my view. Okay. Yeah. And that's it. If that bothers you, I don't care. Like it's just my views. It's my honest assessment. Okay. You know, Twilight can believe whatever he wants. He has freedom to believe what he wants. If he still believes there's hope for humanity, he can go right ahead. But
There's
No,
always
it doesn't bother me. What bothers me is when you start giving me directives on what I can and can't fucking do. When your
no, you can
logic
do
is
whatever you
completely
want.
inconsistent.
You can do whatever you want. I'm not trying to tell you what you can or can't do. You can do whatever you want. I have no problems with that, as long as it's not transgressive. That's the thing. If it's transgressive and inflicts harms to sentient beings, then that's bad. But if it doesn't, then you can do whatever you want. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm not. No. Maybe sometimes I respond to some of your statements or raise criticisms, but that doesn't mean that I'm trying to tell you you have to do this. It's more like the discussion. And during a discussion, people are free to disagree or disagree. There's no problem with that. I don't get into this much argument with other people. But yeah, you can believe whatever you want. You can believe about Sophia. You can believe about Sophianic correction. I got all of that. That's fine. You can believe that. I mean, I don't see the problem. And not everyone here agrees on everything. I mean, that's a fact. Like I don't see the issue. I'm not telling you what to believe. But my issue with you, Twilight, and this has happened multiple times, is that you go on and you talk for a long time. Okay, you get very pissed if someone interrupts you. Okay, but the thing is, when other people talk, like me, you interrupt a lot. Okay, you know what I'm saying? That's all. Okay, please consider not
I
doing
think
that.
I can say I do that a lot too.
Try to avoid doing that. I mean, sometimes I'm not perfect. Yeah, try to
Me
avoid it.
too. I tried to
Right?
avoid it, but I'm good.
You
I
never do
suck
that,
at it.
Indian. Never.
I suck at it.
Yeah.
I'm bad.
Yeah, that's not fair. Like I've talked to like plenty of people here, and I don't agree with them on everything, but I try not to interrupt them. Like I let them talk. But sometimes if it go over 5 minutes, like you know, I just try not to interrupt. I don't interrupt people that much, you know, like I really don't. Ask TML, ask Reddington. Like I don't interrupt people that much. Like really, I like to give people time to respond and other stuff, you know, even if I don't agree, you know, because it lets me think more deeply, you know. But you do have a tendency to interrupt.
I'd love you to rewind the tape and then make the same decision.
Yeah, I would say you should probably observe yourself because I've noticed you doing it too. And I realize whenever I'm doing it, I'm not judging you whatsoever. I'm just saying we all do it in some way. I think the only person that doesn't do it is Reddington.
I haven't
I
really
don't do it
said
that much.
anything for 5 hours.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't do
You're
it that
so
much.
quiet. I wish you would sometimes interrupt
5
Reddington.
minutes.
Yeah, I mean,
I challenge you to rewind the tape and then make the same declaration.
yeah, I'm pretty sure I will say that. You know, because the thing is, you were talking for like 6 to 8 minutes nonstop. Okay, and that's a long time to be talking. And so, you know,
You were both
if that
talking at the
happens,
same
then I
time, and I couldn't hear anything. Like it's crazy.
Like I said, Avian, rewind the tape and prove it.
yeah, I mean, anyone can go back and watch it. I'm pretty sure they will see that I am not
I was
100%
there.
at fault.
Okay,
you
we
know,
can sit and talk about it, or you can actually do it.
Yeah, you're both doing it actually, and I do it, and we're all doing it. So now can we move past it?
Yeah, I think it's best to move past it. Really, like if someone can go watch the videos if they want or whatever.
I was
Yeah.
there, so I remember. I know what happened.
Yeah, this is about conversations about conversations. Yeah.
And I
I'm
can
not
say
100% at fault. You know what I mean? That's my issue.
no,
Another issue is that
nobody's
you are
100%
making
at
it
fault.
seem like it's 100% my fault, Twilight. But it's
I
okay
don't
though.
think he's
You
doing that. I don't think he's
Yeah.
doing that. It's not.
Yeah.
I'm
He's
not
not
the
doing
one
that.
pointing fingers.
Yeah. Oh.
No,
Okay.
I think you're feeling that way,
It's best to drop
Vivian.
it. It's best to
You're
drop it
feeling.
then.
It is. Yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
it's best to drop it. Yeah, that's what real men do. They drop it.
Everybody gets a gold star tonight. I'll tell you. We're all doing pretty good
Oh,
considering this
participation
energy.
trophy.
This energy right now, though, like wow. This is the last quarter of the Uranus is like moving into I think it's going into a different sign. Like tomorrow there's like a whole bunch of stuff happening astrologically and the sun is like bombarding us with like really bad big friggin' solar flares right now and everybody's just a little bit hyper stimulated. I noticed that. I did a live stream last night and Hurricane Paro came over and he had just come from a different panel and he was like very like the same energy, like people were talking over me, people would not let me talk. And it's like, so whenever I see these patterns, it's like, wow, this is like on a collective level being a problem. It's not just you guys.
I'm really not. I'm actually trying to be calm, but everyone is talking a mile.
Both of you are.
No,
I think both of you
I'm
are.
not trying to be. I'm not trying to be though. Everyone's fucking talking a mile a minute, and I'm trying to be calm, and no one will allow me to be.
I don't think anybody's
I'm trying to speak.
Yeah, I got some nice stuff. I got some music for you guys. So I'm gonna play some music and we'll move past some other stuff. So I appreciate you guys. You know, thank you guys.
Appreciate you too, Chima.
Yeah, of course.
The music will be perfect.
Oh yeah, it's just some nice jams here. I appreciate you guys. We'll be back in a little bit. I gotta step away.
One more thing to say just before that.
Yeah.
Is that John Lashlamb actually in his book he actually said extinction could be one of Sophia's corrections. He did say that too. So he did say that.
Anything is possible.
Right. Okay, so let's move on. And we can continue this after the music. You know, I'm just gonna like go to the bathroom real quick and do some other stuff. So I appreciate you guys, but and we'll probably move to Alul at some point. So I got Mumford, I got Alul. You know, so at some point like 2 hours I have personally before basically I may have to eat some things. We'll be going into some food and preparing for the prayer at dawn. So there's a lot of things going on at 5 a.m.
I'm pulling an all-nighter tonight because I have a doctor's appointment at 6 a.m. and there's no way that I'll make it unless I stay up all night. So
Yeah,
it's
5
nice that you
a.m.
guys are there.
Yeah,
I love
5
that.
to 6 is gonna be dawn time for me. So so we are pulling an all-nighter pretty much.
How convenient. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, there was people that said they were 3:30 a.m. You know, we should call ourselves 3:30 a.m. Honestly, this one, they're never on. We're always on at 3:30. So yeah, it is what it is. But
It's
yeah,
1:15 here.
Blessings. Yeah, but all right. So yeah, check this music out. We'll be back soon. Well, a wild DK has appeared. But, I don't know if he'll hop up on panel. Until then, I guess we'll go with some Alul. Scare away as many people as we can. And prepare for all this stuff. We got Mumford, we got Alul. So yeah, let me pull up the Mumford here. Authoritarian and democratic techniques.
I like that accent. That's funny. It's like
A
God.
dialect
I think
from back then, right?
it's like God accent. Like Norman Freeman as God. I mean, like
Oh wait, I already have that open somewhere else. Okay, let me close that. Okay, here's DK anyways. So let's not get to that just yet. Let's get to DK.
Hey everyone, how you guys
What's up, man?
doing?
what's up, New Zealand?
going on?
See, he's remembering.
Or what's
Love
down? Is it
I love it.
what's down? Is it what's down there? I mean, I don't know. I don't know
I
what to
don't know.
say.
It depends if it's flat or round or which way is up and down.
What if it's all the shapes?
What? Yeah, well, yeah. What if it is round, but they've got it upside down, and we're actually on the top?
Oh shit.
And like, how would that be affected if the pole
Hey,
splits? Does
look,
that mess
hey,
it up?
hang on, what?
Wires going across. Oh shit! Oh shit! Fire!
Exactly.
It was just a blank screen.
So how have you been doing anyway, and what is your current conversation up to? I joined voice chat damn near straight away without my usual actually listening to what is going on.
Oh, you missed a great debate, yeah.
overpopulation.
I know, but I've only been here for like 2 minutes type thing.
Yeah, so
before
you
I
want to weigh in
joined
on that? I know you got opinions on overpopulation.
Well, I'm actually starting to lean towards that way.
What?
What?
That's a surprise. That's funny. Yeah.
But
That was
Okay, go
not on
ahead.
my
it
bingo
needs
card.
I
to
know,
be
right?
done by
Right,
IQ
Reddington.
level. But by IQ level, everyone under like 90 IQ, so fuck it, we're done.
But then who will work and do those things that it takes people that have that capacity
Other
to
people
do
are
them?
going to be at 90 because the rest of people are still at 150.
Yeah, I really suck
See?
at like, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm at 130. I'm at
You're
135.
You're going
Like,
to be one of the ones under 90, aren't you?
no, I'm 130 as far as I've been tested, but I don't believe in the
No,
IQ
Yeah,
count.
actually, DK is right. Let me say this because the white people are not reproducing enough, but it's actually the people
Oh,
outside
shit.
of Europe who are reproducing too much.
Yeah, no, it's definitely the minority of the planet that isn't reproducing enough. Oh, sorry,
Okay.
is reproducing too much. The minority is reproducing too much. It's not India, it's not China, it's not Africa, not the
Right.
Middle East. No.
Who is it then? Just say who it is.
The white.
I don't.
We're gonna go mob them.
Oh, look at it this way. D-Live has just declared that they're shutting down in about a month.
Dang.
Did you not hear this?
Nope.
This is news to me.
Wait, hang on. So D-Live's shutting down in about a month.
It's Chinese, right?
The owner is, but he like got refugee status in America because he like fucked off the CCP or some shit.
Right.
Like so he actually bailed on them and went to America. And now he's still fucked everything over because basically it was just trying to cover the losses from his other companies. But besides the point, you motherfuckers, you need to come to my new website. I have a website. Me and a friend. Partnership, yep. Where you can live stream. You can upload videos. There are chat fucking forums. There are blog forums. We're trying to actually even work on a video chat thing on our own site so we don't have to use, an extra thing. I'm not being smart, but so we don't have to use like Discord or StreamYard or Jitsi or Telegram or whatever. So we're trying to actually implement that now as well. Yeah, man. We're trying to take the best of everything that we've found so far. And the only thing that isn't working right now is the video chat. We got everything else working already.
Did you say you're not being smart? I like when you're smutty, though.
You like what? When I'm smutty?
Yeah, you said I'm not being smart.
I'm not being smart. I am being a lot smarter than that. And a lot smuttier as well, my dear. Cut it out.
No.
I know it's not a children's show, but I can still probably take it off the rails. Cut it out.
But can I finish my inquiry, please, before you move off of it? If you masturbate with a wooden dildo, and that's conceivably fine, but having sex with a tree which is alive is not, then the only threshold breaker there is that the wood is dead.
Dead.
Yeah, I spanked my cat, and I just like, I'm like,
a tree fucking video right then.
It doesn't turn me on, so I think it's okay. Because I spanked my cat.
But what I'm saying is the fact that D-Live is dying right now is perfect timing because it's just as our website is working properly. Because that's so weird. Like, me and my mate are trying to get everyone that we know on like D-Live to just like come over to our website. It's just perfect timing.
I think if you build it, they'll come. They'll definitely come if you build it.
Built it, and then this happened. So that's the objective.
Awesome.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot changing after tomorrow. We've got some like major astrological alignments going down tomorrow.
All right. No, Trump put it off for another 45 days. So realign that shit for 45 days.
That's what I'm saying.
Israel already fucked up the shit in the first place. But
I didn't say it was all going to change at once.
What if Trump?
Oh.
Hey, do you want to hear something that'll really scare you that most people don't know?
It won't scare me, I guarantee you. But go ahead.
Okay. So, what's the highest level of Freemason?
I have no clue.
98, maybe?
I think it was 99 or something.
33rd degree, and they're called mega.
That is not the highest degree, though.
Yep, wait. So the highest degree of Freemasonry is 33rd, and it's called mega. Once you go beyond that, you become a Shriner, and it's no longer Freemasonry, and now you're following Islamic shit.
Well, and that explains why my
realized that you were working towards in the first place.
That explains why my grandfather, at his funeral, the Scottish Rite Masons and the Shriners showed up.
Hey, Dude,
Definitely.
Judeo-Christian isn't a thing. It's fucking Judeo-Muslim.
Yeah, there's no such thing as any of those. I think.
No, they're working together to screw us the fuck
It's
over.
like, what
They're
the
all
fuck,
social
bro?
constructs.
No, the
Dude.
Freemasons don't follow any of that shit. They don't follow Christianity,
Yeah, they do.
Judaism, or Islam. Nope.
Okay. Okay. I mean, they only tried to recruit me. It's all right, though.
Yeah, they've been doing that for me for years. Like, but like, I'm a woman. I'm like, excuse me,
Yeah.
you can't recruit
Yeah,
me.
no,
Eastern
no,
Yeah,
no,
trust
see,
me.
Yeah, see, you know that's a fake group.
Yeah, trust me.
You
I've
recruit women.
I know people who are like into Freemasonry. I've looked into it. It has nothing to do with Islam and Judaism and Christianity.
No,
It's
it's not
totally
until
different.
you get above 33rd degree and you become a Shriner. And that's when they
I don't know. I
start
think there's some
wearing those weird
crossover,
circle
but I don't think
hats.
they have anything to do with each other necessarily.
No, they do.
Well, they openly
They
try to
move
contradict
on.
those
That's
things.
the next
Yeah,
level.
no. Masonry is based on the mystery traditions, and it uses all of that as a disguise.
They say
Once you
they
get past
themselves
the
claim they're
Scottish
older
degree,
now.
no. You have what's called Memphis Mizraim that goes to the 99th degree. And then you have the Shriners, and then above the Shriners, you have the Royal Order of Jesters.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that you and a million other occultists have all said that whatever you guys claim to teach is way older than Judaism and Christianity
Correct.
and Islam. So
Correct.
I don't know what. So this is what I'm trying to explain to DK is that no Freemasonry with a spine would actually claim that, right?
Correct.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you, man.
They use a
Basic
perversion.
science to you, man.
They use a perversion of. They use a perversion of.
That is supercilious. As in, you believe that what you're saying is above everything that I've gone and found out already.
They believe in a perverted version of Kabbalah and Babylonian and Mesopotamian tradition.
It
Yeah,
actually
Twilight's
goes
got
into
it for you.
Quran once you get past 33rd degree. That's what I say. Once they become Shriners after 33rd degree, it actually moves more into the Quran as well. The
No,
Kabbalah
there is
and the
no.
Quran
They
are more
contradict the
closely
Quran. They don't believe in Allah. They
and
contradict the
most
They
people
don't.
Quran.
fucking realize.
No, they're not Muslims. They contradict the Quran. That's not Islam.
I didn't
It's
say
false.
they're Muslims. I said that's what they try and use once they move.
No, they
past
don't.
33rd.
No, they don't.
do.
They use the
Yeah, they-
mystery traditions. They use the mystery traditions. They don't use the Quran. Nope. They don't.
I think that that's correct, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, that's false, DK.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
Well, then we can agree to
I
disagree.
mean, you get the sad
There's
stuff,
not
and
like
you
like
spend
have you ever read the Quran? There's not that much in
you
there.
spend 10 minutes trying to look it up.
Yeah,
Does
the
it
Quran
matter?
is like it's like the Tao Te Ching or something. It's very
No,
mysterious. Like,
honestly, you guys spend 10 minutes trying to look it up, but I probably wouldn't be allowed to play it.
No. They use the Torah. They use the Talmud. They use the Bible. They use the Quran. They use all of it, but
Yeah,
they
but-
use it in their own way.
yeah, but the
Yep.
Quran is like it's
No, it's
very
all
simple.
of them.
It's
All
like Hesiod
all
and
of
stuff.
them.
It's like it's
Every
very different.
single
Right.
one of them.
It's like
They-
very
The
simple
Brahmist
explanations for shit.
religions have been used as a method of control since their inception.
Right. That's exactly what the Freemasons claim. That's
No,
something that the Freemasons actually
Freemasons
teach.
use them to fucking
No. They
control
claim that the
everyone.
religions have been used for control. That's exactly what they say. That's like 101 in their teachings. They say, "Oh, look at all the religions of the world. They've been used for
Dude.
control." You're teaching about Freemasonry and you're telling people that it's has to do with religions.
Don't
Total
get this
bullshit.
wrong. I believe in God.
Yeah.
I believe there have been many prophets here.
Yes.
I don't believe in any organized religion.
Yes.
That's
So we're in agreement.
where I sit. Okay.
We're in agreement.
It's like Buddha, Muhammad, Jesus.
Right.
I'm pretty sure like other people keep reeling of names more
Right.
as well. There's been many prophets here, and all that happens is once they die, someone creates
Well,
a
I'll tell you.
religion
Well, I'll tell you right
and
now.
tries to fucking control people.
Right. But
Yeah,
the
no,
fact
that's
that-
true.
Right, but the fact that people don't have religion, that makes them easier to control too.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it
I
does.
think sometimes it does. You gues are speaking in absolute.
Yes, the fuck it does. Get out of your. Get your head out of your ass. It totally does.
No, it doesn't.
I mean, I would take a medium. I would take a neutral. I would take a neutral stance. I would take a.
I can explain
would-
you right now how that doesn't work.
Can I say one thing, DK? I want to let you talk because I want to hear what you have to say. But I just want to say one thing. I would say that religion. I would say religion is destructive, but I would say that not having not religion, but not having spirituality,
Okay, I'm trying to listen.
not having spirituality, or not having God is very corrosive. Atheism is incredibly corrosive. Like, so not having spiritual principles, not having a belief in a higher power
Thank you.
is very damaging.
I
Is
agree.
very, very damaging.
We're saying everything I
Equally.
already said, I fucking agree with.
Okay,
For
well then
sure.
why are we arguing? Why are we yelling?
No,
Right.
because he just said that to stop me saying the next thing.
Oh no, I can't even hear this guy. I gotta turn him up.
How would he know what you're going to say next?
He's
I don't
lower
think
than
so.
usual.
So I couldn't carry on with what I was going to say. That was a fucking comment.
Yeah,
to
there we
just
go.
try to sidetrack my train of thought. Motherfucker didn't like where I was going.
I don't even know who the motherfucker
Hey.
is at this point.
Well
That's
done,
kind of
cunt.
He's talking about Twilight.
Wait, what? No, he's probably talking about me.
No, not you.
no, it's Twilight.
Motherfucker,
Twilight's
did
chilling.
it.
I think
I
Twilight
was
agrees
following.
with you.
You're just a dickhead, TML. You're okay.
Yeah. And you're a cunt, man. Oh my god.
Dude, I'm a dick. Shit. Holy crap.
You're way too tough
what
to
I
be a
am.
dick.
Oh, no, but no, that motherfucker turned up just to try and be a fly in the ointment and fuck up the conversation.
Oh, that is not what he does.
King
No, that-
Stephen, bow down to Dolphin Jesus.
I love that one. That was so funny. We need to clip some stuff from the Juiceable because there was some good stuff in there.
Holy crap. I probably need to send you some of the dumb shit that's been made about me. You wouldn't be able to play it all.
Men have nipples. Do you want to milk me? Remember that quote?
Meet the fuckers.
Yeah, it's really classic.
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah, just to let you know.
by one of the gayest actors.
Yeah, it's really good
Yeah,
though.
go ahead.
Good quote.
Yeah, but by one of the gayest actors.
And?
You ruined it.
Yeah, but just to let you know, we're gonna shut this down soon, like maybe like half an hour or some shit.
No,
Then I'm gonna
every
read
time he says this, he pretends to, and then he like keeps it going and gets more people back on, as long as I'm not here. I've watched.
No, I think he
this.
plays with other.
Yeah,
He
no,
plays
It's
other
a trap.
things
Hey,
before.
it's a
Yeah,
trap.
those are replays.
It's
Yeah,
a
the
trap.
replay.
No,
It's a replay.
it's a trap.
Yeah, there's
No, it's
people who
not.
show up backstage on the replay though, for real. They try
I
to
do
sit
sometimes
backstage.
too.
Yeah, there's people who
Yeah.
do that. They don't get it.
Hey, to
But I
be
think-
honest, this is actually early for you, TML.
I mean it's 3:30. 3:33. So
Really, they're like,
if that's indicative of anything.
wait, 3:33. Shit, serious? Ah,
It's
daylight saving shit. Sorry.
I was
My
like, it's
judgment
140 here.
of time-
Wow.
My judgment of time is not correct anymore. It's now like, yeah, 1 hour your way, 1 hour my way. So it's actually 2 hours. Excuse me, 2 hours difference.
Yeah, you guys
I have
know
a
the song
digital clock that says
Spidey
10
Yaddy
p.m.
Dopalicious?
Yes,
What's that? You wish you were dopalicious.
he's delicious. Dopalicious.
I am dopalicious. Goddamn.
Uh-oh. And he's pink, so
Not pink.
It's
Fucking
kind of a
golden
salmon.
red.
Pink is Dan's favorite color.
I'm going to have to put my camera on for all the ladies to fall in love with me. Holy shit.
You're,
yeah,
you
we
are
gotta tell
ginger.
people that the DK stands for Donkey Kong.
Yeah, DK.
Oh, really? Why would you do
Donkey
that?
Kong.
Because
Because
that's
you throw
bad.
barrels at him.
Hey, you really
I think
want me
Avian
to
said it
find
earlier.
something for TML?
Like Avian said it, I'm just rolling with
Do
it.
you really want me to find something for TML?
DK is Dairy Queen.
Yeah.
Or no, Dairy King. Here too.
DK actually stands for drunk cunt.
Yeah. With a K.
And yes, cunt is spelled with a K. Yes, drunk cunt. And it's one word. There isn't even a space. That's what DK actually stands for. And then after I did that, I find out it stands for like fucking almost everything else. And everyone wants to abuse me about everything else it stands for. How about the good thing? Dead Kennedys!
Yeah, that's true. Everybody has those tattoos. My initials are BS, and it really bothers me whenever people say BS instead of BS.
Oh yeah, DK knows.
Hey,
He's Bones Maxon.
no. What you have to tattoo on is BS, motherfucker.
Yeah, DK's hashtag Bones Maxon.
Yes, he is.
DK is hashtag fuck you.
Right there you
Actually,
go.
I'm not. I should.
Yeah, let it all out.
You'd have to have a really long appendage to do that because you're very far away.
I'm actually really, really bad for using hashtags and shit. I mean, dude, I stream on Rumble, and the only people I meet is through word of mouth. It's like there's no other way. Yeah. Everyone I've met here is through word of mouth. I think Zephyr first invited me to TML's YouTube chat, and then like started chatting with everyone. I was like, oh, this is actually interesting. Yeah, no, cool. I'd like to get on a panel and talk with everyone. And people didn't hate me, at least not all the time. So
that's a rare occurrence.
Yeah, dude, I can be honest. Dude, I know I've been too drunk sometimes.
Yes.
Tonight I'm trying to just be fun. I mean,
you are.
Shit, I only shelled out like fuck $1,100 today.
Wow. I hope that pans out. It's a lot of bread.
I know that was just paying rent and then buying a bit of food.
Oh, geez.
You mean that wasn't beer?
Not today, no. I did buy a cheap $10 bottle of cider. Because
Dan spent $1,800 on
a
motorcycle.
enough beer to last the whole day, so I did buy a bottle of cider.
Dan bought a new motorcycle for $1,800. And
I
didn't even know that he was like friggin' squirreling away money. It's like so awesome. He's really good at it.
Shush. Allow your man to be allowed to do fun shit.
Oh, I didn't say he couldn't. I'm happy about it. I've been riding around on the back of it. It's friggin' awesome.
Don't raise it like it's a problem.
I didn't.
Say there's no problem.
I just said I didn't know, and I didn't say there was a problem with that at all.
That's all right.
That
Yeah. You got a
I love
problem.
it. It's awesome.
No, no. You got a problem.
What? I do not have a problem.
I
You have a problem
by the tone of your
understanding.
voice.
I think that tone is being
I
skewed.
am an untrained therapist.
Oh, well then, by all means, please tell me what is wrong with me.
So far, all I know is that your tonality of what you were saying is incongruous to the words you were saying.
How so? It's really interesting. I want to be a better communicator.
As
So
in you were trying to make it sound like you didn't have a problem with it.
I don't.
Say you didn't have a problem with it, but no, the tone
I don't have a
of
problem
your
with it.
voice was guttural and angry, and you really do.
Not at all. What the fuck? Now it is.
My dear, I have actually done this lots. Come on.
Well, you're not very good.
Yeah, no, don't.
So-
I'm not. Yeah, don't. Because I have actually done this lots. I did it with an.
Are you gonna call me a groom again?
Dude, I did it with an SRA survivor for 2.5 years.
Well, that sounds like a personal problem.
Yeah, it was unfortunately hers.
Yeah. Either way,
But
I don't understand how this.
But I tried to deal with it and help her for 2.5 years, and it was every single day. So yeah, don't think that you can sit there and try and say shit to me and manipulate me. So
I'm
I
not.
watched her change personalities because I'd make her be on video chat so I could see when she changed to different personalities.
Well, but that's not me.
I know.
So,
But I'm
so I
saying
don't.
I can see everything that people are trying to say. I can see it straight away. After
Well, I
watching,
think you might.
after going through the most extreme level of things that there could be, so I now see it easily.
Yeah, I agree that that is something that happens sometimes, but I don't think that you're right in this situation because I actually love Gan's motorcycle. I love the fact that I had no idea like how he bought it, like, and it was like.
Are you
surprising.
worried that he may die on it?
No, not at all. I got on the back of it like right away, and like we've been riding it around. It's crazy.
Okay.
Why would you assume that about me?
I'm just
I'm not-
asking questions.
Yeah, I know.
Are
But
you
it's
worried
like
that because he's got that motorbike, that one day he might just get on it and fuck off?
no, not at all. I think it's great. He wants me to go out and hang out with him.
That's it. I'm trying to
Why?
get of where your head is at. Like
Well,
you're
I'm trying to
sitting there
tell
telling
you.
me I don't know what I'm doing and I don't know anything that I'm saying.
Yeah, I
And,
think that you're
well, and of
misjudging
course,
it.
I have to get a base reading before
Okay.
I can actually try and stay,
That's-
like make any opinion on the things. So of
I
course
think
I
the
have to
tone.
talk to you a bit.
Can I say something real quick? I think the tonal problem that you're experiencing, that you're sensing, is for me is actually a reflection of your own projection at this moment. But that's not
I mean,
that's
don't
not
get me
being
wrong. It
judgmental.
could actually be the audio online.
It could be something like that. It's a
Yeah, it
misinterpretation.
could actually just
Yeah.
be the audio. Yeah.
And
So
yeah.
yes, I meant, don't get too like upset. It
No, I'm not
could
upset at all.
actually just be the audio. I'm just asking questions and shit.
That's fine. You're doing all right. I'm not upset. It's really hard to unsettle me, you know.
It's all right. I annoy lots of people. Don't worry.
Yeah, me too.
You'll meet me again. I come here quite often.
Sometimes I annoy people to the point where they actually end up like thinking it's endearing. It's kind of weird.
Oh, no, I make people rage quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I find
like
it heaps more fun. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why? That seems really
Why?
disruptive, and I wouldn't think
I
that
mean,
was
those
fun.
idiots who have no clue, who are basically just trolls and think they can invade panels.
Wait a minute.
I want to shut them down.
Are you
expose them,
speaking from a
and
superior
make them
position?
want- you know, I don't even like banning people. I make them want to leave. Okay?
Yeah, I can
That's
see that.
what
I can see that.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I am actually a mod on this YouTube channel. And I don't think I've ever banned anyone unless someone was making like an actual threat. I think
Yeah, I'll time somebody out for like 10 seconds.
I think those are the only times I've banned anything on this channel. Is when someone was making an actual direct threat at someone. It's like, dude, you can't do that. Like, the fuck are you doing?
I always try and get in between people when they're disagreeing. I don't know why. It's like a sick pleasure of mine or something. I don't know why. I just want to like everybody get along.
Sick pleasure? Sorry, say again.
I get in the between people when they're arguing a lot.
Oh, I do that too, way too often.
And I don't know what's wrong with me, like why I do that. Like, but
Yeah,
I feel
you're
like
like, shit, girl, you're like me. It's that autistic thing where it's like, yeah, I fucking know. I'm pretty sure I can jump in the middle and fucking fix this.
I think it's trauma related.
Yeah, but it's because you
I'm
think you can fix it. No, I'm
no,
not
it's
getting you.
because I'm
Same
trying
as-
to.
Same as me. It's because you think you can jump in the middle and fix it. Guess what?
Well, I'm just trying to minimize the damage. Actually, I'm not trying to fix it.
Hey, most of the time you can fix it initially, but it becomes a bigger problem later.
Probably true. Yeah, but I don't think I can fix it. I don't think I can change other people. I think I'm just trying to minimize the
I
damage.
always do. It's like, no, it's just instant.
Yeah.
I can fix this right now, and then it becomes a bigger problem.
A lot of times it will. Yeah. Sometimes you're not helping by doing that for sure. I realize that. Yeah.
You're as awesome as me. Shit.
No, I don't. You're so full of shit.
Oh,
I
you
know.
don't want to be as awesome as me.
No, I want to be as awesome as me.
Why wouldn't you want to be as awesome as me?
We're equally awesome, in my opinion. So, like, in different sorts of ways, of course. But like, I'm not speaking from a position of superiority.
I live in
I
a
think that's
different
fucked
country.
up.
You're safe. True.
Yeah. Country.
Yeah, I live in New Zealand. You crazy land.
Yes, I know. There's still there's like I heard there's less.
Don't worry, you're safe. I'm just giving you shit.
I heard there's less sheep there than there has been in past years. Like now the population of humans is actually creeping up.
Take over the farming industry and try to get everyone into dairy farming, saying that they would buy it for like some price, and then fucked everyone over. So
they replaced the sheep with
so
cows?
now there's less sheep, and
no.
the farmers got fucked over. Yeah.
See, I thought that they replaced the sheep with people because they were running out of space, but they replaced the sheep with cows? That's stupid. Cows are not efficient.
Now I do want to come over there and slap you.
Well, you could try. I would love for you to do that. Actually, that would be wonderful.
I'll slap you on the ass, because then you'd like it.
If you showed up over here, like, and knocked on my door, I would let you slap me. It would be friggin' fun. Because I would be like so superior that I would be like slapping my own mama.
I don't want to slap you in the face. At least not yet.
Well, you'd have to ask Dan permission if you wanted to slap me anywhere else. Because it's his ass, technically.
Sorry, no, it's all on, and you're next. Turn around, you're getting slapped on the ass as well.
Good luck with that.
I know, but how else do I make that funny? Shit.
I don't know. Look for everything.
No, but that's what I mean. How else would I make the outcome of that story funny?
I don't know.
Shit.
Absurdity?
What outcome were you expecting? You're expecting me to like suddenly get angry and all the rest of it and shit. Like,
No, not at all.
funny the whole
Why do
damn
you
time.
keep
Shut up!
saying that things
Smack
that I'm
on the
feeling
other ass
that I'm
cheek.
not
No,
feeling?
that's another smack. She won't shut up.
Yeah, I can't wait for you to shut me up.
Another smack on the ass cheek.
No, thank you.
Then get on your cup chair.
What? I don't even know what that is.
Oh, Dan
I don't
knows.
No, I don't think so. We could go ask him though. Do you guys want me to go ask him? I will. I'm kind of sort of interested in what his response would be.
The cup chair is the voyeur who's sitting in the corner watching his missus get fucked.
Oh, I thought I didn't understand your accent when you said that. I thought
I
you
know.
said,
I was like, oh, so you knew
I was
what
like,
I
it's like,
mean.
is that like a chair for your,
I get it. You know, I know that one.
it's like, is it like a little chair for your,
That's what I mean. So you're like, yeah, no, I know that one. I just didn't understand your accent. No, I know that one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do. I'm familiar with that. I know
It's
that.
not helping your case.
No, I don't know that
No,
personally
it's
from
not
experience,
helping
but
your
I've
case
heard of
right
it.
here.
I've heard of it. I'm not a friggin'
Yeah. We've hit
under a rock.
gutter level, and we decided we'd keep digging.
Not through personal experience, though, just to clarify. Do you want to see my sun
I
catcher?
wasn't asking. I was just bringing up something and making it a funny comment. You're the one who's getting defensive about it.
No, I'm just not laughing. That's all.
Be
I'm not
careful
defensive.
about how words can get played with. Very easy to do.
Yes, that is actually the key to fooling the AI. I've discovered.
Don't worry. I'm not like clipping anything. I'm not being a dickhead. I'm not trying to fuck over anyone.
Are you sure? Are you sure about that? Just kidding.
Oh no, like I'm definitely trying to be a dickhead. Yeah.
I thought you just contradicted. What the hell? You just contradicted yourself.
I'm not fucking clipping anything. It's like, yeah. I mean, this is already streaming on my Rumble show. But my Rumble stream is now like at 8 days. No, but it's like at 8 days long.
Why the hell not?
I don't. How the fuck is anyone going to find this? If anyone finds this, it's like I would want to shake their hand myself.
Well, I found it.
All of my streams are like 7, 8, 10, 11 days long. The poor motherfucker who has to watch through all of my fucking streams to hear one thing that he can try and catch me out on. I fucking feel sorry for that motherfucker.
I don't.
And yet at the same time, I don't. He's going to be the most woke fucking FBI agent ever. And by the time he finds something, he's going to be like, I don't even know if I want to hand this in anymore.
Yeah, he'll probably like want to be your best friend at that point, right?
And I was like, the guy's been right about everything. So I don't even want to hand this in now. Fuck.
That's pretty much like how I like dox myself and like friggin' like.
It's all right. Other people dox me. Don't worry.
I don't have to worry about it.
Threats. I've had hits put on me. You know, life be good.
Yeah.
I got upset when they threatened my son, though.
Yeah. That's pretty much the only thing that upsets me is whenever people mess with people that I love. And then I get mad.
Yeah.
I've only ever been in fights for that reason, like physical fights, except for like with my ex, like that I tried to. I didn't want to let him leave without it being resolved.
It's generally because someone hit me.
Yeah,
I was
I've only
probably,
been in fights
I
for
was
other
probably
people.
being a dick and took it too far. And a lot of times people back down. Every so often they don't. So someone punches me. No, fuck it. I have to punch them back.
Yeah. You know what the dumbest reason I ever got into a fight was? Was because like somebody asked me
Someone
because they
took
were
your lips
18.
back.
No, it was because they were 18 and the person that wanted to fight them was a minor and they didn't want to get like in trouble because they were technically an adult, but they were just barely 18, like a few days 18, and I wasn't quite 18 yet. So they were like, "Will you fight them instead of me?" And I actually did.
Oh,
It wasn't like
you had
much of a
no
fight. Yeah.
idea it was to one of the first fights I was ever in. That is. So my mate and a dude got into a fight. My mate actually fucking kind of pummeled the guy. And it was like me, my mate, and his girlfriend, and about 8, 9 other people. And I stupidly thought I was friends with like most of these other people. But because I was friends with this other guy, apparently I was now against all these other 9 people and I didn't realize it.
Yeah, that's lame. I hate that.
No,
Whenever people like,
yeah, same thing. So the guy turned around and goes, no, fuck it. No, I'll fight you. I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, nah, I'll fucking fight you. After my mate had just beaten his ass twice. Like, yeah, I'll fight you. I'm like, I'm thinking
so are
this.
you gonna,
I'm not kidding you. I'm thinking this is a joke.
what?
As I watch my mate and his girlfriend walk off, and the circle just closes around me. I'm like, are you fucking serious? I was like about 13, 14 years old. I'm like, are you fucking serious? And first punch straight to the nose. I'm like, can't bend over. Worst thing you can ever do in a fight. Do not bend over. Knee to the face. Caught my cheekbone. I stood straight up, looked at him. This is one of those time standing still moments.
Yeah, I know exactly. I could imagine. I
Looked
thought
all
that.
around, looked at how many people were standing around me and go, well, I'm going to get fucked up, so I'm definitely going to fuck him up. Hit him.
Yeah, I
Dude,
actually had a
hit him.
similar
Dude, one
circle. Like,
Dude,
ugh.
one hit, he dropped to the ground. I'm not shitting you. One hit, he dropped to the ground, knee on each shoulder, and just like both hands just start fucking beating the shit out of him till everyone else came and grabbed me.
Whoa. Yeah, I had a bunch of girls circle me once whenever I was waiting for the bus. Like they had like previously in the same day like pulled me out of class. Somehow they were not in class, and one of them was like a girl in a wheelchair, and like just friggin' like they were all ganging up on me. But even the girl in the wheelchair.
A wheelchair over.
Well, no, but so they circle around me whenever I was waiting for the bus to go home, right?
The wheelchair
And I was
over.
like, yeah, no, I didn't do that. I was like, okay, if this is gonna happen, like one at a time, please, and you first, because you're the one that has a problem with me. And they all just like friggin' like looked at me like, what the fuck? And then they like turned around and left, and they've never like after that they didn't.
That's what I mean. People drop balls
I was
when
like,
you stand the fuck up.
well, and I was like well armed. I was like prepared. I like literally had weapons in my bag.
Just being held and being punched as like I faked being wounded, and then I just did the run. I was like, no, I'm fucking out of here. I'm not dumb. I'm not going to stick around and carry on getting beaten by a group of like 9 people. I'm not stupid. But when I saw what was happening, it's like, well, I'm going like I know I'm about to get fucked up, so I'm going to get in what I can fucking get in. And as I said, the first punch drop someone. I think it's the only time I've ever dropped someone in one punch in my life. Which is like, boom, drop them. And I look around everyone else while he's lying on the ground. I look around everyone else. I'm like, yep, I'm about to get fucked up. Knee on each shoulder and just start beating the fuck out of them until they get me.
DK, how tall are you? How tall are you? I'm just curious.
5'6".
Oh wow.
Dude, yeah,
I'm an inch shorter than
a
you.
big guy. The thing is, back then I had no training. Now I got quite a bit of training. Only problem is the only problem is the only thing that anyone teaches me is fucking instant kill moves. So parry, block, chop, death. Like, stop teaching me to kill people. It's like you can't stand up and have a fight. You have to actually take people straight down.
I'm a dirty fighter. I'll like stick my fingers up your nose and pull you around by your head.
I'm actually not kidding you. No, the person who was training me, I actually said this to him. So fucking stop training me to kill people. Fuck. This is honestly all the training I've had. He's black belt in two different disciplines. Yeah, black belt in 2 different disciplines, and a master in a third that doesn't use belts for rankings. So yeah, he's like top level in like 3 different disciplines, and that was my personal trainer. And yeah, all he taught me was how to instantly kill people. I'm like, fuck. Now I'm not allowed to get in fights.
Who says?
Well, because I don't want to fucking kill someone instantly and go to jail.
So you're allowed, but you just choose not to. That's it.
No, I'm not allowed. Dude, you can't kill someone. The self-defense law is fucking really
Is it under threat of like being arrested?
Dude, no, in New Zealand, the self-defense law is really weak and shit. So yeah, I'm more likely to be the one that gets fucked over. That's what I mean. I don't like it at all. So it's like I have to try and like hold the final swing and then hope it does enough but not too much. And if it's not enough, then I'm about to get my ass kicked. And if it's too much, I'm about to go to prison. Yay.
I think now if somebody tried to get into a fight with me, I would just try to get away from them as quickly as possible. And unless I was cornered, and then I would just like try and talk my way out of it.
To be honest,
and do everything that I could not to actually have to hit them.
If I taught you this and you practice this every day, it's like you'd be just as worried about using it as me. But you'd also know that you yourself are safe.
I know that I'm safe. I can defend
myself.
I mean, I prefer not to have to fight.
This is that quick and that instant. Like, as in there's like 3 moves. Boom, done. They're over.
Yeah. Is one of them punching somebody in their Adam's apple? Because that was one of my tactics.
They try and throw a punch. It's like you just move it off the one side a little bit, lock up the arm, chop straight up the throat. Like chop straight up your arm all the way to the throat. Boom, done, out.
Yeah, nice, good, well aimed slap to the ear with a cupped hand works really good too. I learned that.
Yeah, I've been told I can't fight with people. I'm too small. I'm truly
that's not true. I'm small too. I'm like an inch shorter than you. I don't like to fight them.
Guy, and who do you think I fight with? I don't fight with fucking women.
Not even for fun?
Keep that in mind. I'm a guy. I don't fight with women. If I'm in a fight,
wrestle
yeah.
sometime.
I've never been in a fight with someone shorter than me. Like, ever.
Not even an inch shorter. I'm an inch shorter.
No, never. Dude, I'm one of the shortest guy I know. What the fuck are you on about? I used to play rugby and I got best tackler trophy.
Dan is only a few inches taller than you, not much.
Technique is everything.
When I'm in heels, I'm taller than both of you.
Along the lines of what TML was talking about a few, 6 months or more ago now, about there being a technique. And your technique wins over almost anything else. If you can do shit right, it requires less force and effort to achieve the same result.
I agree with that.
Yeah, dude. And I was angry at the time. It's about a year after I'd got out of prison. So I had a lot of anger. And taking it out on the sports field was a legal way of doing it.
Yeah.
I used to just go and smash everyone.
I like to watch.
Yeah, I do. It was my own personal fun. So I did. I'm the smallest guy on this field. Fuck all of them.
Yeah, I like to watch boxing, but I don't know how that anybody can do it.
Not one of you is getting past me. Fuck you. And I proved it. I actually proved it. There was one game where we were getting beaten. It was 30-something nil already. And so for the second half of the second half, because they were already that far ahead, all they did was try and score past me. So if you try and do 2-on-1 running at me and shit, I'd fake tackling one, and either they'd pass or they wouldn't. If they didn't, I'm smashing them. If they passed, I'm smashing their fucking friend. It actually got to the point where they needed 3 people to get past me to score a fucking try. I've done some fucking awesome legendary things in my life. I don't need to try and make any damn thing up.
Who said you were?
I didn't say you said I did. I just
I'm why are you telling us this though? That's what I'm wondering.
I guess it's because
you're sharing who you are? Is that what you're doing?
How awesome I'm trying to be.
Well, you don't need to try, dude. I can tell whenever people try, and I would rather they just be themselves. Because I already like you as you are. You know that, right? Sometimes effort puts things out of balance. I think that's what's going on right now with everybody energetically.
I know, just because I drank a bottle of cider today and I don't usually.
Well, that's part of it. That's not an excuse.
So
I'm sure
I'm just going to put it down to that for tonight. Fuck.
Yeah, well.
But
at least
it's more still in a good mood.
It's not just that.
I could be yelling at people.
Yeah, you're not. That's good. I have a calming effect on people, I think, sometimes, if I'm not annoying the fuck out of them.
What?
And then I have a calming effect. It just takes longer because it takes a long time to exhaust them.
The simple fact is, it's I don't know. I used to get into that zone where it's that's the enemy taking the fuck down.
Yeah,
And,
but
yeah, and it'll be
but
boom.
who's the real
I,
enemy? Who's
look,
the real enemy?
I was taking out people like 6.5 feet tall.
Did they deserve it, you think, or do you regret it?
And I'm 5'6". I was taking down people like a foot taller than me.
Well, that's impressive, but do you regret it, or do you like feel bad for them, or like did you like?
I only feel bad for the guy whose ribs I broke. I actually did break someone's ribs. I feel bad for that. But then again,
Okay.
my stairs have broken my ribs, so fuck it.
I feel bad for some of the people that I helped.
You know, my stairs are cunts.
Yeah, I feel really bad for some of the people that I helped because I didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Shut up! You haven't helped me, so you can't feel bad for me.
Oh, I feel bad for you, but I'm commiserating by sharing something that I feel bad about as well.
No, don't feel bad for me. Shit,
I
no.
do a little bit. That's what you
Hey.
just asked for. So
Hey.
it prompted it in me because I'm a very.
Awesome for me. I'm telling you about
I don't feel that
crazy
bad.
stories.
Okay, truthfully, I don't feel that bad off it. But
Hey,
like, I feel a little
telling
bad.
you about crazy stories from the past.
Yeah. Okay. I get that because somebody was doing that to me earlier, actually, too. They were like saying, I'm sorry you went through all these things. And I'm like, why? It makes me a badass. I did all this. I made it through. And like now it's a gift. It's yeah. Okay, I get that.
That's what I went through.
Yeah, I get that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I went through fucking prison, then fucking started playing rugby, and ended up actually being.
Hey, hi, Dan.
No, actually ended up being good at it. I never expected that. I always thought I was too small and I was going to get fucked over as well.
He can't hear you. Dan can't hear you, or you can't hear him, can you? You couldn't hear Dan say hi?
What's up, guys? No. What was that, Dan?
What's that? How's it going?
How's it going, my friend?
Flipping ribs.
He's cooking. I can't eat right now either because I have a ultrasound in the morning, so I'm like in here like inhaling the smell of the ribs. Ugh. I love he's cooking at 2:00 in the morning. He's such a friggin'.
I'm just drinking and talking shit and having fun. What's your problem?
Yeah. Nothing. I was just going in there to see what Dan was doing, and he was cooking ribs, and I told him to say hi. That's all. What the fuck? Why do you keep thinking I'm doing shit? It's like, I'm sorry. What did I do?
Just sorry. Kidding. Shit. Don't make me
see
someone. I don't.
When you keep like saying I'm doing stuff I'm not doing.
To fly over there to get you.
You can't ask me a question like, "What's your problem?" and not expect an answer, sir.
Yeah. Don't make me get a Jew to fly someone over there and ask.
Okay. Why not? I would love to see you do that. I think you're bullshitting at this point. I'm calling your bluff.
I am. Yeah, no, I'm fully am on that.
Okay. Now that we're there, we're at baseline. Okay, stay here in baseline. Can you do that for me, please?
Dude, I'm anti everything. I know whose channel we're on, and TML knows. I know where I am. I know whose channel I'm on. But TML knows my sons. The white population has become 6% of the fucking world. And it seems to be the only one that everyone is allowed to try and crush.
Right. Yeah, blessings to the people that are watching. We're gonna basically shut this down soon, but I'm gonna go ahead and move to Elul and Mumford. Thank you guys for joining the panel. DK, Zephyr. I really
that was pretty fun.
appreciate you guys. Yeah, of course, yeah.
No problem, TML.
Yeah. Blessings home. Yeah, blessings to you, sir.
And thank you.
Yeah, and also to the good people of New Zealand. Blessings to those people, and I hope the white people get. I hope there's more white people.
Much love, no fear, brother.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, man. Yeah, blessings. Yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna play some songs and move on to the text here. And yeah, so anybody that doesn't want to, engage in that, I understand what the deal is. Obviously, it's a long drawn out process. Obviously, pretty much me and Buddha are the only ones, right, that have the power, right? The power is in our hands, right? The future is in our hands, as they say. So I appreciate Zeph and DK. You guys want to give some closers? I only have like 1 hour left, but yeah. DK.
I can be quiet, but are you saying you would like us to go? Is that what I'm understanding? Or you're just gonna like talk?
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, was I just supposed to do a sign out and leave? Like, yeah.
I'm just asking. Is that what you
It's up
want?
to you guys. I mean, it's up to you guys.
Okay, because I can.
Come
I'll
find
be
me
quiet.
on fucking Rumble, motherfuckers. DK Spiracy on Rumble, and also on my new website, because D Live is actually shutting down. So now we're trying to drag everyone from D Live over to either Rumble
Right.
or our new website, which is MNLF, stands for Much Love. Oh, wait, did I say it wrong? MLNF, Much Love No Fear.net. And that is our new website.
Cool.
Feel free to come. Hey, you can actually stream there, my friends. If you're using the right restream shit that allows you to pick like whichever thing you want, you can actually start streaming on our channel.
Yeah, we might start doing that soon. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man, dude, I'm actually not kidding you. So we're trying to get people over. This is new. We're actually also trying to get video chat on the channel as well. So you wouldn't even have to use like StreamYard for the video chat.
He's creating his own D Live. So yeah, so go check him out. Definitely.
I'm not on fucking D Live. Fuck D Live.
I know. I said you're creating your own D Live.
We're creating our own fucking better than everything.
Exactly.
What would be
That's all I gotta say. Love you.
What
Bye.
would be the point in creating something inferior to everything?
Yeah.
Trying to incorporate all the things that are good from every place that either of us have ever streamed.
Yeah.
Anyway, much love, no fear.
Yeah, blessings, brother.
Love you all. Thank you.
Yeah, talk to you soon, DK. Much love, brother.
Yeah, have a good day.
Yeah, great talking to you, man.
Yeah, nice day.
All right, let's move forward here. And here is a jazz remake.
Yeah, I would like some final remarks.
Yeah. If you want to go to sleep, Buddha, yeah, it's up to you, man. Yeah, go ahead.
Here are my final remarks. This was a heated stream. It's pretty heated. Yeah,
For you, a little bit, yeah, too heated. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. There are a lot of people with different perspectives here, and I don't want to impose on anyone, tell them what they ought to believe or what they should believe. People are free to believe whatever they want as long as they don't harm anyone.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, yeah. So what I want to say is that I don't know what I want to say, but I mean, I guess ultimately, just look within yourself and decide what you think is true based on your own intuition and your own experience, and just stick to your guns. I guess
right.
Because a lot of people always come after you for your beliefs, and you might unintentionally piss off people too for your beliefs. I mean, that happens to pretty much everyone, though. So just remain steadfast. And
Yeah, absolutely.
that's it. Yeah, that's all I have to say.
Yeah, great stuff, my brother. Excellent stuff as always. You know, bringing to attention the Elul, idea of the mega machine, and moving forward with those ideas. I know we got into a heated discussion after we moved into the Parmenides, and obviously the cosmology is interesting. And Dom and Twilight, I think there's crossover between the way they view things, and so yeah, fascinating discussions. Obviously, everyone's entitled to their understanding, and I mean, from the way I see it, no way is really clearly mapped out at this point. So there's a lot of questions to be had. There's greater mysteries, right? And I think people look down on the great traditions of the world, but they have dealt faithfully with a lot of these problems, right? So it's surprising, right? So yeah, we shouldn't dismiss anybody's viewpoint, right? Even the atheists and the scientists, they have lots of things to offer in the way they think. So obviously we're on a journey to understand more things. But yeah, obviously you have more depth than most people, my friend. So I think you're well on your way, to be honest, right? But yeah.
Yeah, same to you too. I like how you never really scream over others or you impose your ways on others and such. As no offense to Twilight, but I really don't think I was the one that instigated this whole back and forth, like this time.
Yeah, no, you were cool, man. Yeah.
Thank you.
Got into it, yeah. Yeah, you're cool, man. Yeah, so it's Twilight. Yeah, Twilight's a deep thinker, for sure. And yeah, he's got a book or two in him. I know Avian's got a book or two inside of him. I got another one coming out soon. So yeah, we're doing a bunch of crazy stuff, and we have people with extreme depth. Obviously, get passions, and the passions rise high as they were, and it's good. Obviously, it's it's the conviction of somebody who has compassion that they actually, feel deeply of things, even though they can't prove them. So they want to carry the idea to its nth, stage, sort of, and that takes a lot of courage. Most people don't have that. So so I like people who are bold thinkers, right? Where they can divine, there they hate to calculate, as Nietzsche says. Right? Blessings. But yeah. So yeah, deep thoughts. But yeah, we'll move to music and to some Elul. And honestly, I will open it up, whoever wants to come by for some Elul and some thing, but I only have like an hour. But yeah, I appreciate you guys.
Oh, the stream is not ending. Dang, sorry. Sorry.
No, not for now. Yeah, one more hour for just Elul and Mumford and stuff. But
yeah, I'll stay from there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and then I gotta get ready for my fast here. But yeah, blessings to the people. I appreciate you guys. So yeah, check out this song, and we'll be back with some Mumford, some Elul. Yep. Okay, I'm gonna go back in this a little bit, so we'll be hearing some of this again. But I think he puts up some salient points here.
Ultimately, control over man himself, the chief. This system has made its way so insidiously into Western society that my analysis of its derivation and its intentions may well seem more questionable, indeed more shocking, than the terrible facts themselves. But why has our age surrendered so easily to the controllers, the manipulators, the conditioners of an authoritarian techniques? The answer to this question is both paradoxical and ironic. Present-day techniques differs from that of the overtly brutal, half-baked authoritarian systems of the past in one highly favorable particular. It has accepted the basic principle of democracy, that every member of society should have a share in its goods. By progressively fulfilling this part of the democratic promise, our system has achieved a hold over the whole community that threatens to wipe out every other vestige of democracy. The bargain we are being asked to ratify takes the form of a magnificent bribe. Under the democratic authoritarian social contract, each member of the community may claim every material advantage, every intellectual and emotional stimulus he may desire, in quantities hardly available hitherto, even for a restricted minority. Food, housing, swift transportation, instantaneous communication, medical care, entertainment, education. But on one condition, that one must not merely ask for nothing that the system does not provide, but likewise agree to take everything offered, duly processed and fabricated, homogenized and equalized, in the precise quantities that the system, rather than the person, requires. Once one opts for the system, no further choice remains. In a word, if one surrenders one's life at source, authoritarian techniques will give back as much of it as can be mechanically graded, quantitatively multiplied, collectively manipulated and magnified. Is this not a fair bargain? Those who speak for the system will ask. Are not the goods authoritarian techniques promises real goods? Is this not the veritable horn of plenty that mankind has long dreamed of, and that every ruling class has tried to secure at whatever cost of brutality and injustice for itself? I would not belittle, much less deny, the many admirable products this technology has brought forth, products that a self-regulating economy would make good use of. I would only suggest that it is time to reckon up the human disadvantages and costs, to say nothing of the dangers of our unqualified acceptance of the system itself. Even the immediate price is heavy, for the system is so far from being under effective human direction that it may poison us wholesale in order to provide us with food, or exterminate us to provide national security before we can enjoy its promised goods. And is it really humanly profitable to give up the possibility of living a few years at Walden Pond, so to say, for the privilege of spending a lifetime in Skinner's Walden tomb? Once our authoritarian techniques consolidates its powers with the aid of its new forms of mass control, its panoply of tranquilizers and sedatives and aphrodisiacs, could democracy in any form survive? The question is absurd. Life itself will not survive, except what is funneled through the mechanical collective. The spread of a sterilized scientific intelligence over the planet would not, as Teilhard de Chardin so innocently imagined, be the happy consummation of divine purpose. It would rather ensure the final arrest of any further human development. Again, do not mistake my meaning.
So this is part of his main point, is that in Teilhard de Chardin, right, and Marx, they're reading back into man's history, right, the fact of this technological progress, right, that's appeared in this modern age, right, and they're saying that this has been a gradual process that's occurred throughout human history, right, but the fact that Mumford shows that that is actually not what's been driving human achievement, so to speak, right? What's driven this idea, right, has actually been this idea of the mega machine, and like obviously it has its own mythology, and as he said, it sort of uses human beings for its organizational capacity, right? So the fact is that when technique makes man its object, right, then it unlocks this sort of authoritarian quality, right, which he says has always existed. But the fact is that for most of man's history, right, what's propelled man's development has not been man as tool making, but symbol making, right? So this whole idea of what has civilized man, right, that gets into some interesting territory.
Yeah, and symbol making, the origin of it is very difficult to figure out.
Yes. So how Mumford came to this conclusion is pretty interesting, right? It'd be interesting to go back through his work and see if he actually trace back how he came to this conclusion, because yes, it's a very sort of modern conclusion, that he's sort of came to, because there's lately been tons of authors that have argued, because of the advancements in semiotics, right, and so on and so forth, right, and linguistics and language, that this the origins of this could not have been some sort of accident of history, but it's actually been something that's quite strange, right, in its development. So because after all, it seems to separate us from the animals, right? So this is one of the things that Mumford points out, is that animals for a long part of man's history were much better at tool making, right? And then the tool making did not serve the development of machines, right? But for a long period of history, the tool making just served the symbolic dimension of man's capacity, right? Through his ritualistic and symbolic forms of expression. So and then he furthermore contemplates how our sort of expensive misinventions, such as the space programs and so on and so forth, are equivalent to myth making in the department of Egyptians building those pyramids.
This is not a prediction of what will happen, but a warning against what may happen. We are gathered here now, I take it, to see what means must be taken to escape this fate. In characterizing the authoritarian techniques that has begun to dominate us, I have not forgotten the great lesson of history. Prepare for the unexpected. Nor do I overlook the the immense reserves of vitality and creativity that a more humane, democratic tradition still offers us. What I wish to do is to persuade those who are concerned with maintaining democratic institutions to see that their constructive efforts must include technology itself. There, too, we must return to the human center. We must challenge this authoritarian system that is given to an underdimensioned ideology and technology the authority that belongs alone to the human personality. I repeat, life cannot be delegated.
So that's one of the ideas, right? That once you delegate life to the authoritarian techniques, right, and to the myth of the machine, right, then you surrender man's authority, right? You lose the man-centered society, right? So this whole idea where, as I was pointing out in the beginning, right, that humanism, universalism, liberalism, right, it's and the democratic way of life, even capitalism, right, because it relies so much on the private decision-making process, right, it both falls to the wayside, right, when the authoritarian techniques come through, right, because it basically positions man, right, creates a sort of individual man that's divorced from family and religion and nation, right, the perfect sort of man that can be susceptible to the authoritarian techniques, right? So this whole thing about how the man centered, right, that this is actually a reversal of what is subdued under the technical system, right? Because the technical system, again, the whole project, right, it cannot function without having man as its object, right? So this is interesting, right? Because the technological system does not aim for the destruction of man, right? It just aims to exploit man, right?
Yeah,
So
in a way, it aims to make man a disposable asset that they can easily be exchanged, kind of
right,
like currency in some sense.
exactly, right. So it's like its aim is really the creation of a new type of man, as Lul says, right? So, one that can serve the needs of the system. So,
Curiously, the first words in support of this thesis came forth with exquisite symbolic aptness from a willing agent, but very nearly a classic victim of the new authoritarian techniques. They came from the astronaut John Glenn, whose life was endangered by the malfunctioning of his automatic controls, operated arbitrarily from a remote center. After he had barely saved his life by personal intervention, he emerged from his space capsule with these ringing words: "Now let man take over." That command is easier to utter than to obey. But if we are not to be driven to even more drastic measures than Samuel Butler suggested in Erewhon, we had better map out a more positive course, namely the reconstitution of both our science and our techniques in such a fashion as to insert the rejected parts of the human personality at every stage of the process. This means gladly sacrificing mere quantity in order to restore qualitative choice, shifting the seat of authority from the mechanical collective to the human personality and the autonomous group, favoring variety and ecological complexity instead of stressing undue uniformity and mass standardization. Above all, reducing the insensate drive to extend the system itself, instead of containing it within definite human limits, and thus releasing man himself.
Right. Because, see, the technical complexity brings a standardization of the human. Right. Whereas ecological complexity, brings basically just diversity of life forms, pretty much. I mean, right now, as has been for history, right? So that's why, as Uncle Teddy says, right, you have to see nature as sort of the counter ideal to the technical system, right? So I like that he pointed out that, and also just as he mentioned in this work here, right, the authoritarian and democratic techniques, right? He also mentions in techniques and the nature of man, right? This the works of Samuel Butler, right? Because he's basically saying, right, back in the 1800s, right, that technology is going to evolve way past humans' capacity to manage it. Right, it's going to encapsulate a whole new stage of evolution, right, to where it's going to totally escape human control, right?
Also, Teddy is against romanticizing nature. So, but the point is that what we're moving towards, it involves a greater loss of autonomy, making people disposable assets. So what we're moving towards is much worse than a hunter-gatherer lifestyle, or a lifestyle where you have a real community in a rural setting, because at least in that setting, you have more freedom, you have more less, because Teddy I remember reading, he went crazy, or he really hated hearing the noise of airplanes, you know what I mean? And, imagine going in a more rural setting, have a community, you don't have stuff like light pollution. You don't have stuff like the noise from cars or airplanes, in a sense. I think symbols, we need to look at it differently. Like, it's not about how well it quantifies things, how well it can measure things. Their power doesn't come from that. Their power comes from making you look more inward in a way that is non-mechanistic, because the psyche or the mind or even the spirit is more numinous than what the quantifiable mega machine can produce.
Yeah, absolutely.
For other and higher purposes. We must ask not what is good for science, good for technology, still less what is good for General Motors or Union Carbide or
Dude, Mumford's based. Right. Definitely.
IBM or even the Pentagon. But what is good for man? Not machine conditioned, system regulated mass man, but man in person, moving freely over every area of life.
There's another thing that we've talked about in the beginning here, is this idea of the creation of the mass man, right? The technician works towards a generalized abstraction, right? Okay, they can't really develop their techniques on a sort of case by case basis, right? They have to develop it towards a generalized model, right? So they have to flatten out everyone into one being, and this generalized abstraction, which is basically a myth, right, is who they sort of work for, right? The everyman, right? So all techniques seem to flatten man out in this way, right? So it's their sort of conglomeration and the ensemble of techniques that accomplishes this, right? And not any one, right? So so this is really one of the key points that hitherto I've not really, you know, touched on this point that much. Right. But I think me and Buddha have significantly actually like talked about this in terms of just mind and you know, complex dynamic systems and how they could sort of, you know, behave like a mind and so on and so forth, doing right. So so there's certain discussions to be had in this arena, right? But yeah. So yeah, so let's see some more of what Mumford says here. I'm only gonna play like maybe 4 more minutes of this, and then I'll move to the text.
There are large areas of technology that can be redeemed by the democratic process. Once we have overcome the infantile compulsions and automatisms that now threaten to cancel out our real gains, the very leisure that the machine now gives in advanced countries can be profitably used, not for further commitment to still other kinds of machine, furnishing automatic recreation or automatic thought, but by doing significant forms of work, unprofitable or technically impossible under mass production. Work dependent upon special skill, knowledge, aesthetic sense. The do-it-yourself movement prematurely got bogged down in an attempt to sell still more machines. But its slogan pointed in the right direction, provided we still have a self to do it with. The glut of motor cars that is now destroying our cities can be coped with only if we redesign our cities to make fuller use of a more efficient human agent, the walker. Even in childbirth, the emphasis is already happily shifting from an officious, often lethal authoritarian procedure centered in the physician and in hospital routine to a more human mode, which restores initiative to the mother and to the body's natural rhythms. The rebuilding of a democratic techniques is plainly too big a subject to be handled in a final sentence or two. But I trust I have made it clear that the genuine advantages of our scientifically based techniques can be preserved only if we cut the whole system back to a point at which it will permit human alternatives, human interventions, and human destinations for entirely different purposes from those of the system itself. At the present juncture, if democracy did not exist, we would have to invent it in order to restore and fortify and replenish the spirit of man.
That was Louis Mumford speaking on authoritarian and democratic techniques at the recent convocation of the Fund for the Republic. Now, Admiral Hyman G. Rickover of the Atomic Energy Commission comments.
Okay, I'm gonna play the next. I'm sorry, not play, but read the piece now.
What are you gonna read now? You reading hello?
No, Mumford. But if you'd like to say something, of course,
What
feel
book
free.
of Mumford do you recommend? If yeah.
Well, he sort of wrote a trilogy on these topics, right? I know there's you know, technics and civilization, man and technics, and
The City
you know,
and History. That sounds very interesting.
yeah, there's another one too. Yeah. There's another few of them that he wrote, but I know he wrote a trilogy on these topics specifically, right? But yeah, I have two of them, the PDFs. But I know I sent you one of those. But yeah. But yeah, yeah, it was him talking. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. But yeah, here's yeah, we've listened to quite a bit of audio of Mumford. We've listened to over you know, I think like 2 hours of just audio of Mumford, right? So quite a bit of audio exists, from Mumford. But yeah, let's go to his idea here. I'm actually not sure where we, sort of left off here. So yeah, I'll read this part again. I'll just go up a page here and read this part again. Because this gives the main idea here. He says, for what is a space rocket but a precise dynamic equivalent in terms of our present day theology and cosmology of the static Egyptian pyramid? Both are devices for securing at an extravagant cost a passage to heaven for the favored few, while incidentally maintaining equilibrium in an economic structure threatened by its own excessive productivity. So he talks about the colossal acts of destruction and human extermination.
Do you think, in a way, that these ancient wise sages, like I don't know, Vedic sages or whatever, when they prophesize of the Kali Yuga or the Dharma ending age or whatever end of the cycle, in a way they saw it as presaged in certain semiotic landscapes that were present at that time. Like they could see that the semiotics have a kind of like they could see the past, future, present blur into one another or something like that. Because it seems like it's almost prefigured or something. Like I don't know if the prefigured is the right word, but in the actual semiotic landscape. Because I remember talking to my friend who was also into magic. He did magic. My friend, he claimed that if you take an idea into your head, a symbol, and you imagine it becoming true, and you feed that idea of your energies, then it does materialize in some shape or form. Like you imagine you wanting to fly like a bird or something, then people create airplanes, and so in a way they create a profane materialization of those fancies or something like that. Because what he said about the pyramids, the ancient Egyptian pyramids, and the rocket and its connection to the economic landscape, the equilibrium, seems to tie into what I'm saying. And so, like, you think that what I'm saying is true? Or does
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. And a lot of it also has to do with manipulating time and you know yeah, like I know Crowley has a thing where you like imagine something in your mind like a block, and then you shape it into like a figure. Right, like you imagine a figure in your mind, and then you imagine chipping away at a block until it forms into that figure.
What's crazy when you think about it, is there are like computer simulation programs where they can like you're making robotics. You know, most robotics are not just made from schematics they draw up. They have to run it through simulation. And I forgot the name right now, it escapes me, but they like use physics and other stuff, and they run those simulations before starting to make it in a way that's like decoupling the semiotic scaffolding and then placing it into computers. And that seemed kind of dangerous, of course, you know, like we're like transferring our semiotic landscape, and you know, a computer is just a bunch of signs that are, at the same time, it's not organic at all. That's right, yeah, but it does seem kind of, it is very strange, yeah. Yeah, the decoupling of the semiotic landscape and simulations does seem kind of like more of a, like the archontic invades, but it seems like the archontic also tries to break away from human entanglement in some sense, because you know, now we have automation and stuff.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, so I mean, I'll read some of this again, I guess, because I have no idea where I started or ended this.
Yeah, I apologize if I went on too long.
Oh no, it's fine, man. Yeah, no, I'm just struggling to figure out like, and I'm not going back and figuring out like it's been too much time, but yeah. But I'll just start reading from here. It says, having indicated the beginnings of this process, I must regrettably pass over the actual institutional forces that have been at work during the past 5,000 years and leap all too suddenly into the present age, in which the ancient form of biotechnics are being either suppressed or supplanted, and in which the extravagant enlargement of the mega machine itself has become, with increasing compulsiveness, the condition of continued scientific and technical advance. This unconditional commitment to the mega machine is now regarded by many as the main purpose of human existence. But if the clues I have been attempting to expose prove helpful, many aspects of the scientific and technical transformation of the last 3 centuries will call for reinterpretation of judicious reconsideration. For at least we are not bound to explain why the whole process of technical development has become increasingly coercive, totalitarian, and in its direct human expression, compulsive and grimly irrational, indeed downright hostile to more spontaneous manifestations of life that cannot be fed into a machine. Before accepting the ultimate translation of all organic processes, biological functions, and human aptitudes into externally controllable mechanical system, increasingly automatic and self-expanding, it might be well to re-examine the ideological foundations of this whole system. Right. What are the ideological foundations? And of course, you know, obviously thinkers like Skirbina, Mumford, Ellul, and Uncle Teddy, they all come to different conclusions about what the solutions are, but they have the same problem in mind, right? It's like either way you slice the pie, you come up with the same issue.
Yeah, you could say that again, definitely. You know, basically, they use different words, but it does just come down to loss of human autonomy, loss of the, freedom, basically, or just the fluid, like the way societies or communities formed in the past, they were based on the environment, like how close you are to fresh water, how can you sustain your group, in a way that you know, is not like trying to add more to it. It wasn't as additive as it is now. In a way, we're flooded with or inundated or flooded with like abstractions now and more symbols. The digital information age. Now. Mumford was writing before the digital information age. I think. Am I correct? Like this stuff is even worse now. Like yeah. Yeah, I wonder what Teddy or Mumford would say about, I don't know, deep fakes or something. Like that's that's crazy too. You could like, I could take, you have hundreds of videos, correct? Like that means people could actually take your voice and actually impersonate your voice, and that's crazy. But they could do that if you like, someone could do that.
Right, yeah.
Very wrong. Yeah, it's like weird. Yeah, that's not good. Yeah. Cybercrime too. That many people don't talk about this, but with every technology that's come out, there's new forms of crime too, like cybercrime. Like that, which is a real thing. And so, of course, and yeah, that's right. Maybe.
Yeah, so yeah, in terms of the videos and the personal messages, right? You're going to have to really verify. See, this is the thing, is that one thing that as we were talking about before, is like they may not be able to duplicate, right? And you can kind of scope this out when you conversate with like a sort of language learning model or something like that, is that they think in a highly specific way, right? So these systems, they seem to fail to replicate something about the human, or extremely smart people can sort of distinguish. But there are a great mass of people who cannot distinguish it from human emotions, human expressions, right? And yeah, as a result, they use it to bolster their plans and ideas about themselves, right?
Well, the thing is that improvement in technology means just better ways of enslaving and messing with people. But the thing is, 10 or 20 years ago, I was telling, my Slovenian friend that a lot of his transhumanist predictions are false. Okay. And then 5 years later, I saw some crazy stuff that was happening in the scientific field and other crazy stuff. And, I'll be honest, this is the thing with conspiratorial thinking. Some people take it too far, but I don't know. I am kind of open to the possibility that they're using like documents from like ancient civilizations or extraterrestrials, and you see the way things are advancing now is like they're telling us that 2040 they will roll it out, like they already have it, like they're conditioning us for that rollout. You see what I'm saying? Doesn't seem like it's happening organically or naturally or something. I know that's kind of crazy to say, but there are lots of people who come here, they basically say that, but they don't seem to think out the full ramifications or the kind of dread. But what I'm trying to say is that, it will keep improving, I think so, because, and that's not good, unless we tear it down, soon. but that's not something we can do. So, yes, I think in the future, they will be able to duplicate people who have lots of video chats and audio chats on here and stuff, unfortunately. Because, the military and DARPA is always ahead of what we see now and stuff. So it's like a kind of semiotic nightmare and stuff. So yeah, that's kind of what's happening. So, I mean, the kind of technology we have now is nothing like the 70s or 60s or 90s. It's like nightmarish stuff. If people aren't panicking now, they're never gonna be panicking. They're like soy boys, or they're retarded, or they have a kind of mental illness. Like, people need to wake up and realize that, man, this stuff is like, it just gets worse. You know what I mean? And yeah, I don't know. Like, like that's what it seems like to me. And so, 2040 or 2045, I'm not sure if it has eschatological significance to the Jays, but that's the date they give for the singularity, around 2040 to 2045. I'll just say 2045 or something. Yeah, that's yeah. Well, even so, even without those, it's still bad. I mean, it's still very bad. But it's just progressively getting worse. That's all. In Iran, the Iranians shot it down. We shot it down, and then they found that pilot based on his heartbeat. So I'm thinking, how did they do that? Like, it's so far and it's in mountainous terrain, and they were able to detect him based on his heartbeat, and then they rescued that pilot who was shot down. Yeah, that's what they said. The Pentagon admitted to that. I have to look for that source again. But yeah, like I showed that article once, the lethal autonomous weapons, why are they talking about that unless they're trying to prep us for it? They're like, oh, we don't have it, so then write about it on the Congress page. Yeah. What I'm trying to get at is that the pure awareness is greater than anything, but I feel like the egoic consciousness can be kind of highly imitated. It could be highly, I don't know, yeah, that's not good stuff, but it could be highly imitated. Yeah, that's what they're doing. Yeah. And I wonder what Moffat would say about that. And so he'd probably say it's a kind of mega machine that's more digitized or something, or that's having a life of its own. It's inimical to life here or something. Yeah. Sorry for going on. Yeah. I mean, you probably already know all this. Yeah. I mean, just kind of preaching to the choir or something like that.
No, it's good. It's good. The people need to hear different versions of, so, could be something you say hits them, could be something I say hits them, but either way, this is, way adventure and, propagandizing, I guess, for lack of a better term, right? But yeah, but yeah, in this, I mean, he's talking about the ideological foundations, and just as that, he mentions the over concentration about centralized power and external control. Right. So, so obviously externalization. Right. Centralization is a key feature of large scale technologies. Right. And externalization is just a key feature of the entire process of enframing. Right. That technology uses, of using nature as a standing reserve. Right. Creating an alternative to nature. Right. And making man reliant on the technological system rather than reliant on nature.
Yeah, but
right, and also really through the commodification of man himself. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that's good. We know that nature is constantly in a state of communication. Like everything in nature is communicating, like the alarm calls of birds, other stuff. There's like tons of communication. The thing is when the technology starts communicating with itself, and that's what is happening, thanks to cloud computing technology and IoT. See, IoT devices are kind of like an ecosystem. And, I have a friend, he got his degrees, I mean, not degrees, but certificates in AWS and Azure and, stuff like that. It's basically an IoT ecosystem. And this is what the technicians, the technocrats want to do. They want smart cities now. They want graphene tattoos. They want to create an ecosystem where technology encases us and can communicate our vital information, or can better monitor us. You know what I mean? And that ecosystem is kind of like overlaid on nature and stuff. So, but is that new technological ecosystem, is it ontologically continuous with nature, or is it in antagonism? I would say it's an antagonism, and also it really destroys our autonomy more. It makes us more like hamsters in a cage. It's like putting sensors in a hamster cage and monitoring the hamster at every opportunity. And then when the sensors say, "Oh, there's something wrong with the hamster," you go help them. I mean, yeah, or you're monitoring the hamster and maybe you're doing stuff like, I don't know, electroshock therapy to try to manipulate the hamster's behaviors with positive reinforcement or crap like that. I don't know, that kind of stuff is evil, but it seems like that's the direction we're heading and stuff. There's a new, I mean, Klaus Schwab and Yuval Harari, at least they tell us this, they say it's the fourth industrial revolution and stuff.
Yeah, but they rely on, sometimes they rely on the fact that there is a dualism, ontologically between, technique and nature. Right. So sometimes they reinforce this idea, right? And sometimes they want people to believe in virtual reality and so on and so forth, that you can create your own reality, and and that there's another world behind the computer screen. And there's powerful people who want people to believe in this, right? And
Yeah, but
actually,
both ways.
yeah, and actually, Elul himself warns against this, right? Because let me actually read this part of Elul, right? Give me 1 second, sorry. Okay, I'm losing where I put this here.
Find it?
No, but were you gonna say something? You go ahead and say that while I try to find this. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here it is. I found it.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry guys. Yeah, he says but we cannot declare that it is unimportant if technique permeates everything human, so long as it does not reach the unreachable center. This dualism is impossible, because this quote unquote center is not abstract but concretely embodied. If the quality of human being if the quality of being human depends on it, and if this quality is embodied by the ways in which technique mauls man's body and soul, we have no right to say that what is essential remains unscathed. There is, on the contrary, every evidence that what is called quote unquote person is being dangerously impaired. Similarly, it is escapism to say that what can be laid hold of in man is itself the result of many influences, many social currents, and collective habits. So why worry about the influence of technique?
Yeah, some stuff to say about that. I would say that every traditional belief can be twisted or contorted by technology. And I did mention this a long time ago, but for example, you know, this is a twisting or perversion of it. I'm not saying this is what they believe, but you know, for example, Hyperborean's view could be viewed like imagine a circular machine, and there are like people embedded in it, and they're all being fed like stuff, and they're all inside a dream, while they're being fed in the simulation. So in a way, you know, that's a subversion of those ancient beliefs. And let's for Twilight, let's imagine that everyone unites their mind in love, you know, and they become like a kind of super organism themselves via technology or internet of bodies. So that's a subversion or twisting of his views too, you know, via technology. And in your case, I would say this is idolatry. If you were to create a supercomputer and worship that supercomputer like God, that is idolatry. That's a twisting of what is monotheism. But that could be done, and it's a twisting, a corruption. You see what I'm trying to say is that, you know, the semiotic landscape presaged, I mean, not presaged, but it kind of serves as a precursor. Yeah, it serves as a precursor for the technological advancement. And in a way, they are corrupting these more ancient traditional beliefs and making it more material, making it more profane and stuff. I mean, they can do that for anything. Even for Buddhism, maybe they could like put people in a constant state of, I don't know, you know, samadhi, constant state of suchness. That is also a perversion. You know, I mean, you don't want to put shit in your brain and just constantly blast crap in your mind and stuff. Yeah, that's not the proper way to do things.
Yes, but you know, sort of some of this idea that, you know, that basically that the technological world is of a completely different order, right? And even that the online space is like a different world, right? You know, sort of like the sort of Ghost in the Shell territory, right? That could be, you know, a dangerous thing to assume, right? And even thinking that there's some part of the human that they can't get to, right? That people who think that, right, sometimes they're waiting too long, right, for something more to emerge, right? Because it's like, look, dude, like people are already sufficiently controlled, right, to where like there's no like special kernel left that they need to get to that they'll never get to in order for them to have this control, right? So that's what Alul's kind of warning people about, right?
Yeah, I see that, but this is really go into sharper metaphysical territory, because because let me think here. I would say that
yeah, but practically, he's saying practically. Like I think this is what I think something that Alul and Uncle Teddy even get behind. That I think they're pretty much right, because you know we can have our metaphysical discussions, but when we look at the practical reality of the situation, right, we have to actually deal with.
Yeah, Scribina too. Yeah, Scribina's Pantechnicon also effectively.
Well, Scribina sort of basically dealt face forward with this dilemma, right? And he said that, you know, that there's no incongruous dualisms and there's no ontological separation in terms of Alul. Right? So Alul does not deal with the metaphysical issue at all. Right? So it's just not relevant, right?
Yeah. Well, the thing is though, let me think here. You know,
like it's not like from like the standpoint of anti-tech revolution, why and how, like that whole work, like you don't need any metaphysical standpoint. Like you said, any metaphysical view can be hijacked anyways, right? So what's the point? Right?
No, I would say Cloggase, though, his approach is actually the strongest, because for he's a dualist too. But the thing is, Cloggase, he sees the technological force as being literally Geist, but for him the spirit. For Cloggase, he sees the spirit negatively, but which is strange. He's kind of like the opposite of Nimrod, but he sees spirit as negatively and parasitizing the soul and stuff. But the thing I'm trying to get at is if you want to get rid of
That's like
te-
Schopenhauer or
technology,
something.
if you want to get rid of technology, maybe seeing it as being a kind of animistic evil force, and then riling up people and seeing it as being something you cannot compromise with, that is actually has its own intentionality and stuff, and then they refuse to give it the same status as organic
Yeah, I see
life.
what you're saying. Yeah, I see what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah. I don't think that can be as corrupted easily. But the problem
Yeah,
is if
but
technology achieves symbiosis with organic life.
yeah, yeah, but the only problem I see, or the hurdle I see to what you're proposing, because I see that would be good, but it would require too huge of a belief system. Like you're telling people that they need to change their ontological scope. Like that's quite a bit for most people, right? Whereas you could basically get people to agree to like loss of autonomy, loss of traditions, destruction of wild nature, like any of those points, you could get most like 90% of people to agree to, right?
Well, I mean, I think every metaphysic, or at least most of them, they have this kind of aspect of being pliable. If I don't know Islam that well or Christianity that well, but what if you guys were to say that technology is a satanic force, that it has the spirit of Shaitan or spirit of Satan, and that he's like,
I think they should. I mean,
yeah,
I'm definitely working towards that within Islam. I think people should work towards that in other traditions. And I think there's people who saw that too, right? Like, for example, right, like me and Gabriel were talking about the Dune series. Seems like the creator of that saw some sort of ideas within Eastern religions and Islam to be antithetical to some sort of world technological system, something like that.
and I think if you do that and you focus on multiple dimensions, like how it's like destroying human freedom and autonomy, but also destroying nature and stuff, you can try to like find common ground with let me
Yeah,
think.
yeah,
Yeah,
but
people.
yeah, but see, the thing is that it affects everyone all at the same time, and we can't like go about it by just trying to convince people inside of our own tradition, right? So that's the thing, is that it's a world issue, right? That you need to get as many people to focus on the issue, then you can have your own tradition, right? But there is not going to be any tradition because the technological world system, it threatens to re-engineer what it means to be human, right? So you're not going to have traditions when there's no humans, right, left to have them, right? So that's the point, right?
Yeah, pheasants to re-engineer more than just humans, all of life, basically, at this
Right,
point.
exactly, right. So this is the thing, is like there's no one that's part of a tradition that doesn't affect, right? You know what I'm saying, right? Right.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but I was just speculating that, maybe uh, persuading traditions to, more qualitatively see the technology as evil, like, Buddhists could say
Well, that's why.
Submara.
Oh yeah,
Submara.
yeah. Well, that's why, like as we're doing, we need to look at the teachings of most of the traditions, because it turns out that most of the traditions do actually say that, right? So if we're actually being honest, right, Christianity, Islam, Taoism, right, Buddhism, they say something about how nature is good, human contrivance, that can be seen as evil, right? That technique is basically evil, over reliance on technique, over reliance on man-made things instead of just human simplicity, human goodness, human virtue, right? That these things are actually salvific instead of contrivance based on technique and laws and wealth and power and all these things, right? So you know so it's pretty easy to exemplify parts of the traditions, right, which say, well, you should go towards asceticism, you should have the virtues of a warrior and a saint, and so on and so forth, right? So
Yeah, it seems like it's possible. Yeah, but that would require that would require a lot. Like, but I think it could be done. Like a religious fervor that makes people reframe technology as an expression of
Right.
evil within their own metaphysical schema or their own theological system.
Right, but
That could work.
but see, most people, their religion is in the closet, right? So the big guns are based on the scientific worldview, and most of the people that follow that, right, they're going to follow occultism, they're going to follow methodological atheism, they're going to follow the scientific worldview, and that is what dominates the world schema, right? So we have to also discover what it means to challenge the system within their ideas, right? Because they're the ones who created the problem, right? So we can't just, ignore people of that mindset, right? Because they're driving the entire schema of the present situation, right? So the fact is that, we have to master the ideas or the philosophy or the worldview of the scientists and the atheists, to try to then, talk to those who are of a traditional mindset to get them out of their spell, right? Out of like the sort of spell of, of the myth of man, the myth of progress, the myth of the machine, right? They're inundated with all these delusions, right? So then we have to burst their bubble, right? Get the common man, right, to speak with the understanding of what these people have created, right? So it's like, it's a very complex game here.
Yeah, it's not easy and stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, because like how like Mumford and and Uncle Teddy, right? They've put their arguments totally in secular terminology. Right? For example, authoritarian versus democratic. Right? Up till now, man has evolved under extremely low tech conditions, and they've put it in the secular form. Right? So you could look at the history that the secularists and the atheists provide and look at that most of man's history, he lived in a low technological state. According to them.
Yeah, but that's what they believe. You're correct. Yeah.
Right. So this is when we turn their entire thing against them. Right? We don't know complex systems. We can't predict changes within them. This system has not been here for that long. We can't predict changes within this system. And most of man's history, he evolved under extremely low tech conditions.
Yep, that's correct. That's the standard view.
Yeah. So they have so they're up Shit's Creek without a paddle. Looks like.
Yeah, but the rhetoric has to change according to the person you're talking to. Some people will be more receptive to more. The point is, one has to be kind of get to the point that the more tech growth is bad. We need to scale back. That's the main thing.
Right.
Yeah, scale back. I agree with that definitely. If mankind want to, live a harmonious or more noble or honorable life, or even harmonious, it doesn't matter which. Just scaling back the technology is the only way to do that. Like it's kind of obvious to me. It's like
Yeah,
yeah,
there's not enough grain, and the wives are complaining in the village and stuff. Who do you go to talk to, right? Like the village elders, right? They're gonna have a council meeting, right? And then like then there's all of this issues, and you know, and you know, we're gonna have a war with Great Britain. You know, you go and you know we have form a militia, and you know you tell George Washington, and you know like you know let's go to the fucking Congress and tell those motherfuckers that we're gonna have a king named George Washington, and blah blah blah, and you know and they go up there and they want to overthrow the Congress, which is actually a true story. They almost did that and made George Washington the king, right? Or like you know today it's like you know who's in charge, right? If you have a problem and you want to overthrow the government or what's in charge, are you going to aim at the technological and economic factors of civilization because they are the objective factors of power, right? So, you know, it's not people that you're against, right? You know, and
Yeah, but the thing is that ultimately the system domesticated people, most people, not every single person.
oh yeah,
You know, that's not good and stuff. You know, like power grids and you know people had to work to get running water in the past. You know, and of course that led to a more fulfilling life. You know, like actually drawing out the water or something or the well. You know, people had to chop wood and carry, chop wood and carry water, stuff like that. Now, is there's a sense of dissociation, a sense of disconnect from those more important things. Like learning, you can teach a man. I mean, you can give a man a fish and feed him for a day, or you can teach him to fish and feed him forever. So you know that's kind of why the south of the USA has some good stuff about it. Like the people are more. A lot of them, they're more. What's the right word? They're more hands-on and stuff. Like they know how to be more self-reliant than others, like go off the grid or something. Yeah, but it's kind of very highly dismaying and highly reprehensible that we have moved in this direction of it is true enslavement and stuff, you know, because in the past the kings didn't have that much power to infiltrate every facet of your life, you know, like you still had communities and other stuff that were self-reliant, or they could be more hands-on and do the important things to sustain their community. Now there's a sense of disconnect with everything. You're doing number crunching at a 9 to 5 job, or you're I don't know, that doesn't really help anyone or benefit anyone or the earth or the nature or your fellow brethren or whatever. You know, doesn't just going to 9 to 5 job, sitting at the desk job or whatever. It seems like that stuff will be phased out too and stuff. So they're gonna do that for. They're gonna be automating more white collar jobs and stuff. So you know, yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. I'm not sure if you ever saw the anime Wolf's Rain, and that anime, most people did revert back to pre-industrial life, but they are the nobles or like bioengineered and other stuff. They live in a big skyscraper or something, or like a citadel that's barricaded from the average people, the regular peasants, and they like hoard all of the like augmentations to themselves. So they still rule over the people, but the technology is more concentrated onto them and stuff. So it's like a kind of neo-feudalism. I think Yovar, forgot that guy, that one J, who is kind of a programmer and he looks very nerdy and ugly. He's kind of fat. I forgot his name. I think it was like not Yovar. It's like, you know who I'm talking about? That one J talks for neo-feudalism. He keeps pushing neo-feudalism. You know what Jay I'm talking about or not? Like, oh, he's like a kind of weird transhumanist kind of guy, and he's all close connections with Nick Land too. So what's his name?
Jaron Laney here? I don't know.
No, it's like I got close connections to Bannon too. Steve Bannon. Yeah, it's like
I don't know.
yeah, I'll figure out his name. He's like Pino. He talks about him a lot and stuff. I forgot his name. Yeah, he's kind of. I think he pushes for a kind of Curtis Yarvin. Curtis Yarvin, you know about him?
Oh, Yarvin, yeah, Moldbug, yeah.
Yeah, Moldbug. Yeah, I think he promotes a kind of neo-feudalism, like what I was saying.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, we talked about that on the show. Yeah. Well, I think that is the another key point of um commonality between the Discordians and the Accelerationists. Right, they both sort of push for that. Right, smaller communities. Right?
Yeah, it seems like I don't know what they're planning. I could see many possibilities. Maybe different parts of the world will try out different stuff. Like maybe they want to concentrate the technology and wealth to a certain elect or a few. Maybe they want to distribute it more to create smart cities and monitor and surveillance people more, like IoT, Internet of Bodies or something. Or but the point is that shouldn't exist in the first place. This level of interconnected um, techno liberalism and stuff. It shouldn't exist that much. It did seem to begin with compartmentalization and over specialization, and that prevented people from seeing the bigger picture and stuff that they're embedded in and stuff. So, yeah, they prevented. I think one thing people need to know for sure is that longer lifespan does not mean a better life. It doesn't. That's not. That's not true. It's just longer life expectancy. Doesn't necessarily mean anything better or good. It's the longer life, or you know, and people use the kind of banal matrix like that to judge the prosperity of a country or their health or whatever. Like if they live longer, that means if the average lifespan is longer, then that's good or whatever. But I think that's very disingenuous to assume it's like that. Like there's a lot more to a community than that's also at least the weird stuff like boomers living longer and hoarding more of the wealth and assets and other stuff and not passing on valuable skills to their offspring. I mean, valuable skills. I think elderly people in the past were very important to communities. Like the skills they had to teach, like hunting and like fishing or even foraging, that kind of stuff. That was important. But now, what do the elderly have to teach? They just tell their kids, "Oh, go get your degree in this. Go do that. You know, talk to your boss or something. And trust the system." That's what they teach. That's the elderly now. All they teach is trust the system on average, and that's not a good thing to teach your kids. And so, because this system is very volatile for one thing. Second, it's very unsustainable. It consumes so many resources, and also it destroys human autonomy and stuff. So yeah, it leads to mental illness in the long run. I'm not. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I should say this here, but one of my I'm not gonna say here, but yeah, the point is that yeah, we're living in unprecedented times, yeah, in many ways. So even though there may have been precedents in the past, yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, absolutely, my friend.
Yeah, I want to say one more thing. I think it's strange that when I think more about this channel, it's interesting how it has attracted a lot of occultists and other people, but they seem to forget sometimes, a lot of them, that this channel is about being critical of technological growth and expansionism. Expansionism. Like, I think that is what this channel is originally about. Am I correct? I mean, that's the thing we should be focusing on above other things and stuff. I think so. But yeah, but it does kind of mix all together when you get down to it. Because when you get down to technique, it does kind of go back to magic. So I guess that's right. Techne magic and stuff. So yeah.
Right. I mean, but what's interesting is, yeah, like you said, is that the majority of my presentations. But the fact is that if you open up discussions anywhere, I'm sure that most people will not resonate with the topic. try to couch it in whatever terms that they find, right? And whatnot. So obviously, we have to introduce the topic. The fact is that there's not a lot of people that are concerned with the issue, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if, it doesn't take off, right? But the amount of engagement on the channel is surprising, right? So from any different standpoint, now the many occultists that have came here, they have had sort of private talks with me. They do appreciate the channel material, right? So even though they may not be on topic a lot, right, or have the sophistication that you or I have, I think most people that come here, they are deeply concerned with the issues. So pretty much as far as I can see, right? I don't really see many people that hang around that sort of have deep-seated disagreements with most of my viewpoints, right? So so it seems like they're pretty much on board, right? Obviously there's a close cadre of individuals that we resonate with that can have deeper discussions about some of the topics, right? But yeah,
Yeah, I'm
as you
kind
see,
of a
the
bit
general
tipsy.
public, yeah,
So I'm a bit tipsy, but yeah, I think you're pretty much right. Yeah, right.
yeah, it's fine. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm tipsy. Yeah, yeah, I would say
cool. Yeah.
ultimately, there are many angles you can approach this problem, and you could probably fill volumes upon volumes of all this problem from different angles, and yeah, it's unending, and but the point is that only scaling back can help things. More and more regulations don't help anything. That's the fact. I realized that not long ago. When you realize that, it's just something simple to realize. If you want to fix the issues that are created by the technological industrial system, it creates the very issues it claims it can solve. The main way to do that is simply to scale back. Regulations only defer, they push back the problems, and then they amplify the problem. More and more regulations do not help, just scaling back helps. But you don't really see any politicians or anyone on mainstream media talk about scaling back, but yeah, because they don't have vested interest in that. So yeah. I do kind of worry that if they do scale back, they might want to concentrate their technology among themselves. Hopefully, we can avoid that too. When we scale back, it has to be done in a large scale. It has to be done on a global scale. We can't let any country or anyone hide it. So, but the thing is, though, I know America has a ton of underground bases. This is true. There are lots of underground stuff. They probably stockpile a lot of technology there, lots of advanced weaponry. I don't
Well,
know how
that's why
to use that.
well, that's why some of this ideas, like for example, right, large scale technologies that cannot be brought back, right? Like things like the internet, right? Like if there's enough people go out that are able to run things like nuclear power plants and the internet, you simply cannot get that back in enough time, right? That things that take 20 to 30, to 100 years to even construct and whatnot, right? And even longer to shut down, right? Like a nuclear power plant, there's actually no shutting it down. You have to like keep cooling down the reactor, right? So, who's gonna cool the reactor down for hundreds and thousands of years? No civilization on Earth has lasted that long, right? So eventually, the core is going to collapse. We're going to have thousands of meltdowns, right? If there's nobody to manage the plants, right? So the fact is that, right, once the damage is done in that sort of area, it can't be undone, right? And that's basically just a fact, right? Now simple tools and stuff, right? There's no getting rid of tools and small scale technologies. You can't ever get rid of those, right? Pretty much, right? because people can just make them again. So
I think we just gotta do the best we can, but I guess starting off with stuff like communication networks and power grids, and I don't know, you know, focusing more on local food production rather than massive supply chains. All of that would be
yeah, of course,
small necessary steps.
yeah, of course, in a creative capacity, we're talking about creative reconstruction in terms of finding human alternatives to the world technological system, and not with dismantling anything. So
Yeah, I'm not
don't get
saying
it
to
confused
dismantle
for the
anything. I'm
people.
saying,
Yeah,
well,
of course.
it requires political action and stuff, and
Right.
requires
Exactly.
social transformation and movement. You know, you just gotta do your best, I guess. No single man can really, fix the system or put it in order. It's out of one person's control. I mean, it's not like, you know, it's a mess though, but you just gotta do your best. So like that's it. Yeah. It's yeah, the stuff you said about nuclear power plants, it was frightening. Yeah, that's probably true. Yeah, I think I don't I don't think space is fake and gay. You know, I do think they have satellites in space. I mean, do you think so or no? Like, I think they do, but I'm not sure. I don't know 100%. Because I heard that the satellites will eventually fall down on Earth too, and probably start hitting stuff. Some of them. Most of them will be destroyed by the atmosphere or ozone, I think, but some of them will get through and hit the Earth and stuff and satellites.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of in a position where if somebody said to me like, "Hey, do you believe in jinns?" Right? I'd say they probably exist. I mean, you look around in humanity, you look around like what's going on, right? You look around on Earth, right? Think like we can't be the only beings that are sort of here on this plane of existence that are going to be judged and so on and so forth. There has to be other creatures, so on and so forth, that are created for this purpose and so on and so forth. But like, I don't know if most of the things that modern science says are true, right? For sure, right? It's kind of like odd that you know, um, you know, I can theorize maybe that for part of their technology to work, a certain portion of it has to be true, right? So
I mean, you gotta ultimately, you see, the thing with science is you have to read if you want to learn about it, you have to read the papers. I mean,
yeah, one thing one thing I'm convinced of is that the Newtonian physics and whatever they use for the communications technology, that they've mastered, right? And without the transportation, communication, sort of combo, right, and transporting, goods and weapons and equipment and communicating over long distances, right? This is like sort of the major achievement, right? From what I could see is transportation devices and communication devices. So that is something that we can pretty much verify, right? And they control that through Newtonian physics and through devices that like Marconi and the radio and however they invented those things, right? And they run those things, right? Um, so it should be that if we find out those methods of control, right? Because basically, Bacon said in his New Atlantis that they can control the world through America through machines that can go under the water and fly over the air, right? And of course, when you combine this with communicating long distances, it seems like this is basically all they need to construct a world technological system, right? And then they could basically tell the people that they're doing whatever, right? They could tell them they're doing anything. They're going to war, they're going to space, wars, countries. They could make up countries and wars that don't exist, make up expeditions to planets that don't exist, right? And people will probably believe it, right? If you think of the thousands of cases where people were mobilized through propaganda to create a nation, create an army, create a revolution, create a this, go get these people, go get those people, just because somebody flashed up a bunch of images and brainwashed a bunch of people and got them to go and kill hundreds of people. It's happened thousands of times over the past 200 years, right? Right.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm gone down those rabbit holes. But I feel like most of the higher metaphysical truths, science can't even address those. But when it comes to science itself, like the theoretical aspects, like I don't know, or the more I don't know, the more stuff that has a lot of conspiracy surrounding it. I don't know because because people specialize a lot. Like you give me a paper on astrophysics, and it will go over my head. And I used to be friends with a guy from Sweden. Well, not really a friend, but just acquaintance. He knew a lot of astrophysics. But at the end of the day, I don't think the last thing I'll be thinking about on my deathbed is whether or not Earth is round or flat. And that's not the last thing I'll be thinking about. So it doesn't really ultimately matter, because I feel like and like I said, the PR awareness or whatever other metaphysical thing you want to believe in, I think it's like closer to Parmenian being. So these are just contingent facts. They're just contingent facts. People are learning. Like, for example, your body is composed of cells. It is composed of cells. It's trillions of cells communicating with each other. People didn't know that. Did not know that 500 years ago.
Right.
They
Right.
did not. It doesn't matter that they learned, though. It
But
doesn't
here's the
matter.
question, though. Where did the mitochondria come from?
Yeah, see, they sequence the genome and then they look at the other bacteria. It used to be a free-floating bacterium, and so, but that's what they conclude. So it used to be a bacterium that formed endosymbiosis reaction with the prokaryote, with the prokaryotes, whatever. So
But why though?
I don't know. Like that's like why is not a scientific question. That's like. But the question is, does it matter? Like, I mean, if you want to look into it, you can more. There are books you can read about it, and you can. It is like technical stuff. Yeah.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that they don't really know what a cell is, do they? At the end of the day, right?
They kind of do actually. They do know what a cell is. Yeah. I mean, the point I'm making is that people 500 years ago they didn't have microscopes where they can see a cell. Like they didn't have that. They didn't even know what a cell is. But all I'm saying is, does it matter though? I don't know. I don't think it matters that we know that the body is composed of cells.
It doesn't, because you know that you're not cells.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
definitely know that. So
yeah, it's not
so
materiality.
you know that the body is composed of cells, but you
Yeah.
pretty much know you're not the body.
Yeah. Yeah.
I know that. I mean,
Yeah, I
I'm
agree.
sure most people could confirm that, right? I'm sure there's a few people that would say, "Nah, I'm pretty much the body." Right, but even they don't know how life got there from dead matter.
Yeah, that's abiogenesis. Abiogenesis. That's a different question. Abiogenesis is a harder question. I would
Oh
agree.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, it's a harder question. Yeah.
So that's what
Actually,
I mean, though.
yeah. Lynn Margulis said
If
that.
it happened, that's if it happened, right?
Yeah.
Like, right? It's a hard question that you may spend your life answering, and it may not have even happened.
Yeah, that's
for
right.
sure. Pretty much is what we're looking at here. I mean, to be honest.
Yeah. I see what you mean, but at the same time, you know, if we're not the body, then there, you know, we have like the epistemology or the epistemics we can use to ask what is true. It doesn't necessarily have to rely on replicable empirical evidence. It doesn't have to rely on empiricism. It could rely on different dialectics. It could rely on different epistemological means. You know what I mean? So one could even discount the discovery of contingent facts by pointing to something higher, metaphysically speaking. You know, so that's the thing, you know. And you know, science does not give you moral values. It doesn't give you norms or oughts. You know, it doesn't tell you. You know, science cannot tell you science is valuable.
Right.
You see what I mean? Like, you know.
Right. Yeah, just said like it's good to know things because you know when you know you know. It's like okay, nerd, right? But the thing is that other than knowledge for the sake of knowledge, and you know I saw one of these atheists, right? You know, Neurojack was having a conversation, you know, with one of these atheist guys, right? And they said to him, right? They said, you know, they said, for God, right? They said, you know, you have to absolutely have knowledge that God exists, right? I mean, you have to experience God, right, face to face, and so Neurojack asked him, you know, I said, so what would it take for you to believe in God? He said, well, God would have to show himself to me. Right? That's a standard of proof, right? You know, and then for atheism, right, kept going down the rabbit hole. He said, well, well, what do you have to know for atheism? Right? He said, we'll never know. Right? So in one case, for God, right, he says absolute knowledge is his absolute standard for what it takes to know something. For atheism, you absolutely can't have absolute knowledge, but their knowledge is fine. It's perfectly stable.
When you say atheist, do you mean he's a physicalist, like a reductive physicalist or something? Because
pretty much, yeah.
Oh yeah, I see. I would say that, to be honest, I do sympathize with his view, you know, but at the same time, you know, when you meditate, you know, because different traditions have different approaches. In Buddhism and Advaita, you meditate, and there are states of mind you can go into that are kind of like, like pure awareness or like higher jhanas. They're called jhanas in Buddhism. And when I took the shrooms, I did see some stuff that resembled devas and resembled rakshasas, stuff like that. But the point is that meditation, there is a state of mind that is more luminous. It's called a luminous mind. And that's not, I don't think one could describe that in reductive physicalism and stuff. So I do think, like the mind is more mysterious. Like I lean towards, like idealism from my Buddhist paradigm. That's what I said, the Buddhist paradigm. And like I do think there are states of mind that are like Parmenion being in some sense, but it's kind of hard to experience it and stuff. But I would tell him, I would say that, he should be more open to the possibilities of what can manifest for the mind, because I feel like I feel like dying will be a kind of very spiritually transforming, depending on whichever way it goes. I don't know what happens. No one knows 100%, I think, what happens after you die. But the point is that I'm pretty sure you don't just lose consciousness and you're just your causal continuum ends or something. Something happens. Like, it doesn't have to be a self that passes on. It could be your repository of karmic seeds or something. So what I would say is that to him is that I would look more at the mind. But the thing is, they just view it as epiphenomenon. The mind is just epiphenomenon for them, or they just view, like, even the idea of a spirit is probably epiphenomenal to them. But Hyperborean, they say spirit is just pure awareness, and that is kind of close to what Vedanta says and what some Buddhists says. They call it non-abiding awareness. They call it non-abiding awareness. But yeah, but in regards to like other traditions, I cannot personally commit to the belief in monotheism without a personal experience with myself. Because one can be rational, because at the end of the day, I think experience does reign. The experience does not have to be tied to empiricism. That's the like, what does it mean to experience? That's the like luminous mind, personally. That's the I don't know. It's not subject to causation in the traditional ways that we think. I think when you go deeper into meditative absorption states, even the common sense perception of time breaks down. So you see what I'm trying to say. And maybe it gets more Parmenidean the deeper you go. I think it does. You reach that atemporality.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I think it's pretty much like the the mind of nature, right? You don't really see it, right? Yet it permeates, right? So there's kind of like an idea in terms of if there's something that has ultimate power, it's not going to really unveil itself, right? Or really, it wouldn't need to, right? So I think hiddenness is a feature of power, really, right? Like, for example, it says in the Tao in a chapter, it says, a great ruler is but a shadowy presence.
Yeah, but ultimately one can awaken to the Tao. I mean, like there is the atemporal experience, or the Tao. One can awaken to it. Kind of.
I don't think so. I don't think
Yeah,
so.
I think
I
you
don't think
can.
so. No, 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 no,
I
no,
think
no.
it's called enlightenment. I do believe.
No, 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 no. I think the Tao rejects enlightenment. Personally, I believe that. Because it's like, why would you need to experience some state of being to experience the Tao?
No, it's not a state. It's a stateless state. That's important. It has to
Yeah,
be.
but see, that's a paradox. Right? Stateless state.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, have you ever listened to Nisargata? Yeah, Nisargata. That guy was strange. Yeah.
No.
There was once Nisargata was an Advaitin. Once someone came to him and he was crying. There are people dying in my country, blah, blah. What can I do about it? Nisargata said, there's nothing you can do about it. And so he's like, why are you so insensitive? Why don't you care about these people? He said, in pure awareness, nothing happens. He said that. That's what Nisargata said. He was an Advaitin. He was based on Adi Shankara's thinking. And so, there is an experience like pure awareness where it's contentless, where it's emptied out. If you read phenomenological,
Right, but the Tao would not need you to reach this experience. Like, why would the Tao? Like, the Tao permeates all of existence. Like, the Tao is even in the poop. It's in the piss and the shit.
That's true. Yeah.
So the piss and the shit isn't going to have an experience. It's going to bring it to enlightenment, right?
Oh, some of the commentaries I read, like the darkness beyond dark, and they like describe it metaphorically as a kind of transcendental experience, a kind of more.
Yeah, I think there is an equivalence of the Tao in the Buddha, but it's not in terms of enlightenment. It would be some type of nature that permeates all of existence.
Yeah, I don't know. That's not how I interpret it from my translation. I've interpreted it more.
Like, for example, like you wouldn't awaken to, like something that is already the truth of the existence, right? The reality of existence, right? You would just sort of align with it, right? What you would be getting out of is the illusion, right? Is that right?
Yeah.
So it's you're getting out of an illusion, right? You're not
No,
aligning with something.
it's called, you know, some doubt, some parts I read, it comes close to the experience of suchness, or what is called kensho or something, some of it, and like it feels like time does stop. Sometimes when you feel like extreme awestruck by a moment, or you're walking alone, sometimes you feel time comes to a standstill, right? And you know, I feel like when one meditates more, or they do internal alchemy or whatever, not internal alchemy, but more like whatever other practices they have. Time starts to feel more unreal. It starts to feel more still. You feel kind of like a witness, like a witness awareness. You're just observing the body,
Right.
and it just feels
Right.
more like,
But don't some of the Buddhists say you shouldn't seek enlightenment?
yeah, they don't, yeah. The thing is, once you try to seek it and you try to grasp it, it goes far away.
That's
But once
right.
you yeah, but
So that's what I mean, right? Is that
yeah,
it's not something it's a state of being that one does not try to grasp, like and some of them even argued that you suddenly come into this, right? So like you said, it's timeless, so you've always been there. It's not something you come into, right?
that's correct. Yeah, the
Right.
awakening to it, the awakening to it, that's that does have certain profound implications. Like it is an actual experience. Like it's very difficult. It's not like you can go like, oh, I want to experience it now, and you meditate and you experience it. And then you're like chasing after it, because the more you chase after it, the farther it gets away. You see what I mean? But when you cease trying to chase after it, you just let go of everything, including your own name, including everyone you've ever known, including your own memory. You just keep letting go, let things drift and come and go. There it can be a sense of the atemporal, the atemporal
Yeah,
pure awareness.
but that's what I mean in terms of like they reject enlightenment in terms of they say like you shouldn't try to, right? Or like
yeah.
or like things are already there. It's the illusion that's preventing you from seeing that, right?
Yeah, that is correct. But what I feel like is, I have this own view, but of course this one is not aligned with Taoism. I do think that if the illusion continues, it does kind of affect the storehouse or repository consciousness, and the illusion persists after one dies or in rebirth. But I think you can end the illusion and end rebirth if you want to. But the point is that all of this we're experiencing now, all of it is an illusion. And so, like, all of it is an illusion. Is what is not. You know what I mean? But what is kind of like the actual experience of what is kind of not like an experience. It's kind of like pure awareness. Like I said, I kind of repeated that a lot, but yeah, that's the thing. So there is a kind of experience of all that, because the Taoists did believe, or at least think, I'm not sure the Tao Te Ching said. The Tao Te Ching didn't say it, but they believe that you can hold onto a white crane and fly into the heavens, and that kind of symbolized immortality for a lot of them. And so they did believe in a kind of elixir of immortality, a kind of channeling into immortality. Some of them interpret that differently. So there is a kind of tradition surrounding all of this. Even Taoists would debate each other. So not all Taoists were in universal agreement. Same with the Buddhists, same with the Hindus, Vedanta, same with pretty much every tradition.
Right.
Splintering and sects and other stuff.
Right, but I
Different
think there's a
interpretations.
guy named Lao Tzu for sure. And personally, I believe that he existed. Right.
Yeah, I think he did, but it's very hard to tell 100% what he was arguing for with everything and stuff. I don't think he believed in a telos though. That's one thing I'm sure about. He didn't believe in a telos. Uh, any kind of great will or telos, he did not believe in. So he did not.
Yeah, will is not synonymous with telos.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Will is not synonymous with telos, but wait, let me think. They do kind of. They have some.
Telos is the final cause.
Yeah.
So
But
it's one of the
will
roots to causality, right? So
will
like,
has a more capricious aspect to it. And
yeah,
so
you have to separate form and matter in order to get to telos, right? So, you know, not all you know, eschatology and telos are not the same thing, pretty much, right? They're kind of like, um, you know, it's like telos is just like purpose, so it's much more simpler of a concept than something that's drawing on eschatological scheme, right? Because that scheme could be towards anything, right? It doesn't have to be for a purpose.
I do think will applies a kind of telos, but not necessarily a kind of strong telos, but it does kind of have a kind of directionality to it. Will. So like, I mean, how can you have a will without directionality or intentionality and stuff? You know, so there's that. I think by will, I mean it can be traced back to intentionality. Basically, that's right. Yeah, because even when I take actions, you know, or I speak, there's an intentionality behind the words. But I would say the Tao is without intentions. So there's that. So it cannot have a will. The Tao. So you need intentions to have a will.
I don't know. I think you're thinking about thoughts, right? But you know, I think you can have a will without thinking, pretty much, right?
Yeah, they see all that. We have a will without thinking. That is true. Yeah, you can have a will, but not without intentionality. You don't need thinking for intentionality. You know.
What do you mean?
Well, like let's say you're walking and you see a pebble on the floor, unconsciously or whatever, you can avoid that pebble. You know, intentionally you avoided that pebble, and so you didn't have to think about it. It's just like muscle memory or something. You just respond to it or something. But there is a
Yeah, but how do you
degree of
know then?
how do you know that? It's like that is a good question. Like, how do you know? Like let's say
You
you're
didn't think
walking.
about it before you did it because we act without thinking all the time, is what I'm trying to say, right?
Yeah, that's true. Yes,
So
but
there's a
that
will
involves
behind that
intentionality.
action, but
That does involve intentionality, though, I think so. That's a difficult topic. Intentionality is debated a lot in philosophy of mind. I do think it involves an intentionality. Most things we do involve an intentionality. I think the will, it has to involve some intentionality. So,
see, intentions are like, it's like an intention is something you like load up an action with that could sometimes falsify the action itself.
that's true. Yeah, some
So
intentions
it's like,
can be inhibitory. Some of them
right.
can
So
be
it's like,
inhibitory.
so that's why so that's why the Tao and basically, like, for example, like one Sufi saint, right, Ibn Ata'Allah, right, he has a work called the Hikam, right. He begins it by saying, God, free me of my intentions.
Wait, he begins it by saying what? Wait, sorry.
God, free me of my intentions.
But the ultimate question is God or Parmenian being, does it have intentions? That's what I mean.
I don't think so. Why would it? Why would something that is the final creative will have intentions? What would it intend to do besides what it can do and what it does?
The intentions, like, you give the commandments, to Moses
No, no,
on
no,
Mount
no, no, no,
Sinai.
no, no. No.
Say about
No, no.
intentionality.
No, see, God, right, in my tradition, right, he wrote down, he created a pen and he wrote down everything. So there's no intentionality, right?
Yeah.
It's simply just like, it's like, just like, here's what's going to happen. It's not based on anything, right? It's not for anything. Of course not. Because if there's one existence that's totally unique, right, why would it be based on anything? And then we're getting into like multiverses or something.
I mean, when I read these texts, it does seem like the God does have intentions. Like, why else would it give commandments? Why else would it prohibit certain actions over others? Like, it does have intentionality. Like,
Well, I mean, it says multiple times, like in the Quran, that like basically like God guides whomever He wills and leads astray whomever He wills.
Yeah, that's intention. Guiding and intention. Yeah, I see those as
No.
synonymous.
No, that's final. That's the final guidance. That's not you're attempting to lead somebody to something. That's not you're intending to do something.
The point is that it happens. The point is it happens either it happens once or twice or whatever. But the point is there's a guiding or there's an intention behind the guiding. Because it says God is most merciful and forgiving. You know what I mean? It's a kind of intention. Because the intention is He's merciful and stuff. You know what I mean? Or that.
Yeah, but that's based on
during the day of judgment. You give a judgment, right? That involves intention. You have to give a judgment. You have to give my intention is that I judge you. You know what I mean? Intention.
Not if it's already written what you're gonna do.
So that's like Calvinism, though, like because it's all deterministic. Super deterministic.
Yeah, I'm a determinist. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like a hyper determinism because that means that. Yeah, that's a hyper determinist.
Well, you can't have you can't have free will without God, anyways. So you can't just have free will.
I don't know about that. I don't think
it's not magical. It's not magic powers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where does naturalism give you free will? It doesn't. You're totally determined with naturalism.
Oh yeah. I'm not
100%.
naturalist, but
yeah, but then
different traditions that say different things. But overall, I do take issue with a more monotheistic conception and because that involves intentionality. I don't really like monotheism.
I don't think it does. I don't think it involves intentionality. I don't think you've demonstrated that.
You said that there's a guidance, right? Okay.
No, I didn't.
At the end, at the day of judgment, there's a guidance or something, and then it doesn't matter if it's in the beginning, end, or future. I mean, if it's in the beginning, present, or future, yeah. There's eventually a moment of judgment. There's and to me, I see stuff like judgment, judgment and guidance. All these words.
Well, what about the hungry ghosts? What about the hungry ghosts? Are they not being judged?
The thing about the Buddhist worldview is that it has to do with the repository consciousness. There's no judgment. There's no guiding.
But it doesn't matter if you grape people, if you steal things, if you kill people, if you kill a bunch of animals, if you steal a bunch of things, if you're a corrupt ruler, if you're a thief, if you have a bunch of sex with a bunch of people, like you go to the same place.
No, there's a repository consciousness. It keeps the karmic residues of that.
Right.
Then it sprouts the seeds. The volitional formations are formed in the next life based on that. But different Buddhists describe it differently.
I know.
So it has to do with your disposition of the future life is determined based on your conduct and your state of mind now and stuff.
Okay. So in my tradition, my future disposition of my future life is determined by my conduct. Yes.
By your conduct?
Yes. That's a 100% true in every other tradition: Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, Islam, Christianity, Judaism. That's literally true in every other one of those. Your future state, your future life, the future life you will lead, whether it's in another life or it's an eternal life, right, in another state, right, is determined by your conduct. That's simply the point I'm trying to make. It's very similar.
I thought you said condom. My bad. Sorry. But I got what you say. Yeah, but my point is that you know, like an arbitrator or like a judge, you know, stuff like Buddhism and Taoism don't have that. You know, like a day of judgment. Like there's no judgment. You know, like
Yeah, but there's hundreds and thousands of Taoist sages who said there is, though. They said there's heavens and there's hells. They said there's 18 levels to hell. There's a bunch of heavens. So what are you talking about, dude?
Yeah, but
so how come everybody? So how come so many people who followed that tradition came up with the answer that you're wrong?
No, I mean I agree with that.
Right. So why are you conclusively declaring that there's no judgment? Like obviously they believed in virtuous life. They believed in so many different parallels, right? You know, we even saw that the ancient Chinese, they had Shangdi. They had a monotheistic creator deity.
Are you a
They literally
perennialist
did.
now? Like really? Are
Wait,
you a
what?
perennialist? Perennialist.
Why would me pointing out what their tradition is, but you're saying it wrong? You're falsifying what their tradition is. Why would I be a perennialist because you're falsifying what the ancient Chinese believed? What are you talking about?
They didn't have, well, you know, the thing about Taoism is I read a few books, you know.
No, hold on a second. Have you heard about Shangdi?
No, I haven't.
Okay, Shangdi, look up Shangdi. There's a monotheistic creator deity, and the Taoists may have believed in it. Many Taoists may have believed in it. That's actually false information.
You see it?
Yes.
Is he omnipotent and is he omnipotent? Because I don't know, because that's important, you know, like if he's omnipotent. Like, if he's not omnipotent, then the issue is not here. And so like yeah, it's different. Looking it up and it doesn't say that he's omnipotent. I don't think he's omnipotent. Let me double check. Yeah, I just checked and I'm right though. He's not all powerful and unlimited in the Western sense. You know, he's not all powerful and unlimited. Shangdi is not. So even if he's the authority of heaven, you know, that's
so what? You don't have to have
you don't
have to have that to have telos. You don't have to have that to have telos. So what are you talking about? You don't have to have any of that. You could just have deist God, which is perfectly limited. So what are you talking about?
Well, let's, you know, the thing is that let me think. You know, when the divine will comes from like polytheistic systems,
and anyways,
it's more intermingling and it's more conflicting. And so it's not like a singular. Okay, if I want to be more precise, okay.
Are there Buddhists that believe in the Maitreya Buddha?
What?
Are there Buddhists that believe in the Maitreya Buddha?
That is not important. Maitreya Buddha can be dismissed. You can reject that. That's not important. You know, just reject it. It's not important to the tradition whatsoever. So that stuff is like, you know, like for Pure Land or
do they believe in Bodhidharmas?
They believe in bodhisattvas.
Oh yeah, I'm sorry, bodhisattvas. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly, bodhisattvas. Yeah, you got the word. Yeah,
and they can actually lend help. Yes, they can lend help, and if you call out their names, they can lend help and stuff. That's correct. Yes, but it's still not. But I wanted to be more precise. I have an issue with more of a singular divine will that stems from a omnipotent deity or something. Like not.
I mean, what do you get from that other than just preference, or what happens if people believe in that?
Hey, I mean, it's just something about, you know, Nimrod D. Rosero. It's just you know, like I'm saying, in that event that stuff is true. That I just think that's more correct. Because you see, Nimrod D. Rosero's system starts with a polytheism, and from that there's a deity that emerges, and it considers itself the prime authority. And then from considering itself the prime authority,
Sure.
it
But why
passes
is that more correct?
Because
Like for example, right? Like if there was two heads of a village, they'd always be fighting with each other, right?
yes, that's true. Yes.
So how would 2 or 3 or 4 guys all get together and be gods of a place?
I mean,
Pretty difficult to think about it, wouldn't it?
you can have 2 heads of a village. I mean, that's fine. But I mean, the point is,
I don't think you can. I don't know. It's not worked ever in history, but I don't know. But yeah, but somehow all these gods are existing together. All right.
I mean,
and they're sharing their power. Oh, even more surprising.
yeah, but let me ask you this: from the perspective of Parmenidean being, why do we even have what
It's one.
not?
It's one. Parmenides being is one, I believe.
Yeah, it's one.
Yeah,
But
so
why do we have
that
what is
comports more with monotheism than it does with polytheism, for sure. For sure.
okay? So, but I think it kind of, let's say it is one. Okay, wouldn't that be closer to Advaita Vendetta, like I don't know, like a monism or a non-dualism or something? Not like a monotheism, but more like a monism or something. I don't know. Like that makes more sense. I think like as a one.
Yeah, I think monism makes more sense than dualism, and I think that dualism makes more sense than a pluralism, right?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. I don't know. This gets into.
I think the world is one. I think the universe is one. Right, and I think it's a reflection of basically the one God, right?
Are you a pantheist or just a monotheist? Like a panentheist? Panentheist.
I mean, there's nothing in existence that isn't God, but there's no God that's here. Right? Like basically Ghazali says, right? There's nothing in existence that you can say that is not God, but you can also say you know nothing of God. Both things are equally true.
Yeah, I don't know, something about that just doesn't sit right with me personally. I don't know, like I'm not as intelligent as other people on this panel. I mean, like
Sure you
there's
are.
more I need to read, and there's more
No,
I have to explore.
I mean, I don't know who's going to be more intelligent than you or I. I mean, we're basically the top level here, right? So I think we're the top level here. You
I
have
don't
nothing
think
to
I'm
worry
the
about.
top level. No, I do not think so. I'm not the
No,
top.
you're fine. You're definitely my equal in intelligence, my friend.
No, I don't agree. No, see, the thing is,
No.
everyone has areas they
Come on
excel
now.
in.
No. No, you excel every bit as much as me.
I see.
Yeah, your views are valid. Yeah, for sure. If I look around, I mean, 50-50, you're right, I'm right, honestly.
Well, maybe if the next life is more fulfilling or more better than this one, maybe I can learn to. I don't know. Just don't you feel like life is kind of like a, I don't know, present or mistake or something, like, or maybe malicious or something, or you think it's all good or something, like deep down or something like.
I think this is the best of all possible worlds.
Yeah, I see. I cannot personally agree with that, but I can
Because
respect.
think about it. We neither you or me or anyone else could imagine a better world. They can't.
Yeah, I can.
No, they can't. No, they can't.
Yeah,
No, because I'm saying that we don't know just a minute ago how we got to a single cell. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. So yeah, you cannot imagine. You have no capacity of imagining how you got from dead matter to life. Nobody, not one person on this entire planet does, they cannot describe the wonder of existence. They have no capacity to describe the simplest mystery that abounds. Right? They could
Yeah.
not create a better model of existence.
Oh, but some artwork I play, or I watch or read, like you get really into it, you immerse into it. Sometimes you forget about this existence. Like you go into that piece of artwork, and I'll be honest, I preferred a lot of those art pieces over this life. So that's just the way it is. I could imagine being something way better, something more.
Yes, but those art pieces exist here.
How do you know?
Because where did they come from? How did somebody come up with them? Where did the ideas come from? They didn't come from nothing.
How do you know they're not like fragments of past lives, emanating from other planets? They're like
Sure.
trickling. They're like
Sure,
they're
that's one way to
emanating.
look at it. Sure, that's one way to look at it. That's one way of saying that they exist, or one way of ascertaining where we derive their existence. But I don't think that they're just made up.
They're not fabricated and they're not made up. They could be kind of reflections or pointing to other
Sure.
worlds. Not other worlds, but different time periods, different places, or other stuff like that. They could be doing that. Different planets, I don't know, different lifetimes, art pieces. So
Well, we don't know all of reality. They could exist here now at some place, and just that we cannot see, right?
yeah, but I would rather ride the waves of that artwork to a better reality, better time, than this, because this is not my ideal world. Basically, I can imagine, or not world, but I don't know, just better setting. I could imagine crafting something better or more profound than this. Basically, I mean, like even personally, I mean, this is not great. Well, I do my best when I wake up every day and I see I'm still alive and I wake up to this body. I do my best to do what I think is right and stuff, but I don't even know if it's truly helping anyone because what I'm doing is aiding anyone. But all I'm saying is, maybe being something like Link or being something like, I don't know, like a Zora or something, or like a Rito, I don't know, or like Link from Zelda or something, that would have been more preferable or something, or like Lord of the Rings or something like that. It's more fantastical or more, at least you're doing something cool, or like whatever. Uh, when I look back on my life, it's just a series of humiliations. It's just doesn't seem like it's fulfilling or something. I don't know. I don't know. I think ultimately the biggest question isn't if there is a divine will of God or even pure awareness, is what happens after you die. Basically, like that's the biggest question. So I'm just not convinced that it's like by something like Day of Judgment or whatever. There's many different accounts for that. I'm not convinced by stuff like, I don't know, resurrection and judgment, stuff like that. That stuff has precedence in Zoroastrianism, right? That stuff came from the Gathas. I mean, the Zoroastrians were the first ones to talk about resurrection of the dead and Day of Judgment, and that's a fact, though. That's true and stuff. And the Gathas are very clear about that and stuff. So yeah, I mean, when I say I don't think it's true, I'm not saying it out of spite. It's just I don't know. I have a hard time believing it, but it could be true. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, here's the truth behind your statement that you just made just now, right? We can only go back 2,000 years to observe what people believed. Before that, we don't know what people believed.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah,
that's the fact. I mean, it's not that they're the first to believe this. That's totally made up. We have no idea.
I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm not like other scientists, because like I don't really care if like because the biggest important question is what happens after we die, and you think the elites know and they're hiding it, or they don't know either. So like,
I think that they're more trying to hide, like You know, I think the attack is against life, right? You know, for sure. You know, they're trying to take away people's life. You know, so the elite, you know, they're afraid of death for sure. Right? Yeah, they definitely don't know what's going to happen after you die. I don't believe that one bit. But yeah. Otherwise, yeah, and I do believe that there's dead babies dancing on their head at night when they go to sleep.
That's crazy. Yeah, it's creepy. So, yeah, I mean, you know, it's like the biggest question, you know, like if we were to learn right now what happens after you die, it would change the way we live right now. But that's not something we can easily learn. That's not something you can learn. I don't know, you know, I don't have absolute certainty either. Like I've had certain experiences which I feel strongly in, but even I can reevaluate those experiences. Like I've had experiences I think are like past life recollections, you know, but you know, those, how do I know that's a hallucination or if it's actually genuine? You see what I'm saying? Like, you see, like I start doubting myself. Like, how do I know this experience is pointing to something true or not? You know, like, you see what I'm saying? You know, but you know, ultimately,
right.
You know, that's the thing. Yeah, yeah, I would say that ultimately, yeah, maybe just I feel like when we get deep into technique and other stuff, one can do the best they can to help the world, but maybe it's just best to come to terms with death and whatever spiritual path you follow and just find peace in that. So, yeah. Pretty old. My life is like almost halfway done, basically, or probably halfway, maybe halfway done, or maybe a little bit more than halfway. Stuff like that. You know, I don't know. Alright. Have you been up long? I thought you were gonna go do something or fast or something. I don't know. Something like sounds like this.
Yeah, it's past the time now, so but I've taken care of what I need to, so it's fine.
Yeah.
You know, I did all of that while you know, I put DK and Zephyr up, so just let them talk. But yeah. I kind of wanted to hear them riff for a while. But yeah. But DK got a little creepy and weird. But yeah.
Yeah, it was good. You know,
You got a little carried away there sexually and whatnot. But yeah. And also all those stories about him fighting people. Provoked him.
yeah, I kind of exhausted now. I think I should stayed up very late tonight. So, yeah, kind of tipsy too. And so, you want to talk about anything else, or I'll go now? Any other final words or any question you want to ask before I go, or something? Or
No, my friend. You know, please enjoy yourself and be safe. And whatnot.
yeah, you too. Yeah, you too. Be,
Yeah.
enjoy yourself and be safe.
Yeah, blessings, brother. Yeah, I'll talk to you soon. Shut this down as well, you know. But yeah. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I greatly appreciate you guys. We got little carried away their discussions and whatnot. But we began the show talking about Mumford. Now, Mumford really influenced Jacques Ellul in writing The Technological Society. And the Technological Society really influenced industrial society in its future, right? By Uncle Teddy. So read those 3 works, right? Get your hands on them, right? Lewis Mumford, Man and Technics, right? We provided several videos of Mumford's talks, his documentary on the city, right? Go get a book by Lewis Mumford, right? Get a book by Jacques Ellul, either his Technological Society or his book on propaganda. These are the ones that we're studying, right? Or the work Industrial Society and its Future, or the work Technological Slavery, or any one of these works, or Anti-Tech Revolution. Any one of these works will start you on a ability to see or understand even Metaphysics of Technology by Dr. David Skrbina, right? Can go on Anna's archive or go on any of the websites or go on the scour the websites and stuff, right? You'll find yourself a copy of one of these books, print out PDFs, give them to your families and friends. Come to this show and have discussions. Bring more people to the show to have discussions with us about your role, okay, in, taking a critical stance towards the world technological system that seeks to engineer human beings and enslave them and turn them into machines. We greatly appreciate you guys. We greatly appreciate your time and your correspondence. Yeah, take care, squirrel. Blessings. And of course, we have an open panel usually starting at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Saturday night. Come join us in the discussions. Okay, and of course, we'll be doing a special show on the Cyber Caliphate channel, which is an alternative network where we have tons of original material there, right? So yeah, come check us out at the Cyber Caliphate. Okay, which is the alternative place where you can find these streams as well. Yeah. So come join us over there. Blessings to the people. Here, let me turn this on. Cyber Caliphate. Hold on. Alt channel. Yeah. And of course, we're getting into some good discussions with the homies recently. Right? Excellent stuff. And yeah, I implore you guys to stick around and and enjoy the material. Number of talks we've given. But yeah. Here is a show we did with NPC the game I will play. But yeah, thank you for joining us here on the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. And I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. The first step to blinding somebody is getting them to open their eyes. And the first step to seeing beyond the programming is to realize how you've been programmed. And, what most people think is real is just flickering shadows on a screen. Images of things that aren't even real. But yeah, I hope you guys have clarity to see through the lies. Juiceable plateaued on views. Yeah, a lot of those videos on Cyber Caliphate plateau on views. I don't know if that's YouTube suppressing the views or if it's natural, but yeah, drop the links for the shows we've did together. Everywhere you go, to all the people, blessings. Spread this stuff around and, exactly, yeah. You guys know what to do. Blessings. Peace.
Shook in the Casper, illustrate beautiful disaster. Light of the mothership, lift a badge of the malefactor. Marionette versus the threat of wire cutter function. Stereotypical Grinch bashing your pumpkin. Plug, try to count up your warrior had slim batch before gestation segment ended and had a platoon of embryonic remnants to the Game Boy. Released Japanese beetle swarm to counter the spread of bitch crops. Demolish the harvest and herd colony animated. One massive attack on it, confronted and gutted. Most pungent component cloned in outrageous bunches. Grimacing faces to the knots of my shoelaces. I'ma show you all the phases of a fuck up. Plucking the pedals, but every rose had its thorn. Consider that first warning, second will be good times, laughs, and epitaphs. As a matter of basic principle, next I set my boat to sail. I won't always be there for you tugging on my coattail. Family, stuck, voids of the SS Mortar. Who you think put that unseen iceberg in the water? Manufacture flotsam and jetsam from out your charter. We got the ones pushovers, pushing back a little harder now. Blink, I think I can. I got grips. Muckrake, I major spin circles round sucker chips. Walking invisible city, I lost clans. And he's jealous cause my silhouette had more dimensions than his game plan. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin. Cause in the end I got my passions. While you splash in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk. Cause I feel I got direction. And everything I touch magnificent. Picking apart a drunken township. Sitting in the rain, busting the nails my crown's bound with. If I had an anchor I would lay it in a dirt and mark to data. Earth stood still while I complete my search. You wanted illusions and falsified life comfort systems. This boy in the bubble huddled up the simple Simon subtle born tomahawk. Shock the peanut gallery loopy. The basic cutesy groupie Cupid dog community. And I'm hung in a virtual skin and bones emaciated ringworm circus freak bloodthirsty intern trainee urchin feast with a delectable style compiler that withstands above a child's yellow brick vision of slick living. I observed the stories from my fire escape observatory. First I heard the glory, then desert the herbs that worded poorly understood. Well, maybe a pat on the back for the lucky losers who truly felt they were born to touch the music. I catalog cats as welcome mats, and for the ones insisting on dimming the stars, I want my sneakers extra hard. I wish upon a penny toss that every servant will betray his gatekeeper and leap to reap the freedom fighter mad galaxy. Puff the war gas vapors and cram hard for tomorrow. Brother, I own twice my weight in patience. Be it padded cubicle or beautiful tomb, I'll be listening to you whistling that more suitable tune. It's fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the hated wasteland with a grin. Cause in the end I got my passions while you splashed in a puddle of trying to pick apart the puzzle. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the jaded grips to competitors who initiate disturbance with a smirk. Cause I feel I got direction in my work. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. That's why I pass the community using me to no avail. Fascination. And everything I do I'm fascinated with. I know what I employ and they somehow match this polar opposites track fascination.
Speaking of perfect songs, this Machine Lines up with stuff on this shit.
Fucking love those drums.
I forgot about the beer. You want some? I'll put some ether. What? Never mind.
Never mind. Hey, what's up? What's up, TML? What's up, my brother? How's it going, bro?
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How's it going, man?
Yeah.
How's it going, brother?
The little circle won't light up and shit. Here, hold on.
But we can hear you though. Yeah, it's faint. I can see it. But you sound clear. Yeah.
Hey, play one of my samples. You can find it. Type in Circle Jerks Crew. You know how we spell it with a K and a Z.
Okay, yeah. I'll get that. Let me just show you this real quick. Because Machine knows what's up on the group home, huh? Oh yeah, right, Machine.
Yeah,
oh,
absolutely.
yeah.
Man. Group home. Lil Dap.
Lil Dap, yeah.
And the Nutcracker.
Holy shit! Oh, by the way, how's your Ramadan?
Oh, it's over.
It's
so
over.
I finally had time to call in. And I know you've been doing these shows. Haven't had a
Oh, okay. You can listen. I've been like, "Where's Machine?" I know what he's doing is fast, man.
Yeah.
Where are you at?
I'm around Detroit. Yeah, so.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So the sunset already here. I'm waiting. I got like another 40 minutes.
You 40 minutes. Not no water even, huh?
No water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Machine dude, like Sean, he's like Kendrick Soul probably because he's a definitely hip hop head, bro. Big time hip hop head, bro. Yeah. So yeah, I want to play your beat in a second, but check out some of these beats right here, guy.
Presence of danger. I'm real frustrated with so much anger. Express myself violently. That's how I think.
Where do you get that from?
Back, I'm hitting harder than a fucking tank. I just cut my jeans and keep stepping. I'm getting respect for the damage I've been wrecking. The Nutcracker and I have no.
There you go, Machine. Nutcracker.
That's how it is for the kids.
Nutcracker. Yeah, they had this one track called Words from the Nutcracker. The beat on that one was off the chain, dude. It has to be
Words
like one of the greatest. Yeah, Words from the Nutcracker.
Okay, I gotta peep that. Oh, that's the yeah. But like story fucked up. Mom kicked me out the house. Now I'm the man. Yeah. I think my favorite one though is this Spanish one he did right here. Let me see if I can find it.
And you can't touch it.
That was cool too. Wait, let me see.
Killer putting rappers in their rest.
All these are fucking great. Where's the one?
My niggas I never see again. 360 degrees.
95 is yours. 1,000 is mine.
You gotta post this link in the chat.
Okay.
I'm off to this going back home.
I got you.
2,000 is mine.
Holy shit. Isaac Hayes.
Hot Butter Soul.
Yep. There you go, Sean.
Yeah.
You know it's always.
This is the most famous one right here. This song, right?
Damn, John, fuck's wrong with you, man? Shit be happening out here, man. Niggas don't be realizing this shit.
This was an exotology album, bro.
Yeah, the world's about to end.
The world's about to end for sure. God damn, that's probably my favorite album, bro. Literally.
Is that J-Roo, the Damager, who said that?
Yeah, the world's about to end, yeah.
The world's about to end, exactly.
Yeah. What the fuck is this? That's like the kids that are forgotten about, right? The group home kids. That shit is wild, bro. Yeah. Let me get that Mexican shit. Wait, hold on. Oh, here, wait, that's it. No, that's not it. Oh, you got some jazz on there.
Yeah, Grooves, Jazzmatazz. It's like some of the shit, dude.
Right.
They had Donald Byrd on there. Donald Byrd is one of the greatest musicians of all time. Right? Recently.
Yeah. Donald Byrd.
Yeah, Donald Byrd is huge. Massive.
Donald Byrd, let's see. I got you, Sean. 1 sec. Let me see.
It's all good. The kids are running right now.
Are they coming out?
And if you're doing that, the crooks be crooks and the sons be sons.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite songs.
Yeah, those drums, man.
Well, this one?
Can't go wrong with those type drums.
Well, this one?
Oh yeah. Yeah, this goes hard.
Da-na-na-na-na-na. Another Isaac Hayes.
Yeah, Isaac Hayes is incredible.
Yeah. Chef, right? Damn.
The windows of the world are covered with rain.
Okay. I'm like a Black Panther all up in your dreams.
Yo, I be your Black Panther.
Hey, DJ Premier's still doing it too. He came out with an album with Nas, right?
Yeah, he did. One of the best ever. God damn. All right, I need to play that shit all day. What is it? Circle jerk, right? With a K, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Circle jerk. Let's see if it's even on here still. Oh no. It's starting with a C, yeah.
Jerks with a Z?
Yeah. And then put like a trailer. Let's see what it says.
Oh yeah, okay, this is it.
Yeah, that one.
Oh yeah, I remember that Daily City. Hey, this is his crew, Machine. We're in the Yay area. All right, look at this. You're gonna like this, Machine. So you made the beat too?
Yeah.
Okay, you made the beat, and this is Chema and them?
Yep.
That's dope.
Borrow.
That's dope. That definitely sounds like Sons of Mad Wu-Tang and shit. Like
Hell yeah, RZA, a big influence.
RZA, yeah. Yeah, Marcos?
That's Chema right there.
That's Chema. Oh yeah, he's doing the cannibal. Yeah. That's Chema. That's Chema. Okay. Wow. Damn. Who the fuck was that?
My boy Tonkai. This is Chris. Remember Chris?
I remember Chris, yeah.
It's Chema.
Is that CSN?
That was in Seattle.
Was in Seattle? They're popping the collar. He's fast.
That's CSM right there.
That's CSM right there, yeah. College of San Mateo.
Yeah.
Did you go make that? The video?
I made that video, but he made that video.
That's dope. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I love it.
You can stop it. That's how good of the video was. That we didn't know how to fade out the music back then.
Keep going. Keep the party going. Keep the party going. Yeah. That was dope, bro.
Yeah,
that's super dope. Yeah. Damn. Yeah. We're talking about so Machine, what's really going on, man? This shit's wild out here, man. Yeah. It's wild. It's like art is becoming life and vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, I think the scientific age is like they're trying to maximize Eros and Logos. So Eros and Logos is maxed out. into art and science. So like it's just art and science. Basically, is the exploration of the modern. Where it's knowledge for the sake of knowledge, and art for the sake of art. Where these ideas really didn't come into the frame until the modern ideas took like the frame, because it's like like before, all the art and the knowledge is tied to the culture, right? So this is one thing, like I was explaining, it's like it's like we're living post the creation of a monoculture, right? Where
yeah, man, like go ahead. Like I was gonna say, like, because like I don't know if you can link this up to. I was studying some stuff about Zoroastrianism and how that was the
right, like that used to be the thing,
like birth to everything. Yeah, they gave birth to all these other things.
That used to be the monoculture back in the day.
Yeah,
it's like you could fit all the ideas within Zoroastrianism, like the pagan ideas.
Yes,
like it maxed out the pagan ideas, and maxed out the ideas about angels and stuff. About emanation and philosophy, about dualism. That everything's made of fire, monism. Zervan. And
that's what they call God, right? A monad. That's what they refer to God as, a monad.
It's like they maxed out all differences within that one, frame.
Right. Yeah.
So and that's funny you started with Terence McKenna, because remember his whole thing is like culture is not your friend.
Yes, yeah. Culture is not your friend, man.
Yeah, that's funny, but like I got a little bit of difference from McKenna. I'm like 50-50 on if McKenna was a good guy or if maybe he was like a Fed or something like that, right? Because he did like work for the Esalen Institute and so on and so forth.
Esalen.
And it seemed
Big
like
Bear.
there's a lot of
not
like
a Big Bear.
Of,
that's Big Sir. Yeah.
Yeah, so it seems like
that's interesting. I never thought of it that way, because and I say it's interesting too because he was pushing psychedelics. And remember, psychedelics was kind of like the tool for MK Ultra.
Yes, yeah, a lot of people use it for that.
Well, that's what's funny is that a lot of these guys like Bateson, right? He's also, associated with the, Esalen Institute. He created the damn MK Ultra, and then also, he also gave LSD to Allen Ginsberg. Another guy who
the beat poet.
Yeah, they like to, push Allen Ginsberg as a promotion of psychedelics, but he's actually a PDF that was like a government PSYOP project, or pretty much like by the CIA, like. Test subject of Gregory Bateson.
There was somebody that was like, Allen Ginsberg. That was like my mom dated his. Oh no, wait, was it their father? Oh, Lee. Somebody was like, my mom dated him, and he was gay. Some weird shit, bro. But anyway, before we go there, we got a visitor. We got a visitor.
Dylan. You son of a bitch.
Yo, what up, Landry? What's up, man? How's it going, bro?
What's up, man?
I
saw it was MM, so I was like, I got to get up here. MM.
Yeah, Mysterious Mama Matrix. You're MML. Oh, you're Eminem?
Well, no, the first part is MM, so I'm just, MM. No LA today, but MM.
Yeah. Yeah, we're going deep, so deep, like snow. Dallas. Speaking of Dallas and psychedelics and stuff, that was a big hub for psychedelics with ecstasy. Did you know that, Landry?
Yeah.
That was like where.
Did you talk about that?
No, I don't think so. I don't think
I definitely do. I do about that because I remember when it got shut down too. Because
he's thizzing. He's thizzing right now.
You couldn't find it, dude. You couldn't find it anywhere. I think it was 2012, maybe 2013. No, it's probably 2013. It vanished.
Yeah, because it just vanished. Not that many people were fucking with it. That's crazy. Yeah,
the big guy got popped because then all of a sudden I ended up buying mints on accident.
Mints, yeah. Dude, I used to fuck with that shit.
I mean, I was like, what would I be in that year? it's still in high school. So yeah.
Yeah.
Probably why I dropped out.
that I can see that. I can see that, man. I remember one time I saw my boy Alan at Santa Clara University. He had like it looked like he had like one of those gallon-sized bags, and it was all pills. I'm like, what are you doing, Alan? He's like, I'm just, living life. Yeah, I mean, he was selling it too, but like, yeah, but no, but that's the psychiatrists and psychologists used to use it in Dallas. That's where it got started, and then I heard that it filtered out into the rave scene down there too, like in the late '90s and all that, in the mid to late '90s and whatnot. Yeah,
believe it, man.
That's what. Yeah, yeah.
Big money for anyone who can pull that off. Who knows how much?
Yeah, big time
for a giant thing of like 600 or whatever quantity you come in, and then if it's 10 a piece, like mad money.
Yeah, how does it make you feel? Because I never really used it before. I supposedly I had some in a punch before at a wedding, but like I don't know, like how does it make you feel?
Who did that to a wedding? Like as a joke or like?
Yeah, that's a cracking wedding.
Yeah, that's wacky, dude.
My hippie cohort in college, Travis, he married. Now check this out. He married this French girl for some visa purposes, on a green card for a green card shit, and then like supposedly that was in the punch, and I did feel a little different. After that. Yeah. But yeah.
I just say it's like hyper emotions, right? Like you feel like a woman, like for sure. You're just like, oh my god, I love this, I love that. That's what a lot of gay dudes do, I think. What?
Nope. Hey, have you guys heard of Big Homie CC?
That sounds familiar. Who is that?
So he was a bodyguard for Puff Daddy and shit like that, and that's what they would do, right?
Yeah.
That Tunchi shit. What is Tunchi again? It's ecstasy and cocaine. But he was like, he's like,
yes.
Everybody that I know that have fucked with that shit, like on the daily,
they turn gay.
They at least fuck with a trans fool,
That's what I'm saying.
At least.
Or they at least convince their girlfriend to do anal that night.
Damn. That's what the homie would say all the time. He said, like, that's one step. If you're fucking around with the butthole like that, that's one step to being like, on the other side.
It is weird. Like people are so, they get so bored so quick with things. People they take things for granted, right? They got a perfectly fine hole and they got to just, I want something different.
Right.
It's like, God did not make that for that. I mean, sorry, I sound very judgmental right now. Sorry.
It's okay, man. We're a bunch of Scorpios and shit in here. And Sagittarius and Libras, we can do that shit. Like fucking judgmental. Right? I think that's what it is though. Like speaking of Puff Daddy and like people getting bored, it's like this guy just gets bored. He can like have anybody, any woman, so he starts doing that. But it's like, come on, bro. Like you said, you're not satisfied. When is that? But with that said, though, those tendencies must have been in him already.
Yeah,
like that, yeah.
Or he had something else in him, and that's what made him do that shit.
Yeah,
that was good.
Yeah, lasagna max it. I was like, oh, that's it. Machine Lines, bro. You ever experimented with the ecstasy before?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Took some MDMA, crystals or whatever. All right, for sure. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
You go hug everybody and stuff. Like, oh, it's so great. Yeah.
There's this stuff that was called like 2CI. It was like weird synthetic acid.
Yeah,
2CI. Yeah, there was that too. I
don't know why, but everything turned like red and blue for me for some weird reason. Like,
purple and green and black.
Red, blue tint. Or like
y'all guys became like a Instagram filter and shit.
Yeah,
your awareness. Yeah.
We were on probation on work detail, and somebody told us they had like LSD
probation,
and it was 2CB instead.
Did you kill somebody?
No.
Okay.
So probation. You get put on probation if you get pulled over, like just for drinking, like or whatever.
Probation's like the best case scenario,
Yeah, it's not like you don't have to kill somebody to go on probation. Yeah.
See, Sean and I, we were good criminals allegedly. We never got caught. And do that shit. They would do that shit.
You better put that out in the open, man.
I'll run before I get caught.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll be fast.
But I'll tell you what, you'll never get probation for fucking killing somebody.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, probably not. Yeah. Larry, you're gonna jinx us now. You say that now.
You're the one who just said that you know I've never been in trouble. That's the kind of shit people say the night they get arrested. You know what I mean?
Shut up,
I've never been in trouble, dude.
I'm gonna stay home. I'm not gonna go to work today.
You hear a knock on your door. 5, 4.
Fuck that.
3, 2.
Fuck that.
Yeah, I took most of the drugs. The only drugs I didn't take is peyote or mescaline. That's the only one I really didn't try.
Peyote.
All the rest of them I tried.
Yeah.
Is there a reason why you haven't tried that yet?
Yeah, just like never showed up really. You know, I think it might not be that prominent on the East Coast or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, shit, I know some. Yeah, man, we'll talk, bro. Mystery Ozo probably could hook that shit up for sure. Yeah, he's in what's he in UMass, Massachusetts and shit. Yeah, Joe, that's the thing, bro. I see all these people talking about Don Juan. We got Frank Monday, Carlos Castaneda. Who else? Twilight, the homie Twilight. Those peyote buttons, bro. They be putting you on another level, huh? Seems like some different. Do you think that the drugs are just they have different personalities to them?
Oh yeah.
Like what you're hitting up. I remember Rupert Sheldrake would say like it's a different morphogenetic field or whatever. And McKenna said something, for example, like a newer drug like Special K, ketamine. It's like more like because it's so new. It's like a big office building. He would seem like with like cabinets, empty cabinets and rooms and stuff that waiting to be filled. It just goes on and on and on and on. Whereas like acid or like morning glory seeds and stuff like that, and even acid, he said it had that Mesoamerican like Mayan feel to it and stuff. Yeah, really interesting.
Yeah.
Yes. But good talking to you. I'm about to hop off. Good
all
shit,
right, bro.
Dave.
I
Good
see.
shit, Machine.
Appreciate you,
I'll see
bro.
you on the next one.
Yeah, blessings. Yeah,
Sure.
thank you.
They got the hieroglyphics right there. Right there.
Exactly.
Shout out to Sean and them, bro. Good people, man. That's my brother, man. Yeah, area. And Machine, you were right. It was Clint Eastwood when I saw the Gorillas on SNL. When you were like, oh, they must be singing Clint Eastwood, right? Yeah. And then Del was wearing the shirt, the hieroglyphic shirt. So yeah, man.
Yeah, it's been like over 20 years that song has been released. So yeah, I think it's like they're just finally getting acknowledged for the album they made or something like that.
Yeah.
So, you know, which is gonna be with a lot of shit like you know, like Portishead and all this stuff.
Oh, Portishead, yes.
Yeah, it's gonna become like a cultural icon, you know, whereas like 20 years ago, like nobody knew about it, and so on and so forth.
Yeah. And also too with the Gorillas, their animation it just stands out even more so now because of all the proliferation of Pixar type animation. You know, the two-dimensional art, old school cartoon is nice with saturated colors that they use. Like I don't know if you've seen their new video with it shows the mountain in India. Have you seen that video of theirs?
No.
You gotta check it out. Yeah, I don't want to show it right here because it's probably heavily copyrighted, but it's a trip, bro. It's a trip. Who we got here? Let me see. Yeah, we got Terrence McKenna. He was just about to get into talking about Pierre Desjardins.
Ours have cooked out a more complex species of molecules, carbon, and suddenly very complex structures can arise. And
he's doing it. Sounds like he's doing his time wave zero spiel, huh?
Yeah,
he
well,
starts
that's the
talking
thing
about
is that, is that if you look at really these ideas, they have a huge culmination, like within the 1800s. And of course, in one of his talks, he's trying to say how he takes like this idea from Alfred Russel Wallace instead of Darwin, right? That nature is creative in the process of evolution, right? So then this ties into Teilhard de Chardin, because his whole idea is that evolution has a purpose, right, within this sort of eschatological scheme, right? So
what does Desjardins think the purpose is?
Well, I think it's like unity with God or something like that. See, he's a Jesuit Christian, right? So with McKenna, it wouldn't necessarily be unity with God. He's sort of like more like a Gnostic, right? So he thinks it's like we're gonna like transcend this particular stage, like everybody's gonna be creating at the same time or something like that. Like there's like the novelty, the novelty will reach like such a
high
like
level, fever pitch.
Yeah, a high level that it'll cause a gigantic paradigm shift, right? And perspective and so on and so forth. And that this is more how
here we go.
Yeah.
Keep going. No, you're right. It goes to his history is ending because the dominator culture has brought humanity to the brink of existence. Whatever.
Yeah, so it's a Discordian nature worship.
It is.
That he's pushing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, which you said it's a 1v1 versus those people versus the transhumanists, right? Or is he on that side of that?
I think so. I think it's an inner battle within the occult, right? Recently, they just had a conversation between Nick Land and John Michael Greer, where things that I've been talking about for over 2 years, they start basically coping about. So this actually. Where we're at is that you got John Michael Greer, who kind of represents the Hermetic, like sort of nature worship. And then you got Nick Land that sort of represents the transcendental, like sort of Kabbalistic accelerationism. Right. And so that's kind of like where we're at.
And Nick Land and them, they're becoming more and more, even pretty much everything to the left of your show is like, I'll call it normies, even if it is kind of out there for other people, some of these like other channels. But because you've been talking about it first, but Nick Land is popping up everywhere now, bro. You can't hide anymore, bro. You can't hide anymore, man. Nick Land. Who was the other guy you said? Nick Land and who else?
John Michael Greer, I believe.
John.
Yeah, he's a member of the Order of the Hermetic. The Hermetic Order of the Golden Dawn, right?
Holy shit!
Long name for the organization, but
look at these guys. Hold on, we gotta see some.
Yeah, they try to look like Jews. They try to look like they're wearing white robes.
The fuck, man!
And they look stupid.
I'll play some of this. Go in the middle of that.
Witch burns. I'm not trying to caricature what you're saying, but it's like this potential for persecution.
That,
obviously the first wave of witch
TBT, you're feeling better.
Exactly where you identify that in terms of religious orientation, but it's clearly.
Would you say Nick Land's a man of God?
And I'm is the
I think they'll admit that they want to like summon Cthulhu through hyperstition.
What?
Right, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so they believe like if you believe it, like basically it'll happen because there is no substance to reality. It's just a series of narratives, right? So
they're accelerationists for sure. Huh?
Yeah, so they believe you could summon Cthulhu if you really put the sort of forces out there that sort of will, kind of bring that type of energy forward. Right. So
damn. I get the same lines of some of the theories about the God particle smashing machine, right? The accelerator, right? opening portals, that Manhattan Project, all that stuff. And then you get it in the you have it in the pop culture.
Yeah,
with
I think that
Stranger
guy.
Things.
I think that guy Nassim Haramein. I think he hit the nail on the head. You know, right with that. You know, you could just keep on smashing. You know, right. You know, you're not gonna get to the bottom of that well. You know,
Exactly. Right? It's too smart. It just like it just fractals out more and more.
Right. Exactly.
Either way you look at it, with the telescope or the microscope.
Subsequent
beyond the capture of the CCRU.
So yeah, sorry, this doesn't really go anywhere particular except just to say that it's what you were saying about the Numeran. Really, it's like there's no need to get jealous about particular paths of approach of these things. It's just like, do you think that the TSW criterion is really the only one that matters?
Yeah, exactly. I'd liken some of the quarrels that you see in the Kabbalistic scene with quarrels. Imagine a Frenchman and a German and an Englishman having a big knockdown, drag-out fight over whether the four-legged animal barking at them is un chien, un hund, or a dog. Well, you know, but yeah, there are different channels. Alan Greenfield has written several books pushing this really exotic Thelemite gematria system, which he uses to interpret communications from UFO occupants.
Well, the reason why these guys are hooking up is because Nick Land believes more or less that like the reality is kind of based on the Kabbalah, and but using cybernetics and like technology, right? Like it's
right.
He
right,
overlaid
the Thelemite guy is saying that this guy like the Thelemite guy's like, well, you know, I know this Thelemite guy who invented his own Kabbalah, you know, gematria system to basically communicate with aliens. So I don't know where he's going with this, but see, this is a tripped out conversation for sure.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about the last episode. We're talking about chaos magic and like they talk about gnosis and chaos magic, which means basically putting yourself in a trance.
Right.
And it's funny, like the mainstream, which a lot of times, it could be like sleep deprivation and all that, but a lot of it, these guys are getting they're getting zooted up on some psychedelics and other things, right? Probably.
Right. And the whole alien thing comes from, you know, it has a lot to do with Institute of Noetic Sciences and the and the whole Crowleyan, you know, thing. The Elamites created a lot of lore about the gray aliens. Right. So
they did
history behind it.
Aswall, whatever. They had that alien face that Crowley said he summoned, right? That
right.
Yeah.
And he's sort of taking credit for it right there in this, you know, presentation.
Yeah. And then you got this guy right here. I'll go back to the Nick Land right here.
Space time. Words and Ideas by Terence McKenna.
Yeah, this is sort of he sort of copied off of How to Control Your Brain.
Rap 1.
Yeah.
By
Timothy
Leary. Right?
Timothy Leary, yeah.
Yeah. And that one's way better because it's got like you know, it's less like rave culture oriented and it's more just techno.
Oh.
History.
Right. So that one is way better because he's quoting like Socrates and Marshall McLuhan and shit.
Because the Dominator.
It's like Terence McKenna, he ripped his shit and kind of played off as his own.
Yeah, and like watered it down.
Yeah.
Really?
To be dramatic.
Yeah, it's like he made it like pop. He made like a pop version of How to Control Your Brain.
The pop version.
Culture has led the human species into a blind alley.
You even got the didgeridoo going.
Yeah, but this might be Orphan Drift imagery, right? Like in the background, right?
Chaostrophe.
Because they have a lot of visuals that are produced, and I know Nick Land used one of them for for the Meltdown piece that he did, right? So Nick Land has a piece like this too called Meltdown. I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay. No, I haven't seen it. We check it out.
Yeah, and that's got like similar visuals in the background, right? So I think like it might be made by
He said in the beginning, he said imagery by Rose, some company, somebody named Rose or something like that. That's what he said. This was in San Francisco, pushing going back to the archaic revival, the Africa,
right? Which is really just his archaic revival is also combined with sort of neo-futurism, so it's like, so it's not like real, like it's like he's trying to smuggle in futurism through this.
Yeah, with the aesthetics of the primal, archaic ways,
right?
Naked orgy, sex, with the drums and big mushrooms the size of dinner plates. He says all the things like he wants to go back.
Standing armies.
Oh yeah, dude, you can't forget though too about this the matriarchal way, which is, matriarchal is cool and all, but come on, bro, like we need some balance, bro. We need some balance. What does it say? Let me see.
Oh my bad, I gotta send this other thing.
I was like, what?
Pasted the wrong line. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, I guess I copied and pasted this.
Slavery and property before warfare.
Before warfare.
Phonetic alphabets and.
According to him, they were monkeys, right?
Monotheism.
Does he really believe that the human being evolved from a monkey? Or do you think it's a fun theory for him?
I think he believes it. I think he truly believes it. Right. And I think he also may he's obviously creating the stoned ape theory as a sort of Discordian attack. Right. So there's this entire thing, right? Because he's sort of fabricated this idea. Right. He's also fabricated the time wave idea.
Yeah.
Right, the time wave 0, right? It doesn't. If upon inspecting the I Ching, it seems like he finagled some of the ideas to make them fit into the Mayan, calendar, right? So those calendars actually don't match up as much as he'd like them to, right? So, so some of his sort of scholarly work has been debunked. So, having said that, why was he actively trying to disinfo people? I think it's part of his Discordian project, personally, right? And he may be, and then also, as I said earlier, he could be a Fed, right? Because Timothy Leary definitely was one.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
So,
well, he even admitted to it in that one when they all had all the reunion, as he called it.
So since he's in that sort of camp,
that's his mentor in a sense, or his I don't even know how much they interacted, but the precursor, that's the word, and also too, Karis McKenna, there's Jan Irving did the work, research about how the last, I don't know, so many years, like 10, 15 years or whatever, about Terence McKenna, he barely took mushrooms. He certainly wasn't taking it the way he was lecturing about how he was, you know what I mean? Now, he may have done it a lot when he was younger or whatever, but he definitely wasn't like this. They said he wasn't taking them like he was. What about Dennis McKenna? He kind of slipped under the radar too, huh? Kind of like took over. He's like a more boring version of him, but more technical.
Yeah, he doesn't. Obviously,
he's an official scientist, doctor, or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think he could link like a bunch of different areas. Like, I don't think he pulled off the multidisciplinary.
That's why I like McKenna.
Yeah, as McKenna did.
Yeah, he pulled it all together, bro. It's ridiculous, huh?
Yeah, and that's why like he's special, is because his sort of perennialism is sort of brought into the frame through sort of him understanding like the zeitgeist, and that's why his ideas have lasted more than somebody like, some of these other guys, right?
Yeah. He's one of the biggest YouTubers, and he's dead. Like he's the most clips, so many clips of Terrence McKenna. I like listening to him; it's fun. But then I'm glad I got to balance it out more and be like, wait a minute, like you said, he may have been working for the, as he would say, the man, the feds, right? Like,
yeah.
Let him operate the way he did. Come on, bro. He had a psychedelic reserve in Hawaii.
Yeah, and they think the state is liberating them because they think the state is basically liberating them from God, and so on and so forth. So the man that they think is that they're talking about is actually God in the sky, right? The sky God, right? So some of the anarchists, that they are actually more vehement about, like, how they want to oppose the power system, and actually that's religion, and how he's using sort of neo-paganism to do that. So I think, like, McKenna was possibly more forward thinking in that way.
Yeah, I think he was. Or Nick Land. It does look similar already.
Right, exactly, right. It's the same trip.
Looks like our backdrop. What the hell? This is like what they used to call freak out, like in the 60s.
The story goes like this. Earth is captured by techno-capital singularity and Renaissance rationalization and oceanic navigation. Lock into commodulation takeoff. Logistically accelerating techno-economic interactivity, crumbles social order and auto-sophisticating machine learning. As markets learn to manufacture intelligence, politics modernizes, upgrades paranoia, and tries to get The body count climbs through a series of globe wars. Emergent planetary commercials ratchet the Holy Roman Empire, the Napoleonic continental system, the Second and Third Reich, and the Soviet International, ranking up world disorder to pressing phases. Deregulation and the state.
You're muted if you're talking. Still muted. Yeah, maybe you're having technical difficulties, but I can't hear you. I don't know if they can hear you, but I can't hear you.
Yeah, this is my port.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I said, shit in here blasted. This shit's a trip, bro. With the voice.
Yeah, no. Yeah, it's tripped out. This is actually a part of his writing. That
it sounds cool, actually. It's very interesting.
Yeah, his writing.
Yeah, what up, man?
He writes in a way, or a method of writing he employs is called theory fiction.
Okay.
He's sort of combining, it's sort of taking into account this idea of the sort of, meta narrative and and also
like
the
it,
idea
actually,
of hyperstition, right? So it's kind of like using that to construct a combination of fiction and reality.
Hyperstition sounds like extreme paranoia.
He's basically coined the term, but it's essentially drawn from a lot of postmodernist concepts, like the concept of the virtual by Deleuze and so on and so forth.
What does that mean? What Deleuze? What did they say?
Like I'm like Deleuze and Guattari, they wrote a work called Capitalism and Schizophrenia, or the Anti-Oedipus. Right, that's basically hugely influencing accelerationism, right, and the whole ideas of accelerationism, and even the writing style of theory fiction in Fang Noumena. The work that this is drawing from is called Fang Noumena by Nick Land.
Nick Land, okay.
Yeah, I could send you a PDF of it.
Yeah, that's fucking dope. Yeah, I like that because it's like he's talking about some things that could be happening, but then he overlays the narrative part of it, makes it kind of compelling. I like that.
Arms race each other
He's also inspired by William Gibson. Right.
William Gibson? William
Yeah,
Gibson.
like William Gibson writes a lot like this too. Like,
we're gonna go all over the place right now. William Gibson, let's say.
It seemed detached, out of date, even old-fashioned. Then came cyberpunk. Cyberpunk was more than a science fiction writer's fad. It was literature's first real response to the information age. Its concerns were down to earth rather than stuck in space, and it coupled high tech with low life. The writer who inspired this movement is William Gibson, American-born and now living in Canada. His fourth novel, The Difference Engine, was co-written with fellow science fiction writer Bruce Sterling and is published this week. Tonight, Ben Woolley explores the imagination of the man who many see as the savior of science fiction.
Amplified. Bits, seemingly meaningless fragments of personal information, fragments that can be retrieved, amplified.
A pair of goggles, a slip-on
of the cyberpunk. Now, the cyber means pilot.
here's the guy, right? So isn't that interesting? Because Timothy Leary was hugely influenced by like Gibson, and actually he considered himself the patron of the cyberpunk culture. Like he considered himself fully like the foremost expression. He also considered himself a reincarnation of Aleister Crowley.
Timothy Leary did?
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. He praises him in that book, the Book of Life he made, where he did like kind of like his version of 777 and other Kabbalistic teachings of Aleister Crowley, where he tries to resonate everything like astrology, Kabbalah, periodic table, you know, all this like epochs in time and Roman gods and Greek god. Like, yeah, I can see that. Yeah, Elif Gurdjieff too. It's like all these people, like,
but that's fascinating how that came full circle, right?
Right. Yeah.
We went from McKenna and I mentioned Leary, and then we went from Land to Gibson, then back to Leary.
So back to Leary, yeah. It's a fucking it's a club. What does George Collins say? It's a club, but you ain't in it.
Yeah, and I've never seen this documentary, so this is
crazy. Good find.
And the cyberpunk is the Robin Hood, the Japanese Ronin, the free agent, the freelance, who, because of
he's a great marketer
and knowledge and technical skills, uses high technology, not for the CIA or not for the corporation,
see,
for his or own.
That's the trip everybody's on. Isn't that the trip everybody's on, right? We're going to use technology to defeat the government. That is literally the trip of QAnon, right? It's like the white hats, you know, it's literally the whole trip of, it's the trip of the century, you know?
Right. Like on Code 2020, on Code 24/7, he was obsessed with that group. What are they called? Anonymous. Yeah.
Personal whim.
Yeah, Larry loved computers. He loved, and this is like when they weren't even mainstream really yet. Personal computers, they were just coming on.
Personal growth, and it's. I think that the '60s revolution in America and in England was not a political revolution. It's a revolution about individuals. Who don't want either side of the political factions.
See, they don't want to let go of individualism. Right. Even though collectivism proved it basically just defeated individualism every time it popped his head out. You know, so,
Yeah.
You know, so it's been sternly defeated, but they want to hang on to it.
Yeah, it's because it's kind of like the oligarchs of communism. Like, yeah, they think it's like the collective, but then again, they want it. They want to be in the collective, but them at the head of it, right?
Well, techno accelerationism has a connection to like basically Fabian like socialism and so on and so forth, because the ideas of postmodernism like Deleuze and Guattari, they're associated with those of the Frankfurt School, right? So right? So it's kind of like like they're fully influenced by like the German and the French and that sort of philosophy.
Yeah.
Of existentialism and then also postmodernism.
Yeah. It was just the individual, right? Like they're you're
right,
in this
exactly right.
conundrum of being alive. Yeah.
I grew up in 2,000 people. That's a village, really, with nothing at all to do. And I've spent the rest of my life looking for environments with a lot going on in them, and a lot of different things going on in them. And that's what really what I like about cities. And to some extent, most real cities don't have enough of it to keep me happy. So I think I made up a place that had enough going on.
There's plenty going on in the sprawl. It's a vision of the city without limits. Boston, New York, and Atlanta have become bloated by development to form a seamless urban zone. In Gibson's world, countries have disappeared, leaving just cities and multinationals behind.
That's basically right. You know, that's the correct model of the state, and it's also the correct model of techno-futurism, right? Because there's not going to be a singularity. It's just going to get more weird, right? Where people are going to combine with machines. There's going to be designer drugs. There's going to be increase in subcultures that are, and
more niche and
right.
So it's I guess the poetic way to look at it, it's like Aleister Crowley's unification of opposites and the Book of Law and all that. Like, all the worst of the worst is going to come together.
Well, they knew that. I think like Crowley was influenced by Blavatsky, and Blavatsky's students were basically globalists. They were Fabian socialists, right? They believed like you should unify all the world's cultures and religions. So, where'd they get that idea other than from their teachers, right? It's pretty obvious. And obviously Crowley, he may not say that. He may say, oh, Thelema is a rejection and rebellion against all the world's religions. But he's taken from a lot of world religions in order to create it. Right? So,
he's the ultimate smorgasbord dude.
Right. So
that's why he's so popular.
Yeah. So this is I think it's the crux of the issues. They say they're against everything and they're different than everyone, but they
take everything then.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
That's this is the commonality between all the men we mentioned: McKenna, Bleary, Land, Crowley.
The real problem is you don't want to be yourself. You hate your dad, and so on and so forth. Right? It's fucking gay.
Oh yeah, I learned that about Nietzsche recently. Like his. I don't necessarily. Well, he probably hates his dad for the fact that he died when he was 5. That'll fuck somebody a few years. And that was I found would question the why do we have these beliefs, particularly Christianity? Why do we let this inform us, right? Because he was a big dude in this all too, right? Nietzsche.
Yeah, you kind of cut out some of what you said.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. But in terms of Nietzsche, I think Rudolf Steiner was on Nietzsche's deathbed, right? And Steiner and Steiner and Blavatsky were hugely influential on like the subsequent occult and so on and so forth, right? So like Nietzsche's whole idea of like the will, that wasn't just like, something that was, knew from him, but the occult had always had used a dialectic between sort of will and reason, right, to sort of display this idea about how will is like the core of all things, like they kind of say that in the Kabbalah as well, right? So yeah, this notion of like will is, being the primary sort of structure of like what causes like movement and change and so on and so forth, that it's all collectivized under this will, right?
Right.
So, like that's kind of like, that's a very occult conception, and of course he's borrowing it from Schopenhauer, who's directly borrowing it from occult concepts, right? So so you have to remember that there's a direct delineation between all these things, and of course, why do I mention that is because Crowley and others, they said, do what thou wilt. Right? They said will is the ultimate expression, right? So which is kind of very individualistic. It's kind of like a hallmark of the sort of democratic age, the age of the Enlightenment, and so on and so forth, right? That they kind of understand this, right? So so it seems like they're not really so new. So
no, they're not. They're just they seem new for people that never seen it before.
Right.
This is a thing that happens a lot in places.
Right. Whereas like ideas are basically repeated like every 300 years, like for the past 2,000 years, and nobody really notices unless they reach it.
Right. I mean, that's the Zygai, with the whole thing, the sun god, the different like Jesus and Horus and all these Mithra have very similar stories, stuff like that. I don't know. Here's something about the will right here.
Arthur Schopenhauer, the Wolverine of German philosophy, undisputed champion of philosophical masturbation and pessimism. Schopenhauer was born in 1788 in Danzig city in Poland. In his famous work, The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer discusses the will to live as being an irrational, blind, incessant impulse without knowledge that drives instinctive behaviors, causing an endless, insatiable striving in human existence in which nature could not exist without.
Does Eastern traditions talk about something like that?
I mean, he's kind of combining, right?
Combining things, yeah.
So this is the thing, so this is his whole thing, and he's trying to construct a philosophy of mind through this, which I think is actually the best one on the table.
Oh,
right?
really?
It blows everyone else out of the water, pretty much. Right? Like Nietzsche doesn't put forward a philosophy of mind, right? So he just borrows it from Schopenhauer, right? Kant and Hegel don't have a good one.
Yeah.
Right? Their philosophy of mind sucks. Right? So so I mean that's just my 2 cents. I think that Schopenhauer, at least, right, puts forward something that is more in tune with, something that could justify individualism and justify like your own mind and so on and so forth.
So you said Nietzsche is, I don't know, his thing, he said will to power, right? So that's not a philosophy of mind. What would you call that? Philosophy of power or power dynamics or something?
Well, the will to life is his sort of borrowing, like he's in a sense borrowing from Schopenhauer and then rejecting him, right?
Rejecting it, yeah.
Because Schopenhauer came to the conclusion that the will to life should be denied, that it's the cause of suffering. Right, so he went to that level, right? Whereas Nietzsche inverted that and said, no, the will to life is the basis of all, basically
everything.
Goodness, right? And its expressions are power, health, beauty, strength, and so on and so forth. And it doesn't borrow from sort of slave morality that thinks that, suffering and poverty and you know, like ugliness and all these things are gonna be, you know, combined with some sort of goodness.
Interesting. And that makes me think of where is he? Where is he? Always goes back to clavicular. What's that? When you said about beauty and all this stuff, this is like this.
Yeah, I'm not too keen on him, but I think what Nietzsche meant by beauty was more like creating like buildings and stuff, like not like you know like
doesn't
working
this
on yourself, you know. So I think
say that again. What was that?
it was more like architecture and stuff and art, right? You know,
I see that type of beauty. Yeah,
oh,
yeah,
yeah, like creating beauty, right?
Not using yourself as the stone to create the beauty.
Yeah, that might be a little bit.
That's what what's his name's doing. Those looks maxers and stuff.
Yeah, that might be self-destructive. Although Nietzsche did destroy his body in order to produce his works, right? You know, with opium, and
shit.
You know, he was you know, said to have contracted syphilis, to which he took incessant amounts of opium, which drove him mad. So
wow.
Yeah, so this is Nietzsche's terrible life, right? But
that is horrible. That's horrible, machine. You can syphilis and you can take opium to numb the pain, huh?
Yeah, and the lady that sort of you know, you know, I believe like she was also with Wagner. You know, the lady that gave him syphilis or something that's fated.
Yes, yeah.
They would have gave him syphilis or something. But the other story is that he may have got it from going to some sort of gay brothel. So who knows? Right?
You went to some of those other places in the sector, machine.
Yeah.
So, YouTube sector. Yeah. Yeah. Also, too, it's funny the story that a lot of the black pillars will use that Nietzsche got cucked by his grad student or one of his assistants or something.
Yeah.
Like it's you heard about that? Like he thought, hey, can you watch this girl I like, the student I like? I'm gonna be gone for a while. I gotta go teach over here. You know, he ended up banging her. And then he was like,
yeah, but it wasn't really his girl. So I think
no, it wasn't. No, yeah, you're right. That's a good distinction.
Him. Yeah, she just straight up rejected him. Yeah.
But in his mind, he probably thought it was, right? God damn, this shit is wild. These guys, that's why it's you got to know their backstory, huh? These philosophers. It's good to know. It's good to know.
Yeah, Hegel and Marx and Nietzsche, you know, they had pretty sad like pretty much existence, right? Like pretty much Marx was poor, right? And he let his family be poor pretty much, right? And yeah, him and his family suffered a lot, like in poverty, like while he composed a lot of his works. And then I think Engels told like one of his illegitimate sons that he was actually, you know, Mark's son. You know, like so I think this is like after Marx died or something like that, or like some shit. So like he didn't find out about his illegitimate son. And then Hegel, like I believe he like had sex with a maid or some shit. So, like Marx and Hegel, they like kind of like had sex with the maid, all right? And then like
they're Eskimo.
And then and Nietzsche's like not very, not a very prominent love life.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Yeah, especially if he's going to those gay orgies, allegedly. Yeah.
Allegedly.
Well, yeah. Zahim said she met Timothy Leary before. He said he seemed like he had done too many drugs by the time I met him. Yeah, seemed like a puppet of sorts. Mm-hmm. You definitely. It's interesting, like how when he was at Harvard, they didn't call it like the marketing department or whatever, even I think even psychology they didn't call it that necessarily. Well, either one of they called one of them public relations or something like that. Public relations. I don't know. It's like they were to the point back in the day. More to the point.
The Fed department created by Edward Bernays.
Exactly.
Basically.
Yep. Check this out. This is going to be in the philosophy books when Ben goes to college. Guys like this, watch.
Coke junkie Sigmund Freud and his pleasure principle. Rhetorical question.
Of Edward Bernays,
Schopenhauer argues that the world we
Yeah, his uncle, right?
Right.
experience around us exists merely as representation, dependent on the cognizing subject's will to live, not as a world that can be considered to exist in itself independently. Schopenhauer identifies the thing in itself, the inner essence of everything, as will. The world as representation is, therefore, the objectification of the will. In other words, our knowledge of objects and the world is thus knowledge of mere phenomena rather than things in themselves. Based on this, Schopenhauer concludes that to convince a man, he must appeal to his self-interest, his desires, his will. It is as if he's saying that you must appeal to the way a man views the world in order to convince him. Schopenhauer considers that aesthetic experiences like producing or perceiving art releases a person briefly from his endless servitude to the will, which is the root of suffering. Aesthetic perception thus transforms an individually oriented state of consciousness to a universally oriented state of consciousness, since art is universal. This universally oriented state of consciousness is what Schopenhauer calls a pure, will-less, painless, and timeless subject of knowledge. Schopenhauer believes that the true salvation from our miserable existence can only result from the total ascetic negation of the will to life. The state of composure in which this negation ends is a state of willlessness or the absence of will. The will is characterized as including episodes of desiring and striving towards ends, and affective states that result from the attainment or non-attainment of ends. In willlessness, all such states are conceived as absent from a subject's consciousness.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you: would you think that this is what is this right here? This type of thinking right here.
The human body not as something lived in, but something audited, scored, corrected, overridden. What began years ago in incel subculture forms as obsessive male despair has now crossed into the open, carrying.
Well, because I'm talking about how Schopenhauer, even Nietzsche, they're like, art. That's one way to experience. So you don't have my words, like you're not focused on this suffering all the time. Look up, maybe you can create some art or whatever. But these people are trying to relieve their suffering by using their body and doing damage to their body.
Yeah, that's why he's wrong that art is universal.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that's not the universal space.
Yeah.
Right. So I think he was dead wrong about
life
that.
Life is STD. That's awful, Jeff, if there's ever. She said life is STD. Holy shit.
So I think Schopenhauer is wrong about his idea of aesthetic perception, and then he poisons Nietzsche because he gets in his head that the will is universal as well. Right. So he makes it basically this cosmic error, right? And he falls into the philosophy of becoming, right? Meaning that there is no being at the center of existence. It's just all becoming, right? Meaning that all the wills are basically against one another, right? Like, so everything's against everything else, right? So Nietzsche keeps the philosophy from Schopenhauer, right? That all wills are opposed to one another, right? But he comes to the conclusion that you should not deny will in this process, that it's actually the solution is to assert your will against all other wills. All right. So this whole kind of thing is like so the problem he's getting into is why you need to do that is because the will is universal and because he believes, like Schopenhauer said, that all wills are opposed, which I think that's all just cap.
Yeah.
For example, It's a bad starting point.
Yeah, and maybe he could have focused on the universal part, huh? Nietzsche.
Right, he focused. He said he denied the universal, but he looks like he's melded with it.
Accepted it.
At the end of the day,
Right. Yeah, and he just took it the will to live to the will to power, and these guys are taking it to the extreme, bro. Look at this shit.
With it, a language of bones, chemical metrics, and enlightenment. And at the center of its recent mainstreaming stands the Jester King himself, Clavicular, a figure who matters less as an individual than as a function. Looksmaxing's core claim is simple and brutal. Beauty is the primal determinant of human value, not character.
Does that sound like any of the Aristotle or any other past philosophers would say something like this?
Oh yeah. I wouldn't say the primary determinant, but I think a lot of philosophers, like for example, right? Plato, he would say that beauty is on par with sort of logic.
The truth, as you said too, right?
Yeah, and also he would say that beauty and goodness and truth are basically one item.
Right.
Right. So it's kind of like if you could picture like the Triforce from Zelda, or something like that. I mean, right? It's kind of like that sort of deal. It exists before the creation of the world, that sort of thing. And there's a sort of this idea here, but he's talking about sort of beauty in terms of geometry. Right? He's not talking. Right. He still thinks that somebody who's tall and comes from a good upbringing, right? Who's rich and has intelligence and has good looks. He thinks that type of person can be used for the ultimate bad, that person has to sort of watch themselves more than everybody else, because that's like sort of, if they're not sort of taken in by society and ushered in and created to fulfill like a central role to become like the leaders who have studied under the society's traditions, right? They'll basically become like the criminals.
Damn.
So yeah.
Wow. Powerful, bro.
Character, not meaning, not relationship, but facial geometry. Skeletal ratios, symmetry, jaw projections, eye spacing. Once this premise is accepted, everything else becomes rational. Obsession becomes discipline. Self-harm becomes optimization. Damage becomes proof of commitment. The body is no longer a boundary. It becomes a bottleneck to be forced open.
Bones mashing. Oh, I thought it said bones maxing. I was like, bones mashing. That's what I'm doing. Bones maxing. We got the Big Daddy rib cage. We bones maxing.
Bone maxing. Got the girth on the bone.
Yeah.
But hey, TML, look at bro. They literally punched themselves and hit themselves in the face to change their bone structure to be more symmetrical. Isn't that wild?
Boundary becomes a bottleneck to be forced open. Clavicular distinguishes himself from earlier looksmaxing figures.
Looks like a damn meth head machine, a crackhead.
Yeah, it looks like you're gonna feel that when you're 60 or something like that. That's how you don't feel that permanently.
He's taking meth to get the cheeks, he said.
Yeah, that'll last you for 20 years for sure. But that's the thing, is that there is no real 60-year-old people in the club. So you destroyed your body and your mind to get to that point. So see, I'm just kind of chilling, and then when I'm 60, I'll start working out and praying more, and I'll probably pop out a couple more books or something like that. I mean, it's if I don't get popped off, by some Mossad or whatever. All right. So
what does Tupac say? Machiavelli. I guess he's a probably be murdered for the shit that I said. He said, be a legend, bring life to the dead, something like that. Yeah. Snafu Snacks. God don't like ugly. It's written. Don't forget that, man.
Translating this obsession into a quasi-clinical register. He does not merely insult, he diagnoses. He speaks fluently in the language of recession, orbital support, chemical antagonists, muscular tension, and pharmacological
I
mitigation.
read something yesterday on my streamer. It's machine instant testicular maxing. I don't even want to know what that is.
Days
Hell
of
no.
Noah put one out too. He put a documentary out about this dude. Where
Oh
he was
yeah. I was watching some of it. Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've never seen any.
He's with the machine. He's everywhere, bro. He's like in getting interviewed by the Wall Street Journal. Of course,
this the
Piers
guy here?
Morgan. Yeah, well, that's not him. This is an article about him right now.
Several clips
Oh,
do
it's like
not
an
rely
AI.
on
They'll
rage
show me this-
alone.
that was him
but
right
on
here.
fluently
This
like
picture, this is him right
translate
here.
meaning number or
That's him right
boundary.
there.
It becomes impossible.
That's kind of gay.
Forced open.
Yeah.
Clavicular
That's pretty gay. That's kinda
distinguishes himself wrong unless
the
it
male
includes
version of OnlyFans
biological
or some shit.
objects. Becky denotes the allegedly average interchangeable woman. Stacy represents the hypersexualized elite female archetype reserved for top-tier men. On the male side, Chad signifies the genetically blessed apex male, presumed to succeed effortlessly, while Jester functions as a cautionary caricature, the man who compensates for low status.
There you go. Here, look at this.
You can't undo adolescence. You can't reverse a surgical ideology. Looks maxing is accelerationism for the body. Part 3, the new right has been blackpilled. The influence cluster surrounding this ideology are best understood through alignment rather than conspiracy. Figures like Andrew Tate, Sneeko, Fresh and Fit.
Hey, Sam, what's going on?
Fuentes,
I didn't see you
adjacent
yesterday
circles
or the other
all
day. I wouldn't
profit
say hello
from
to you.
intensification.
Tate looks
like
Gender
his own
antagonism is sharpened.
Got no chin maxing.
Yeah, he might have. Yeah, he might have. Innovated this bone mashing thing because he looked all sorts of fucked up. He looked like a goblin. Like when he comes out, like.
Oh yeah. You see how he used to look, machine.
He looked misshapen, right? So I don't know if that's attractive to people, but like, yeah, he looked like he did some serious bone mashing. They need to investigate.
Don't get you started on those clowns, bro.
All mashed up.
early. Oh, you said all mashed up. Dude, Andrew Tate. Check this out, shit. Bone mashing, huh? This is the one you're talking about, machine right here.
Of success.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
That's gonna
The
be
audience
clear right there.
members, merely one surgical
Yeah, I was
approach.
gonna get my news from this because I've always
Check
got
this
my
out.
news from Days of Noah, basically, and
Hell
also
yeah.
Adam Green of No More News.
Yep.
You know,
Mhm.
so those are the two
Uh-huh.
I always watch for a long time. But
You guys hear that? This come from the machine lies, guys. Listen, bro.
I don't
Literally
agree with them
said-
though. I
No, I know.
hardcore, yeah.
Get it like I would almost look at everything as an editorial, almost.
Yeah.
Right. Then I can.
Yeah, you're kind of cutting out.
Again, it's because her face has no support. She's got no forward growth. Her chin is extremely recessed. Her orbital bones are.
From the mic. This is clavicular. He's roasting these girls' faces like a plastic surgeon, a mean-spirited
Yeah.
plastic surgeon.
Yeah, I mean, some of them do look kind of weird.
They do, right?
Yeah, some of them do look kind of weird. I mean, the one in the middle is pretty. Is pretty. You know. Yeah, you know, the one in the. I mean.
You say,
the one
yeah,
that's
I didn't
smiling.
even say that, man.
Yeah, the one that's smiling is kind of pretty. You know, with the brown hair. You know, but the one that's next to her with the yellow shirt. She
Oh,
looks
yeah.
like she's mad or pissed about something.
You know what? You'll see why, machine.
And then,
He's about the. Then what about the one on the left? It's kind of confused.
Kind of weird, yeah, for sure. Kind of like weird looking boobs for sure. Right? But yeah, you know,
Shaping
I
boobs.
had to take another look at it, like from another angle, for sure.
I love your clowns, dog. Now, okay, we gotta go. Now you're gonna see why the girl in the yellow looks like that. He's about to tear into her, bro.
It's like, look, so this is why people have these facial flaws. It's because of lack of bone support, right? Her orbitals are non-existent. She's got the huge, her orbital bones suck. That's why she's got the big bug eyes. Not good looking at all. 3 out of 10. 3 out of 10. And so the worst phalo that she has is her interpupillary distance, which is the distance between her eyes. They're too close together. So we've got that going for her as well. She's got a suboptimal IPD. Her ESR shit. Obviously, her nose is much too bulbous. You know,
he said bulbous. Oh man,
large.
Yeah. He said obviously
and,
too.
You know, high body.
Because there's people who may like bulbous noses. That may actually be a thing, right? So he said obviously her nose is too bulbous. And it's like,
well,
what if you're a giant dude, right? And
right,
you know, you're into like semi big noses. Like you don't like you know, like a huge like pigeon pecker, but you like okay, like you know, you like a little like you know, like a little like African like you wanted to look like an Incan like statue or something like that. I don't know.
Pigeon pecker, I never heard that.
Yeah,
oh shit. That's a thing.
Yeah, bulbous. What is going on?
I got one for you right here. Holy shit.
Yeah, see, that other girl looks kind of, you know, she looks better now from the side profile. You know, but the other one that's next to the girl in the yellow shirt with the brown hair, she's still the prettiest, honestly.
Oh, by far, yeah.
Yeah, by far, yeah.
Easily, yeah. But he said she had bug eyes. He claimed that. I mean, he's like nitpicking and stuff, right?
Yeah. I mean, I like girls with big eyes. So so that is actually something I find actually you know, attractive.
Attractive kind of, yeah.
Yeah, so I might not find you know, big noses attractive, but I find big eyes attractive. Yeah, that might be part Klingon right there. You know?
The beak, yeah. You said part Klingon. Holy shit.
And you know,
hey, but let's keep it real. Most guys would like be happy if this girl talked to them though. In the middle. Let's keep it real. Just off of looks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Come on.
90% of them, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
What height ratio?
Why are you laughing?
So social media is the matrix.
It's the matrix. Neon.
There's an account, a social media profile, one of thousands like it, built entirely around human as
that
product,
lady's face,
a
bro.
sexual value,
what the fuck?
a body type, buttocks and rhinoplasty, jaw
what the
lines
fuck?
and fractures.
What is this?
Sociopath is role model.
Oh, there he is right there. Look at him. How he stands.
Who is that? Is that Common?
It's Andrew Tate, bro.
I thought that was Common, the rapper.
I thought it was Common, yeah. That's Tate, bro. At home chilling. That's how he chills with his big hookah.
Yeah, why does he look like Common?
Psychopath as
He does look like Common.
symbol of success.
Clavicular.
All symbols
Patrick
reduce down to sex and flesh. The self, community, relating, and companionship has suddenly morphed into pure mathematics.
Jason, know what? He doesn't give the sources like he used to. Remember before? That's why I used to love when we talk about like the Bernard Russells and the social engineers and Bernays and all that. Now he's kind of like Terrence McKenna, like where he's taking the stuff and not, you know. I guess he has his own cult following now. Right now. Yeah.
Me versus them. A virtual war of the roses. A state of objective competition.
Super hot chicks.
No longer are we.
I heard that. He said, look at what's the matter you. He said, I have a thing for super hot chicks that are slightly cross-eyed.
Yeah,
especially
redheads are definitely off the chain.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a huge thing with redheads. I was looking up the Poison Ivy cosplay.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, that's one of the best.
That's a good one.
For sure.
Oh, did you see what I put in the Discord? I think I actually sent it to you, that redhead chick on that dating show. Did you watch that little clip? I don't know if you watched that. Here, I put it on my shit over here. There it is. Yeah, this chick is ridiculous. To me, she's ridiculous, bro. Like, you're gonna be like, oh, You're gonna be like, when you see this, you're gonna be like, wait, where is it? Where is it?
Yo!
Remember that? Yeah. This shit. That shit was funny. Yeah, I got you, boys. Gotta feed the bros right here. This girl's ridiculous.
I'm stressed.
Look like a Disney character.
Hi.
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 I'm sorry he chose you. It's nice to meet you. What's your name again? Olivia. Okay. Nice to meet you.
Do you approve,
You guys want to see my
Machine?
talent?
Yeah, she has a lot of makeup on though, but yeah,
She does have a lot of makeup. She does.
Yes.
Okay.
For sure. What are you about to do? What is happening?
Can I have some?
definitely freckles are.
Okay.
Yeah. She might have makeup on to hide freckles.
To hide the freckles, yeah. You want to see the freckles,
are
right?
definitely a plus. You know, right?
You want to see the freckles, yeah.
Yeah, it's better. Yeah.
Oh,
You're like, don't hide it.
are you doing like a? Oh, okay. Okay. Don't ask questions. Oh my gosh.
Oh, okay.
She hopped on the,
Is that good?
hopped on the D.
That was impressive. I can't. Okay. Don't ask questions. Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Is that good?
Wow. That was impressive. I can't do that. I definitely suck at that. Good job.
Of course, she has to pull her pants up to expose the camel toe, right? Yay. All right. Yeah, you did nothing.
Yeah. Wow.
You did nothing. Yeah, let's go. We're about to look smacks.
Actual persons
Gotta
in
get
the
clavicular on the show.
21st century online culture. We are now confronted with platforms, not people, and their aesthetic role models by way of algorithmic modeling.
He's like, yeah, I'm trying to have
Viral streamer
autism.
profiles and sexual escapades, drug binges, and public humiliation rituals. The contemporary culture slowly kills itself without violence, living vicariously through mentally damaged symbols of success.
He said, freckle me
Every
up.
audience
What's the
member is
matter?
merely one surgical appointment away from potential perfection, 1 centimeter removed from mogging supposed opponents and the revered narcissism.
Oh, Machine, that was the limb lengthening surgery.
Removed from
Check this
mogging
out, right here. He got limb lengthening surgery. That's wild,
Oh,
right?
man. So
They break
so
your
did he
bone.
get that on his arms and his legs, or just his legs?
I would think just his legs, but wouldn't it make sense to get the arms too, right?
Right.
To make it
Wouldn't it look kind of
symmetrical.
weird unless you did both? I don't know.
I think you would look like a T-Rex, right?
Right.
You'd be like a raptor Maxon.
Supposed opponents and the revered
You see how he increased his height right there? The little cutout. Is it worth it? No. He's probably going to be like crippled when he's older. Well, that's stupid, bro.
narcissism of the appearances Olympics. Unfortunately, for them, pills, frills, and swills will never fulfill the empty bellies of this generation. So they are fed more than they can handle and hardly understand what they truly seek. A bruised and dead-eyed face, a collarbone, photographs, angles, lighting studies, a comment section filled with boys and girls calculating whether their own
So they
bones
kind of have a tradition where like they wrap like babies' heads. Like sometimes they put like a bunch of like stuff around their head to shape their head. Like, you know, when babies are first born, you know, they'll start like wrapping up their head and like to, like make it more round and shit. So maybe there's something to that, but maybe like
My
when you're a
grandma
little
used to do that
baby,
shit. My grandma used to do it with my nose. She used to like squeeze it kind of. So it's like more Romanesque, more European, I guess. She's Spanish, right? Like so, like that's why my nose it looks like it don't look like my dad's nose. My dad's African, right? My mom's Spanish, right? European, and so like yeah. So my grandma would always do that with my nose. When I was a baby, I guess.
measure up, adjusting their personal worth to the
He was
standards of
looks-maxing.
organic science. These growing
Like a dog, bro. Like, yeah.
profiles are hollow as they are popular.
Oh, my
These
bad.
accounts do not hide what they are. They present themselves as aspiration.
Let's take some steroids and Botox
as a goal, as the thing you are supposed to want.
Yeah,
to
see, that's the
become,
thing. Like,
to be.
You know, there's no biological free lunch. You know,
Right.
so you do have organs like, you know, your livers and your kidneys and stuff that are actually getting toasted as you're consuming all this shit. So you can't just be like Ray Kurzweil taking like 200 pills a day. You know, like I was thinking, like, what is he shitting out? Like just pure minerals at this point? I mean, like, you know, it's just wild. Yeah. Like,
that's like these people. Like my friend, he got like purified water, but his machine hit it up so much he took all the minerals out of it. Right, so he had to have another machine. He had to drop eye drops of the minerals. It's like, okay, it's insane. Sometimes you go overboard.
These viral accounts are engineered to reach millions of devices instantly, daily, and systematically.
I'm living it at home.
Okay, Gavin Newsom, the real American Psycho, next president.
It's not on the internet. It's in the physical world. I mean,
he was the mayor of our city, San Francisco.
Peptides. My son says, "Hey, Dad, what about peptides?" And then he literally, this whole thing about the jaw. I'm not kidding. My son says, "Hey, Dad, you ever do this with your?" I was like, "What are you talking about?" I didn't know where the hell this came from.
Oh yeah, that's the new thing, machine peptides. They're not promoting steroids as much, testosterone, but these things called peptides and stuff.
Massive audiences grow as an outcome. These new age symbols become the face of modern culture.
Yeah, Neurojack's on that one.
Of its future.
Yep.
Yeah, he's on the case.
He's on the case, yeah.
And millions of people, not passively but actively, receive it this way. Their perceptions, their wants, their desires, all curated and scripted for them. I thought this media was social or good for society. Yet all we see today are popular representations of behaviors one would read about in a DSM manual. Popular influencers that match the description perfectly of psychological disorder frameworks, and value systems that align with perspectives of criminals, villains, beasts, and miscreants. What are these devices and network systems turning our future human mothers and fathers into? And who controls these systems? Far from coincidence or accident, this is the product working exactly as it was designed. An experience machine of sorts, a corporate-controlled mechanism.
What is that right there? What's going on here? Everyone has their shirt off.
Of desire.
Yeah. In the morning.
Yeah, so yeah, I mean there's some Asian ladies who do this type of shit too. You know, they like sort of like get plastic surgery so they look like anime characters, right? And stuff. So he does kind of look like weird, like in a way, like anti-human. Because if you have to smash your bones to look the way you look, and there's nobody else that looks like that, you kind of look like a fucking cartoon character in a way.
Okay, 1 sec. There we go.
If my jaw looks a little weak, I'll bone smash to strengthen it. My ratios are nearly golden now.
Yeah, it's funny. Shadow Buddha said it's funny because Patrick Bateman's skin routine is a modern man's skin routine nowadays. Right. It's like normal. That's what they call soft maxing. Yeah, it's not the hardcore shit. It's crazy. So Westerners are forming the Koreans. It was only a matter of time. Yeah, I love that plastic surgery in Korea, man. Yeah, Marilyn Manson is a freak. Yeah.
Testosterone for muscle growth.
Oh my God. That's fucking stupid.
Disoxin, as for appetite suppression. Glutathione for health maxing.
This is sad because like all these young boys are like looking up to this guy, you know, machine. Like they're gonna do all this shit, bro.
Peptides for anti-aging and collagen production. Melanotan 2 for healthy glow. IGF.
You know what I think it might be? I think it might be that it's kind of like what they did with the cigarettes, right? Like with Bernays, right? Where they had to sell them to women.
Yeah.
Right. So they like made it okay for women to smoke cigarettes socially. So I think they want to sell beauty products to men. Right. So they're just kind of like, because they have a huge market that is largely targeted for women. Right. So that's another phenomenon, is that they're trying to bring like men and also children into like beauty care and stuff, right? So that they'll be doing beauty care, like you'll be doing it your whole life, or some people will be taking
That's ridiculous.
and stuff, and
well, you said it. What you said is what you said is true even for the ladies. Before it used to be women would get plastic surgery when they're in their 60s, right, 70s, right. Now the younger women are getting, especially the starlets, they're getting in their 20s and stuff because they want to stay the same age throughout their career. However, it looks fucked up. It looks off, bro.
Yeah, and that's why you get like these like Joe Rogan guys like from the Esalen Institute who are like trained, right? Like to be like, hey, look, this is like biohacking. Like you make up like new memes and terms to sort of sell products.
Tim Leary was the king of that, bro. He makes things like info psychology, stomatic systems reboots, and all this, where he was combining the computer terminology with all that to make it sound cool. Your brain is God.
Yeah, biohacking seems like a cybernetics term that's developed.
It is.
Cybernetics, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, by the way, like Shadow Buddha's right in terms of like the Korean. That's the thing I hear, bro. Like a lot of them, even in Taiwan, some of the men, and they're not necessarily gay, but they'll wear makeup, bro. And I think they're following the lead as those Korean men. It's fucking weird, bro. Yeah. Well.
To understand why, you need to understand one man's theory of desire and what he chose to do with it.
Well, I did a number of things. I studied philosophy as an undergraduate at Stanford, went to law school, and then sort of veered on professional law and finance career in New York. And then I moved back to California.
He's a German, right? Peter Thiel, right?
Late 1990s.
Right. It's clear that he's funding all of these like he's a major proponent of funding the alt-right. Right?
Yeah.
So this
Yeah. And he also invited Kravicka recently to one of his parties on stream.
Right. And also Moldbug and others. So there's much more prominent figures who are sort of thought leaders, right? Because we sort of mentioned like Nick Land earlier.
Yeah.
Right. Well, he has a guy who he's championed called Moldbug, who's a Jayish kid that has a blog that basically is supported by Thiel and others. So and then Thiel's like written books about basically about how we're in a sort of phase of stagnation in terms of technological innovation that we need to cause. Right, that we need to sort of accelerate technological progress. He says
that's my favorite word that you taught me in the last month, bro. It's so many places to use it because it's everywhere, huh? You start looking at these situations going on, huh?
Right.
And they're trying to accelerate the bad, right? In their mind, they think in order to bring the good. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's to change things in the future or to keep things the way they are, right? So there's a certain amount of people who think like if you cause chaos, then new things will emerge in the future. Right? But there's other people that sort of think
chaos.
So there's other people that think like if you kind of upset things, they'll sort of stay the same. And so on and so forth, because chaos is sort of the mother of order, right? So you can think of like different ways where, they sort of see it like either ordo ab KO or KO ab KO, right?
Right. Yeah. Shadow Buddha says, I really don't understand the clavicular guy with the vanity. Not to make it about me, but I'm more muscular and amalgam. Yeah, right. I was thinking about that. Like, he's not the biggest, right? But I wouldn't be doing a propaganda underwear Patrick Bateman video. Well, actually, I'm surprised he didn't do the underwear. Not that I want to see him in the underwear, but when he was doing that yoga outside, Patrick Bateman was wearing the tidy white. You want to be true to the original thing, but it's probably better we didn't see him in his underwear. You don't want to see that.
The technology boom of the time. I was the co-founder CEO of a company called PayPal, which was a successful online payments company.
I'm a
And
lesbian.
then from 2002 onwards, I ended up working more as an investor, working with a variety of tech companies, notably Facebook, where I was the original investor, as well as.
Wait, so he was working for PayPal. He helped start PayPal. Elon Musk made a lot of his money off that in the beginning.
I ended up working more as an investor, working with a variety of tech companies, notably Facebook, where I was the original investor.
Wow.
As well as managing money, trying to figure out the future of the world, trying to make sense of the future, and
trying to figure out the future of the world,
leave the world a better place.
Yeah. Enter Peter Thiel. Thiel is most publicly known as a billionaire. PayPal, Palantir,
this is now how it looks.
Outside investor in Facebook.
After he started taking the blood infusions, right?
Looks all swollen.
Yeah, it looks all like.
But before any of that,
he's a Emperor Palpatine Baxter.
In his hands. Like a bruised fruit at this point. Yeah.
Bruised fruit.
Palantir, the first outside investor in Facebook. But before any of that, he was a student at Stanford.
Okay.
Sitting in the lectures of a philosopher named Rene Girard. Girard.
What do you know about him, Machine? Besides, he looks like the Grim Reaper.
He's sort of like trying to combine Nietzsche with Christianity. He kind of said that, basically like, our propensity for violence caused us to create the idea of the other, right?
Okay.
By saying that the last person that caused us to fail, like by killing him, we sort of make him the hero. So the sort of the sacrificial figure that gets killed in order for us to make our civilization, right, become the main figure. So he sort of said like it's sort of like Christianity repeating itself, where it's sort of like the engine of time, right? And then and then this violent, this sort of thirst for violence sort of culminates in the sacrificial act of, basically of God himself, right? So he's sort of combining this idea of the propensity for violence, right, and how the genealogy of violence causes our moral framework to emerge. Right, so he's sort of Christianizing Nietzsche, is what I can say, right? Is what I found out. So it's dark business.
Dark business, huh?
Is most known for a prescient and groundbreaking theory, mimetic desire. What exactly is mimetic desire, and what did he mean by it? To put it simply, human beings do not generate their own desires. We borrow them. We want what other people want, not because of the object itself, but because someone else wanting it tells us it must be worth wanting. Desire is fundamentally imitative. It is social, contagious, and left unexamined, endlessly recursive, or behaves as a never-ending feedback loop, a circular reference point that keeps us repeating the behaviors that harm us, a fool repeating his folly, as a dog returns to his vomit. Desire becomes a zero-sum game. Two people wanting the same thing do not stay two admirers. They become rivals. The more they imitate each other's desire, the more identical they become, and the more violently they compete. And as a result, the less the individuality truly exists. We all become carbon copies of standards and goals ill fit for our consumption and development. Girard thought this was one of the deepest truths about human society. He spent his career tracing its consequences, the scapegoating, the violence, the religious attempts to contain it. The philosopher in Girard sent him on a mission to understand precisely how one could be freed from such mimetic traps. Thiel drew a different conclusion. He asked, what happens if you build the infrastructure for mimetic desire at planetary scale? What if humanity, the social framing of civilization, and the individual itself could be consolidated into a predictable, manageable, and scalable system of computation, controlled by smarter, richer, and all-around better people who know better than the masses?
Oh, sounds like Plato, right? And his republic.
Yeah, he's inspired by
eugenics.
that sort of idea, right? You know, and he writes about sort of Plato and Aristotle and their sort of aristocratic ideal in some of his writings, right? But ultimately, they want, you know, what, you know, in accelerationism, right? There's this idea of the patchwork of Mencius Moldbug, right? Where it's like you have corporations, right? And this kind of lines up with what we heard from, from Gibson, where they're sort of just cities and multinational corporations, right? So there is no, yeah. So it's like a stateless world,
yeah,
right?
Yeah,
because there's this sort of global system in place,
globalization.
right? Yeah. So so it's a sort of spin on globalization that sort of gets rid of the nation state as we see it now and replaces it by corporations, right? That are sort of run by sort of joint stock corporations is what Moldbug uses in his example, right? But the example in Discordianism is from from the temporary autonomous zone, of Hakeem Bey.
Oh my God!
Right? You know, where he talks about
yeah.
he talks about pirate utopias.
Yeah,
right, and so on and so
they
forth.
did that in Seattle or whatever the fuck. Remember when they were like warlords out there with the people protesting, and it was like shit. Like that black rapper dude. Yeah, it went to shit. Yeah, it's like leave us alone to our own devices. We're not bothering anyone, right? Type of shit, right? Funny what you said though about the combining Gibson's theory with Thiel's, like
it's techno-libertarianism, right? Because Thiel's
right.
sort of a libertarian, right? And he's a sort of techno-accelerationist. So
yeah. But you notice in his story though, like where he was kind of telling on himself, narrative when he was like, I was the first outside stockholder of investor of Facebook. I did this with PayPal and all this. So he's influencing. People like him would be like the oligarchs, right? Probably like trying to dictate whatever what everyone else is doing. Like he has your best interest.
Yeah, I mean, history sort of bears this out, right? That whenever people don't acquire power on their own merits, but because they sort of hack the system and so on and so forth, were handed this power,
Yeah.
then their personal vices sort of interfere with the process of maintaining that power. All right. So it's a problem, between balancing fortune and virtue, as as Machiavelli says, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All those men there on this pit on these bubbles right here, they probably have weird vices.
A centralized infrastructure, architecture, and of course, aesthetic of pure exploitation. A new war against the people by way of the objective powers, or as Christopher Lasch has written about, the revolt of the elites. Interestingly, prior to its formation as a social network, Facebook, in its earliest investment pitch, was sold as a desire machine, a system where users would continuously signal what they valued, and the platform would amplify those signals back into the social body, accelerating the mimetic loop, thereby harnessing human attention, exploiting the modern consumerist view of the masses, and turning it all into a massive signaling machine for perception, perspective, and value judgment. Thiel understood this because he had the map. With this level of esoteric understanding, the territory no longer mattered. Some would argue the map has completely replaced the territory, and I would agree. Palantir, his surveillance company, now embedded in intelligence agencies, police departments, and corporate security systems across the world, is the panoptic complement to the desire engine. As social media platforms tell you what to want, Palantir tells you who is watching, keeping tabs, and harnessing your every behavior. Together, they constitute something like the complete architecture of behavioral control. Lion's mechanical eye, the all-seeing, all-knowing, all-encompassing oracle that pretends to have your best interests in the queue. What futurist tech enthusiasts and popular news sources fail to disclose is that these systems weren't built despite their designers understanding the human cost. They were built because their designers understood human psychology with unusual precision and chose to use that understanding not to protect persons, but to render them legible, predictable, and monetizable. I call this Comp's computer, the ultimate science of sociology finally accomplished through cybernetic computation and systems theory.
Yeah,
Capitalism and competition as synonyms.
Yeah, Compton's pretty evil, for sure. Because he sort of said that like metaphysics and religion are sort of pointless and useless, right? Because we sort of move past them with science. Right? So August Comte was sort of the idea that he had was called positivism, right? And it's sort of quite a dastardly approach, where man becomes sort of like, cut off from that way of thinking, that is pretty much natural to man throughout his history, right? If you investigate. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
Some theory.
Capitalism and competition as synonyms, and I believe they are antonyms. I believe that a capitalist is someone who's in the business of accumulating capital. A world of perfect competition is a world where all the profits are competed away. So if you want to compete in a crazy way, you should open a restaurant. You will never make any money doing so. And at the other end of the spectrum, what I think everybody who is a founder or entrepreneur should aim to do is build a monopoly.
Though and often chalked up to conspiracy theory, this is documented strategy. Thiel has said openly that competition is for losers, that monopoly is the ultimate and optimal goal, and that the political realm...
He wants to go for the knockout blow, huh? Yeah.
The realm of genuine human conflict.
Oh, it's bad there. That's a newer video machine, I think. Look at it. He looks like he's deaf.
Right.
Contestation, choice, and democratic tension and debate is something to be superseded by technological systems that makes the mess of human disagreement and fallibility obsolete.
I don't think despair is the only answer. And it's because I don't think politics is the only way to go. When I got involved in the tech boom in Silicon Valley, I ended up being the co-founder of a company called PayPal, and the initial founding vision was that we were going to use technology to change the whole world and basically overturn the monetary system of the world. And we can debate on how much it succeeded or how little it succeeded, but the basic idea was that we could never win an election on getting certain things because we were in such a small minority. But maybe you could actually unilaterally change the world without having to constantly convince people and beg people and plead with people who are never going to agree with you through a technological means. And this is where I think technology is this incredible alternative to politics. And there are a number of different technologies we can outline, but the task in this world where politics has become so broken and so dysfunctional is to find a way to escape from it. It's not a way to fix it, it is a way to escape. But I think technology is the vehicle for how we should be looking to escape and move beyond politics as we find it today.
Well, beyond politics.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is the sad reality of the situation, right? Because political doctrines don't really do anything, right? They don't really have much sway, right? In the face of just pure repetition, right? Of like, propagandistic, slogans, right? So so the fact is that, they've demonstrated time and time again that, you can basically persuade people, through technology. And anyways, technology is the objective means of power. That's how they're gonna surveil you and attack you and shut down your business and shut down your means of communicating with the world and so on and so forth. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious that, that you're able to undercut politics with technology. And that means, very clearly what we've put forward so many times, on the show that I do is that, this fact that technology is just the objective factor of power in our age, right? It's not politics or, economics or, or culture or so on and so forth.
Yeah, you see examples of that with in Iran too, huh? Like President Trump just bogarting it and just using that military technology to destroy things, and then Iran with giving it back to everyone else too. So it's like, you're right. Nobody's talking politics, right? Same thing.
Not simply desire, but political decisions and perspectives are indirectly designed, influenced through a type of online osmosis. Algorithmic capture sculpting the perfect tribal hive mind.
Oh, you're missing Elon. Wig out. You don't want to miss this. Ketamine dream.
Online osmosis.
Fever dream.
Algorithmic capture sculpting the perfect tribal hive minds of left, right, blue, red, Chuds, Stacys, Chads, and Tyrones. People turn into social genres and culture.
It's like, I saw like 50 videos the other day, I'm exaggerating, about like nose ring theory, female nose ring theory. It's basically, they're all variations of them saying that they're crazy libtards. It's like, we get it, but come on, bro. Think of something original, It
becomes a plethora of avatars and the absurd. What he and his technical circles alike call progress, others might call the removal.
See, there's that idea, right? Hyper real, right? From the word hyper real, you get the word hyperstition that Nick Land coined, right? So he's not inventing a new concept. He's taking the concept from the postmodernists. I believe it was Baudrillard, that coined that word, hyper real, right? So
something else.
weigh themselves. You see that?
Hold on. Yeah, so there's a scale.
That's insane. If they don't pass the body index.
The body index, yeah.
They're fucked.
Okay.
They can't even come.
Hello.
Hi.
Hence popular and flavor of the month, influencer and streamer, clavicular. What is actually being transmitted there is not beauty advice. It is a desire instruction, a signal telling the viewer what the body or being should look like, what it should aspire to become, and implicitly, what it currently is not. A delusional standard is presented as ideal, a social stencil used to shape not just appearance but identities for those with broken identities.
Peter Thiel's?
Peter Thiel, yeah. He's a billionaire that owns Palantir.
I got invited to a Peter Thiel party. You think that's going to be a Diddy party? Probably.
Whew. Billionaires, they get a little creepy.
Yeah, dude, I don't know. I don't want to get diddied.
The mimetic mechanism runs perfectly. The viewer does not think, I am being bends itself into a human dog show. Transhumanist designer sapiens begin to look more like designer dog breeder.
I don't know if you're talking right now, but I can't hear you if you are. But yeah, it's like I said, he's funding all these people and so on and so forth.
With particular configuration of desire and post-human ontology that the platform can then amplify, track, and sell behavioral data around. A bigger issue is the fact that these processes reshape culture and the development of human identity, whilst determining a future that appears dark and beyond the imagination of prior generations. Though these examples are extreme ones, outliers one might say, they are propped up and validated by the masses. Mass man, men and women of aesthetics become the world. A population of avatars and programmable human code. Man as artificial intelligence. The roles have now been reversed, and the update is complete. So is it really clavicular that is the problem? One sick and twisted individual that typically only makes up a very small percentage of the population? Or
autism.
Is it the millions of viewers and supporters who make him real? Possibly this says much less about how truly sick and depraved this young man is than it says about the severely corrupt and warped nature of the masses in general. Can one rotten apple spoil the bunch? Or is the tree in fact already dead at its roots?
Yo, on that note, Machine, I'm going to shut it down. Bro. I appreciate you, bro. You broke this shit down.
Yeah, it
bro.
looks like it's kind of like Queer Eye for the Stray Guy or some shit.
Pretty much.
Some type of
You
shit.
think revisited.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Like they already had this. Like they do the same shit like every 20 years or some shit.
Oh yeah, before they called it metrosexual, right?
Exactly, metrosexual with Kanye West. See, he was innovating it too. He was like, "Oh, you go to the women's section to buy clothes and stuff." So they're doing the same exact thing.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
exactly,
Lil Uzi said that too, huh?
Yeah,
He said
he's
like,
an architect. Right, they were wearing nail polish and whatnot. You had young, Lil Thug or Young Thug or whatever his name is. Yeah, Young Thug, right?
Yeah.
Wearing like lipstick and nail polish and shit. So they're doing the glam rock thing. See, they already had that in the glam rock. So that's what I said. They do the same shit every 20 years.
Yeah, Young Thug, DJ Academics, he would always like bust him out. But that shit was funny back in the day. Yeah. Some weird shit, bro. Wearing a dress, right? But he'll wear a dress, but then he'll shoot you, though.
Right. I mean, Days of Noah really said it's a humiliation ritual or whatever it is. So pretty much.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Keep on being played out. Yeah. Appreciate
Yeah, I
you.
gotta
Oh, wait,
run
here you
this.
go, Machine. Machine, real quick. Look, speaking of that, Young Thug. Real quick, hold on.
It's your boy Jackie Demix, and the fuckery has finally took a backflip and a belly flop and landed straight in hip hop. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, rapper Young Thug has come out to be the first rapper to kick the door down and admit he's wearing a female dress. Now you might be thinking, nah, you talking that fuckery. He ain't say that shit. Young Thug, not Young Thug. A nigga named Young Thug that's in
Look at
hip
that
hop
right
wouldn't
there,
say
Machine.
or admit that he's rocking
What
no
the-
dress. Don't believe me? Check out him admitting it for yourselves.
You got to ask you about the leopard print joint you had on. Now, is that a shirt or was that a dress?
Oh yeah, that was a dress.
That was a dress.
I think that was like a 7, 8 year old dress, right?
Like a little girl dress. You like copped it like a vintage store? Or where'd you pick it up at?
Unknown place.
This Baxter.
Business. I won't let nobody know.
Yeah,
Don't let nobody know she's you can't cop it.
Have you seen anybody start rocking them now since?
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's some Buffalo Bill shit, dude, for real.
You haven't seen that admitting to wearing a toddler's dress? I got two things to say. Number one is either he's clearly homosexual, which for the record he has denied. But if he was homosexual, this makes it completely fine. He could get down with the whole train. The homosexual rap is getting some steam. He could make songs and keep doing his thing and indulge in the fuckery like throw that boy pussy. Go ahead.
Wait a minute. He said throw that boy. Yo, fuck that shit.
Yo. Yeah.
All right, man. That's enough.
There's lines and boundaries. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
But, all right, brother. I appreciate you, man. Thanks
bless
for
him, brother. Yeah, I got to
blessing
run
us
to the
with
store
wisdom.
pretty much. But yeah, dude, it's cool being on with you, man. But yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you soon, though.
Okay, Machine. Much love. We love you, bro. Talk to you soon.
Yeah, bless you,
Peace. All right, man. Damn. The legend Machine Lies. Breaking it down, bro. Yeah. Breaking it down. Yeah, I know. What's the matter, you, Shadow? That shit was weird. Sad trombone. Yeah, we'll bring it up a notch. Zephyr, we'll bring it up a notch, bring it back up to some positivity. Shout out to them, to the Mysterious Mama Matrix. Coming on.
The Industrial Revolution and its consequences have been a disaster for the human race. They have greatly increased the life expectancy of those of us who live in advanced countries, but they have destabilized society, have made life unfulfilling, have subjected human beings to indignities, have led to widespread psychological suffering, in the third world to physical suffering as well, and have inflicted severe damage on the natural world. The continued development of technology will worsen the situation. It will certainly subject human beings to greater indignities and inflict greater damage on the natural world. It will probably lead to greater social disruption and psychological suffering, and it may even lead to increased physical suffering, even in advanced countries. The industrial technological system may survive or it may break down. If it survives, it may eventually achieve a low level of physical and psychological suffering, but only after it passes through a long and very painful period of adjustment, and only at the cost of permanently reducing human beings and many other living organisms to engineered products and mere cogs in the social machine. Furthermore, if the system survives, the consequences will be inevitable. There is no way of reforming it or modifying the system so as to prevent it from depriving people of dignity and autonomy. If the system breaks down, the consequences will still be very painful, but the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the results of its breakdown will be. So if it is to break down, it had best break down sooner rather than later. We therefore advocate a revolution against the industrial system. This revolution may or may not make use of violence. It may be sudden, or it may be a relatively gradual process spanning a few decades. We can't predict any of that. We do outline in a very general way the measures that those who hate the industrial system should take in order to prepare the way for a revolution against that form of society. This is not to be a political revolution. Its object will be to overthrow not governments, but the economic and technological basis of the present society. In this article, we give attention to only some of the negative developments that have grown out of this industrial technological system. Other such developments we mention only briefly or ignore altogether. This does not mean we regard these other developments as unimportant. For practical reasons, we have to confine our discussion to areas that have received insufficient public attention or in which we have something new to say. For example, since there are well-developed environmental and wilderness movements, we have written very little about environmental degradation or the destruction of wild nature, even though we consider these to be highly important. The psychology of modern leftism. Almost everyone will agree that we live in a deeply troubled society. One of the most widespread manifestations of the craziness of our world is leftism, so a discussion of the psychology of leftism can serve as an introduction to the discussion of the problems of modern society in general. But what is leftism? During the first half of the 20th century, leftism could have been practically identified with socialism. Today, the movement is fragmented, and it is not clear who can properly be called a leftist. When we speak of leftists in this article, we have in mind mainly socialists, collectivists, politically correct types, feminists, gay and disability activists, animal rights activists, and the like. But not everyone who is associated with one of these movements is a leftist. What we are trying to get at in discussing leftism is not so much movement or an ideology as a psychological type, or rather a collection of related types. Thus, what we mean by leftism will emerge more clearly in the course of our discussion of leftist psychology. Even so, our conception of leftism will remain a good deal less clear than we would wish. But there doesn't seem to be any remedy for this. All we are trying to do here is indicate in a rough and approximate way the two psychological tendencies that we believe are the main driving force of modern leftism. We by no means claim to be telling the whole truth about leftist psychology. Also, our discussion is meant to apply to modern leftism only. We leave open the question of the extent to which the discussion could be applied to the leftists of the 19th and early 20th centuries. The two psychological tendencies that underlie modern leftism we call feelings of inferiority and over-socialization. Feelings of inferiority are characteristic of modern leftism as a whole, while over-socialization is characteristic only of a certain segment of modern leftism. But this segment is highly influential. Feelings of inferiority. By feelings of inferiority, we mean not only inferiority feelings in the strict sense, but as a whole spectrum of related traits: low self-esteem, feelings of powerlessness, depressive tendencies, defeatism, guilt, self-hatred, etc. We argue that modern leftists tend to have some such feelings, possibly more or less repressed, and that these feelings are decisive in determining the direction of modern leftism. When someone interprets as derogatory almost anything that is said about him or about groups with whom he identifies, we conclude that he has inferiority feelings or low self-esteem. This tendency is pronounced among minority rights activists, whether or not they belong to the minority groups whose rights they defend. They are hypersensitive about the words used to designate minorities and about anything that is said concerning minorities. The term Negro, Oriental, handicapped, or chick for an African, an Asian, a disabled person, or a woman originally had no derogatory connotation. Broad and chick were merely the feminine equivalents of guy, dude, or fellow. The negative connotations have been attached to these terms by the activists themselves. Some animal rights activists have gone so far as to reject the word pet and insist on replacement by animal companion. Leftish anthropologists go to great lengths to avoid saying anything about primitive peoples that could conceivably be interpreted as negative. They want to replace the word primitive by non-literate. They may seem almost paranoid about anything that might suggest that primitive culture is inferior to ours. We do not mean to imply that primitive cultures are inferior to ours. We merely point out the hypersensitivity of leftish anthropologists. Those who are most sensitive about politically incorrect terminology are not the average black ghetto dweller, Asian immigrant, abused woman, or disabled person, but a minority of activists, many whom do not even belong to any oppressed group, but come from a privileged strata of society. Political correctness has a strong hold among university professors who have secure employment with comfortable salaries, and the majority of whom are heterosexual white males from middle to upper middle class families. Many leftists have an intense identifications with the problems of groups that have an image of being weak, women, defeated, American Indians, repellent, homosexuals, or otherwise inferior. The leftists themselves feel that these groups are inferior. They would never admit to themselves that they have such feelings, but it is precisely because they do see these groups as inferior that they identify with their problems. We do not mean to suggest that women, Indians, etc. are inferior. We are only making a point about leftist psychology. Feminists are desperately anxious to prove that women are as strong and as capable as men. Clearly, they are nagged by a fear that women may not be as strong and as capable as men. Leftists tend to hate anything that has an image of being strong, good, and successful. They hate America, they hate Western civilization, they hate white males, they hate rationality. The reasons that leftists give for hating the West, etc., clearly do not correspond with their real motives. They say they hate the West because it is warlike, imperialistic, sexist, ethnocentric, and so forth. But where these same faults appear in socialist countries or in primitive cultures, the leftist finds excuses for them, or at best, he grudgingly admits that they exist, whereas he enthusiastically points out and often greatly exaggerates these faults where they appear in Western civilization. Thus, it is clear that these faults are not the leftist's real motive for hating America and the West. He hates America and the West because they are strong and successful. Words like self-confidence, self-reliance, initiative, enterprise, optimism, etc. play little role in the liberal and leftist vocabulary. The leftist is anti-individualistic, pro-collectivist. He wants society to solve everyone's problems for them, satisfy everyone's needs for them, take care of them. He is not the sort of person who has an inner sense of confidence in his ability to solve his own problems and satisfy his own needs. The leftist is antagonistic to the concept of competition because, deep inside, he feels like a loser. Art forms that appeal to modern leftish intellectuals tend to focus on sordidness, defeat, and despair, or else they take on an orgiastic tone, throwing off rational control as if there were no hope of accomplishing anything through rational calculation, and all that was left was to immerse oneself in the sensations of the moment. Modern leftish philosophers tend to dismiss reason, science, objective reality, and to insist that everything is culturally relative. It is true that one can ask serious questions about the foundation of scientific knowledge and about how, if at all, the concept of objective reality can be defined. But it is obvious that modern leftish philosophers are not simply cool-headed logicians systematically analyzing the foundations of knowledge. They are deeply involved emotionally with their attack on truth and reality. They attack these concepts because of their own psychological needs. For one thing, their attack is an outlet for hostility, and to the extent that it is successful, it satisfies the drive for power. More importantly, the leftist hates science and rationality because they classify certain beliefs as true, i.e., successful, superior, and other beliefs as false, i.e., failed, inferior. The leftist's feelings of inferiority run so deep that he cannot tolerate any classification of some things as successful or superior and other things as failed or inferior. This also underlies the rejection of many leftists of the concept of mental illness and of the utility of IQ tests. Leftists are antagonistic to genetic explanations of human abilities or behavior because such explanations tend to make some persons appear superior or inferior to others. Leftists prefer to give society the credit or blame for an individual's ability or lack of it. If a person is inferior, it is not his fault but society's because he has not been brought up properly. The leftist is not typically the kind of person whose feelings of inferiority make him a braggart, an egotist, a bully, self-promoter, or ruthless competitor. This kind of person has not wholly lost faith in himself. He has a deficit in his sense of power and self-worth, but he can still conceive of himself as having the capacity to be strong, and his efforts to make himself strong produce his unpleasant behavior. But the leftist is gone too far for that. His feelings of inferiority are so ingrained that he cannot conceive of himself as individually strong and valuable, hence the collectivism of the left. He can feel strong only as a member of a large organization or mass movement with which he identifies himself. Notice the masochistic tendency of leftist tactics. Leftists protest by lying down in front of vehicles. They intentionally provoke police or racists to abuse them, etc. These tactics may often be effective, but many leftists use them not as means to an end, but because they prefer masochistic tactics. Self-hatred is a leftist trait. Leftists may claim that their activism is motivated by compassion or moral principles, and moral principle does play a role for the leftists of the over-socialized type. But compassion and moral principle cannot be the main motives for leftist activism. Hostility is too prominent a component of leftist behavior, so is the drive for power. Moreover, much leftist behavior is not rationally calculated to be of benefit to the people whom the leftists claim to be trying to help. For example, if one believes that affirmative action is good for black people, does it make sense to demand affirmative action in hostile or dogmatic terms? Obviously, it would be more productive to take a diplomatic and conciliatory approach that would make at least verbal and symbolic concessions to white people who think that affirmative action discriminates against them. But leftist activists do not take such an approach because it would not satisfy their emotional needs. Helping black people is not their real goal. Instead, race problems serve as an excuse for them to express their own hostility and frustrated need for power. In doing so, they actually harm black people because the activist hostile attitude toward the white majority tends to intensify race hatred. If our society had no social problems at all, leftists would have to invent problems in order to provide themselves with an excuse for making a fuss. We emphasize that the foregoing does not pretend to be an accurate description of everyone who might be considered a leftist. It is only a rough indication of a general tendency of leftism. Over-socialization. Psychologists use the term socialization to designate the process by which children are trained to think and act as society demands. A person is said to be well socialized if he believes in and obeys the moral code of his society and fits in well as a functioning part of that society. It may seem senseless to say that many leftists are over-socialized, since the leftist is perceived as a rebel. Nevertheless, the position can be defended. Many leftists are not such rebels as they seem. The moral code of our society is so demanding that no one can think, feel, and act in a completely moral way. For example, we are not supposed to hate anyone, yet almost everyone hates somebody at some time or another, whether he admits it to himself or not. Some people are so highly socialized that the attempt to think, feel, and act morally imposes a severe burden on them. In order to avoid feelings of guilt, they continually have to deceive themselves about their own motives and find moral explanations for feelings and actions that in reality have a non-moral origin. We use the term over-socialized to describe such people. Over-socialization can lead to low self-esteem, a sense of powerlessness, defeatism, guilt, etc. One of the most important means by which our society socializes children is by making them feel ashamed of behavior or speech that is contrary to society's expectations. If this is overdone, or if a particular child is especially susceptible to such feelings, he ends by feeling ashamed of himself. Moreover, the thought and behavior of the over-socialized person are more restricted by society's expectation than are those of the lightly socialized person. The majority of people engage in a significant amount of naughty behavior. They lie, they commit petty thefts, they break traffic laws, they goof off at work, they hate someone, they say spiteful things, or they use some underhanded trick to get ahead of the other guy. The over-socialized person cannot do these things, or if he does do them, he generates in himself a sense of shame and self-hatred. The over-socialized person cannot even experience without guilt thoughts or feelings that are contrary to the accepted morality. He cannot think unclean thoughts. And socialization is not just a matter of morality. We are socialized to conform to many norms of behavior that do not fall under the heading of morality. Thus, the over-socialized person is kept on a psychological leash and spends his life running on trails that society has laid down for him. In many over-socialized people, this results in a sense of constraint and powerlessness that can be a severe hardship. We suggest that over-socialization is among the more serious cruelties that human beings inflict on one another. We argue that a very important and influential segment of the modern left is over-socialized, and that their over-socialization is of great importance in determining the direction of modern leftism. Leftists of the over-socialized type tend to be intellectuals or members of the upper middle class. Notice that university intellectuals constitute the most highly socialized segment of our society and also the most left-wing segment. The leftist of the over-socialized type tries to get off his psychological leash and assert his autonomy by rebelling. But usually he is not strong enough to rebel against the most basic values of society. Generally speaking, the goals of today's leftists are not in conflict with the accepted morality. On the contrary, the left takes an accepted moral principle, adopts it as its own, and then accuses mainstream society of violating that principle. Examples: racial equality, equality of the sexes, helping poor people, peace as opposed to war, nonviolence generally, freedom of expression, kindness to animals. More fundamentally, the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. All these have been deeply rooted values of our society, or at least of its middle and upper classes, for a long time. These values are explicitly or implicitly expressed or presupposed in most of the material presented to us by mainstream communications media and the educational system. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, usually do not rebel against these principles, but justify their hostility to society by claiming with some degree of truth that society is not living up to these principles. Here's an illustration of the way in which the over-socialized leftist shows real attachment to the conventional attitudes of our society while pretending to be in rebellion against it. Many leftists push for affirmative action, for moving black people into high-prestige jobs, for improved education in black schools, and more money for such schools. The way of life of the black underclass they regard as a social disgrace. They want to integrate the black man into the system, make him a business executive, a lawyer, a scientist, just like upper middle-class white people. The leftists will reply that the last thing they want is to make the black man into a copy of the white man. Instead, they want to preserve African American culture. But in what does this preservation of African American culture consist? It can hardly consist in anything more than eating black-style food, listening to black-style music, wearing black-style clothing, and going to black-style church or mosque. In other words, it can express itself only in superficial matters. In all essential respects, most leftists of the over-socialized type want to make the black man conform to white middle-class ideals. They want to make him study technical subjects, become an executive or a scientist, spend his life climbing the status ladder to prove that black people are as good as white. They want to make black fathers responsible. They want black gangs to become nonviolent, etc. But these are exactly the values of the industrial technological system. The system couldn't care less what kind of music a man listens to, what kind of clothes he wears, or what religion he believes in, as long as he studies in school, holds a respectable job, climbs the status ladder, is a responsible parent, is nonviolent, and so forth. In effect, however much he may deny it, the over-socialized leftist wants to integrate the black man into the system and make him adopt its values. We certainly do not claim that leftists, even of the over-socialized type, never rebel against the fundamental values of our society. Clearly they do sometimes. Some over-socialized leftists have gone so far as to rebel against one of modern society's most important principles by engaging in physical violence. By their own account, violence is for them a form of liberation. In other words, by committing violence, they break through the psychological restraints that have been trained into them. Because they are over-socialized, these restraints have been more confining for them than others, hence their need to break free of them. But they usually justify the rebellion in terms of mainstream values. If they engage in violence, they claim to be fighting against racism or the like. We realize that many objections could be raised to the foregoing thumbnail sketch of leftist psychology. The real situation is complex, and anything like a complete description of it would take several volumes, even if the necessary data were available. We claim only to have indicated very roughly the two most important tendencies of the psychology of modern leftism. The problems of the leftist are indicative of the problems of our society as a whole. Low self-esteem, depressive tendencies, and defeatism are not restricted to the left. Though they are especially noticeable in the left, they are widespread in our society. And today's society tries to socialize us to a greater extent than any previous society. We are even told by experts how to eat, how to exercise, how to make love, how to raise our kids, and so forth. The power process. Human beings have a need, probably based in biology, for something that we will call the power process. This is closely related to the need for power, which is widely recognized, but it is not quite the same thing. The three most clear-cut of these we call goal, effort, and attainment of goal. Everyone needs to have goals whose attainment requires effort and needs to succeed in attaining at least some of his goals. The fourth element is more difficult to define and may not be necessary for everyone. We call it autonomy, and we'll discuss it later. Consider the hypothetical case of a man who can have anything he wants just by wishing for it. Such a man has power, but he will develop serious psychological problems. At first, he will have a lot of fun, but by and by he will become acutely bored and demoralized. Eventually, he may become clinically depressed. History shows that leisured aristocracies tend to become decadent. This is not true of fighting aristocracies that have to struggle to maintain their power, but leisured, secure aristocracies that have no need to exert themselves usually become bored, hedonistic, and demoralized, even though they have power. This shows that power is not enough. One must have goals toward which to exercise one's power. Everyone has goals, if nothing else, to obtain the physical necessities of life. Food, water, and whatever clothing and shelter are made necessary by the climate. But the leisured aristocrat obtains these things without effort, hence his boredom and demoralization. Non-attainment of important goals results in death if the goals are physical necessities, and in frustration if non-attainment of the goals is compatible with survival. Consistent failure to attain goals throughout life results in defeatism, low self-esteem, or depression. Thus, in order to avoid serious psychological problems, a human being needs goals whose attainment requires effort, and he must have a reasonable rate of success in attaining his goals. Surrogate activities. But not every leisured aristocrat becomes bored and demoralized. For example, the Emperor Hirohito, instead of sinking into decadent hedonism, devoted himself to marine biology, a field in which he became distinguished. When people do not have to exert themselves to satisfy their physical needs, they often set up artificial goals for themselves. In many cases, they then pursue these goals with the same energy and emotional involvement that they otherwise would have put into the search for physical necessities. Thus, the aristocrats of the Roman Empire had their literary pretensions. Many European aristocrats a few centuries ago invested tremendous time and energy in hunting, though they certainly didn't need the meat. Other aristocracies have competed for status through elaborate displays of wealth, and few aristocrats like Hirohito have turned to science. We use the term surrogate activity to designate an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that people set up for themselves merely in order to have some goal to work toward, or let us say merely for the sake of the fulfillment that they get from pursuing the goal. Here's a rule of thumb for the identification of surrogate activities. Given a person who devotes much time and energy to the pursuit of goal X, ask yourself this: if he had to devote most of his time and energy to satisfying his biological needs, and if that effort required him to use his physical and mental faculties in a varied and interesting way, would he feel seriously deprived because he did not attain goal X? If the answer is no, then the person's pursuit of goal X is a surrogate activity. Hirohito's studies in marine biology clearly constituted a surrogate activity, since it is pretty certain that if Hirohito had had to spend his time working at interesting, non-scientific tasks in order to obtain the necessities of life, he would not have felt deprived because he didn't know all about the anatomy and life cycles of marine animals. On the other hand, the pursuit of sex and love, for example, is not a surrogate activity because most people, even if their existence were otherwise satisfactory, would feel deprived if they passed their lives without ever having a relationship with a member of the opposite sex. But pursuit of an excessive amount of sex, more than one really needs, can be a surrogate activity. In modern industrial society, only minimal effort is necessary to satisfy one's physical needs. It is enough to go through a training program to acquire some petty technical skill, then come to work on time and exert the very modest effort needed to hold a job. The only requirements are a moderate amount of intelligence, and most of all, simple obedience. If one has those, society takes care of one from cradle to grave. Yes, there is an underclass that cannot take the physical necessities for granted, but we are speaking here of mainstream society. Thus, it is not surprising that modern society is full of surrogate activities. These include scientific work, athletic achievement, humanitarian work, artistic and literary creation, climbing the corporate ladder, acquisition of money and material goods far beyond the point at which they cease to give any additional physical satisfaction, and social activism when it addresses issues that are not important for the activist personally, as in the case of white activists who work for the rights of non-white minorities. These are not always pure surrogate activities, since for many people they may be motivated in part by needs other than the need to have some goal to pursue. Scientific work may be motivated in part by a drive for prestige, artistic creation by a need to express feelings, militant social activism by hostility. But for most people who pursue them, these activities are in large part surrogate activities. For example, the majority of scientists will probably agree that the fulfillment they get from their work is more important than the money and the prestige they earn. For many, if not most people, surrogate activities are less satisfying than the pursuit of real goals, that is, goals that people would want to attain even if their need for the power process were already fulfilled. One indication of this is the fact that in many or most cases, people who are deeply involved in surrogate activities are never satisfied, never at rest. Thus, the moneymaker constantly strives for more and more wealth. The scientist no sooner solves one problem than he moves on to the next. The long-distance runner drives himself to run always further and faster. Many people who pursue surrogate activities will say that they get far more fulfillment from these activities than they do from the mundane business of satisfying their biological needs. But that is because in our society, the effort needed to satisfy the biological needs has been reduced to triviality. More importantly, in our society, people do not satisfy their biological needs autonomously, but by functioning as parts of an immense social machine. In contrast, people generally have a great deal of autonomy in pursuing their surrogate activities. Autonomy. Autonomy as part of the power process may not be necessary for every individual, but most people need a greater or lesser degree of autonomy in working toward their goals. Their effort must be undertaken on their own initiative and must be under their own direction and control. Yet most people do not have to exert this initiative, direction, and control as single individuals. It is usually enough to act as a member of a small group. Thus, if half a dozen people discuss a goal among themselves and make a successful joint effort to attain that goal, their need for the power process will be served. But if they work under rigid orders handed down from above that leave them no room for autonomous decision and initiative, then their need for the power process will not be served. The same is true when decisions are made on a collective basis if the group making the collective decision is so large that the role of each individual is insignificant. It is true that some individuals seem to have little need for autonomy. Either their drive for power is weak or they satisfy it by identifying themselves with some powerful organization to which they belong. And then there are unthinking animal types who seem to be satisfied with a purely physical sense of power, the good combat soldier who gets his sense of power by developing fighting skills that he is quite content to use in blind obedience to his superiors. But for most people, it is through the power process, having a goal, making an autonomous effort, and attaining the goal, that self-esteem, self-confidence, and a sense of power are acquired. When one does not have adequate opportunity to go through the power process, the consequences are, depending on the individual and on the way the power process is disrupted, boredom, demoralization, low self-esteem, inferiority feelings, defeatism, depression, anxiety, guilt, frustration, hostility, spouse or child abuse, insatiable hedonism, abnormal sexual behavior, sleep disorders, eating disorders, etc. Sources of social problems. Any of the foregoing symptoms can occur in any society, but in modern industrial society they are present on a massive scale. We aren't the first to mention that the world today seems to be going crazy. This sort of thing is not normal for human societies. There is good reason to believe that primitive man suffered from less stress and frustration and was better satisfied with his way of life than modern man is. It is true that not all was sweetness and light in primitive societies. Abuse of women was common among the Australian Aborigines. Transsexuality was fairly common among some of the American Indian tribes. But it does appear that, generally speaking, the kinds of problems that we have listed in the preceding paragraph were far less common among primitive peoples than they are in modern society. We attribute the social and psychological problems of modern society to the fact that society requires people to live under conditions radically different from those under which the human race evolved, and to behave in ways that conflict with the patterns of behavior that the human race developed while living under the earlier conditions. It is clear from what we have already written that we consider lack of opportunity to properly experience the power process as the most important of the abnormal conditions to which modern society subjects people. But it is not the only one. Before dealing with disruption of the power process as a source of social problems, we will discuss some of the other sources. Among the abnormal conditions present in modern industrial society are excessive density of population, isolation of man from nature, excessive rapidity of social change, and the breakdown of natural small-scale communities such as the extended family, the village, or the tribe. It is well known that crowding increases stress and aggression. The degree of crowding that exists today and the isolation of man from nature are consequences of technological progress. All pre-industrial societies were predominantly rural. The Industrial Revolution vastly increased the size of cities and the proportion of the population that lives in them, and modern agricultural technology has made it possible for the Earth to support a far denser population than it ever did before. Also, technology exacerbates the effects of crowding because it puts increased disruptive powers in people's hands. For example, a variety of noise-making devices, power motors, radios, motorcycles, etc. If the use of these devices is unrestricted, people who want peace and quiet are frustrated by the noise. If their use is restricted, people who use the devices are frustrated by the regulations. But if these machines had never been invented, there would have been no conflict and no frustration generated by them. For primitive societies, the natural world, which usually changes only slowly, provided a stable framework and therefore a sense of security. In the modern world, it is human society that dominates nature rather than the other way around, and modern society changes very rapidly owing to technological change. Thus, there is no stable framework. The conservatives are fools. They whine about the decay of traditional values, yet they enthusiastically support technological progress and economic growth. Apparently, it never occurs to them that you can't make rapid, drastic changes in the technology and the economy of a society without causing rapid changes in all other aspects of the society as well, and that such rapid changes inevitably break down traditional values. The breakdown of traditional values to some extent implies the breakdown of the bonds that hold together traditional small-scale social groups. The disintegration of small-scale social groups is also promoted by the fact that modern conditions often require or tempt individuals to move to new locations, separating them from their communities. Beyond that, a technological society has to weaken family ties and local communities if it is to function efficiently. In modern society, an individual's loyalty must be first to the system and only secondarily to a small-scale community, because if the internal loyalties of small-scale communities were stronger than loyalty to the system, such communities would pursue their own advantage at the expense of the system. Suppose that a public official or corporation executive appoints his cousin, his friend, or his co-religionist to a position rather than appointing the person best qualified for the job. He has permitted personal loyalty to supersede his loyalty to the system, and that is nepotism or discrimination, both of which are terrible sins in modern society. Would-be industrial societies that have done a poor job of subordinating personal or local loyalties to loyalty to the system are usually very inefficient. Look at Latin America. Thus, an advanced industrial society can tolerate only small-scale communities that are emasculated, tamed, and made into tools of the system. Crowding, rapid change, and the breakdown of communities have been widely recognized as sources of social problems, but we do not believe they are enough to account for the extent of the problems that are seen today. A few pre-industrial cities were very large and crowded, yet their inhabitants do not seem to have suffered from psychological problems to the same extent as modern man. In America today, there still are uncrowded rural areas, and we find there the same problems as in urban areas, though the problems tend to be less acute in the rural areas. Thus, crowding does not seem to be the decisive factor. On the growing edge of the American frontier during the 19th century, the mobility of the population probably broke down extended families and small-scale social groups to at least the same extent as these are broken down today. In fact, many nuclear families lived by choice in such isolation, having no neighbors within several miles, that they belong to no community at all, yet they do not seem to have developed problems as a result. Furthermore, change in American frontier society was very rapid and deep. A man might be born and raised in a log cabin outside the reach of law and order and fed largely on wild meat, and by the time he arrived at old age, he might be working at a regular job and living in an ordered community with effective law enforcement. This was a deeper change than that which typically occurs in the life of a modern individual, yet it does not seem to have led to psychological problems. In fact, 19th century American society had an optimistic and self-confident tone, quite unlike that of today's society. The difference, we argue, is that modern man has the sense, largely justified, that change is imposed on him, whereas 19th century frontiersmen had the sense, also largely justified, that he created change himself by his own choice. Thus, a pioneer settled on a piece of land of his own choosing and made it into a farm through his own effort. In those days, an entire country might have only a couple hundred inhabitants and was a far more isolated and autonomous entity than a modern country is. Hence, the pioneer farmer participated as a member of a relatively small group in the creation of a new ordered community. One may well question whether the creation of this community was an improvement, but at any rate it satisfied the pioneer's need for the power process. Disruption of the power process in modern society. It would be possible to give other examples of societies in which there has been rapid change and or lack of close community ties without the kind of massive behavioral aberration that is seen in today's industrial society. We contend that the most important cause of social and psychological problems in modern society is the fact that people have insufficient opportunity to go through the power process in a normal way. We don't mean to say that modern society is the only one in which the power process has been disrupted. Probably most, if not all, civilized societies have interfered with the power process to a greater or lesser extent. But in modern industrial society, the problem has become particularly acute. Leftism, at least in its recent mid to late 20th century form, is in part a symptom of deprivation with respect to the power process. We divide human drives into three groups. 1, those drives that can be satisfied with minimal effort. 2, those that can be satisfied but only at the cost of serious effort. 3, those that cannot be adequately satisfied no matter how much effort one makes. The power process is the process of satisfying the drives of the second group. The more drives there are in the third group, the more there is frustration, anger, eventual defeatism, depression, etc. In modern industrial society, natural human drives tend to be pushed into the first and third groups, and the second group tends to consist increasingly of artificially created drives. In primitive societies, physical necessities generally fall into group 2. They can be obtained, but only at the cost of serious effort. But modern society tends to guarantee the physical necessities to everyone, in exchange for only minimal effort. Hence, physical needs are pushed into group 1. There may be disagreement about whether the effort needed to hold a job is minimal, but usually, in lower to middle level jobs, whatever effort is required is merely that of obedience. You sit or stand where you are told to sit or stand, and do what you are told to do in the way you are told to do it. Seldom do you have to exert yourself seriously, and in any case you have hardly any autonomy in work, so the need for the power process is not well served. Social needs such as sex, love, and status often remain in group 2 in modern society, depending on the situation of the individual. But, except for people who have a particularly strong drive for status, the effort required to fulfill the social drives is insufficient to satisfy adequately the need for the power process. So certain artificial needs have been created that fall into group 2, hence serve the need for the power process. Advertising and marketing techniques have been developed that make many people feel they need things that their grandparents never desired or even dreamed of. It requires serious effort to earn enough money to satisfy these artificial needs, hence they fall into group 2. Modern man must satisfy his need for the power process, largely through a pursuit of the artificial needs created by the advertising and marketing industry and through surrogate activities. It seems that for many people, maybe the majority, these artificial forms of the power process are insufficient. A theme that appears repeatedly in the writings of the social critics of the second half of the 20th century is the sense of purposelessness that afflicts many people in modern society. This purposelessness is often called by other names, such as anomie or middle-class vacuity. We suggest that the so-called identity crisis is actually a search for a sense of purpose, often for commitment to a suitable surrogate activity. It may be that existentialism is in large part a response to the purposelessness of modern life. Very widespread in modern society is the search for fulfillment. But we think that for the majority of people, an activity whose main goal is fulfillment, that is, a surrogate activity, does not bring completely satisfactory fulfillment. In other words, it does not fully satisfy the need for the power process. That need can be satisfied only through activities that have some external goal, such as physical necessities, sex, love, status, revenge, etc. Moreover, where goals are pursued through earning money, climbing the status ladder, or functioning as part of the system in some other way, most people are not in a position to pursue their goals autonomously. Most workers are someone else's employee, and as we pointed out in paragraph 61, must spend their days doing what they are told to do in the way they are told to do it. Even most people who are in business for themselves have only limited autonomy. It is a chronic complaint of small business persons and entrepreneurs that their hands are tied by excessive government regulation. Some of these regulations are doubtless unnecessary, but for the most part, government regulations are essential and inevitable parts of our extremely complex society. A large portion of small businesses today operate on the franchise system. It was reported in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago that many of the franchise-granting companies require applicants for franchises to take a personality test that is designed to exclude those who have creativity and initiative because such persons are not sufficiently docile to go along obediently with the franchise system. This excludes from small business many of the people who most need autonomy. Today, people live more by virtue of what the system does for them or to them than by virtue of what they do for themselves. And what they do for themselves is done more and more along channels laid down by the system. Opportunities tend to be those that the system provides. The opportunities must be exploited in accord with the rules and regulations, and techniques prescribed by the experts must be followed if there is to be a chance of success. Thus, the power process is disrupted in our society through a deficiency of real goals and a deficiency of autonomy in pursuit of goals. But it is also disrupted because of those human drives that fall into Group 3, the drives that one cannot adequately satisfy no matter how much effort one makes. One of these drives is the need for security. Our lives depend on decisions made by other people. We have no control over these decisions, and we usually do not even know the people who make them. We live in a world in which relatively few people, maybe 500 or 1,000, make the important decisions. Philip B. Hayman of Harvard Law School, quoted by Anthony Lewis in the New York Times, April 21, 1995. Our lives depend on whether safety standards of a nuclear power plant are properly maintained, or how much pesticide is allowed to get into our food, or how much pollution into our air, on how skillful or incompetent our doctor is. Whether we lose or get a job may depend on decisions made by government economists or corporation executives, and so forth. Most individuals are not in a position to secure themselves against these threats to more than a very limited extent. The individual's search for security is therefore frustrated, which leads to a sense of powerlessness. It may be objected that primitive man is physically less secure than modern man, as is shown by his shorter life expectancy. Hence, modern man suffers from less, not more, than the amount of insecurity that is normal for human beings. But psychological security does not closely correspond with physical security. What makes us feel secure is not so much objective security as a sense of confidence in our ability to take care of ourselves. Primitive man, threatened by a fierce animal or by hunger, can fight in self-defense or travel in search of food. He has no certainty of success in these efforts, but he is by no means helpless against the things that threaten him. The modern individual, on the other hand, is threatened by many things against which he is helpless: nuclear accidents, carcinogens in food, environmental pollution, war, increasing taxes, invasion of his privacy by large organizations, nationwide social or economic phenomena that may disrupt his way of life. It is true that primitive man is powerless against some of the things that threaten him, disease for example, but he can accept the risk of disease stoically. It is part of the nature of things. It is no one's fault unless it's the fault of some imaginary impersonal demon. But threats to the modern individual tend to be man-made. They are not the results of chance, but are imposed upon him by other persons whose decisions he, as an individual, is unable to influence. Consequently, he feels frustrated, humiliated, and angry. Thus, primitive man, for the most part, has his security in his own hands, either as an individual or a member of a small group, whereas the security of modern man is in the hands of persons or organizations that are too remote or too large for him to be able to personally influence them. So modern man's drive for security tends to fall into groups 1 and 3. In some areas, food, shelter, etc., his security is assured at the cost of only trivial effort, whereas in other areas he cannot attain security. The foregoing greatly simplifies the real situation, but it does indicate in a rough general way how the condition of modern man differs from that of primitive man. People have many transitory drives or impulses that are necessarily frustrated in modern life, hence fall into group 3. One may become angry, but modern society cannot permit fighting. In many situations, it does not even permit verbal aggression. When going somewhere, one may be in a hurry, or one may be in a mood to travel slowly, but one generally has no choice but to move with the flow of traffic and obey the signals. One may want to do one's work in a different way, but usually one can only work according to the rules laid down by one's employer. In many other ways as well, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, explicit or implicit, that may frustrate many of his impulses and thus interfere with the power process. Most of these regulations cannot be dispensed with because they are necessary for the functioning of industrial society. Modern society is, in certain respects, extremely permissive. In matters that are irrelevant to the functioning of the system, we can generally do what we please. We can believe in any religion, as long as it does not encourage behavior that is dangerous to the system. We can go to bed with anyone we like, as long as we practice safe sex. We can do anything we like, as long as it is unimportant. But in all important matters, the system tends increasingly to regulate our behavior. Behavior is regulated not only through explicit rules, and not only by the government. Control is often exercised through indirect coercion or through psychological pressure or manipulation, and by organizations other than the government or by the system as a whole. Most large organizations use some form of propaganda to manipulate public attitudes or behavior. Propaganda is not limited to commercials and advertisements, and sometimes is not even consciously intended as propaganda by the people who make it. For instance, the content of entertainment programming is a powerful form of propaganda. An example of indirect coercion. There is no law that says we have to go to work every day and follow our employer's orders. Legally, there is nothing to prevent us from going to live in the wild like primitive people or from going into business for ourselves. But in practice, there is very little wild country left, and there is room in the economy only for a limited number of small business owners. Hence, most of us can only survive as someone else's employee. We suggest that modern man's obsession with longevity and with maintaining physical vigor and sexual attractiveness to his advanced age is a symptom of unfulfillment resulting from deprivation with respect to the power process. The midlife crisis is also such a symptom. So is the lack of interest in having children that is fairly common in modern society, but almost unheard of in primitive societies. In primitive societies, life is a succession of stages. The needs and purposes of one stage having been fulfilled, there is no particular reluctance about passing on to the next stage. A young man goes through the power process by becoming a hunter, hunting not for sport or fulfillment, but to get meat that is necessary for food. In young women, the process is more complex with greater emphasis on social power. We won't discuss that here. This phase having been successfully passed through, the young man has no reluctance about settling down to the responsibilities of raising a family. In contrast, some modern people indefinitely postpone having children because they are too busy seeking some kind of fulfillment. We suggest that the fulfillment they need is adequate experience of the power process with real goals instead of the artificial goals of surrogate activities. Again, having successfully raised his children, going through the power process by providing them with the physical necessities, the primitive man feels that his work is done and he is prepared to accept old age, if he survives that long, and death. Many modern people, on the other hand, are disturbed by the prospect of physical deterioration and death, as is shown by the amount of effort they expend trying to maintain their physical condition, appearance, and health. We argue that this is due to unfulfillment resulting from the fact that they have never put their physical powers to any practical use, have never gone through the power process using their bodies in a serious way. It is not the primitive man who has used his body daily for practical purposes who fears the deterioration of age, but the modern man who has never had a practical use for his body beyond walking from his car to his house. It is the man whose need for the power process has been satisfied during his life who is best prepared to accept the end of that life. In response to the arguments of this section, someone will say, society must find a way to give people the opportunity to go through the power process. For such people, the value of the opportunity is destroyed by the very fact that society gives it to them. What they need is to find or make their own opportunities. As long as the system gives them their opportunities, it still has them on a leash. To attain autonomy, they must get off that leash. How some people adjust. Not everyone in industrial technological society suffers from psychological problems. Some people even profess to be quite satisfied with society as it is. We now discuss some of the reasons why people differ so greatly in their response to modern society. First, there doubtless are differences in the strength of the drive for power. Individuals with a weak drive for power may have relatively little need to go through the power process, or at least relatively little need for autonomy in the power process. These are docile types, who would have been happy as plantation darkies in the Old South. We don't mean to sneer at the plantation darkies of the Old South. To their credit, most of the slaves were not content with their servitude. We do sneer at people who are content with their servitude. Some people may have some exceptional drive in pursuing which they satisfy their needs for the power process. For example, those who have an unusually strong drive for social status may spend their whole lives climbing the status ladder without ever getting bored of that game. People vary in their susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. Some are so susceptible that, even if they make a great deal of money, they cannot satisfy their constant craving for the shiny new toys that the marketing industry dangles before their eyes. So they always feel hard-pressed financially, even if their income is large and their cravings are frustrated. Some people have low susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques. These are the people who aren't interested in money. Material acquisition does not serve their need for the power process. People who have medium susceptibility to advertising and marketing techniques are able to earn enough money to satisfy their cravings for goods and services, but only at the cost of serious effort, putting in overtime, taking a second job, earning promotions, etc. Thus, material acquisition serves their needs for the power process, but it does not necessarily follow that their need is fully satisfied. They may have insufficient autonomy in the power process. Their work may consist of following orders, and some of their drives may be frustrated. For example, security, aggression. We are guilty of oversimplification in paragraphs 80 through 82 because we've assumed that the desire for material acquisition is entirely a creation of the advertising and marketing industry. Of course, it's not that simple. Some people partly satisfy their need for power by identifying themselves with a powerful organization or mass movement. An individual lacking goals or power joins a movement or organization, adopts its goals as his own, then works towards those goals. When some of the goals are attained, the individual, even though his personal efforts have played only an insignificant part in the attainment of the goals, feels, through his identification with the movement and organization, as if he had gone through the power process. This phenomenon was exploited by the fascists, Nazis, and communists. Our society uses it too, though less crudely. Example, Manuel Noriega was an irritant to the U.S. Goal, punish Noriega. The U.S. invaded Panama, effort, and punished Noriega, attainment of goal. Thus, the U.S. went through the power process, and many Americans, because of their identification with the U.S., experienced the power process vicariously, hence the widespread public approval of the Panama invasion. It gave people a sense of power. We see the same phenomenon in armies, corporations, political parties, humanitarian organizations, religious or ideological movements. In particular, leftist movements tend to attract people who are seeking to satisfy their need for power, but for most people, identification with a large organization or a mass movement does not fully satisfy the need for power. Another way in which people satisfy their need for the power process is through surrogate activities. As we explained in paragraphs 38 through 40, a surrogate activity is an activity that is directed toward an artificial goal that the individual pursues for the sake of the fulfillment that he gets from pursuing the goal, not because he needs to attain the goal itself. For instance, there is no practical motive for building enormous muscles, hitting a little ball into a hole, or acquiring a complete series of postage stamps. Yet many people in our society devote themselves with passion to bodybuilding, golf, or stamp collecting. Some people are more other-directed than others, and therefore will more readily attach importance to a surrogate activity simply because the people around them treat it as important or because society tells them it is important. That is why some people get very serious about essentially trivial activities such as sports or bridge or chess or arcane scholarly pursuits, whereas others who are more clearly sighted never see these things as anything but the surrogate activities that they are, and consequently never attach enough importance to them to satisfy their need for the power process in that way. It only remains to point out that in many cases a person's way of earning a living is also a surrogate activity. Not a pure surrogate activity, since part of the motive for the activity is to gain the physical necessities and, for some people, social status and the luxuries that advertising makes them want. But many people put into their work far more effort than is necessary to earn whatever money and status they require. And this extra effort constitutes a surrogate activity. This extra effort, together with the emotional investment that accompanies it, is one of the most potent forces acting toward the continual development and perfecting of the system, with negative consequences for individual freedom. Especially for the most creative scientists and engineers, work tends to be largely a surrogate activity. This point is so important that it deserves a separate discussion, which we shall give in a moment. In this section, we have explained how many people in modern society do satisfy their need for the power process to a greater or lesser extent, but we think that for the majority of people, the need for the power process is not fully satisfied. In the first place, those who have an insatiable drive for status, or those who get firmly hooked on a surrogate activity, or who identify strongly enough with a movement or organization to satisfy their need for power in that way, are exceptional personalities. Others are not fully satisfied with surrogate activities or by identification with an organization. In the second place, too much control is imposed by the system through explicit regulation or through socialization, which results in a deficiency of autonomy and in frustration due to the impossibility of attaining certain goals and the necessity of restraining too many impulses. But even if most people in industrial technological society were well satisfied, we would still be opposed to that form of society because, among other reasons, we consider it demeaning to fulfill one's need for the power process through surrogate activities or through identification with an organization rather than through pursuit of real goals. The motives of scientists. Science and technology provide the most important examples of surrogate activities. Some scientists claim that they are motivated by curiosity or by a desire to benefit humanity, but it is easy to see that neither of these can be the principal motive of most scientists. As for curiosity, that notion is simply absurd. Most scientists work on highly specialized problems that are not the object of any normal curiosity. For example, is an astronomer, a mathematician, or an entomologist curious about the properties of isopropyl trimethylmethane? Of course not. Only a chemist is curious about such a thing, and he is curious about it only because chemistry is his surrogate activity. Is the chemist curious about the appropriate classification of a new species of beetle? No, that question is of interest only to the entomologist, and he is interested in it only because entomology is his surrogate activity. If the chemist and the entomologist had to exert themselves seriously to obtain the physical necessities, and if that effort exercised their abilities in an interesting way, but in some non-scientific pursuit, then they wouldn't give a damn about isopropyl trimethylmethane or the classification of beetles. Suppose that lack of funds for postgraduate education had led the chemist to become an insurance broker instead of a chemist. In that case, he would have been very interested in insurance matters, but would have cared nothing about isopropyl trimethylmethane. In any case, it is not normal to put into the satisfaction of mere curiosity the amount of time and effort that scientists put into their work. The curiosity explanation for the scientist's motive just doesn't stand up. The benefit of humanity explanation doesn't work any better. Some scientific work has no conceivable relation to the welfare of the human race, most of archaeology or comparative linguistics, for example. Some other areas of science present obviously dangerous possibilities, yet scientists in these areas are just as enthusiastic about their work as those who develop vaccines or study air pollution. Consider the case of Dr. Edward Teller, who had an obvious emotional involvement in promoting nuclear power plants. Did this involvement stem from a desire to benefit humanity? If so, then why didn't Dr. Teller get emotional about other humanitarian causes? If he was such a humanitarian, then why did he help to develop the H-bomb? As with many other scientific achievements, it is very much open to question whether nuclear power plants actually do benefit humanity. Does the cheap electricity outweigh the accumulating waste and the risk of accidents? Dr. Teller saw only one side of the question. Clearly, his emotional involvement with nuclear power arose not from a desire to benefit humanity, but from a personal fulfillment he got from his work and from seeing it put to practical use. The same is true of scientists generally. With possible rare exceptions, their motive is neither curiosity nor a drive to benefit humanity, but the need to go through the power process, to have a goal, a scientific problem to solve, to make an effort, research, and attain the goal, solution of the problem. Science is a surrogate activity because scientists work mainly for the fulfillment they get out of the work itself. Of course, it's not that simple. Other motives do play a role for many scientists. Money and status, for example. Some scientists may be persons of the type who have an insatiable drive for status, and this may provide much of the motivation for their work. No doubt the majority of scientists, like the majority of the general population, are more or less susceptible to advertising and marketing techniques and need money to satisfy their craving for goods and services. Thus, science is not a pure surrogate activity, but it is in large part a surrogate activity. Also, science and technology constitute a power mass movement, and many scientists gratify their need for power through identification with this mass movement. Thus, science marches on blindly without regard to the real welfare of the human race or to any other standard, obedient only to the psychological needs of the scientists and the government officials and corporation executives who provide the funds for research. The nature of freedom. We are going to argue that industrial technological society cannot be reformed in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing the sphere of human freedom. But because freedom is a word that can be interpreted in many ways, we must first make clear what kind of freedom we are concerned with. By freedom, We mean the opportunity to go through the power process with real goals, not the artificial goals of surrogate activities, and without interference, manipulation, or supervision from anyone, especially from any large organization. Freedom means being in control, either as an individual or as a member of a small group, of the life and death issues of one's existence: food, clothing, shelter, and defense against whatever threats there may be in one's environment. Freedom means having power, not the power to control other people, but the power to control the circumstances of one's own life. One does not have freedom if anyone else, especially a large organization, has power over one, no matter how benevolently, tolerantly, and permissively that power may be exercised. It is important not to confuse freedom with mere permissiveness.
It is said that we live in a free society because we have a certain number of constitutionally guaranteed rights, but these are not as important as they seem. The degree of personal freedom that exists in a society is determined more by the economic and technological structure of the society than by its laws or form of government. Most of the Indian nations of New England were monarchies, and many of the cities of the Italian Renaissance were controlled by dictators. But in reading about these societies, one gets the impression that they allowed far more personal freedom than our society does. In part, this was because they lacked efficient mechanisms for enforcing their rulers' will. There were no modern, well-organized police forces, no rapid long-distance communications, no surveillance cameras, no dossiers of information about the lives of average citizens. Hence, it was relatively easy to evade control.
As for our constitutional rights, consider, for example, that of freedom of the press. We certainly don't mean to knock that right. It is a very important tool for limiting concentration of political power and for keeping those who do have political power in line by publicly exposing any misbehavior on their part. But freedom of the press is of very little use to the average citizen as an individual. The mass media are mostly under the control of large organizations that are integrated into the system. Anyone who has a little money can have something printed and can distribute it on the internet or in some way. But what he has to say will be swamped by the vast volume of material put out by the media. Hence, it will have no practical effect. To make an impression on society with words is therefore almost impossible for most individuals and small groups. Take us, for example. If we had never done anything violent and had submitted the present writings to a publisher, they probably would not have been accepted. If they had been accepted and published, they probably would not have attracted many readers, because it's more fun to watch the entertainment put out by the media than to read a sober essay. Even if these writings had many readers, most of these readers would soon have forgotten what they had read as their minds were flooded by the massive material to which the media exposed them. In order to get our message before the public with some chance of making a lasting impression, we've had to kill people.
Constitutional rights are useful up to a point, but they do not serve to guarantee much more than what might be called the bourgeois conception of freedom. According to the bourgeois conception, a free man is essentially an element of a social machine and has only a certain set of prescribed and delimited freedoms, freedoms that are designed to serve the needs of the social machine more than those of the individual. Thus, the bourgeois free man has economic freedom because that promotes growth and progress. He has freedom of the press because public criticism restrains misbehavior by political leaders. He has a right to a fair trial because imprisonment at the whim of the powerful would be bad. This was clearly the attitude of Simon Bolivar. To him, people deserved liberty only if they used it to promote progress, progress as conceived by the bourgeois. Other bourgeois thinkers have taken a similar view of freedom as a mere means to a collective ends. Chester C. Tan, Chinese Political Thought in the 20th Century, page 202, explains the philosophy of the Kuomintang leader Hu Han-min. An individual is granted rights because he is a member of society, and his community life requires such rights. By community, Hu meant the whole society of the nation. And on page 259, Tan states that according to Carson Chang Chen-mai, head of the State Socialist Party in China, freedom had to be used in the interest of the state and of the people as a whole. But what kind of freedom does one have if one can use it only as someone else prescribes? FC's conception of freedom is not that of Bolivar, Hu, Chang, or any other bourgeois theorists. The trouble with such theorists is that they have made the development and application of social theories their surrogate activity. Consequently, the theories are designed to serve the needs of the theorists more than the needs of any people who may be unlucky enough to live in a society on which the theories are imposed. One more point to be made in this section. It should not be assumed that a person has enough freedom just because he says he has enough. Freedom is restricted in part by psychological controls of which people are conscious, and moreover, many people's ideas of what constitutes freedom are governed more by social convention than by their real needs. For example, it's likely that many leftists of the over-socialized type would say that most people, including themselves, are socialized too little rather than too much. Yet the over-socialized leftist pays a heavy psychological price for his high level of socialization. Some principles of history. Think of history as being the sum of two components, an erratic component that consists of unpredictable events that follow no discernible pattern, and a regular component that consists of long-term historical trends. Here we are concerned with the long-term trends. First principle. If a small change is made that affects a long-term historical trend, then the effect of that change will almost always be transitory. The trend will soon revert to its original state. Example, a reform movement designed to clean up political corruption in a society rarely has more than a short-term effect. Sooner or later, the reformers relax, and corruption creeps back in. The level of political corruption in a given society tends to remain constant, or to change only slowly with the evolution of the society. Normally, a political cleanup will be permanent only if accompanied by widespread social changes. A small change in the society won't be enough. If small change in a long-term historical trend appears to be permanent, it is only because the change acts in the direction in which the trend is already moving, so that the trend is not altered but only pushed a step ahead. The first principle is almost a tautology. If a trend were not stable with respect to small changes, it would wander at random rather than following a definite direction. In other words, it would not be a long-term trend at all. Second principle. If a change is made that is sufficiently large to alter a permanently long-term historical trend, then it will alter society as a whole. In other words, society is a system in which all parts are interrelated, and you can't permanently change any important part without changing the other parts as well. Third principle. If a change is made that is large enough to alter permanently a long-term trend, then the consequences for society as a whole cannot be predicted in advance, unless various other societies have passed through that same change and have all experienced the same consequences, in which case one can predict on empirical grounds that another society that passes through the same change will be likely to experience similar consequences. Fourth principle. A new kind of society cannot be designed on paper. That is, you cannot plan out a new form of society in advance, then set it up and expect it to function as it was designed to do. The third and fourth principles result from the complexity of human societies. A change in human behavior will affect the economy of a society and its physical environment. The economy will affect the environment and vice versa. And the changes in the economy and the environment will affect human behavior in complex, unpredictable ways, and so forth. The network of causes and effects is far too complicated to be untangled and understood. Fifth principle. People do not consciously and rationally choose the form of their society. Societies develop through processes of social evolution that are not under rational human control. The fifth principle is a consequence of the other four. To illustrate, by the first principle, generally speaking, an attempt at social reform either acts in the direction in which the society is developing anyway, so that it merely accelerates a change that would have occurred in any case, or else it has only a transitory effect, so that the society soon slips back into its old groove. To make a lasting change in the direction of development of any important aspect of society, reform is insufficient and revolution is required. A revolution does not necessarily involve an armed uprising or the overthrow of a government. By the second principle, a revolution never changes only one aspect of society, it changes the whole society. And by the third principle, changes occur that were never expected or desired by the revolutionaries. By the fourth principle, when revolutionaries or utopians set up a new kind of society, it never works out as planned. The American Revolution does not provide a counterexample. The American Revolution was not a revolution in our sense of the word, but a war of independence followed by a rather far-reaching political reform. The Founding Fathers did not change the direction of American society, nor did they aspire to do so. They only freed the development of American society from the retarding effects of British rule. Their political reform did not change any basic trend, but only pushed American political culture along its natural direction of development. British society, of which American society was an offshoot, had been moving for a long time in the direction of representative democracy, and prior to the War of Independence, the Americans were already practicing a significant degree of representative democracy in the colonial assemblies. The political system established by the Constitution was modeled on the British system and on the colonial assemblies. With major alteration to be sure, there is no doubt that the Founding Fathers took a very important step, but it was a step along the road that English-speaking world was already traveling. Proof is that Britain and all of its colonies that were populated predominantly by people of British descent ended up with systems of representative democracy essentially similar to that of the United States. If the Founding Fathers had lost their nerve and declined to sign the Declaration of Independence, our way of life today would not have been significantly different. Maybe we would have had somewhat closer ties to Britain, and we would have had a parliament and a prime minister instead of a Congress and a president. No big deal. Thus, the American Revolution provides not a counterexample to our principles, but a good illustration of them. Still, one has to use common sense in applying the principles. They are expressed in imprecise language that allows latitude for interpretation, and exceptions to them can be found. So we present these principles not as inviolable laws, but as rules of thumb or guides to thinking that may provide a partial antidote to naive ideas about the future of society. The principles should be borne constantly in mind, and whenever one reaches a conclusion that conflicts with them, one should carefully re-examine one's thinking and retain the conclusion only if one has good, solid reasons for doing so. Industrial technological society cannot be reformed. The foregoing principles help to show how hopelessly difficult it would be to reform the industrial system in such a way as to prevent it from progressively narrowing our sphere of freedom. There has been a consistent tendency, going back at least to the Industrial Revolution, for technology to strengthen the system at a high cost in individual freedom and local autonomy. Hence, any change designed to protect freedom from technology would be contrary to a fundamental trend in the development of our society. Consequently, such a change either would be a transitory one, soon swamped by the tide of history, or, if large enough to be permanent, would alter the nature of our whole society. This by the first and second principles. Moreover, since society would be altered in a way that could not be predicted in advance, third principle, there would be great risk. Changes large enough to make a lasting difference in favor of freedom would not be initiated because it would be realized that they would gravely disrupt the system, so any attempts at reform would be too timid to be effective. Even if changes large enough to make a lasting difference were initiated, they would be retracted when their disruptive effects became apparent. Thus, permanent changes in favor of freedom could be brought about only by persons prepared to accept radical, dangerous, and unpredictable alteration of the entire system. In other words, by revolutionaries, not reformers. People anxious to rescue freedom without sacrificing the supposed benefits of technology will suggest naive schemes for some new form of society that would reconcile freedom with technology. Apart from the fact that people who make such suggestions seldom propose any practical means by which the new form of society could be set up in the first place, it follows from the fourth principle that even if the new form of society could be once established, it either would collapse or would give results very different from those expected. So even on very general grounds, it seems highly improbable that any way of changing society could be found that would reconcile freedom with modern technology. In the next few sections, we will give more specific reasons for concluding that freedom and technological progress are incompatible. As explained in paragraphs 65 through 67, 70 through 73, modern man is strapped down by a network of rules and regulations, and his fate depends on the actions of persons remote from him whose decisions he cannot influence. This is not accidental or a result of the arbitrariness of arrogant bureaucrats. It is necessary and inevitable in any technologically advanced society. The system has to regulate human behavior closely in order to function. At work, people have to do what they are told. Otherwise, production would be thrown into chaos. Bureaucracies have to be run according to rigid rules. To allow any substantial personal discretion to lower-level bureaucrats would disrupt the system and lead to charges of unfairness due to differences in the way the individual bureaucrats exercise their discretion. It is true that some restrictions on our freedom could be eliminated, but generally speaking, the result is a sense of powerlessness on the part of the average person. It may be, however, that formal regulations will tend increasingly to be replaced by psychological tools that make us want to do what the system requires of us. Propaganda, educational techniques, mental health programs, etc. The system has to force people to behave in ways that are increasingly remote from the natural pattern of human behavior. For example, the system needs scientists, mathematicians, and engineers. It can't function without them, so heavy pressure is put on children to excel in these fields. It isn't natural for an adolescent human being to spend the bulk of his time sitting at a desk absorbed in study. A normal adolescent wants to spend his time in active contact with the real world. Among primitive peoples, the things that children are trained to do tend to be in reasonable harmony with natural human impulses. Among the American Indians, for example, boys were trained in active outdoor pursuits, just the sort of thing that boys like. But in our society, children are pushed into studying technical subjects, which most do grudgingly. Because of the constant pressure that the system exerts to modify human behavior, there is a gradual increase in the number of people who cannot or will not adjust to society's requirements. Welfare leeches, youth gang members, cultists, anti-government rebels, radical environmentalist saboteurs, dropouts, and resistors of various kinds. In any technologically advanced society, the individual's fate must depend on decisions that he personally cannot influence to any great extent. A technological society cannot be broken down into small autonomous communities because production depends on the cooperation of very large numbers of people. When a decision affects, say, 1 million people, then each of the affected individuals has on average only 1/millionth share in making the decision. What usually happens in practice is that decisions are made by public officials or corporation executives or by technical specialists. But even when the public votes on a decision, the number of voters ordinarily is too large for the vote of any one individual to be significant. Thus, most individuals are unable to influence measurably the major decisions that affect their lives. There is no conceivable way to remedy this in a technologically advanced society. The system tries to solve this problem by using propaganda to make people want the decisions that have been made for them. But even if this solution were completely successful in making people feel better, it would be demeaning. Conservatives and some others advocate more local autonomy. Local communities once did have autonomy, but such autonomy becomes less and less possible as local communities become more enmeshed with and dependent on large-scale systems like public utilities, computer networks, highway systems, the mass communications media, the modern healthcare system. Also operating against autonomy is the fact that technology applied in one location often affects people at other locations far away. Thus, pesticide or chemical use near a creek may contaminate the water supply hundreds of miles downstream, and the greenhouse effect affects the whole world. The system does not and cannot exist to satisfy human needs. Instead, it is human behavior that has to be modified to fit the needs of the system. This has nothing to do with the political or social ideology that may pretend to guide the technological system. It is not the fault of capitalism, and it is not the fault of socialism. It is the fault of technology, because the system is guided not by ideology, but by technical necessity. Of course, the system does satisfy many human needs, but generally speaking, it does this only to the extent that it is to the advantage of the system to do so. It is the needs of the system that are paramount, not those of the human being. For example, the system provides people with food because the system couldn't function if everyone starved. It attends to people's psychological needs whenever it can conveniently do so because it couldn't function if too many people became depressed or rebellious. But the system, for good, solid, practical reasons, must exert constant pressure on people to mold their behavior to the needs of the system. Too much waste accumulating? The government, the media, the educational system, environmentalists, everyone inundates us with a mass of propaganda about recycling. Need more technical personnel? A chorus of voices exhorts kids to study science. No one stops to ask whether it is inhumane to force adolescents to spend the bulk of their time studying subjects most of them hate. When skilled workers are put out of a job by technical advances and have to undergo retraining, no one asks whether it's humiliating for them to be pushed around in this way. Efforts to make room for a sense of purpose and for autonomy within the system are no better than a joke. For example, one company, instead of having each of its employees assemble only one section of the catalog, had each assemble a whole catalog, and this was supposed to give them a sense of purpose and achievement. Some companies have tried to give their employees more autonomy in their work, but for practical reasons, this usually can be done only to a very limited extent, and in any case, employees are never given autonomy as to their ultimate goals. Their autonomous efforts can never be directed toward goals that they select personally, but only towards their employer's goals, such as the survival and growth of the company. Any company would soon go out of business if it permitted its employees to act otherwise. Similarly, in any enterprise within a socialist system, workers must direct their efforts toward the goals of the enterprise. Otherwise, the enterprise will not serve its purpose as a part of the system. Once again, for purely technical reasons, it is not possible for most individuals or small groups to have much autonomy in industrial society. Even the small business owner commonly has only limited autonomy. Apart from the necessity of government regulation, he is restricted by the fact that he must fit into the economic system and conform to its requirements. For instance, when someone develops a new technology, the small business person often has to use that technology whether he wants to or not in order to remain competitive. The bad parts of technology cannot be separated from the good parts. A further reason why industrial society cannot be reformed in favor of freedom is that modern technology is a unified system in which all parts are dependent on one another. You can't get rid of the bad parts of technology and retain only the good parts. Take modern medicine, for example. Progress in medical science depends on progress in chemistry, physics, biology, computer science, and other fields. Advanced medical treatments require expensive, high-tech equipment that can be made available only by technologically progressive, economically rich society. Clearly, you can't have much progress in medicine without the whole technological system and everything that goes with it. Even if medical progress could be maintained without the rest of the technological system, it would by itself bring certain evils. Suppose, for example, that a cure for diabetes is discovered. People with a genetic tendency to diabetes would then be able to survive and reproduce as well as anyone else. Natural selection against genes for diabetes will cease, and such genes will spread throughout the population. This may be occurring to some extent already, since diabetes, while not curable, can be controlled through use of insulin. The same thing will happen with many other diseases, susceptibility to which is affected by genetic degradation of the population. The only solution will be some sort of eugenics program or extensive genetic engineering of human beings, so that man in the future will no longer be a creation of nature or of chance or of God, depending on your religious or philosophical opinions, but a manufactured product. If you think that big government interferes in your life too much now, just wait till the government starts regulating the genetic constitution of your children. Such regulation will inevitably follow the introduction of genetic engineering of human beings, because the consequences of unregulated genetic engineering would be disastrous. The usual response to such concerns is to talk about medical ethics, but a code of ethics would not serve to protect freedom in the face of medical progress. It would only make matters worse. A code of ethics applicable to genetic engineering would be in effect a means of regulating the genetic constitution of human beings. Somebody, probably the upper middle class mostly, would decide that such and such applications of genetic engineering were ethical, and others were not, so that in effect they would be imposing their own values on the genetic constitution of the population at large. Even if a code of ethics were chosen on a completely democratic basis, the majority would be imposing their own values on any minorities who might have a different idea of what constituted an ethical use of genetic engineering. The only code of ethics that would truly protect freedom would be one that prohibited any genetic engineering of human beings, and you can be sure that no such code will ever be applied in a technological society. No code that reduced genetic engineering to a minor role would stand up for long, because the temptation presented by the immense power of biotechnology would be irresistible, especially since to the majority of people many of its applications will seem obviously and unequivocally good, eliminating physical and mental diseases, giving people the abilities they need to get along in today's world. Inevitably, genetic engineering will be used extensively, but only in ways consistent with the needs of the industrial technological system. Technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. It is not possible to make a lasting compromise between technology and freedom, because technology is by far the more powerful social force and continually encroaches on freedom through repeated compromises. Imagine the case of two neighbors, each of whom at the outset owns the same amount of land, but one of whom is more powerful than the other. The powerful one demands a piece of the other's land. The weak one refuses. The powerful one says, "Okay, let's compromise. Give me half of what I asked." The weak one has little choice but to give in. Sometime later, the powerful neighbor demands another piece of land. Again, there is a compromise, and so forth. By forcing a long series of compromises on the weaker man, the powerful one eventually gets all of his land. So it goes in the conflict between technology and freedom. Let us explain why technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. A technological advance that appears not to threaten freedom often turns out to threaten it very seriously later on. For example, consider motorized transport. A walking man formerly could go where he pleased, go at his own pace without observing any traffic regulations, and was independent of technological support systems. When motor vehicles were introduced, they appeared to increase man's freedom. They took no freedom away from the walking man. No one had to have an automobile if he didn't want one, and anyone who did choose to buy an automobile could travel much faster and further than a walking man. But the introduction of motorized transport soon changed society in such a way as to restrict greatly man's freedom of locomotion. When automobiles became numerous, it became necessary to regulate their use extensively. In a car, especially in densely populated areas, one cannot just go where one likes at one's own pace. One's movement is governed by the flow of traffic and by various traffic laws. One is tied down by various obligations, license requirements, driver test, renewing registration, insurance, maintenance required for safety, monthly payments on purchase price. Moreover, the use of motorized transport is no longer optional. Since the introduction of motorized transport, the arrangement of our cities has changed in such a way that the majority of people no longer live within walking distance of their place of employment, shopping areas, and recreational opportunities, so that they have to depend on the automobile for transportation. Or else they must use public transportation, in which case they have even less control over their own movement than when driving a car. Even the walker's freedom is now greatly restricted. In the city, he continually has to stop to wait for traffic lights that are designed mainly to serve auto traffic. In the country, motor traffic makes it dangerous and unpleasant to walk along the highway. Note this important point that we have just illustrated with the case of motorized transport. When a new item of technology is introduced as an option that an individual can accept or not as he chooses, it does not necessarily remain optional. In many cases, the new technology changes society in such a way that people eventually find themselves forced to use it. Another reason why technology is such a powerful social force is that, within the context of a given society, technological progress marches in only one direction. It can never be reversed. Once a technical innovation has been introduced, people usually become dependent on it, so that they can never again do without it, unless it is replaced by some still more advanced innovation. Not only do people become dependent as individuals on a new item of technology, but, even more, the system as a whole becomes dependent on it. Imagine what would happen to the system today if computers, for example, were eliminated. Thus, the system can move in only one direction, toward greater technologization. Technology repeatedly forces freedom to take a step back, but technology can never take a step back, short of the overthrow of the whole technological system.
Technology advances with great rapidity and threatens freedom at many different points at the same time. Crowding, rules and regulations, increasing dependence of individuals on large organizations, propaganda and other psychological techniques, genetic engineering, invasion of privacy through surveillance devices and computers, etc. To hold back any one of the threats to freedom would require a long and difficult social struggle. Those who want to protect freedom are overwhelmed by the sheer number of new attacks and the rapidity with which they develop. Hence, they become apathetic and no longer resist. To fight each of the threats separately would be futile. Success can be hoped for only by fighting the technological system as a whole, but that is revolution, not reform. Technicians, we use this term in its broad sense to describe all those who perform a specialized task that requires training, tend to be so involved in their work, their surrogate activity, that when a conflict arises between their technical work and their freedom, they almost always decide in favor of their technical work. This is obvious in the case of scientists, but it also appears elsewhere. Educators, humanitarian groups, conservation organizations do not hesitate to use propaganda or other psychological techniques to help them achieve their laudable ends. Corporations and government agencies, when they find it useful, do not hesitate to collect information about individuals without regard to their privacy. Law enforcement agencies are frequently inconvenienced by the constitutional rights of suspects, and often of completely innocent persons, and they do whatever they can do legally, or sometimes illegally, to restrict or circumvent those rights. Most of these educators, government officials, and law officers believe in freedom, privacy, and constitutional rights, but when these conflict with their work, they usually feel that their work is more important. It is well known that people generally work better and more persistently when striving for a reward than when attempting to avoid punishment or a negative outcome. Scientists and other technicians are motivated mainly by the rewards they get through their work, but those who oppose technological invasions of freedom are working to avoid a negative outcome. Consequently, there are few who work persistently and well at this discouraging task. If reformers ever achieved a signal victory that seemed to set up a solid barrier against further erosion of freedom through technical progress, most would tend to relax and turn their attention to more agreeable pursuits. But the scientists would remain busy in their laboratories, and technology, as it progresses, would find ways, in spite of any barriers, to exert more and more control over individuals and make them always more dependent on the system.
No social arrangements, whether laws, institutions, customs, or ethical codes, can provide permanent protection against technology. History shows that all social arrangements are transitory. They all change or break down eventually, but technological advances are permanent within the context of a given civilization. Suppose, for example, that it were possible to arrive at some social arrangements that would prevent genetic engineering from being applied to human beings, or prevent it from being applied in such a way as to threaten freedom and dignity. Still, the technology would remain waiting. Sooner or later, the social arrangement would break down, probably sooner given the pace of change in our society. Then genetic engineering would begin to invade our sphere of freedom, and this invasion would be irreversible, short of a breakdown of technological civilization itself. Any illusions about achieving anything permanent through social arrangements should be dispelled by what is currently happening with environmental legislation. A few years ago, it seemed that there were secure legal barriers preventing at least some of the worst forms of environmental degradation. A change in the political wind, and those barriers begin to crumble.
For all the foregoing reasons, technology is a more powerful social force than the aspiration for freedom. But this statement requires an important qualification. It appears that during the next several decades, the industrial technological system will be undergoing severe stresses due to economic and environmental problems, and especially due to problems of human behavior, alienation, rebellion, hostility, a variety of social and psychological difficulties. We hope that the stresses through which the system is likely to pass will cause it to break down, or at least will weaken it sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. If such a revolution occurs and is successful, then at that particular moment the aspiration for freedom will have proved more powerful than technology.
In paragraph 125, used an analogy of a weak neighbor who is left destitute by a strong neighbor who takes all his land by forcing him on a series of compromises. But suppose now that the strong neighbor gets sick so that he is unable to defend himself. The weak neighbor can force the strong one to give him his land back, or he can kill him. If he lets the strong man survive and only forces him to give the land back, he is a fool, because when the strong man gets well again, he will take all the land for himself. The only sensible alternative for the weaker man is to kill the strong one while he has the chance. In the same way, while the industrial system is sick, we must destroy it. If we compromise with it and let it recover from its sickness, it will eventually wipe out all of our freedom. Simpler social problems have proved intractable. If anyone still imagines that it would be possible to reform the system in such a way as to protect freedom from technology, let him consider how clumsily and for the most part unsuccessfully our society has dealt with other social problems that are far more simple and straightforward. Among other things, the system has failed to stop environmental degradation, political corruption, drug trafficking, or domestic abuse. Take our environmental problems, for example. Here, the conflict of values is straightforward. Economic expedience now versus saving some of our natural resources for our grandchildren. But on this subject, we only get a lot of blather and obfuscation from people who have power, and nothing like a clear, consistent line of action. And we keep piling up environmental problems that our grandchildren will have to live with. Attempts to resolve the environmental issue consist of struggles and compromises between different factions, some of which are ascendant at one moment, others at another moment. The line of struggle changes with the shifting currents of public opinion. This is not a rational process, nor is it one that is likely to lead to a timely and successful solution to the problem. Major social problems, if they get solved at all, are rarely or never solved through any rational, comprehensive plan. They just work themselves out through a process in which various competing groups pursuing their own, usually short-term, self-interest arrive, mainly by luck, at some more or less stable modus vivendi. In fact, these principles we formulated in paragraphs 100 through 106 make it seem doubtful that rational long-term social planning can ever be successful. Thus, it is clear that the human race has at best a very limited capacity for solving even relatively straightforward social problems. How then is it going to solve the far more difficult and subtle problem of reconciling freedom with technology? Technology presents clear-cut material advantages, where freedom is an abstraction that means different things to different people, and its loss easily obscured by propaganda and fancy talk. And note this important difference. It is conceivable that our environmental problems, for example, may someday be settled through a rational, comprehensive plan. But if this happens, it will be only because it is in the long-term interest of the system to solve these problems. But it is not in the interest of the system to preserve freedom or small group autonomy. On the contrary, it is in the interest of the system to bring human behavior under control to the greatest extent possible. Thus, while practical considerations may eventually force the system to take rational, prudent approach to environmental problems, equally practical considerations will force the system to regulate human behavior ever more closely, preferably by indirect means that will disguise the encroachment on freedom. This isn't just our opinion. Eminent social scientists, for example James Q. Wilson, have stressed the importance of socializing people more effectively. Revolution is easier than reform. We hope we've convinced the reader that the system cannot be reformed in such a way as to reconcile freedom with technology. The only way out is to dispense with the industrial technological system altogether. This implies revolution, not necessarily an armed uprising, but certainly a radical and fundamental change in the nature of society. People tend to assume that because revolution involves a much greater change than reform does, it is more difficult to bring about than reform is. Actually, under certain circumstances, revolution is much easier than reform. The reason is that a revolutionary movement can inspire an intensity of commitment that a reform movement cannot inspire. A reform movement merely offers to solve a particular social problem. A revolutionary movement offers to solve all problems at one stroke and create a whole new world. It provides the kind of ideal for which people will take great risks and make great sacrifices. For this reason, it would be much easier to overthrow the whole technological system than to put effective permanent restraints on the development or application of any one segment of technology, such as genetic engineering, for example. Not many people will devote themselves with a single-minded passion to imposing and maintaining restraints on genetic engineering, but under suitable conditions, large numbers of people may devote themselves passionately to a revolution against the industrial technological system. As we noted in paragraph 132, reformers seeking to limit certain aspects of technology would be working to avoid a negative outcome, but revolutionaries work to gain a powerful reward, fulfillment of their revolutionary vision, and therefore work harder and more persistently than reformers do. Reform is always restrained by the fear of painful consequences if change goes too far. But once a revolutionary fever has taken hold of society, people are willing to undergo unlimited hardships for the sake of their revolution. This was clearly shown in the French and Russian revolutions. It may be in such cases only a minority of the population is really committed to the revolution, but this minority is sufficiently large and active so that it becomes the dominant force in society. We will have more to say about a revolution in paragraphs 180 through 205. Control of human behavior. Since the beginning of civilization, organized societies have had to put pressures on human beings for the sake of the functioning of the social organism. The kinds of pressures vary greatly from one society to another. Some of the pressures are physical, poor diet, excessive labor, environmental pollution, and some are psychological, noise, crowding, forcing human behavior into the mold that society requires. In the past, human nature has been approximately constant, or at any rate has varied only within certain bounds. Consequently, societies have been able to push people only up to certain limits. When the limit of human endurance has passed, things start going wrong. Rebellion, or crime, or corruption, or evasion of work, or depression, and some other mental problems, or an elevated death rate, or a declining birth rate, or something else, so that either the society breaks down, or its functioning becomes too inefficient, and it is quickly or gradually, through conquest, attrition, or evolution, replaced by some more efficient form of society. Thus, human nature has in the past put certain limits on the development of societies. People could be pushed only so far and no farther. But today, this may be changing because modern technology is developing ways of modifying human beings. Imagine a society that subjects people to conditions that make them terribly unhappy, then gives them drugs to take away their unhappiness. Science fiction? It's already happening to some extent in our own society. It is well known that the rate of clinical depression has been greatly increasing in recent decades. We believe that this is due to disruption of the power process, as explained in paragraphs 59 through 76. But even if we are wrong, the increasing rate of depression is certainly the result of some conditions that exist in today's society. Instead of removing the conditions that make people depressed, modern society gives them antidepressant drugs. In effect, antidepressants are a means of modifying an individual's internal state in such a way as to enable him to tolerate social conditions that he would otherwise find intolerable. Yes, we know that depression is often of purely genetic origin. We are referring here to the cases in which environment plays the predominant role. Drugs that affect the mind are only one example of the new methods of controlling human behavior that modern society is developing. Let us look at some of the other methods. To start, there are techniques of surveillance. Hidden video cameras are now used in most stores, and in many other places, computers are used to collect and process vast amounts of information about individuals. Information so obtained greatly increases the effectiveness of physical coercion, in other words, law enforcement. Then there are methods of propaganda for which the mass communication media provide effective vehicles. Efficient techniques have been developed for winning elections, selling products, influencing public opinion. The entertainment industry serves as an important psychological tool of the system, possibly even when it is dishing out large amounts of sex and violence. Entertainment provides modern man with an essential means of escape. While absorbed in television, videos, etc., he can forget stress, anxiety, frustration, dissatisfaction. Many primitive peoples, when they don't have work to do, are quite content to sit for hours at a time doing nothing at all because they are at peace with themselves and their world. But most modern people must be constantly occupied or entertained, otherwise they get bored. In other words, they get fidgety, uneasy, irritable. Other techniques strike deeper than the foregoing. Education is no longer a simple affair of paddling a kid's behind when he doesn't know his lessons and patting him on the head when he does know them. It is becoming a scientific technique for controlling the child's development. Sylvan Learning Centers, for example, have had great success in motivating children to study, and psychological techniques are also used with more or less success in many conventional schools. Parenting techniques that are taught to parents are designed to make children accept fundamental values of the system and behave in ways that the system finds desirable. Mental health programs, intervention techniques, psychotherapy, and so forth are ostensibly designed to benefit individuals, but in practice, they usually serve as methods for inducing individuals to think and behave as the system requires. There is no contradiction here. An individual whose attitudes or behavior bring him into conflict with the system is up against a force that is too powerful for him to conquer or escape from. Hence, he is likely to suffer from stress, frustration, defeat. His path will be much easier if he thinks and behaves as the system requires. In that sense, the system is acting for the benefit of the individual when it brainwashes him into conformity. Child abuse, in its gross and obvious forms, is disapproved in most, if not all, cultures. Tormenting a child for trivial reasons, or no reason at all, is something that appalls almost everyone. But many psychologists interpret the concept of abuse much more broadly. Is spanking, when used as a part of rational, consistent system of discipline, a form of abuse? The question will ultimately be decided by whether or not spanking tends to produce behavior that makes a person fit in well with the existing system of society. In practice, the word abuse tends to be interpreted to include any method of child rearing that produces behavior inconvenient for the system. Thus, when they go beyond the prevention of obvious senseless cruelty, programs for preventing child abuse are directed toward the control of human behavior on behalf of the system. Presumably, research will continue to increase the effectiveness of psychological techniques for controlling human behavior, but we think it is unlikely that psychological techniques alone will be sufficient to adjust human beings to the kind of society that technology is creating. Biological methods probably will have to be used. We have already mentioned the use of drugs in this connection. Neurology may provide other avenues for modifying the human mind. Genetic engineering of human beings is already beginning to occur in the form of gene therapy, and there is no reason to assume that such methods will not eventually be used to modify those aspects of the body that affect mental functioning. As we mentioned in paragraph 134, industrial society seems likely to be entering a period of severe stress, due in part to the problems of human behavior and in part to economic and environmental problems. And a considerable proportion of the system's economic and environmental problems result from the way human beings behave. Alienation, low self-esteem, depression, hostility, rebellion, children who won't study, youth gangs, illegal drug use, rape, child abuse, other crimes, unsafe sex, teen pregnancy, population growth, political corruption, race hatred, ethnic rivalry, bitter ideological conflict, for example, pro-choice versus pro-life, political extremism, terrorism, sabotage, anti-government groups, hate groups. All these threaten the very survival of the system. The system will therefore be forced to use every practical means of controlling human behavior. The social disruption that we see today is certainly not the result of mere chance. It can only be a result of the conditions of life that the system imposes on people. We have argued that the most important of these conditions is disruption of the power process. If the system succeeds in imposing sufficient control over human behavior to assure its own survival, a new watershed in human history will have been passed. Whereas formerly the limits of human endurance have imposed limits on the development of societies, as we explain in paragraphs 143 and 144, industrial technological society will be able to pass those limits by modifying human beings, whether by psychological methods or biological methods or both. In the future, social systems will not be adjusted to suit the needs of human beings. Instead, human beings will be adjusted to suit the needs of the system. Generally speaking, technological control over human behavior will probably not be introduced with a totalitarian intention or even through a conscious desire to restrict human freedom. Each new step in the assertion of control over the human mind will be taken as a rational response to a problem that faces society, such as curing alcoholism, reducing the crime rate, or inducing young people to study science and engineering. In many cases, there will be a humanitarian justification. For example, when a psychiatrist prescribes an antidepressant for a depressed patient, he is clearly doing that individual a favor. It would be inhumane to withhold the drug from someone who needs it. When parents send their children to Sylvan Learning Centers to have them manipulated into becoming enthusiastic about their studies, they do so from concern for their children's welfare. It may be that some of these parents wish that one didn't have to have specialized training to get a job, and that their kid didn't have to be brainwashed into becoming a computer nerd. But what can they do? They can't change society, and their child may be unemployable if he doesn't have certain skills, so they send him to Sylvan. Thus, control over human behavior will be introduced not by a calculated decision of the authorities, but through a process of social evolution, rapid evolution, however. The process will be impossible to resist because each advance considered by itself will appear to be beneficial, or at least the evil involved in making the advance will appear to be beneficial. Or, at least the evil involved in making the advance will seem to be less than that which would result from not making it. Propaganda, for example, is used for many good purposes, such as discouraging child abuse or race hatred. Sex education is obviously useful, yet the effect of sex education, to the extent that it is successful, is to take the shaping of sexual attitudes away from the family and put it in the hands of the state, as represented by the public school system. Suppose a biological trait is discovered that increases the likelihood that a child will grow up to be a criminal, and suppose some sort of gene therapy can remove this trait. Of course, most parents whose children possess the trait will have them undergo the therapy. It would be inhumane to do otherwise, since the child would probably have a miserable life if he grew up to be a criminal. But many or most primitive societies have a low crime rate in comparison with that of our society, even though they have neither high-tech methods of child rearing nor harsh systems of punishment. Since there is no reason to suppose that more modern men than primitive men have innate predatory tendencies, the high crime rate of our society must be due to the pressures that modern conditions put on people, to which many cannot or will not adjust. Thus, a treatment designed to remove potential criminal tendencies is at least in part a way of re-engineering people so that they suit the requirements of the system. Our society tends to regard as a sickness any mode of thought or behavior that is inconvenient for the system, And this is plausible because when an individual doesn't fit into the system, it causes pain to the individual as well as problems for the system. Thus, the manipulation of an individual to adjust him to the system is seen as a cure for a sickness and therefore as good. In paragraph 127, we pointed out that if the use of a new item of technology is initially optional, it does not necessarily remain optional because the new technology tends to change society in such a way that it becomes difficult or impossible for an individual to function without using that technology. This applies also to the technology of human behavior. In a world in which most children are put through a program to make them enthusiastic about studying, a parent will almost always be forced to put his kid through such a program, because if he does not, then the kid will grow up to be, comparatively speaking, an ignoramus and therefore unemployable. Or suppose a biological treatment is discovered that, without undesirable side effects, will greatly reduce the psychological stress from which so many people suffer in our society. If large numbers of people choose to undergo the treatment, so that it will be impossible for the system to increase the stress-producing pressures. In fact, something like this seems to have happened already with one of our society's most important psychological tools for enabling people to reduce, or at least temporarily escape from stress, namely mass entertainment. Our use of mass entertainment is optional. No law requires us to watch television, listen to the radio, read magazines. Yet mass entertainment is a means of escape and stress reduction on which most of us have become dependent. Everyone complains about the trashiness of television, but almost everyone watches it. A few have kicked the TV habit, but it would be a rare person who could get along today without any form of mass entertainment. Yet until quite recently in human history, most people got along very nicely with no other entertainment than that which each local community created for itself. Without the entertainment industry, the system probably would not have been able to get away with putting as much stress-producing pressure on us as it does. Assuming the industrial society survives, it is likely that technology will eventually acquire something approaching a complete control over human behavior. It has been established beyond any rational doubt that human thought and behavior have a largely biological basis. As experimenters have demonstrated, feelings such as hunger, pleasure, anger, and fear can be turned on and off by electrical stimulation of appropriate parts of the brain. Memories can be destroyed by damaging parts of the brain, or they can be brought to the surface by electrical stimulation. Hallucinations can be induced or moods changed by drugs. There may or may not be an immaterial human soul, but if there is one, it is clearly less powerful than the biological mechanisms of human behavior. For if that were not the case, then researchers would not be able to so easily manipulate human feelings and behavior with drugs and electrical currents. It presumably would be impractical for all people to have electrodes inserted into their heads so that they could be controlled by the authorities. But the fact that human thoughts and feelings are so open to biological intervention shows that the problem of controlling human behavior is mainly a technical problem, a problem of neurons, hormones, and complex molecules, the kind of problem that is accessible to scientific attack. Given the outstanding record of our society in solving technical problems, it is overwhelmingly probable that great advances will be made in the control of human behavior. Will public resistance prevent the introduction of technological control of human behavior? It certainly would if an attempt were made to introduce such control all at once. But since technological control will be introduced through a long sequence of small advances, there will be no rational and effective public resistance. To those who think all this sounds like science fiction, we point out that yesterday's science fiction is today's fact. The Industrial Revolution has radically altered man's environment and way of life, and it is only to be expected that as technology is increasingly applied to the human body and mind, man himself will be altered as radically as his environment and way of life have been. Human race at a crossroads. But we have gotten ahead of our story. It is one thing to develop in the laboratory a series of psychological or biological techniques for manipulating human behavior, and quite another to integrate these techniques into a functioning social system. The latter problem is the more difficult of the two. For example, while the techniques of educational psychology doubtless work quite well in the lab schools where they were developed, it is not necessarily easy to apply them effectively throughout our educational system. We all know what many of our schools are like. The teachers are too busy taking knives and guns away from the kids to subject them to the latest techniques for making them into computer nerds. Thus, in spite of all its technical advances relating to human behavior, the system to date has not been impressively successful in controlling human beings. The people whose behavior is fairly well under the control of the system are those of the type that might be called bourgeois. But there are growing numbers of people who in one way or another are rebels against the system. Welfare leeches, youth gangs, cultists, Satanists, Nazis, radical environmentalists, militiamen, etc. The system is currently engaged in a desperate struggle to overcome certain problems that threaten its survival. among which the problems of human behavior are the most important. If the system succeeds in acquiring sufficient control over human behavior quickly enough, it will probably survive. Otherwise, it will break down. We think the issue will most likely be resolved in the next several decades, say 40 to 100 years. Suppose the system survives the crisis of the next several decades. By that time, it will have to have solved, or at least brought under control, the principal problems that confront it, in particular that of socializing human beings. That is, making people sufficiently docile so that their behavior no longer threatens the system. That being accomplished, it does not appear that there would be any further obstacle to the development of technology, and it would presumably advance towards its logical conclusion, which is complete control over everything on Earth, including human beings and all other important organisms. The system may become a unitary monolithic organization, or it may be more or less fragmented and consist of a number of organizations coexisting in a relationship that includes elements of both cooperation and competition, just as today the government, the corporations, and other large organizations both cooperate and compete with one another. Human freedom will mostly have vanished because individuals and small groups will be impotent vis-a-vis large organizations armed with super technology and an arsenal of advanced psychological and biological tools for manipulating human beings, besides instruments of surveillance and physical coercion. Only a small number of people will have any real power, and even these probably will have only very limited freedom, because their behavior too will be regulated. Just as today, our politicians and corporation executives can retain their positions of power only as long as their behavior remains within fairly narrow limits. Don't imagine that the systems will stop developing further techniques for controlling human beings and nature once the crisis of the next few decades is over and increasing control is no longer necessary for the system's survival. On the contrary, once the hard times are over, the system will increase its control over people and nature more rapidly because it will no longer be hampered by difficulties of the kind that it is currently experiencing. Survival is not the principal motive for extending control. As we explained in paragraphs 87 through 90, technicians and scientists carry on their work largely as a surrogate activity. That is, they satisfy their need for power by solving technical problems. They will continue to do this with unabated enthusiasm, and among the most interesting and challenging problems for them to solve will be those of understanding the human body and mind and intervening in their development, for the good of humanity, of course. But suppose, on the other hand, that the stresses of the coming decades prove to be too much for the system. If the system breaks down, there may be a period of chaos, a time of troubles such as those that history has recorded at various epochs in the past. It is impossible to predict what would emerge from such a time of troubles, but at any rate the human race would be given a new chance. The greatest danger is that the industrial society may begin to reconstitute itself within the first few years after the breakdown. Certainly there will be many people, power-hungry types especially, who will be anxious to get the factories running again. Therefore, two tasks confront those who hate the servitude to which the industrial system is reducing the human race. First, we must work to heighten the social stresses within the system so as to increase the likelihood that it will break down or be weakened sufficiently so that a revolution against it becomes possible. Second, it is necessary to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial society if and when the system becomes sufficiently weakened. And such an ideology will help to assure that if and when industrial society breaks down, its remnants will be smashed beyond repair so that the system cannot be reconstituted. The factories should be destroyed, technical books burned, etc. Human suffering. The industrial system will not break down purely as a result of revolutionary action. It will not be vulnerable to revolutionary attack unless its own internal problems of development lead it into very serious difficulties. So if the system breaks down, it will do so either spontaneously or through a process that is in part spontaneous, but helped along by revolutionaries. If the breakdown is sudden, many people will die, since the world's population has become so overgrown that it cannot even feed itself any longer without advanced technology. Even if the breakdown is gradual enough so that the reduction of the population can occur more through lowering of the birth rate than through elevations of the death rate, the process of deindustrialization probably will be very chaotic and involve much suffering. It is naive to think it likely that technology can be phased out in a smooth, managed, orderly way, especially since the technophiles will fight stubbornly at every step. Is it therefore cruel to work for the breakdown of the system? Maybe, but maybe not. In the first place, revolutionaries will not be able to break the system down unless it is already in enough trouble so that there will be a good chance of its eventually breaking down by itself anyway. And the bigger the system grows, the more disastrous the consequences of its breakdown will be. So it may be that revolutionaries, by hastening the onset of the breakdown, will be reducing the extent of the disaster. In the second place, one has to balance struggle and death against the loss of freedom and dignity. To many of us, freedom and dignity are more important than a long life or avoidance of physical pain. Besides, we all have to die sometime, and it may be better to die fighting for survival for a cause than to live a long but empty and purposeless life. In the third place, it is not certain that the survival of the system will lead to less suffering than the breakdown of the system would. The system has already caused and is continuing to cause immense suffering all over the world. Ancient cultures that for hundreds of years gave people a satisfactory relationship with each other and with their environment have been shattered by contact with the industrial society, and the result has been a whole catalog of economic, environmental, social, and psychological problems. One of the effects of the intrusion of industrial society has been that over much of the world, traditional controls on population have been thrown out of balance.
Hence the population explosion with all that implies.
Then there is the psychological suffering that is widespread throughout the supposedly fortunate countries of the West. No one knows what will happen as a result of ozone depletion, the greenhouse effect, and other environmental problems that cannot yet be foreseen. And, as nuclear proliferation has shown, new technology cannot be kept out of the hands of dictators and the irresponsible third world nations. Would you like to speculate about what Iraq or North Korea will do with genetic engineering? Oh, say the technophiles, science is going to fix all that. We will conquer famine, eliminate psychological suffering, and make everybody healthy and happy. Yeah, sure. That's what they said 200 years ago. The Industrial Revolution was supposed to eliminate poverty, make everybody happy, etc. The actual result has been quite different. The technophiles are hopelessly naive or self-deceiving in their understanding of social problems. They are unaware or choose to ignore the fact that when large changes, even seemingly beneficial ones, are introduced into society, they lead to a long consequence of other changes, most of which are impossible to predict. The result is disruption of the society. So it is very probable that in their attempts to end poverty and disease, engineer docile, happy personalities, and so forth, the technophiles will create social systems that are terribly troubled, even more so than the present ones. For example, scientists boast that they will end famine by creating new genetically engineered food plants. But this will allow the human population to keep expanding indefinitely, and it is well known that crowding leads to increased stress and aggression. This is merely one example of the predictable problems that will arise. We emphasize that, as past experience has shown, technical progress will lead to other new problems that cannot be predicted in advance. In fact, ever since the Industrial Revolution, technology has been creating new problems for society far more rapidly than it has been solving old ones. Thus, it will take a long and difficult period of trial and error for the technophiles to work the bugs out of their brave new world, if they ever do. In the meantime, there will be great suffering. So it is not at all clear that the survival of industrial society would involve less suffering than the breakdown of that society would. Technology has gotten the human race into a fix from which there is not likely to be any escape. The future. But suppose now that industrial society does survive the next several decades, and that the bugs do eventually get worked out of the system so that it functions smoothly. What kind of system will it be? We will consider several possibilities. First, let us postulate that the computer scientists succeed in developing intelligent machines that can do all things better than human beings can do them. In that case, presumably, all work will be done by vast, highly organized systems of machines, and no human effort will be necessary. Either of two cases might occur. The machines might be permitted to make all of their own decisions without human oversight, or else human control over the machines might be retained. If the machines are permitted to make all their own decisions, we can't make any conjectures as to the results, because it is impossible to guess how such machines might behave. We only point out that the fate of the human race would be at the mercy of the machines. It might be argued that the human race would never be foolish enough to hand over all power to the machines, but we are suggesting neither that the human race would voluntarily turn power over to the machines, nor that the machines would willfully seize power. What we do suggest is that the human race might easily permit itself to drift into a position of such dependence on the machines that it would have no practical choice but to accept all of the machines' decisions. As society and the problems that face it become more and more complex, and as machines become more and more intelligent, people will let machines make more and more of their decisions for them, simply because machine-made decisions will bring better results than man-made ones. Eventually, a stage may be reached at which the decisions necessary to keep the system running will be so complex that human beings will be incapable of making them intelligently. At that stage, the machines will be in effective control. People won't be able to just turn the machine off, because they will be so dependent on them that turning them off would amount to suicide. On the other hand, it is possible that human control over the machines may be retained. In that case, the average man may have control over certain private machines of his own, such as his car or his personal computer. But control over large systems of machines would be in the hands of a tiny elite, just as it is today, but with two differences. Due to improved techniques, the elite will have greater control over the masses. Because human work will no longer be necessary, the masses will be superfluous, a useless burden on the system. If the elite is ruthless, they may decide to exterminate the mass of humanity. If they are humane, they may use propaganda or other psychological or biological techniques to reduce the birth rate until the mass of humanity has become extinct, leaving the world to the elite. Or, if the elite consists of soft-hearted liberals, they may decide to play the role of good shepherds to the rest of the human race. They will see to it that everyone's physical needs are satisfied, that all children are raised under psychologically hygienic conditions, that everyone has a wholesome hobby to keep him busy, and that anyone who may become dissatisfied undergoes treatment to cure his problem. Of course, life will be so purposeless that people will have to be biologically or psychologically engineered, either to remove their need for the power process or to make them sublimate their drive for power into some harmless hobby. These engineered human beings may be happy in such a society, but they will most certainly not be free. They will have been reduced to the status of domestic animals. But suppose now that the computer scientists do not succeed in developing artificial intelligence, so that human work remains necessary. Even so, machines will take care of more and more of the simpler tasks so that there will be an increasing surplus of human workers at the lower levels of ability. We see this happening already. There are many people who find it difficult or impossible to get work because, for intellectual or psychological reasons, they cannot acquire the level of training necessary to make themselves useful in the present system. On those who are employed, ever-increasing demands will be placed. They will need more and more training, more and more ability, and will have to be more reliable, conforming, and docile, because they will be more and more like cells of a giant organism. Their tasks will be increasingly specialized so that their work will be, in a sense, out of touch with the real world, being concentrated on one tiny slice of reality. The system will have to use any means that it can, whether psychological or biological, to engineer people to be docile, to have the abilities that the system requires, and to sublimate their drive for power into some specialized task. But the statement that the people of such a society will have to be docile may require qualification. The society may find competitiveness useful, provided that ways are found of directing competitiveness into channels that serve the needs of the system. We can imagine a future society in which there is endless competition for positions of prestige and power, but no more than very few people will ever reach the top, where the only real power is. Very repellent is a society in which a person can satisfy his need for power only by pushing large numbers of other people out of the way and depriving them of their opportunity for power. One can envision scenarios that incorporate aspects of more than one of the possibilities that we have just discussed. For instance, it may be that machines will take over most of the work that is of real practical importance, but that human beings will be kept busy by giving relatively unimportant work. It has been suggested, for example, that a great development of the service industries might provide work for human beings. Thus, people would spend their time shining each other's shoes, driving each other around in taxicabs, making handicrafts for one another, waiting on each other's tables, etc. This seems to us a thoroughly contemptible way for the human race to end up, and we doubt that many people would find fulfilling lives in such pointless busy work. They would seek other dangerous outlets, drugs, crime, cults, hate groups, unless they were biologically or psychologically engineered to adapt them to such a way of life. Needless to say, the scenarios outlined above do not exhaust all the possibilities. They only indicate the kinds of outcomes that seem to us most likely. But we can envision no plausible scenarios that are any more palatable than the ones we've just described. It is overwhelmingly probable that if the industrial technological system survives the next 40 to 100 years, it will by that time have developed certain general characteristics. Individuals, at least those of the bourgeois type who are integrated into the system and make it run, and who therefore have all the power, will be more dependent than ever on large organizations. They will become more socialized than ever, and their physical and mental qualities, to a significant extent, possibly to a very great extent, will be those that are engineered into them rather than being the result of chance or God's will or whatever. And whatever may be left of wild nature will be reduced to remnants preserved for scientific study and kept under the supervision and management of scientists. Hence it will no longer be truly wild. In the long run, say a few centuries from now, it is likely that neither the human race nor any other important organisms will exist as we know them today, because once you start modifying organisms through genetic engineering, there is no reason to stop at any particular point, so that the modifications will probably continue until man and other organisms have been utterly transformed. Whatever else may be the case, it is certain that technology is creating for human beings a new physical and social environment radically different from the spectrum of environments to which natural selection has adapted the human race physically and psychologically. If man is not adjusted to this new environment by being artificially re-engineered, then he will be adapted to it through a long and painful process of natural selection. The former is far more likely than the latter. It would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. Strategy. The technophiles are taking us all on an utterly reckless ride into the unknown. Many people understand something of what technological progress is doing to us, yet take a passive attitude towards it because they think it is inevitable. But we don't think it is inevitable. We think it can be stopped, and we will give here some indications of how to go about stopping it. As we stated in paragraph 166, the two main tasks for the present are to promote social stress and instability in industrial society and to develop and propagate an ideology that opposes technology and the industrial system. When the system becomes sufficiently stressed and unstable, a revolution against technology may be possible. The pattern would be similar to that of the French and Russian revolutions. French society and Russian society, for several decades prior to their respective revolutions, showed increasing signs of stress and weakness. Meanwhile, ideologies were being developed that offered a new worldview that was quite different from the old one. In the Russian case, revolutionaries were actively working to undermine the old order. Then, when the old system was put under sufficient additional stress by financial crisis in France, by military defeat in Russia, it was swept away by revolution. What we propose is something along the same lines. It will be objected that the French and Russian revolutions were failures, but most revolutions have two goals. One is to destroy an old form of society, and the other is to set up a new form of society envisioned by the revolutionaries. The French and Russian revolutionaries failed, fortunately, to create the new kind of society of which they dreamed, but they were quite successful in destroying the old society. We have no illusions about the feasibility of creating a new ideal form of society. Our goal is only to destroy the existing form of society.
But an ideology, in order to gain enthusiastic support, must have a positive ideal as well as a negative one. It must be for something as well as against something. The positive ideal that we propose is nature, that is, wild nature. Those aspects of the functioning of the earth and its living things that are independent of human management and free of human interference and control. And with wild nature, we include human nature, by which we mean those aspects of the functioning of the human individual that are not subject to regulation by organized society, but are products of chance or free will or God, depending on your philosophical or religious opinions.
Nature makes a perfect counter-ideal to technology for several reasons. Nature, which is outside the power of the system, is the opposite of technology, which seeks to expand indefinitely the power of the system. Most people will agree that nature is beautiful. Certainly, it has tremendous popular appeal. The radical environmentalists already hold an ideology that exalts nature and opposes technology.
It is not necessary for the sake of nature to set up some chimerical utopia or any new kind of social order. Nature takes care of itself.
It was a spontaneous creation that existed long before any human society, and for countless centuries, many different kinds of human societies coexisted with nature without doing it an excessive amount of damage. Only with the Industrial Revolution did the effect of human society on nature become really devastating. To relieve the pressure on nature, it is not necessary to create some special kind of social system. It is only necessary to get rid of industrial society. Granted, this will not solve all problems. Industrial society has already done tremendous damage to nature and will take a very long time for the scars to heal. Besides, even pre-industrial societies can do significant damage to nature. Nevertheless, getting rid of industrial society will accomplish a great deal. It will relieve the worst of the pressure on nature so that the scars can begin to heal. It will remove the capacity of organized society to keep increasing its control over nature, including human nature. Whatever kind of society may exist after the demise of the industrial system, it is certain that most people will live close to nature, because in the absence of advanced technology, there is no other way people can live. To feed themselves, they must be peasants, or herdsmen, or fishermen, or hunters, etc. And generally speaking, local autonomy should tend to increase, because lack of advanced technology and rapid communications will limit the capacity of governments or other large organizations to control local communities. As for the negative consequences of eliminating industrial society, well, you can't eat your cake and have it too. To gain one thing, you must sacrifice another. Most people hate psychological conflict. For this reason, they avoid doing any serious thinking about difficult social issues, and they like to have such issues presented them in simple black and white terms. This is all good, and that is all bad. The revolutionary ideology should therefore be developed on two levels. On the more sophisticated level, the ideology should address itself to people who are intelligent, thoughtful, and rational. The object should be to create a core of people who will be opposed in the industrial system on a rational, thought-out basis, with full appreciation of the problems and ambiguities involved, and of the price that has to be paid for getting rid of the system. It is particularly important to attract people of this type as they are capable people and will be instrumental in influencing others. These people should be addressed on as rational a level as possible. Facts should never intentionally be distorted, and intemperate language should be avoided. This does not mean that no appeal can be made to the emotions, but in making such appeal, care should be taken to avoid misrepresenting the truth or doing anything else that would destroy the intellectual respectability of the ideology. On a second level, the ideology should be propagated in a simplified form that will enable the unthinking majority to see the conflict of technology versus nature in unambiguous terms. But even on the second level, the ideology should not be expressed in language that is so cheap, intemperate, or irrational that it alienates people from the thoughtful and rational type. Cheap, intemperate propaganda sometimes achieves impressive short-term gains, but it will be more advantageous in the long run to keep the loyalty of a small number of intelligently committed people than to arouse the passions of an unthinking, fickle mob who will change their attitude as soon as someone comes along with a better propaganda gimmick. However, propaganda of the rabble-rousing type may be necessary when the system is nearing the point of collapse, and there is a final struggle between rival ideologies to determine which will become dominant when the old worldview goes under. Prior to that final struggle, the revolutionaries should not expect to have a majority of people on their side. History is made by active, determined minorities, not by the majority, which seldom has a clear and consistent idea of what it really wants. Until the time comes for the final push toward revolution, the task of revolutionaries will be less to win the shallow support of the majority than to build a small core of deeply committed people. As for the majority, it will be enough to make them aware of the existence of the new ideology and remind them of it frequently, though of course it will be desirable to get majority support to the extent that this can be done without weakening the core of seriously committed people. Any kind of social conflict helps to destabilize the system, but one should be careful about what kind of conflict one encourages. The line of conflict should be drawn between the mass of people and the power-holding elite of the industrial society, politicians, scientists, upper-level business executives, government officials, etc. It should not be drawn between the revolutionaries and the mass of the people. For example, it would be a bad strategy for the revolutionaries to condemn Americans for their habits of consumption. Instead, the average American should be portrayed as a victim of the advertising and marketing industry, which has suckered him into buying a lot of junk that he doesn't need and that is very poor compensation for his lost freedom. Either approach is consistent with the facts. It is merely a matter of attitude whether you blame the advertising industry for manipulating the public or blame the public for allowing itself to be manipulated. As a matter of strategy, one should generally avoid blaming the public. One should think twice before encouraging any other social conflict than that between the power-holding elite, which wields technology, and the general public, over which technology exerts its power. For one thing, other conflicts tend to distract attention from the important conflicts between power elite and ordinary people, between technology and nature. For another thing, other conflicts may actually tend to encourage technologization, because each side in a conflict wants to use technological power to gain advantages over its adversary. This is clearly seen in rivalries between nations. It also appears in ethnic conflicts within nations. For example, in America, many black leaders are anxious to gain power for African Americans by placing black individuals in the technological power elite. They want there to be many black government officials, scientists, corporation executives, and so forth. In this way, they are helping to absorb the African American subculture into the technological system. Generally speaking, one should encourage only those social conflicts that can be fitted into the framework of the conflicts of power elite versus ordinary people, technology versus nature. But the way to discourage ethnic conflict is not through militant advocacy of minority rights. Instead, the revolutionaries should emphasize that although minorities do suffer more or less disadvantage, this disadvantage is of peripheral significance. Our real enemy is the industrial technological system, and in the struggle against the system, ethnic distinctions are of no importance. The kind of revolution we have in mind will not necessarily involve an armed uprising against any government. It may or may not involve physical violence, but it will not be a political revolution. Its focus will be on technology and economics, not politics. Probably the revolutionaries should even avoid assuming political power, whether by legal or illegal means, until the industrial system is stressed to the danger point and has proved itself to be a failure in the eyes of most people. Suppose, for example, that some Green Party should win control of the United States Congress in an election. In order to avoid betraying or watering down their own ideology, they would have to take vigorous measures to turn economic growth into economic shrinkage. To the average man, the results would appear disastrous. There would be massive unemployment, shortages of commodities, etc. Even if the grosser ill effects could be avoided through superhumanly skillful management, still people would have to begin giving up the luxuries to which they have become addicted. Dissatisfaction would grow, the Green Party would be voted out of office, and the revolutionaries would have suffered a severe setback. For this reason, the revolutionaries should not try to acquire political power until the system has gotten itself into such a mess that any hardships will be seen as resulting from the failures of the industrial system itself and not from the policies of the revolutionaries. The revolution against technology will probably have to be a revolution by outsiders, a revolution from below and not from above. The revolution must be international and worldwide. It cannot be carried out on a nation-by-nation basis. Whenever it is suggested that the United States, for example, should cut back on technological progress or economic growth, people get hysterical and start screaming that if we fall behind in technology, the Japanese will get ahead of us. Holy robots! The world will fly off its orbit if the Japanese ever sell more cars than we do. Nationalism is a great promoter of technology. More reasonably, it is argued that if the relatively democratic nations of the world fall behind in technology while nasty dictatorial nations like China, Vietnam, and North Korea continue to progress, eventually the dictators may come to dominate the world. That is why the industrial system should be attacked in all nations simultaneously to the extent that this may be possible. True, there is no assurance that the industrial system can be destroyed at approximately the same time all over the world, and it is even conceivable that the attempt to overthrow the system could lead, instead, to the domination of the system by dictators. That is a risk that has to be taken, and it is worth taking, since the difference between a democratic industrial system and one controlled by dictators is small compared with the difference between an industrial system and a non-industrial one. It might even be argued that an industrial system controlled by dictators would be preferable, because dictator-controlled systems usually have proved inefficient, hence they are presumably more likely to break down. Look at Cuba. Some people take the line that modern man has too much power, too much control over nature. They argue for a more passive attitude on the part of the human race. At best, these people are expressing themselves unclearly because they fail to distinguish between power for large organizations and power for individuals and small groups. It is a mistake to argue for powerlessness and passivity because people need power. Modern man is a collective entity, that is, the industrial system has immense power over nature, and we regard this as evil. But modern individuals and small groups of individuals have far less power than primitive man ever did. Generally speaking, the vast power of modern man over nature is exercised not by individuals or small groups, but by large organizations. To the extent that the average modern individual can wield the power of technology, he is permitted to do so only within narrow limits and only under the supervision and control of the system. You need a license for everything, and with the license comes rules and regulations. The individual has only those technological powers in which the system chooses to provide him. His personal power over nature is slight. Primitive individuals and small groups actually had considerable power over nature, or maybe it would be better to say power within nature. When primitive man needed food, he knew how to find it and prepare edible roots, how to track game and take it with homemade weapons. He knew how to protect himself from heat, cold, rain, dangerous animals, etc. But primitive man did relatively little damage to nature because the collective power of primitive society was negligible compared to the collective power of industrial society. Instead of arguing for powerlessness and passivity, one should argue that the power of the industrial system should be broken, and that this will greatly increase the power and freedom of individuals and small groups. Until the industrial system has been thoroughly wrecked, the destruction of that system must be the revolutionaries' only goal. Other goals would distract attention and energy from the main goal. More importantly, if the revolutionaries permit themselves to have any other goal than the destruction of technology, they will be tempted to use technology as a tool for reaching that other goal. If they give in to that temptation, they will fall right back into the technological trap, because modern technology is a unified, tightly organized system, so that in order to retain some technology, one finds oneself obliged to retain most technology. Hence, one ends up sacrificing only token amounts of technology. Suppose, for example, that the revolutionaries took social justice as a human goal. Human nature being what it is, social justice would not come about spontaneously. It would have to be enforced. In order to enforce it, the revolutionaries would have to retain central organization and control. For that, they would need rapid, long-distance transportation and communication, and therefore all the technology needed to support the transportation and communication systems. To feed and clothe poor people, they would have to use agricultural and manufacturing technology, and so forth. So that the attempt to ensure social justice would force them to retain most parts of the technological system. Not that we have anything against social justice, but it must not be allowed to interfere with the effort to get rid of the technological system. It would be hopeless for revolutionaries to try and attack the system without using some modern technology. If nothing else, they must use the communications media to spread their message. But they should use modern technology for only one purpose: to attack the technological system. Imagine an alcoholic sitting with a barrel of wine in front of him. Suppose he starts saying to himself, "Wine isn't bad for you if you drink in moderation. Why, they say small amounts of wine are even good for you. It won't do me any harm if I just take one little drink." Well, you know what's going to happen. Never forget that the human race with technology is just like an alcoholic with a barrel of wine. Revolutionaries should have as many children as they can. There is strong scientific evidence that social attitudes are to a significant extent inherited. No one suggests that a social attitude is a direct outcome of a person's genetic constitution, but it appears that personality traits are partly inherited and that certain personality traits tend, within the context of our society, to make a person more likely to hold this or that social attitude. Objections to these findings have been raised, but the objections are feeble and seem to be ideologically motivated. In any event, no one denies that children tend, on the average, to hold social attitudes similar to those of their parents. From our point of view, it doesn't matter all that much whether the attitudes are passed on genetically or through childhood training. In either case, they are passed on. The trouble is that many of the people who are inclined to rebel against the industrial system are also concerned about the population problems. Hence, they are apt to have few or no children. In this way, they may be handing the world over to the sort of people who support or at least accept the industrial system. To ensure the strength of the next generation of revolutionaries, the present generation should reproduce itself abundantly. In doing so, they will be worsening the population problem only slightly. And the important problem is to get rid of the industrial system, because once the industrial system is gone, the world's population necessarily will decrease. Whereas, if the industrial system survives, it will continue developing new techniques of food production that may enable the world's population to keep increasing almost indefinitely. With regard to revolutionary strategy, the only points on which we absolutely insist are that the single overriding goal must be the elimination of modern technology, and that no other goal can be allowed to compete with this one. For the rest, revolutionaries should take an empirical approach. If experience indicates that some of the recommendations made in the foregoing paragraphs are not going to give good results, then those recommendations should be discarded. 2 kinds of technology. An argument likely to be raised against our proposed revolution is that it is bound to fail because, it is claimed, throughout history technology has always progressed, never regressed. Hence, technological regression is impossible, but this claim is false. We distinguish between 2 kinds of technology, which we will call small-scale technology and organization-dependent technology. Small-scale technology is technology that can be used by small-scale communities without outside assistance. Organization-dependent technology is technology that is dependent on large-scale social organization. We are aware of no significant cases of regression in small-scale technology, but organization-dependent technology does regress when the social organization on which it depends breaks down. Example: when the Roman Empire fell apart, the Romans' small-scale technology survived because any clever village craftsman could build, for instance, a water wheel. Any skilled smith could make steel by Roman methods, and so forth. But the Romans' organization-dependent technology did regress. Their aqueducts fell into disrepair and were never rebuilt. Their techniques of road construction were lost. The Roman system of urban sanitation was forgotten, so that not until rather recent times did the sanitation of European cities equal that of ancient Rome. The reason why technology has always seemed to progress is that until perhaps a century or 2 before the Industrial Revolution, most technology was small-scale technology. But most of the technology developed since the Industrial Revolution is organization-dependent technology. Take the refrigerator, for example. Without factory-made parts or the facilities of a post-industrial machine shop, it would be virtually impossible for a handful of local craftsmen to build a refrigerator. If by some miracle they did succeed in building one, it would be useless to them without a reliable source of electric power. So they would have to dam a stream and build a generator. Generators require large amounts of copper wire. Imagine trying to make that wire without modern machinery. And where would they get gas suitable for refrigeration? It would be much easier to build an ice house or preserve food by drying or picking, as was done before the invention of the refrigerator. So it is clear that if the industrial system were once thoroughly broken down, refrigeration technology would quickly be lost. The same is true of other organization-dependent technology. And once this technology had been lost for a generation or so, it would take centuries to rebuild it, just as it took centuries to build it the first time around. Surviving technical books would be few and scattered. An industrial society, if built from scratch without outside help, can only be built in a series of stages. You need tools to make tools to make tools to make tools. A long process of economic development and social organization is required. And, even in the absence of an ideology opposed to technology, there is no reason to believe that anyone would be interested in rebuilding industrial society. The enthusiasm for progress is a phenomenon peculiar to the modern form of society, and it seems not to have existed prior to the 17th century or thereabouts. In the late Middle Ages, there were 4 main civilizations that were about equally advanced: Europe, the Islamic world, India, and the Far East, China, Japan, Korea. 3 of those civilizations remained more or less stable, and only Europe became dynamic. No one knows why Europe became dynamic at that time. Historians have their theories, but these are only speculation. At any rate, it is clear that rapid development toward a technological form of society occurs only under special conditions, so there is no reason to assume that a long-lasting technological regression cannot be brought about. Would society eventually develop again toward an industrial technological form? Maybe, but there is no use in worrying about it since we can't predict or control events 500 or 1,000 years in the future. Those problems must be dealt with by the people who will live at that time. The danger of leftism. Because of their need for rebellion and for membership in a movement, leftists or persons of similar psychological type are often unattracted to a rebellious or activist movement whose goals and membership are not initially leftist. The resulting influx of leftish types can easily turn a non-leftist movement into a leftist one, so that leftist goals replace or distort the original goals of the movement. To avoid this, a movement that exalts nature and opposes technology must take a resolutely anti-leftist stance and must avoid all collaboration with leftists. Leftism is, in the long run, inconsistent with wild nature, with human freedom, and with the elimination of modern technology. Leftism is collectivist. It seeks to bind together the entire world, both nature and the human race, into a unified whole. But this implies management of nature and of human life by organized society, and it requires advanced technology. You can't have a united world without rapid transportation and communication. You can't make all people love one another without sophisticated psychological techniques. You can't have a planned society without the necessary technological base. Above all, leftism is driven by the need for power, and the leftist seeks power on the collective basis through identification with a mass movement or an organization. Leftism is unlikely to ever give up technology because technology is too valuable a source of collective power. The anarchist too seeks power, but he seeks it on an individual or small group basis. He wants individual and small groups to be able to control the circumstances of their own lives. He opposes technology because it makes small groups dependent on large organizations. Some leftists may seem to oppose technology, but they will oppose it only so long as they are outsiders and the technological system is controlled by non-leftists. If leftism ever becomes dominant in society so that the technological system becomes a tool in the hands of leftists, they will enthusiastically use it and promote its growth. In doing this, they will be repeating a pattern that leftism has shown again and again in the past. When the Bolsheviks in Russia were outsiders, they vigorously opposed censorship and the secret police. They advocated self-determination for ethnic minorities and so forth. But as soon as they came into power themselves, they imposed a tighter censorship and created a more ruthless secret police than any that had existed under the Tsars, and they oppressed ethnic minorities at least as much as the Tsars had done. In the United States a couple of decades ago, when leftists were a minority in our universities, leftist professors were vigorous proponents of academic freedom. But today, in those of our universities where leftists have become dominant, they have shown themselves ready to take away from everyone else's academic freedom. This is political correctness. The same will happen with leftists and technology. They will use it to oppress everyone else if they ever get it under their own control. In earlier revolutions, leftists of the most power-hungry type repeatedly have first cooperated with non-leftist revolutionaries, as well as with leftists of a more libertarian inclination, and later have double-crossed them to seize power for themselves. Robespierre did this in the French Revolution, the Bolsheviks did it in the Russian Revolution, the Communists did it in Spain in 1938, and Castro and his followers did it in Cuba. Given the past history of leftism, it would be utterly foolish for non-leftist revolutionaries today to collaborate with leftists. Various thinkers have pointed out that leftism is a kind of religion. Leftism is not a religion in the strictest sense because leftist doctrine does not postulate the existence of any supernatural being. But for the leftist, leftism plays a psychological role, much like that which religion plays for some people. The leftist needs to believe in leftism. His beliefs are not easily modified by logic or facts. He has a deep conviction that leftism is morally right with a capital R, and that he has not only a right but a duty to impose leftist morality on everyone. However, many of the people we are referring to as leftists do not think of themselves as leftists and would not describe their system of beliefs as leftism. We use the term leftism because we don't know of any better words to designate the spectrum of related creeds that includes the feminists, gay rights, political correctness, etc. movements, and because these movements have a strong affinity with the old left. Leftism is a totalitarian force. Wherever leftism is in a position of power, it tends to invade every private corner and force every thought into a leftist mold. In part, this is because of the quasi-religious character of leftism. Everything contrary to leftist beliefs represents sin. More importantly, leftism is a totalitarian force because of the leftist drive for power. The leftist seeks to satisfy his need for power through identification with a social movement, and he tries to go through the power process by helping to pursue and attain goals of that movement. But no matter how far the movement has gone in attaining its goals, the leftist is never satisfied because his activism is a surrogate activity. That is, the leftist's real motive is not to attain the ostensible goals of leftism. In reality, he is motivated by the sense of power he gets from struggling for and then reaching a social goal. Consequently, the leftist is never satisfied with the goals he has already attained. His need for the power process leads him always to pursue some new goal. The leftist wants equal opportunities for minorities. When that is attained, he insists on statistical equality of achievement by minorities. And as long as anyone harbors, in some corner of his mind, a negative attitude towards some minority, the leftist has to re-educate him. And ethnic minorities are not enough. No one can be allowed to have a negative attitude toward homosexuals, disabled people, fat people, old people, ugly people, and on and on and on. It is not enough that the public should be informed about the hazards of smoking. A warning has to be stamped on every package of cigarettes. Then cigarette advertising has to be restricted, if not banned. The activists will never be satisfied until tobacco is outlawed, and after that it will be alcohol, then junk food, etc. Activists have fought gross child abuse, which is reasonable, but now they want to stop all spanking. When they've done that, they will want to ban something else they consider unwholesome, and then another thing, and then another. They will never be satisfied until they have complete control over all child-rearing practices, and then they will move on to another cause. Suppose you asked leftists to make a list of all the things that were wrong with society. Then suppose you instituted every social change that they demanded. It is safe to say that within a couple years, the majority of leftists would find something new to complain about, some new social evil to correct, because once again, the leftist is motivated less by distress at society's ills than by the need to satisfy his drive for power by imposing his solutions on society. Because of the restrictions placed on their thoughts and behavior by their high level of socialization, many leftists of the over-socialized type cannot pursue power in the ways that other people do. For them, the drive for power has only one morally acceptable outlet, and that is in the struggle to impose their morality on everyone. Leftists, especially those of the over-socialized type, are true believers in the sense of Eric Hoffer's book, The True Believer. But not all true believers are of the same psychological type as leftists. Presumably, a true-believing Nazi, for instance, is very different psychologically from a true-believing leftist. Because of their capacity for single-minded devotion to a cause, true believers are a useful, perhaps necessary ingredient of any revolutionary movement. This presents a problem with which we must admit we don't know how to deal. We aren't sure how to harness the energies of the true believer to a revolution against technology. At present, all we can say is that no true believer will make a safe recruit to the revolution unless his commitment is exclusively to the destruction of technology. If he is committed also to another ideal, he may want to use technology as a tool for pursuing that other ideal. Some readers may say, this stuff about leftism is a lot of crap. I know John and Jane who are leftish types, and they don't have all these totalitarian tendencies. It's quite true that many leftists, possibly even a numerical majority, are decent people who sincerely believe in tolerating others' values, up to a point, and wouldn't want to use high-handed methods to reach their social goals. Our remarks about leftism are not meant to apply to every individual leftist, but to describe the general character of leftism as a movement. And the general character of a movement is not necessarily determined by the numerical proportions of the various kinds of people involved in the movement. The people who rise to positions of power in leftist movements tend to be leftists of the most power-hungry type, because power-hungry people are those who strive hardest to get into positions of power. Once the power-hungry types have captured control of the movement, there are many leftists of a gentler breed who inwardly disapprove of many of the actions of the leaders, but cannot bring themselves to oppose them. They need their faith in the movement, and because they cannot give up this faith, they go along with the leaders. True, some leftists do have the guts to oppose the totalitarian tendencies that emerge, but they generally lose because the power-hungry types are better organized, are more ruthless and Machiavellian, and have taken care to build themselves a strong power base. These phenomena appeared clearly in Russia and other countries that were taken over by leftists. Similarly, before the breakdown of communism in the USSR, leftish types in the West would seldom criticize that country. If prodded, they would admit that the USSR did many things wrong, but then they would try to find excuses for the communists and begin talking about the faults of the West. They always opposed Western military resistance to communist aggression. Leftish types all over the world vigorously protested the U.S. military action in Vietnam, but when the USSR invaded Afghanistan, they did nothing. Not that they approved of the Soviet actions, but because of their leftist faith, they just couldn't bear to put themselves in opposition to communism. Today, in those of our universities where political correctness has become dominant, there are probably many leftish types who privately disapprove of the suppression of academic freedom, but they go along with it anyway. Thus, the fact that many individual leftists are personally mild and fairly tolerant people by no means prevents leftism as a whole from having a totalitarian tendency. Our discussion of leftism has a serious weakness. It is still far from clear what we mean by the word leftist. There doesn't seem to be much we can do about this. Today, leftism is fragmented into a whole spectrum of activist movements, yet not all activist movements are leftist, and some activist movements, for example, radical environmentalism, seem to include both personalities of the leftist type and personalities of thoroughly unleftist types who ought to know better than to collaborate with leftists. Varieties of leftists fade out gradually into varieties of non-leftists, and we ourselves would often be hard-pressed to decide whether a given individual is a leftist or not a leftist. To the extent that it is defined at all, our conception of leftism is defined by the discussion of it that we have given in this article, and we can only advise the reader to use his own judgment in deciding who is a leftist. But it will be helpful to list some criteria for diagnosing leftism. These criteria cannot be applied in a cut-and-dried manner. Some individuals may meet some criteria without being leftists, and some leftists may not meet any of the criteria. Again, you just have to use your judgment. The leftist is oriented towards large-scale collectivism. He emphasizes the duty of the individual to serve society and the duty of society to take care of the individual. He has a negative attitude toward individualism. He often takes a moralistic tone. He tends to be for gun control, for sex education and other psychologically enlightened educational methods, for social planning, for affirmative action, for multiculturalism. He tends to identify with victims. He tends to be against competition and against violence, but he often finds excuses for those leftists who do commit violence. He is fond of using the common catchphrases of the left like racism, sexism, homophobia, capitalism, imperialism, neocolonialism, genocide, social change, social justice, social responsibility. Maybe the best diagnostic trait of the leftist is his tendency to sympathize with the following movements: feminism, gay rights, ethnic rights, disability rights, animal rights, political correctness. Anyone who strongly sympathizes with all of these movements is most certainly a leftist. The more dangerous leftists, that is, those who are most power-hungry, are often characterized by arrogance or a dogmatic approach to ideology. However, the most dangerous leftists of all may be certain over-socialized types who avoid irritating displays of aggressiveness and refrain from advertising their leftism, but work quietly and unobtrusively to promote collectivist values, enlightened psychological techniques for socializing children, dependence of the individual on the system, and so forth. These crypto-leftists, as we may call them, approximate certain bourgeois types as far as practical action is concerned, but differ from them in psychology, ideology, and motivation. The ordinary bourgeois tries to bring people under the control of the system in order to protect his way of life, or he does so simply because his attitudes are conventional. The crypto-leftist tries to bring people under control of the system because he is a true believer in a collectivist ideology. The crypto-leftist is differentiated from the average leftist of the over-socialized type by the fact that his rebellious impulse is weaker and he is more securely socialized. He is differentiated from the ordinary well-socialized bourgeois by the fact that there is some deep lack within him that makes it necessary for him to devote himself to a cause and immerse himself in a collectivity. And maybe his well-sublimated drive for power is stronger than that of the average bourgeois. Final note. Throughout this article, we've made imprecise statements, and statements that ought to have had all sorts of qualifications and reservations attached to them. And some of our statements may be flatly false. Lack of sufficient information and the need for brevity made it impossible for us to formulate our assertions more precisely or add all the necessary qualifications. And of course, in a discussion of this kind, one must rely heavily on intuitive judgment, and that can sometimes be wrong. So we don't claim that this article expresses more than a crude approximation of the truth. All the same, we are reasonably confident that the general outlines of the picture we have painted here are roughly correct. Just one weak point needs to be mentioned. We have portrayed leftism in its modern form as a phenomenon peculiar to our time and as a symptom of the disruption of the power process. But we might possibly be wrong about this. Over-socialized types who try to satisfy their drive for power by imposing their morality on everyone have certainly been around for a long time. But we think that the decisive role played by feelings of inferiority, low self-esteem, powerlessness, identification with victims by people who are not themselves victims, is a peculiarity of modern leftism. Identification with victims by people not themselves victims can be seen to some extent in 19th century leftism, and in early Christianity, but as far as we can make out, symptoms of low self-esteem, etc., were not nearly so evident in these movements or in any other movements as they are in modern leftism. But we are not in a position to assert confidently that no such movements have existed prior to modern leftism. This is a significant question to which historians ought to give their attention. Be sure to check out Syllogism Podcast Episode 5 for our analysis on this manuscript. And if you enjoyed this reading, do me a solid, like and subscribe.
It's a new world. 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 Yo, celebrate the new life. New ways to make money. New ways to break dummies. Forge they name and take money. Computers ain't that smart. Whatever man built could be taken apart. Anything new can get old. Like dudes started rocking platinum. Some stopped wearing gold. Solar energized rides. No steering wheel, tell it how to drive. No propellers in the sky. Airplanes like mini rockets. Waiting lists for the rich to get tickets to visit Mars. While the poor people starve. Computers taking over their jobs. A man's forced to live off land. Now it's back to the caveman era. When we made fire by two sticks rubbing together. The truth is many are too scared of new data. America online, cut off, see you later. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning. A new way to play, a new way of living. Past is the past, a new way of spending. New life for man, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning. A new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for man, children and women. Yo, the new Mike Tyson's Roy Jones. Bill Clinton's the new JFK. Without the hole in his dome, the new Don Trump is Bill Gates. Not because it's occupation, it's cause we respect his cake. The cake meaning stock, net gross. Young kids step it up, go for the most. New cameras and police cars taking pictures. New hustlers getting new street figures. And US embassies overseas. Almost every foreign country's under siege. Covertly starting wars. CIA, Navy SEALs commit larcenies that be worth over mills. Oil in the earth spills. Girls blow their body up, birth control pills. Africans pick diamonds out of dark caves. Then we wear it on our necks just so we can light up the stage. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning. A new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning. A new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. Say goodbye to the brainwashed. Say goodbye to the young kids who not smart. Say goodbye to the toasters and Pop-Tarts. Yo, it's real. Swallow a little pill is a full-course meal. Say hello to the one world. Say hello to the sky. Something's out there watching you and I. More Tyson than Star Trek. Star Trek phones. Your genes and DNA is used to make clones. You got CD-ROM. Everything operates by computers. Then what happens when circuit breaks? Y2K's the big scare. Scientists say we ain't prepared. What I feel is contrary. Alexander Graham Bell made telephones, yes, but now we request for your email address. I might be old-fashioned, stuck in my ways, but nothing make me more happier than seeing today. Yo, welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. The cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. New life for men, children and women. Welcome to the new world, new beginning, a new way to play, a new way of living. Cash is the past, a new way of spending. A new life for men, children and women. It's a new world. It's a new world. It's a new world. gaining respect, another matter, my brother gathered. Your heavy artillery, raw flow, thought guts, get ready, gone, it'll be war. No shortcuts, me, I be the workaholic. Unless the verb perturb the herb, I'm stressed, berserk, I'm all sick. Till every bit of my person is driven hell-bent. When every bit of exertion is given, well spent. Some of y'all bring about a stronger shack. With the acting, my steel for real. Might go otherwise, strike y'all brother size XL. Shrinking them like Rick Moranis. Bring it baddest, I prove it literal, I prove it's pitiful. My movement critical. The blood of this I transfuse to mad crews. From bad news to utter bliss. If you're checking the beyond, aiming for deeper otherness, disrespecting the peons, aiming to keep y'all brothers pissed. So what's the word, Mr. Land? So what's the word, Mr. Land?
See the scenario from aerial planes. I rain terrains in modules and monsoon. My mental lyrical style be seed to mongrel. Physical beings, a vehicle. Fiends glean my freestyle. Meanwhile, my degrees wild exceeding normal range. Course to gauge writtens. Sitting in deja vu, spitting seeds from numerous breeds of verses. Vintage that existed in vineyards. Past tense, intense, immense like internet. Syndicate juggernauts. Not lyrics that stop traffic in your whip. When your audio clit is broke, you take deck chokes, causing vehicular wrecks at intersects grande. Flip sponde style, selective sonnets. Caribbean owl goddess, possess a process that cause stress to your harvest, providing the antidote for your prowess.
It's a new world. It's a new world. Queen Heroin, B Sleaze, Breeze Booming Juggernauts, y'all. Come on. Good looking out, B Money. Sparking the ambition for your man's mission. Yeah. It's kinda crazy to question. My team ain't on smash like an ATM message, so please take your cash. Should be understood. Look, we done some good work in the past. Still, I feel kinda burnt when I ask. Y'all know me, I could connect with OC. That I'd rather be broken, have a whole lot of respect for homie. Well, I gotta choose. I'm like, nah, my dues all paid up. I'm telling y'all straight up now, I'm Dow Jones and fiending, I'm bow owning. Motherfucker, crack rock, what? I'm for the caps lock, all for the capital, brother. You ballin' ass for real. Yes, the squad wanna eat restaurants. We tryna see after meals. Yes, indeed. Yes, some deeds. Bless the seeds. See, it ain't a few. So we best to push our plan strong, try to play it through. Hope we get to put our fam on like the weighings do. Not too funny style with plots, capers, stunts, talking to money now. Watch for paper cuts, slow and steadily wanna get it. We best to get it. Minty fresh from the freshly minted, that's that. We sticking together like new money. We getting whatever we do, lovely. Get your green, crisp and clean. Live your dream with your team. We sticking together like new money. We getting whatever we'll do, lovely.
Yeah.
Get your green,
it's all about
crisp
this.
and clean.
Check it out.
Live your dream.
Check it out.
With your team.
Yo, I wants paper, y'all, like a mountain of loot, like the fountain of youth to Ponce de Leon Bank, but not piggy trying to lock city real estate, feeling great. Annie up there, and come rock with me. Bomb burst for commerce till I'm first national. Mean joints to the green point, smashing through. Drop a few bars, cop a new car. A little in the bank, you be oh so popular. The chase is on for the face is all bigger. Like caricatures, I'm grabbing galore. Listen, you clowning, you gon' get an L. You think small, you gon' sink, y'all. End up drowning in the wishing well. Never nickel and dime. Trying to coin a phrase that pays. Get on my grind now, enjoy later days. Long range, or rather the stretch, humming. Maxwell beyond a little something, something. So fortunate with emphasis on the fortune I ought to get. Cause fuck it, my style scorches. Done it for straight love. Get in my gut thoughts. Be trying to stop pay stubs. Looking like they cut short.
We sticking together like new money. We getting whatever we're doing up, doing. Get your green, crisp and clean. Live your dream with your team. We sticking together like new money, y'all. We getting whatever we do lovely. Get your green, crisp and clean. Live your dream. Sometimes you catch the old money. Looking at us brothers coming up like that's so funny. And I'm thinking like, come on, what, you got jokes? Surely I wasn't going fuss, but you got dope early. When a lot of y'all sold us, still you hurry to worry how we got some cash. She got blow stashed, I wouldn't doubt it's glyco blast. Not so fast, I'm clean, I mean, especially now. Ever since Cochran passed, brothers watch your ass. We sticking together like new money. We getting whatever we do lovely, yeah. Get your green, crisp and clean. Live your dream with your team. We sticking together like new money. We getting whatever we'll do lovely. Get your green, crisp and clean. Live your dream with your team. Yeah.
I told you that story to tell you this one.
This goes out to my G. Love sick like a dog, canine sensitivity. Developing this new theory of relativity. Connecting a soul's rest into captivity. Positive life sacrifice what it is to be our history. Only a quarter of a century reality. Sitting on the shoulders of our chemistry. See, ain't no mystery. The colors that we mix will set the mind free. Let the blind see beyond harmony. Breathe life into dead space. Blow away your clouds of doubt. New territory we determine to be. Everything a safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is near. When our thoughts take off, split the atmosphere. Pure sound waves travel semi-infinitely. Plus I see you there up most definitely. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with finesse.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with a revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. Low wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some times in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move, take us on a cruise in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could ease our lives relieve if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face there's a million change to express definition of grace. But the method I choose my prerogative. There's so much love in me I got to give. Cause the beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause the beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I hope that you listen.
Oh, how I could write a book on how you make me feel. But how about the song that I wrote for you? What I feel like, I wanna put my trust in these simple words for you to feel what I'm saying, what you feel like. Reminisce about the little episodes that we shared together. Remember the time that you told me in the cold night to relax when all I knew was to hold tight. Remember the time that I spoke to a crowd in a full house, realized that you was my ace, I was the joker on the stage singing the blues. All eyes on me and had nothing to prove. But yo, I thought I knew what a diamond shine like, but I felt a sharper love in the limelight. From the Queen of Hearts, watching me quietly from the upper deck balcony. Sometimes I do suspect I'm an actor in a well-scripted, large divine comedy. When I look back, that frozen slice of time, it tried to defrost the senses lost. Now enough with the metaphors, the motivation that I wrote this letter for you to know that the music helps carry on. Like you see, a new day will bring us tomorrow. Plus your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Yeah, cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently. Cause my beat plus your melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause your beat plus my melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that.
Right now we'd like to continue with the composition by yours truly.
I've had a little talk with my stomach, and I've decided to treat him right. We've made a mutual agreement, and I think at last we both seen the light. The proper food and drink I shall give him, that he may do his job successfully and render every organ of his body free from lack of strength and energy. I've had a little talk with my lungs, and I've decided to treat them right. We've made a mutual agreement, and I think at last we've both seen the light. Fresh air and exercise I shall give them, that they may do their job successfully and render to this dissipated body channels to a new vitality. Yes, I had a little talk with my heart, and I've decided to treat him right. We've made a mutual agreement, and I think at last we've both seen the light. Stress and strain of life I will lessen, that he may do his job successfully and render to the motor of this body fuel of life that's vastly out of reach. So have a little talk with your organs, and you will find that they treat you right. Just make a mutual agreement that you never more shall fuss or fight till you have gone into contract. You may do the job successfully, bring about the union of this body, and it soon may know totality. Totality.
Godzilla on steroids. I will eat your leftist ass like corn on the cob. I'm ready. Pull the fist out and just shove it into your teeth. Prepare for final battle.
Revolution and die.
but that's all you do. Revolutionary.
We'll never stop. You keep on pushing. You'll never stop. You'll never stop. You'll never stop. You'll never stop. Never stop. Don't stop. Don't stop. The revolution will die. Stop. The revolution will die. Back. Stop. Keep on pushing.
And your time is running out. It's about the time. Revolution and I will take over your fucking life. We're gonna take over your fucking life.
Whereas break beats have been the missing link connecting the diasporic community to its drum-woven past. Whereas the quantized drum has allowed the whirling mathematicians to calculate the ever-changing distance between rock and stardom, we do hereby declare reality unkept by the changing standards of dialogue. Statements such as keep it real, especially when punctuating or anticipating modes of ultra-violence inflicted psychologically or physically, will henceforth be seen as retroactive and not representative of the individually determined is. Motherfuckers better realize, now is the time to self-actualize. Studies show that when a given norm is changing to the face of the unchanging, the remaining contradictions will parallel the truth. Equate rhyme with reason, sun with season, reject mediocrity. Your current frequencies of understanding outweigh that has been given for you to understand. The current standard is the equivalent of an adolescent sicker to the diet of an infant. The rapidly changing body would acquire dysfunction and formative symptoms that could not properly mature on a diet of applesauce and crushed pears. Light years are interchangeable with years of living in darkness. The role of darkness is not to be seen as or be equated with ignorance, but with the unknown and the mysteries of the unseen. Thus, in the name of Robeson, Godson, Hurston, Akhenaten, Hatshepsut, Blackfoot, Helen, Finnan, Hollow, Holly, the Three Marias, Tara, Lilith, Lord, Whitman, Baldwin, Ginsburg, Portman, Lumumba, Gandhi, Gibran, Shabazz, Siddhartha, Medusa, Guevara, Gibran, Wright, Banneker, Tubman, Hamer, Holiday, Dave, Coltrane, Morrison, Joplin, Du Bois, Clark, Shakespeare, Rachmaninoff, Ellington, Carter, Gay, Hathaway, Hendricks, Cootie, Dickerson, Ripperton, Mary, Isis, Teresa, Hansberry, Tesla, Plath, Rumi, Fellini, Michaud, Nostradamus, Nefertiti, Laurent, Shiva, Ganesha, Yamaya, Oshun, Obatala, Ogun, Kennedy, King, Four Little Girls, Hiroshima, Nagasaki, Keller, Biko, Perone, Marley, Magdalene, Cosby, Shakur, those who burn, those still aflame, and the countless unnamed. We claim the present as the present, as the hereafter. We are unraveling our navel so that we may ingest the sun. We are not afraid of the darkness. We trust that the moon shall guide us. We are determining the future at this very moment. We know that the heart is the philosopher's stone. Our music is our alchemy. We stand as the manifested equivalent to 3 buckets of water and a handful of minerals, thus realizing that those very buckets turned upside down supply the percussive factor of forever. Let your children name themselves and claim themselves as the new day. For today, we are determined to be the channelers of these changing frequencies into songs, paintings, writings, dance, drama, photography, carpentry, crafts, love, and love. We enlist every instrument, acoustic, electronic, every so-called gender, race, sexual preference, every person as beings of sound to acknowledge their responsibility to uplift the consciousness of the entire fucking world. Any utterance unaimed will be disclaimed, will be named. 2 rappers slain.
Yeah. Yo, Gems. It's the word by now. You know what I mean? Polo Pazzi. Spit Gems. You know what I mean? Tall body rap. Look. Yeah. Hand game nice, you don't wanna scrap with me. Plus I always keep the motherfucking strap with me. Asshole at the bar, the Billy Bats in me. I throw a full punch combo mad quickly. While you sick, I'm always rhyming so passionately. While you sick, I lay the violence out graphically. If you were smart, you would never wanna clash with me. No needle do nada, the Filipino flash to me. And I always got the gun in the waist. And the bullet go through either stomach or face. Disrespect everybody, I don't run or get chased. I'm DJ Magic Mike, God pumping the bass. I don't like human contact up in my space. Or you'll likely get a ball bat up in your face. Pussy rapper, you a fucking disgrace. I'm children of the corn killer camp guard running with mace. Stupid. To me, it's not a discussion, it's invisible test.
I am the essence, what you would call hallucinations.
Have my palms put you in check.
Fuck it.
Who's to say what it's saying is? To me, it's not a discussion, it's invisible test.
I am the essence, what you would call hallucinations.
Have my palms put you in check.
Fuck it. Yeah, yeah. So you a shooter boy, gunman, iron on your waist. Rude boy, I let the gem star whine upon your face. You don't stand a chance, motherfucker. I lay you out on the corner like a stamp, motherfucker. I'm the champ, motherfucker. And this is my city. Die with me if you live. Try feel that vibe with me. Ravenous, dig your bitch back until it's cavernous. Rib shots off the top rope and she ain't mad at it. Passionate, pastime, persecuting pacifists. Crack baby, facts, baby. I'm just trying to manage it. I am the essence, what you would call hallucinations. Or windows, jump at her when you'll feel rejuvenated. Fuck it. Who's to say what insane is? Who's to say what insane is? Probably the same shit. Learned a portion of that when I was in stasis. Astonishment is an illusion just like a fame is. What?
To me, it's not a discussion, it's invisible test.
I am the essence, what you would call hallucinations.
Have my palms put you in check.
Fuck it.
Who's to say what it's saying is? To me, it's not a discussion, it's invisible test.
I am the essence, what you would call hallucinations.
Have my palms put you in check.
Fuck it.
Who's to say what it's saying is? Box cutter Pazzi. Spit Gems. Sup, hermano? Yeah. Punch you in the face, rap. Polo Pazzi. Spit Gems.
I don't think he's gonna show up to the meeting here. I think he's the type of artist to do his own thing. There's no A&R out there that can tell him how to make a record. You can't tell him he needs to make something like everyone else, because everyone else is just stealing his originality and ideas anyway. I think we should cancel the marketing meeting.
As a big secret, Kevin Glickman, Joe and Chris don't like Jeremy Lorna. So Rough House politically had to freeze my album. Regular Columbia don't know what the hell is going on. With a shiesty distribution switch behind my back, I worked on my album February last year. 13 months passed by, all I heard was a bunch of lies. 6 weeks in Conshohocken with a so-called manager, uninvested, living off my budget. My LP was completed before John Forte, 40 D's and pros. But too many secret fans had their hands in the pan. When I got to Philadelphia, everybody was waiting for me with tracks with a bag full of unconceptual dats, throwing me off, distracting me with Mark and K Mallon programming me on the bass lines. All my beats was slamming, nothing they could tell us, while everybody except Tim Devine was jealous. With my album leaking out to a bunch of critics, it was something stupid the record company and a scam booking agent slash manager did. Double my cassette for the industry, it got silly. Opinions from people who don't know jack about music in the industry know what. Had to do the album practically over. This is a test press. White label test press. This is a test press. White label test press. This is a test press. White label test press. This is a test press. White label test press. Backlash, return of the Jedi. While the average person critiquing my album, most MCs look at me with red eyes. DJs don't understand my sound is too new. He can't feel it on the felt. He say he'll make it a hit if I give him a Rolls Royce and a Versace belt. Take care, program directors. Yeah, gonna call Billboard when y'all send them a Mustang Ford. Then buy a 20-page ad about cool Keith headbands. Soap powder
waters in the source, that'll get me to cover, boss. Everybody's spoiled. You're gonna have to buy video shows, a washing machine. I got to step up the bat in Three River Stadium like the Yankees in the World Series against the Big Red Machine. Y'all gotta make it work. Every video producer, y'all gotta send them a V12, cause nobody wants a t-shirt at Urban Network. Big truck productions need to hire 20 people on the phones, calling retail. 90-foot pictures of me and my daughter lists on the side of the building. Half of these records are whack, cause street teams get paid to pull out wax snipper tapes out the whack backpacks. Get off early with a crew, pile up in a Suburban, go to the clubs and get the flats and posters and start serving. Yeah. This is a test press. White label test press. This is a test press. White label test press. This is a test press. White label test press.
You say that God is dead, but you're still wearing it on your chest. You say that God is dead, but he's still living in your head. You're in love with the dark, but scared of the shadows. You're scared of yourself. You're scared of yourself. Your body is growing. Your body is changing. The evil's coming out from inside your heart. You were taught it in school, so it must be the truth. You were taught it in school, it's part of you. You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? Do it, Andy. Think that is good. I don't understand. I don't think that I should. Crosses are nice, the weapons of pain, but I still see you wear them again and again. You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? You're not innocent, you're ignorant. Why don't you try to learn something? Why don't you learn something? smile, and your breath, and your penis. God is dead, he's living inside. God is dead, he's living inside.
Ladies and gentlemen of modern music. Speak, nobody ever speak. You get that to him, damn you. You cut up his memory, you took his identity, and that's what you want to do to me. I'll swallow your soul.
I'm not the one in the conversation, please.
stay safe in your phone, getting low. Let's go to show face. I'm moving to the base of dip with no brake lights. And nobody save this business, don't pay right. I'ma remain tight. It's the same lose, lose, goose, 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 so from a truce. From a god of Zeus, rhyme of revolution. Not into your head to your noggin, let loose. I pay dues. Since days of J. Rule was able to lay it across the table. No label, no cash on my life is stable. I'm helping out the fly cause the songs enable. The world full of hate, full of AIDS and kings. You don't change so strange to the top of the vein. With no brains, full of pain, break the cycle of change. With more strain on the reins till you shit in your hands. You don't fit in the game, you don't fit in the gang. You don't twang with the slang, it's a regular thing to us. In a van from the East to Los Angeles. With the fans cause they wanted to hang with us. Loving and thanking us, show the love back. Matter of fact, attack that rap track with that so fat. It's a rap and past that. The jobs don't scrap, take a nap cause you're feeling the trap. You know better than that, you know better than nothing. I won't quit till I make all this nothing and something. In the room all alone, it's a president button. In the booth in the spot when I'm doing the double. You see you doing the cover. Hot and you're loving that original flow like a slice from rage. We know the rhyme for days, did it 1,000 ways. There's no way for you guys to all the praise, yeah. Approaching, and you could feel it in your marrow as the window that I got to speak. These things becoming narrow. I would never leave you. They've been planning this for us since ancient Hebrew. The people assume we use the cross when they depict the Hebrew. Yes, never population numbers dwindle back to zero. Barack will say Obama's face of watermark. The marrows dollar crumble, stacking them and bundles burn to keep us warm. No physicists, antithesis, or counsel to keep us informed. There's no respect. They taxing us to heck and tap my worthless checks. Children will be born in a near future that won't have a sense of patch of skin. Ain't no reproduction. And the next to kin. Let's break down these walls of oppression like we in West Berlin. Assemble fighters, improvise explosive torch 1,000 lighters. Biochemical airborne agents inhale encephalitis. Life the casket is the answered question every time I ask it. They sugarcoat and every time I get I stand disasters, rapes and murders. Walking over mass graves of slaughtered Kurdish sky guards that swoop down from the heavens. Facial features burnish. Who controls you? There's been many other times I told you. You still pollute your lungs with all them cancer sticks they sold you. You're still a follower and let the media control you. They influence your thinking with the programming they show you. They own your mother, own your children, own your life and ways. This was Beast 1333. This was Beast 1333.
I'm a fighter, not a lover. Use a lover, not a fighter. Fight, I'm getting real swole. Like I had a lot of spider bites. Now throw your hands up. Like you're caught up in a stick up. I'ma go over your head like Jordan in a game of pickup. And it ain't really my fault that I stay tighter than a coochie. And it ain't really my fault that I spit raw than some sushi. But I think it is my fault. Already grown, I know the daily cause I'm street. And I touch more white than your name Philly. More white than your name Sally. They want cause they want Britney. I hit them with more baggies. I keep them along with me. If something is wrong with me, let the devil be my keeper. When we die, they put us in the box like a pair of sneakers. And I think it's time for you to hang it up just like a celly. I done been down Route 46 and hit up all the tellies. I done did my share, yo. Probably smoked a ton of weed. And I'll never hit the brakes just like the movie Speed.
I'm always starving like it's Ramadan. Ain't never had a check to throw a comma on. Just know it's on, I'm so beyond. They always have to slow my songs to understand. I sit inside my dungeon plotting plans. It's rotten land, full of pain and suffering. Will mock a man, fluid like a Aquaman, gliding through the lines and bars. My firstborn son, I build a ship to fly me to the stars. Used to dream of flying cars, but maybe that'll never come. It won't be fun when in the slum they might go chipping people's gums. I'm so aghast, dreaming of them running from a solar blast. I've got pizzazz and a short fuse. On a while it's fast, forget the rest. Many try to say that the beast possessed. I'll reconfess, I'm working for the light. Yes indeed, I'm blessed, so you'll be rudest. Let's hit these suckers with a double Judas. Looking to us with the cameras mounted on Apple computers. I'm the Templar who moved the boulder, telling all to enter. Tonight we'll feast upon the bloody hoofs of murder centaurs.
They're the instruments of his divine wrath on earth.
Yeah, I cracked the mountain in half with the hammer and power 33 floors. I'm a library chock full of knowledge and urban resource. I recourse, traversing the path that you never trod on. It's the underground with the lyricism environment's always spot on. I got on, my skill is so ill that I started at the top. Temple orthodoxy incarnate of walking hip-hop. The ship hop like Jurgen and Watts to the port in 3D. With CD so sick that the listeners catching BD. You caught the hurt, we rough a ton of perk. You slow like sipping syrup, tomato, tomato. We killing them, yes the answers. Yeah, we are the freshest, fatter than precious. We kamikaze sessions, marking all my fingers on faces to leave a first impression. This is my profession, I sharpen my skills to do the job. My cadre amassing in numbers, assembled lynch mob. You bitch knobs, snubbing your noses and blacklisting. No assistance, our existence, subsistence is our resistance. Our consistence, blood sewn from the cloth for the walking guard laugh. Chanting bloody Mary candles reflecting the dark laughs. A faster blast is hot to squash that ass. I laugh and let you pass with top brass. Appendages are chopped off like a shot pass. I'll cut your skin off and wear the whole shit as a suit. Lopping bones off and cook them to the marrow for soup. I'm hot in pursuit behind you as you're flipping the truck. You done pissed the beast off, now you're shit out of luck. I drive a side ram, your life is done proof alakazam. And I'll show more mercy to a pet than a man. You know what you did, I know where you live. I blow the hinges off. AIDS viruses, I'm stabbing you with the syringes off. Choking you to death, apply the pressure till the eyes will pop. They talk a lot of shit, I'm making sure that all the lies will stop. Ass whooping on my grimy shit, the dome is mad. Woofing, hoofing up the hill is where I find you, now you're stashed.
It's a mad world, yes. It's a mad world, yes. It's a mad world. Because what has been kept from us crucially, is who we are, the nature of life and the nature of the reality that we live in. The nature of life and the nature of the reality that we live in.
Yo, back the fuck up, out of my way before I crush you. I might be nice to your face, but don't trust you. The earth is the deadliest planet to live and troop on. These sheep will oblivious women that clipping coupons and they beer drinking me, consuming overtime and men. You're the children that they bear and I'm doing this all for them. This real medicine ain't pretend. I'm causing a massive shock. I conquer block by a block while possessed by the soul of pop, possessed by the soul of big, possessed by the soul of pun. I never run from none of them. Pay for the things I've done. I even cock back and let a few go with the name of justice. Came to conquer the scene like a rapping Caesar Augustus. Here's the battle plan. Resist and assemble a massive caravan. They brainwash our children that train in a fight. They tell a man, so shall a man. The woman you're loving's about the money. If you got none, guarantee honey be acting funny cause she programmed early through Disney and Prince Charming. While a second amendment dissolving it is harming all the idiots believing the hype that are watching news. I refuse to infuse with their fuse all of passions view. This is the worst time ever in history to be living. It's a cold world in general. People is unforgiving. It's a hell of a place where a race of the most is also my disciples are gradually changed into two apostles. Left a legacy behind all the music and things I've written. Cause I seek out the occult cause the coast only means it's hidden. Pure of heart, ain't no malice or hate. Just simple logic, give 100% of myself in musical projects, rhyming handstand. Nigga, you're nice. That's why I bang fans. Bases are loaded with soldiers. It's time to grand slam and bring them home. I hope this penetrates and sinks into your dome. Don't feel ostracized, you're my brother. Believe you're not alone, you never were. The way that your feeling's the same and I concur. Develop a taste for truths of the world. Became a connoisseur and I prefer to be treated equally, treated civil. Fuck the biases and spewers of ignorant races dribble. We've inherited a merited mess, more or less repetitive, competitive, no sedative. Opinions argumentative and the clock ticking. Greedy politicians leave us slim pickings. This the type of knowledge always having, always been kicking.
Yeah, can I vent for a second? Beast, lock me in a room with a politician, no referee. Which one? Anyone, any party from any era. Carry no conforming, I can't see it with 20 mirrors. People awaken and they hating because of us. The real war on terror is us against the officers. 1 minute they disrespecting us and over talking us. Life or death behind bars and scars marking us. Jail walls, the warriors got lost in them all because the slaughtering governors wouldn't pardon them. It's more coming, that's why we fighting for all of them. Walking through the darkness with all officials and charlatans. Meanwhile down here the cracks the temptation of women in skirts and virulent acts. No love for the newcomers, it hurts to be from a place where the sun shines once a month in the summer. I made it in time, through nights and days on the grind. Decades of difficult struggle and ways on the mind. As we reach the last pages of an age in decline, I can never lie and say all of my ways are divine. Trying to unify with the like mind and no tough image. You either conquer the world or get crushed in it. It's a long hard fight but we must win it. There can never be trust without us in it.
Who are we? Where are we? What is reality? Who are we? What is life? Where are we? How many people in the world actually ask that in their entire lifetime until they're towards the end? And when you ask those questions, you realize it's sort of when you ask those questions, physical world that we take so seriously.
Smoke the joke. Kim C. Word up. The joke. Kim. Straight coming from brothers next. The joke. Kim. You know what I'm saying? Rosie the whole joint. The joke. Kim. Go set. Yeah. All that was left was smoke after I spoke. Keep a mic hot with 2,500 degree quotes. Act like it don't concern ya and watch it burn ya. Wildfire spreading to cloak. All that was left was smoke. All that was left was smoke after I spoke. Keep a mic hot with 2,500 degree quotes. Act like it don't concern ya and watch it burn ya. Wildfire spreading to cloak. All that was left was smoke. Shot the roof on fire when Austin style lyrics
lyrics are tired and flame. Hit the mic, wire name of the game. Keep it tight, inadequate rappers lose sight and call it a night. Write a rhyme in Fahrenheit on a gasoline dip sheet to bring the heat. Underground like pipes beneath streets. This shit beats. Commercial artists lose sleep, feeling the presence of brothers like me. Hungry MCs who can't wait to call their names in the brains of stars while they jam up in cars. Mr. One-Line be like, bonsoir, back to America. Contact is black on the cellular. Never ease up. Promoter give the green up so we can be up, but never get this venue cleaned up. Capture the essence like Gordon Paul. Let all sparks and speak in the sharp. My rap seem to glow in the dark. Check the art, engulfed by the growth of the culture. While this game cluttered, I still kick. Diamond studded rap to leave a track. Got it, notice the sound. Rubber room still focus the pound.
Tis the phoenix, when I'm gone I leave it. I emerge from barrels and killers blow me off. My name is mentioned in circles of braggadocious murderers. When bodies they caught, fiend friend to flame, came in silence. When I blew I struck violence. Up to TNT with death beats a war. Humble you niggas need a floor. Pedal metal, double RS6 drag car, recruit with parachutes. Got a crew, better tell 'em. When I spoke get choked, my full floats, black faceless ghosts. Materialize in front of your eyes, behold the metaphysical in the flesh. Footprints leave stains of flames with each step. Looking for trouble where you found it in the form of a silent killer moving fearless.
All that was left was smoke after I spoke. Keep a mic hot for 2500 and free quotes. Act like it don't concern ya, it might burn ya. Fire spread to the all that was left was smoke. One time, mad divine. Yo, check it out.
Work hard, I'ma smoke 'em, but don't fake no bull.
Launch to orbit your box and blow the watch. Vividly painted, leaving disoriented like shell shock. Warlike, the raw type, pseudo-galactic, explode. I right to the core, like a planet caught in the gravitational pull. Heating your transport, short-circuit communications to your fort. All systems scorch, authentic as a Porsche. Emblem with a horse, set the course and export rap. Flaming up to torch your village, replenish the game with inventive plots. Vintage shots scream, keep them in stock like Nuveen. Bazaar brain like napalm bombs when on the scene. Big 9, neighbor mad room in it. Tinted glass, build my heaven to last. Seas go fast, shooting stars, wishes materialize. Playing like czars, large jars, untamable fire started from small spars. Those cats don't provoke, they choke. Flammable caps, rope, take a token cloud with shrouds of smoke.
In the clutch, pack the cargo. Captain contraband, invade brigades with midnight swoops and sweeps on any elite. Rap fleet, on Fishburne they fled. Raging bull, seeing red, horns ready to kill them. Bunch of hoes in careers and bled many alter ego to death. Suffocated who's ever left. You inhale, I infiltrate, no escape. Rubber crash is set, armor clad on Macbeth. Tis our feast of MCs before we. Your fame's a victim acclaim. In the night I came, for every city and state that slept. My backtrack flashed out in fury. Now you motherfuckers smell me, so I'm serious. Strike a match, kid. You summon my stage presence. Dimension double Lawrence experience.
All that was left was smoke after I spoke. Keep a mic hot with 2500-degree quotes. Act like it don't concern ya and watch it burn ya. Wildfire spreading to cloak. All that was left was smoke. All that was left was smoke after I spoke. Keep a mic hot with 2500-degree quotes. Act like it don't concern ya and watch it burn ya. Wildfire spreading to cloak. All that was left was smoke.
I'm smoking, leaving all the punk rappers broken. Name Brian Hines, aka Meta. I'm smoking, leaving all the punk rappers broken. I'm smoking, leaving all the punk rappers broken. Bumping too hard when he launched the bomb. I'm smoking, leaving all the punk rap.
What up?
What up?
What's my name?
My name is Nigel Price.
Say Sean P.
Sean P.
That's how we do it, yo. Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sean P.
Sean P.
Act along.
Act along.
Bazaar Royale, game and bloodline.
Straight music.
Great music.
Yo.
Yeah, we all cool, Paul, anybody can get it. Winchesters, Remingtons, any shot it, I hit it, yo. Dress sloppy, but my rap is dapper. Watch Rosewood go outside and slap a cracker, yo. Various styles and various hot shit. Killed a nigga on the train with Barry Slotnick, Duke. Bottom line, you ain't ready for rock. With your girl, Duke, I'm ready to fuck. Due to knowledge, I'm ill, especially when the guard swallowing pills. Spaz out on your bitch while she gobble my deals. All my niggas with the drama for real. Rough dread, Aguilar, body armor and steel. Suave in the field, untouchable. Sean Connor's got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yo, what? Untouchable. Sean Connor got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yeah.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. My niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my
Everyone, welcome to the gangster world of Aguilar, where it's me and my niggas, my bitches, my guns, and my cars. My dogs don't kill, they'll kill these rap stars. I like riding around with a gangster broad. I'm a gangster dog. Go with the shot of y'all, I'm shanking y'all. Wind up in prison, no thanks to y'all. Come back to the block, then I break your balls. Get murked right on the spot so we don't have to brawl. Listen up, Paul, don't fuck with Aguilar. None of these niggas can never see the catalog. I don't give a fuck if it's digital or analog. I flip to any style, Paul, press record. Give me $1 million, that's how you bless the Lord. Bullshit me, I won't even step to y'all. Consider this shit, this is what I left with y'all. Look at all the hot shit that I kept from y'all.
We gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. My niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my
There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Niggas is getting high. Niggas is getting high.
I love spitting raps and flows. I love getting stacks of dough. Like I love hitting rats and hoes. I'm in the club with a stash of yo. While you bumping me, guard, acting up in front of company guard. Got some shit up in the trunk of my car. We can. What up?
What up?
What's my name?
My name is Elijah Frank.
Say Sean P.
Sean P.
That's how we do it, yo. Hey, yo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yo.
Yeah.
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 Sean P.
Sean P.
Aguilar.
Aguilar.
It's all royale, game and bloodline.
Straight music.
Great music.
Yo. Yeah, we all cool, Paul, anybody can get it. Winchesters, Remingtons, any shot it, I hit it, yo. Dress sloppy, but my rap is dapper. Watch Rosewood go outside and slap a cracker, yo. Various styles and various hot shit. Killed a nigga on the train with Barry Slotnick, Duke. Bottom line, you ain't ready for rock. With your girl, Duke, I'm ready to fuck. Due to knowledge, I'm ill, especially when the guard swallowing pills. Spaz out on your bitch while she gobble my deals. All my niggas with the drama for real. Rough dread, Aguilar, body armor and steel. Suave in the field, untouchable. Sean Connor's got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yo, what? Untouchable. Sean Connor got killed. Y'all niggas chill for your mama get killed. Yeah.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. My niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my
Everyone, welcome to the gangster world of Aguilar, where it's me and my niggas, my bitches, my guns, and my cars. My dogs don't kill, they'll kill these rap stars. I like riding around with a gangster broad. I'm a gangster dog. Go with the shot of y'all, I'm shanking y'all. Wind up in prison, no thanks to y'all. Come back to the block, then I break your balls. Get murked right on the spot so we don't have to brawl. Listen up, Paul, don't fuck with Aguilar. None of these niggas can never see the catalog. I don't give a fuck if it's digital or analog. I flip to any style, Paul, press record. Give me $1 million, that's how you bless the Lord. Bullshit me, I won't even step to y'all. Consider this shit, this is what I left with y'all. Look at all the hot shit that I kept from y'all.
We gon' give this all that we got.
blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. And we gon' give this all that we got. Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my niggas.
There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Niggas is getting high. Niggas is getting high.
I love spitting raps and flows. I love getting stacks of dough. Like I love hitting rats and hoes. I'm in the club with a stash of yo. While you bumping me, guard, acting up in front of company guard. Got some shit up in the trunk of my car. We can fight right now. You get lumped in the bar. Bottom line, Duke, fuck who you are. Spit 2 gym stars out my mouth, give you a couple of scars.
The flame from Ruckin' Aguilar and Lennon and Spitley. We come through like this from Brooklyn, my niggas. Hope for Shitley. My niggas like Blick Street, that be reppin' with me. My nigga Ike guys, yo, I call him Ike Italy. It's Agalitly, featuring Sean Pritley. We don't waste no time, we take care of this quickly. For real, my nigga, it's about to get off the Hitley. For Shitley, you know where I'm at, my nigga hit me. They got me with me, through the streets I move swiftly. You want war with a nigga pawn, then come and get me.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top.
And we gon' give this all that we got.
Blow the spot, keep rising to the top. All my niggas keep rising to the top. All my niggas.
There's music in the air, lots of loving everywhere. Everybody get it right. Everybody get it right. There's smoke all in the air. Everybody wanna share. Everybody get high. Everybody get high. There's music.
9mm, plate 8, nickel 8. That's 38 revolver. It really hurts. I had 6 of them in me. It hurts real bad. Real bad. That's why right now I issue it out. Lord. It's receiving. I ships it. Guys don't fight anymore. They don't use the. We used to fight, but they don't do that anymore. Guns. All about shooting, taking them out, taking them off the game. When they come to the home front, that's when we use it. Yes. And when they come shoot us, we go back and shoot them.
Pistol grip, pump on my lap, it's an armed robbery. My Aki did 3 in the feds like Iran Osley. You wanna go gun for gun, then come party. And if this gon' be a jihad, then bomb wisely. Bati my homie, you the walking definition. Allah know I'd rather ask forgiveness and permission. I'm on my square, ain't no one can knock me out position. This ain't a rhyme, Aki, this a fucking demolition. I'm from Philly, homie, everywhere's gunfire. Glock 40 cripple you, I'm out before the blood dry. Every living thing grow from a seed, and these bullets got your name on them, I hope you can read. See the semi-auto ugly, but it definitely jammed. So it's 2 revolvers on me like Yosemite Sam. Camouflage machine, what the fuck you expect? I ain't asking, homie, just give me my fucking respect. Throw my
5-star Oregon bars, elite Akbar. Lines harder than penitentiary bars just to beat the odds. Splash you in bodily parts, your organs getting scarred. Young God, I've been a dawn, no rapper can hold him on. Any track I impact and spit my whole gorilla on. Do more than just kill a song. Physically, I murder the track till the beat soul is gone. Intense heat inside of my lines, hot as the sun core. Look what I'm riding for. Basically was born to score. Boss, you should honor more. Just a dominant force clapping your whole squadron off. Yeah, whack rappers with cross. Mockty never endorsed. I just pay to knock them off and enforcing the Holocaust. QB the Philly inside the booth tossing Molotovs. Black Mikhail Gorbachev, the hood Hyman Roth. Narcotic lines are raw. Watch how I just get them off. If I stepped away, the whole rap game be at a total
loss. They said
loss.
Iron Sheik hotter than hell, but the soul thirsty. The game over, you can hang it up like the old derbies. Blow perpy, hoes curvy like Nicole Murphy. The chrome herky, but the clip long like the old Slurpees. Flow murky, hoes slurp me on this gold journey. My heroin is medicine, who gone cold turkey? You'll die alone and buy a moan. Eating firestones and supply the bros, supply the bros. I buy the clothes for the flyers, hoes, it's a lot of dough. I supply the bros, I supply the bros, it's a lot of dope. I gotta go, pina colada floats, Prada coats, custom made Gabbana boats with a lot of dope. No tears dripping for beer sippers. Ancient prayer scriptures, Gucci flare zippers with weird slippers. No abandoned nerves that dismantle hers. 50 banner bird, expand the splurge, really mammoth first.
On the law, that's my word, we ain't taking no L's. Let off the fifth, after that, I'ma pick up the shells. One of my verses get the whole team out on bail. Another verse to put the Colombian up on the scale. Put the hammer to the nail, I'm just setting the sail. Make me do time, but nah, name of mine won't fail. Close to this lifestyle, you gotta follow the grail. Sloppy with your gun work, I see you leaving the trail. Past tragedy at Aguilar, hell of a combo. Mafia type niggas, no Sammy Cavanos. Gambino shit, nigga, it's motto we mono. Multiple gunshot wounds like Paul Castellano. Yeah, it's my niggas, they wanna kill, kill, kill. I still try to tell them niggas, chill, chill, chill. Niggas thirsty, they wanna see the blood on spill. You a vampire, nigga, you should sharpen your grill. Gats for the 3D printer, man, we like Gamora. I can tell the killer by his looks and his aura. Lecoq Sportive, catch me in some Deodoras. I stand my ground like the whole state of Florida. What?
This ain't your regular scheduled program. Got them feeling like Romeo, Daddy Jojo, when your neighborhood dope man. Sound scan number runners and billboard rules. They use via Comcast to broadcast quicksand.
Soon as the money switch hands, top commanders to media moguls is propaganda. Wanna run up and cock the hammer, rather act up on damn, rather drop the banner. Open your iris to airway pirates who inspire this radio free Dixie to the block from a banner.
Listen, these top 40 DJs keep spinning pre-K beats and rhymes, so repeat 3 hours slide of rock at least 3 times. Now I don't even touch the radio knob, I let the CD shine. But you are now in tune with 2 of the greatest commentators you find. Or even the crowd favor my flavor design. Shotty smooth operator, moderating your grind. Pine over me when I'm gone, it won't stop. Cause the music I make you wanna love hip hop. New Dabry, yeah, we off the wall. Hit them hard as a fist and face at a piston pace of raw. Who wanna spar with them no-car bars on so far? We in transit metropolis, watching play mobs to come up short. Like George Papadopoulos speaking Greek to me like the area rhyme clock. You delusional silence, violence, amplify revolution. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, feel this truth right here.
Hit a rock and send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen,
won't change if I don't sound off. It's no movement if I don't move.
People, we hit a rock and send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen,
I would like to deliver this tape upstairs.
How fast you don't take nothing upstairs.
We're gonna deliver that tape right now. Don't make a move and you won't get hurt. Come on. Hear me? Okay, punch up VCR3. Do it, fucker!
Ready on VCR3.
We interrupting this message during the State of the Union addressing. You couldn't fix a picture on your antenna's reception with aluminum foil on it. Blood money broadcast, I'm assuming it's oil on it.
The call of a serpent, circumvention of a sermon, rattle off hate in urban landscapes. They worship inanimate, man-made. Poor people marketed brand names and aim to get the hand-to-hand exchange. They got them trained.
We the reversal of commercial breaks. The pre-recorded dress rehearsal takes. Murder rates rise for higher ratings. A hearse of weights take you to the opposite of the pearly gates. We moving at a turtle's pace. I'm trying to get the world away before the circuit breaks. Distortion, information out of proportion. Often misfortune, often somebody's making a fortune. Conquer the monster, not living under your bed skirt. Monopoly of mobsters, the sponsors, a network. Shoes fitting, dress shirt, suits linen. Never experts, the truth's hidden. Behind the curtain, you can find it if you're searching. Still my mind is certain that they lying with a purpose. Never fair and balance, your vibes prepare to challenge. Don't believe the hype, listen to Harry Allen. All the reels lie on the editing room floor. All good, long as they get in your head to consume more. Stay tuned and ignore real life.
See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, feel this truth right here.
hit a rock and send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen,
won't change if I don't sound off. It's no movement if I don't move.
We hit a rock and send a shock to your system, detox, get rid of your addiction. Listen.
Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Every rapper in the house, shut the fuck up. Don't Don't go against no other man, you gonna get fucked up. And I ain't fucked up now, bluffing the basics. Let stuff in the A6 from that kid huffing the matrix. I let my brain cells fight it out until the light are out. You ain't even got hands to hold the guns you write about. Ain't got a heater in one cage, need more than 4 fists. I stay putting it down and don't come off this. Call bliss, not need a spray dolo with more leather combinations in my blood decay. Solo, LSD, THC, PCP. The only 3 left on these GED. You know you can't stand the manic, even if you don't get the picture. The point of use to panoramic, chemical, organic. Leaf is clouding, get your contact cracking in 3 plus 2000. This is federal hate, the federal weight, the medical's great. This is the life of an underground rap star. Get lots of brain, but the birds are vain and peck at any man. This is the life of an underground rap star. You spit it, you bit it, ain't even got your car kitted, you get it. This is the life of an underground rap star. Travel on somebody else's dime, man can still pull out the nine. This is the life of an underground rap. This is my brain on drugs, these are the drugs in my brain. I stab this shit out of Clyde, it's like the blood in his dame. After I fucked her insane, Sex pistol got a chest to spray. The fuck you think my identity was born yesterday? Been the Prince Elite since the purple rain was in the street. I parted the projects for that sea of silver you see. And the beam on my gun match the drink in my glass. That's incredible hope, they on an incredible ass. Liquid kids, Snake Plissken drifting in terror. Escape New York and come back when the sheesh wear off. Personality pair off, till my skin phrase. Been gone for 10 days, feel like 2, still like blue. The blast Ferrari red, ain't forgiving the hoe for giving up sorry head. Vintage electronic, Atari wet. Labels try to hype you up like you gon' fight Roy. Like that Jeff fucked around and signed the wrong white boy. This is federal hate, the federal weight, the medical's great. This is the life of an underground rap star. Get lots of brain, but the birds are vain and peck at any man. This is the life of an underground rap star. You spit it, you bit it, ain't even got your car kitted, you get it. This is the life of an underground rap star. Travel on somebody else's dime, man can still pull out the nine. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star. This is the life of an underground rap star.
My God, so they are killers. I've heard lots of people say once a man's a killer, they just keep on killing and killing. They sort of develop a taste for blood.
Yeah, that's right. To kill one man or kill 10, it's all the same. Yeah. After all, they can only hang you once. Yeah.
Both hands crusty, chillin' with my man Rusty, low down. Blew off the burner, kinda dusty. The world can't touch ghost, purple tape, Ray co-host, Monty Hall Expo, Intellect Direct Pro, son's trifling fuck, wildflower on the cycling. Picked up the broom, thought I was Michaelin, West Brighton Pool. Now I'm into iron duels, turn us to Earth's whoopee. She out of law school. Inhale, break piece of hell, A light propel, parallel. Doris Hell 9, you flash the burn cell. Snap at the Candyland kids, the old rumor is blacks become immune and shit. We never did like eating dead birds. Trust the pharmacy over herbs, men marrying men ill. They got the herbs, pulsar, scissor hand, wig vanished in the winter, living off land. You got them right. I fuck fans, king me. Checkmate, props like the Michael Chip founder. Neck to neck stock with Bill Gates now. When we hug these mics, we get busy. Come and have a good time with G.O.D. Make you snap your fingers or wiggle. Scream, shout, laugh or just giggle. Shake that body, party that body. Don't fuck with ghosts and feel sorry. That's word, I'm not the herb. Understand what I'm saying, Hit mics like Ted Koppel, rifle expert, let off the Eiffel. Burn a flag in your grass, it's spiteful. Ringleader, set it off, rap Derek Jeter. Cobra, prince of the game, wish you could see us. We lay low, glitter wax, 4 bangles. Priceless roast, lay around the guard, get tangled, woolly hair. Eyes fiery red, feet made of brass. 12 men following me, it be the guard staff move. Every script like Miramax, smash the big boy, totaled it. Wilshire, Fairfax, sun beaming, wifey on the beach, sipping Zima, woo bean Latinos to Latinos, we lust to lean overnight. God schedules, FedEx, pretty silhouette, velvet nights, DNA scroll, genetics too hot to handle one thought from scrambling to mandolin. 100 game, Will Chamberlain, smack him, say when he rolling up, face wrinkled up, hands is on his nuts. So kid, stop fronting on the ground before you get touched. It's Canada dry, that's with a lost son. We won't ride, we want it so bad we might cry.
For every blow depends on breath control. So it's the first thing you must learn. Fortunately, it's easy. You'll soon learn.
My God, so they are killers.
That's all right. Supposedly, as Americans, you got the guts to do it. We did it in the past. The United States ain't ever lost a damn war. I don't give a shit what you heard about Vietnam. We didn't lose that sucker.
The only thing I like bright beside my name and lights is the back of my head, Mr. One Stripe Red. Open my front door and watch love overrated, hate spread instead. As I witness Ed and Ted rob Fred for bread, broker in debt, so debt for 2 cents. A dollar earned already spent, pockets straight to pay the rent. But money comes and goes like multiple topics and flows. Pursue the paper chase to accumulate zeros. My best is yet to arrive, right and reflect the wisdom of age undefeated by the